This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The first day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Yun, who was standing on the street with a popsicle and about to pay, suddenly fainted. When she woke up, she found herself on a deserted island. There was nothing around except stones and sand. Looking at the sand on the ground, Yun didn't react at all. As soon as she had a thought in her mind, "Where is this?" she heard a voice. "Hello, players. Welcome to the end of the World Sea survival game. Currently, the game only opens the experience server. There are a total of 10 districts. The 3 districts you are in have a total of 100,000 people. As the first group of people selected, you will receive a novice gift pack as a system reward." At the same time, a light screen appeared in front of her, with glowing words on it. The first group of players are carefully selected by the system, aged between 20 and 35. 1 month later, the official server will be opened, and the remaining humans on Earth will also arrive in the game world. Although this is a survival game, it is also a real world. Death in the game is real death. Players are requested to cherish their lives. Note that the novice protection period is only 3 days. Players will be relatively safe during these 3 days. After 3 days, you will face a cruel survival test. The novice gift pack is randomly selected, but everyone will get the most basic fishing rod. Fishing rods can be used to fish for treasure chests, which contain random supplies. Players are requested to build their own boats as soon as possible and start their sea adventures. "I wish you all a happy game," the voice said a lot, and if it weren't for the subtitles, Yun wouldn't be able to remember them. After the voice disappeared, Yun saw a panel appear in front of her. It was the kind in the game, with various options and icons on it. Yun clicked on the icons on the panel one by one. Player, Yun. Age, 22 years old. Physical value, 52, upgradable. Strength value, 45, upgradable. Spirit value, 65, upgradable. Luck value, 88, upgradable. From this point of view, the strength value is low. It seems that I need to strengthen my training in the future. I don't know what the spirit value can do, but the luck value seems to be okay. She has been lucky since she was a child. Yun clicked on other icons. In addition to personal information, there are several icons, namely backpack, chat channel, world map, trading hall, and tasks. She opened the backpack first. Soon she saw that there were 10 grids in her backpack. In one of the grids was a novice gift package. In the second grid was a popsicle. And judging by the shape, there was a bite on it. It was the one she just ate. Yun's mind moved, and the popsicle was in her hand again. It can actually be like this. The third grid contains a school bag. She went out for a trip, and most of her things were placed in a hotel suitcase, leaving only a school bag on her body. The school bag contained some of her essential things for going out. A beam of light landed on her head. Another strange sound rang out. Lucky system binding. Give lucky dice. Yun looked down and saw that she had been holding a popsicle in one hand, and in the other hand there was a huge dice, as big as her palm. "Please roll the dice and shake out today's lucky forecast." Yun moved her hand, and the next second, the dice flew up by itself and spun rapidly in the air. After waiting for a few seconds, the dice showed a number 6 in front of her. 6, good luck. Super luck. Is your luck overwhelming? In that case, let's open a novice gift package and try it out. Yun took out the gift package. It didn't look big, but it was heavy. She tore open the package, and a lot of things burst out. Open the novice gift package. Good luck. Get a complete fishing rod. 10 pieces of wood. A bowl of clear soup noodles with chopped green onions. A set of thermal underwear. A bag of cabbage seeds. 3 mineral waters. And 2 purple rice breads. Not bad. There are a lot of things. The novice gift pack and the backpack just now disappeared, and these things occupied 7 grids respectively. Yun took a bite of the unmelted popsicle and scratched her head. Should I start farming next? She opened the chat channel and found it very lively. Messages kept flashing, and many messages jumped on the screen. What kind of a hell is this place? I want to go home. I don't want to play this damn game. I'm so scared. I don't want to play anymore. Can I go home by jumping into the sea? Don't do that. There must be sharks in the sea. I'm so thirsty. There's no water. How can I live? I opened a bottle of water in the novice gift pack. Don't you have one? I don't have any. I only have a fishing rod and some wood. Rubbish. I opened 2 bottles of mineral water and a piece of bread. Fuck. You're so lucky. There's bread? I'm starving. There's a name in front of each post. It looks like a real name, chat. Compared to these people, Yun Mian opened a lot more things. Although her own luck was good, there should be a bonus from the lucky dice. Yun Mian stretched out her hand, and the lucky dice appeared in her hand again. She studied it carefully and found that the dice had 6 sides, and the words on each side were different. They were: 1. Good things come in pairs. No matter what you get, you can get double. 2. Good luck comes after bad luck. Bad luck comes to an end. Good luck comes. 3. All the best. Just like wishing for everything. You know? 4. Thank you for your patronage. The god of luck is taking a break today. 5. An ordinary day. No good or bad. 6. The lucky star shines brightly. It's super good luck. It turns out that it's not all lucky. There are ordinary ones. But fortunately there is no bad side. But as long as you roll the 3 numbers 136, it's all very good luck. The probability is half and half. Yun Mian finished eating the popsicle with satisfaction. The sea begins to rise in tide. And there are the most treasure chests at this time. Players can fish for treasure chests by themselves. The sound of the game system rang in Yun Mian's ears. Yun Mian immediately took out the fishing rod and ran to the beach. She found that the sea water was sending waves to the shore. From a distance, she saw several treasure chests floating on the water. She looked into the seawater and saw strange shadows. She remembered that some players had just said that there were piranhas in the seawater, but they didn't see them popping up. Yun Mian swung the fishing rod, and the fishing line flew into the water. About a minute later, the fishing rod sank down, as if there was a pressure going down. Yun Mian knew that there was a pressure going down, and immediately pulled it back. Sure enough, a wooden box was pulled up by her. Hit a wooden treasure chest. The wooden box looked gray and a little worn out. There was a copper buckle on it. It was not locked and could be opened by bending it upwards. Yun Mian just opened the box and heard a sound. Obtained mineral water x2. Steamed buns times 2. Nails times 5. Fishing line times 5. The harvest was not small. Yun Mian happily took out the things, regardless of whether she could use them or not, and put them in her backpack first. She was going to continue fishing but found that there was an attribute description on the rod. Primary fishing rod, upgradable. Black all over. Very ordinary at first glance. Primary fishing rod can only fish for treasure chests once a day and can only fish for wooden boxes. Upgrade conditions. Intermediate fishing rod blueprint. Fishing line times 5. It seems that if she wants to open more blind boxes, she must first upgrade the fishing rod. But she only has fishing line. No blueprint. So she can only talk about it later. Yun Mian put away her fishing rod, took out a bottle of water from her backpack, and gulped down half of it. Checking the time. It was 6 o'clock. She found a rock to sit down, drinking water while watching the chat channel. There are only 2 broken pieces of wood in my treasure chest. You call it a treasure chest? It's a rip-off. Ha ha ha. There's bread in my treasure chest, so I don't have to go hungry tonight. I've been fishing for a long time, but can't catch a treasure chest. I'm speechless. Now I don't even have a bottle of water. Is there anyone who can give me a bottle of water? My throat is so dry. Who is willing to exchange wood for water? I'm so thirsty. Help the child. Don't throw away the wooden box. You can use it to decompose it into wood. It seems that food and water are both in short supply. Many people still don't have them. This game is quite harsh on players. How can people survive without water and food? But there should be other ways. After all, this is only the first day, so there is no way to survive. Seeing that the wooden box can be decomposed, Yun Mian was glad that she didn't throw away the wooden box. She put the clear soup noodles on it, so she didn't have to hold the bowl all the time. Yun Mian took a sip of the soup in the clear soup noodles first. It was hot, and my whole body warmed up after drinking it. The noodles were very chewy and looked white, and the soup was also very clear. The floating green onions added some freshness to the soup, and pepper was added, so the soup was very comfortable to drink. The evening sea breeze was actually a bit cold. Although Yun Mian was wearing long sleeves, she still felt a bit cold. After taking a sip of soup, she didn't feel cold anymore. The noodles looked watery, but they actually tasted very good. And after eating, the bowl of noodles disappeared by itself. She didn't even have to wash the dishes. Her brother usually washed the dishes at home. After her parents divorced, her mother was too busy at work, so she and her brother Yunxiao were usually the only ones at home. She cooked, Yunxiao washed the dishes, and they shared other housework. She suddenly disappeared, and her mother and brother must have been very worried. I don't know how this game took her away. If she disappeared suddenly, her family would probably call the police. Or will everyone who knows her lose their memory of her? This is how it is set in TV and novels. However, the system said that in a month, the remaining humans on Earth will come here. So my mother and brother should come too. She has to live well and save more supplies so that she can help them more when they come. Yun Minmin held her chin with both hands and sat on the stone to watch everyone chatting to see if she could collect any useful information. There is nothing. Let's upgrade. How to upgrade? I give up. You have to pick up everything on the birth island. I picked up 2 pieces of wood here. I have nothing here. Only bird shit. No way. I have 2 stones here. Do you want to pick them up? Yun Minmin looked around quickly. She really found some wood. Not far away. Yun Minmin ran over and picked them up. Wood times 5. Wow. It really works. She turned around again, and there was nothing else around except these 5 pieces of wood. Not even stones. At this time, Yun Minmin heard a beeping sound. It turned out that there was an exclamation mark in the task column, and she had not clicked it. But now it reminded her. Unfinished tasks. Players, please build your own ship. Countdown, 3 hours and 10 minutes. Players who have not built their own ships before 10 o'clock will be eliminated. And elimination is equivalent to death. Please hurry up. Chapter 2. It takes 10 pieces of wood and 2 iron nails to make a raft. Yun Minmin just happened to have these things. She clicked on the crafting button and saw that the wood moved by itself. In less than a minute, a simple raft appeared in front of her. Yun Minmin clicked on the task and saw that it had been completed. There were 3 points on the raft that could be clicked. Yun Minmin reached out and touched it, then sat on it, and then saw the information of the raft. Name, Yun Minmin small raft, can be renamed. Level 1 raft, can be upgraded. Rating, 2 points. Expansion conditions, wood times 100. Iron nails times 20. Seeing that the name could be changed, Yun Minmin thought it was interesting and changed the name of the raft to Auspicious Cloud. Although it is just a small raft now, it may become a luxury cruise ship in the future. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, the raft floated on the sea, and soon she was far away from the small broken island just now, with only endless sea water around her. This feeling of drifting on the sea without being able to touch the ground is inevitably panic. Fortunately, Yun Minmin has a strong ability to adapt, but others are not so lucky. Many people didn't even make the raft and were directly eliminated. Before, she saw that the chat box showed 10000/100000. Now it has become 99683/100000. In just 2 hours, so many people have died? Actually, it should be quite simple to make a raft. How come so many people didn't make it? She opened the chat channel to see what everyone was saying. I almost didn't make a raft. I was so scared. Those people who said they couldn't get enough would seem to have disappeared. I guess they are dead. It's too cruel. If I hadn't opened the treasure chest and got 10 pieces of wood, and there were nails in the novice gift pack, I guess I would have been dead. The treasure chest can be decomposed into wood. Most people's novice gift packs have nails. Even if there are none, just hurry up and find someone to exchange what you have. Those who can't make a raft are stupid. Even if they survive now, they will die in the future. Not everyone can stay calm in such a situation. Many people are scared and can't think so much. We are all adults, not children. We can't bear this test. We might as well jump into the sea. How can you say that? It's too much. Several people started arguing in the chat channel. Yun Minmin sighed. Survival of the fittest. It seems that this world adheres to the rule of survival of the fittest. That person is right. We are already in the survival game. We can't have illusions. She wanted to say something, but she thought better of it. Taking care of yourself is more important than anything else. Yun Minmin opened her backpack and counted her supplies, including the things she got from the treasure chest. Her backpack was already full. She took out her school bag. which she brought from her original world. In the school bag was a pack of tissues, a power bank, a mobile phone, a sun umbrella, anti-wolf spray, lipstick, powder, car keys, a wallet, a box of gum, and a piece of chocolate. There were quite a lot of things. She saw many people in the chat channel saying that they were sent in empty-handed. The power bank can be used as a flashlight. If it is fully charged, it should be able to be used for a while if you save it. But the mobile phone is no longer usable, and it can't even be turned on. She put these scattered things back into the school bag, and it only took up one grid. The 2 purple rice breads were packaged and could be put into the school bag, which saved another space. Now she didn't have enough space. Other supplies left: mineral water times 4, wood times 5, nails times 3, steamed buns times 2, fishing line times 5, a set of thermal underwear, a bag of cabbage seeds. Yun Yin Yin had to hurry up to expand and upgrade, so that she could ensure that she would live until the day her family came. The later it got, the stronger the sea breeze became. Yun Yin Yin was afraid of catching a cold, so she put on thermal underwear. It might be because she was in the novice protection period. As long as she completed the hard tasks stipulated by the system, she would not die. But it was hard to say what would happen after that. Yun Yin Yin decided to upgrade the Shangyun within 3 days. She picked up the wooden box that she had put aside before and decomposed it to obtain 5 pieces of wood. In this way, she had 10 pieces of wood again. But it was still far from the conditions for upgrading. She thought about it. Although the materials were insufficient, her food and water were sufficient. Maybe someone was willing to exchange materials for food. Although everyone did not have much wood, food and water were more scarce. Thinking of this, Yun Yin Yin opened the chat channel again. I'm so hungry. Is there any kind person who can give me some food? I'm starving too. Now my chest is sticking to my belly, and I don't have any water. Who can give me a bottle of water? I will repay you in the future. Wood for water. 2 wood for a bottle of water. Water is so precious. Who would be willing to trade with you for only 2 pieces of wood? There is only 1 box a day, and it may not produce water. It's not enough for me to drink. Yun Yin Yin still has 4 bottles of water, which is enough for me to drink. I can take out 2 bottles to exchange for other supplies. It would be great if I can exchange them for the intermediate fishing rod blueprint, or 1 bottle of water for 10 pieces of wood. Now the more important thing is to upgrade. As long as there is enough food and water, it will be fine. While everyone is short of water, exchange for a good price. She glanced at the trading hall, which was closed and the system was not open yet. Then she could only trade privately. Yun Yin Yin thought about it, and sent a message in the chat channel. Yun Yin Yin, 1 bottle of water for 20 pieces of wood or 10 nails. As soon as she sent the message, she felt something floating in front of her. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see clearly. She took out the power bank and turned on the light. It turned out to be a box. There were a few words hanging on the box. Old wooden box. Seeing this, Yun Yin Yin's eyes were shining. The treasure box floated to a distance of only a few meters from her. Yun Yin Yin stared at the box and hesitated. But she thought that today was a lucky day for her. And she was in the novice protection period, so there should be no danger. Should she jump down to get it? There won't be sharks in the sea. Yun Yin Yin looked at the sea carefully, and it seemed very calm. She thought about it, and thought of a saying, fortunes are sought in danger. But she still didn't dare to take risks. What if? Yun Yin Yin thought about it, and finally came up with a solution. Didn't she have a parasol? She could use it to paddle the raft. And after paddling over, she could use the umbrella to pull up the treasure chest. Yun Yin Yin did it quickly. And it really worked. After opening the folded parasol, she paddled in the water, and went over to the wooden box. The wooden box was right next to her, and she used the umbrella to get it up. Although she was soaked and the raft was wet, she didn't care so much. She shook off the water, put it on the raft, and then opened the box. Get intermediate fishing rod blueprint times 1. Wood times 10. Nails times 5. Scallion pancake times 1. It's really a relief that someone gave me a pillow when I was sleepy. And there was a blueprint. Great. This way, she had 15 pieces of wood and 8 nails. If she disassembled the box, she would have 20 pieces of wood. 1 step closer to her goal. And with the blueprint, her fishing rod can be upgraded. After upgrading, she can also fish for treasure chests. Yun Yin Yin couldn't wait to take out the blueprint to upgrade her fishing rod. She clicked OK. and the fishing rod in her hand suddenly looked brand new, becoming bigger, thicker and more luxurious. The color of the fishing rod also became brighter, which looked very powerful. Intermediate fishing rod, upgradable. One-piece non-slip grip. Comfortable to the touch. Non-slip and wear resistant. More powerful fishing. You can fish for 3 treasure chests every day. And higher level fishing rods can also fish for better treasure chests. Upgrade conditions. Advanced fishing rod blueprint. Fishing line times 20. Better treasure chests. You can fish for 3 more. I thought I could fish for 1 more after upgrading. But I didn't expect to get 2 more at once. So cool. Yun Minmin immediately sat up and started fishing. Although it was late, and she might not catch anything. She really couldn't wait until tomorrow. And it was almost 12 o'clock. She was lucky today. But maybe she wouldn't be so lucky tomorrow. After throwing the fishing rod, she stared at the water surface. It was pitch black, and she couldn't see clearly. She was reluctant to use a power bank for lighting, thinking that she had a feeling when she first caught it. So she should be able to know without looking. After more than 10 minutes, Yun Minmin finally felt something was hooked. This box was much heavier than the last one, and she used a lot of strength to pull it up. Get a bronze treasure chest. Yun Minmin opened her eyes wide and looked at the box in front of her with surprise. A bronze treasure chest. Isn't that better than a wooden one? She immediately opened the box. What a lucky day. Get wood times 15. Iron nails times 5. A floral blanket. Mineral water times 5. A box of mango. Milk times 1. So many things. Blanket. Milk. Both of which were not available before. She took them out happily and smelled the mango. It was indeed very fresh. And even smelled sweet. It looked very clean. And she couldn't help but take a bite. The sweet mango juice exploded in her mouth. And the whole mouth was full of the wonderful mango taste. Delicious. This is much better than the mangoes she has eaten in real life. It is sweet with a little refreshing sourness. Full of juice. And makes people feel comfortable all over after eating it. As if they are not so tired. Yun Minmin put it away like a treasure. This is a good thing. The blanket is also useful. And it can be covered when sleeping later. The most important thing is that there are a lot of wood and nails. Yun Minmin put all the things in the backpack, thinking that there is still a chance to catch a treasure chest, which cannot be wasted, and hurriedly continued to fish. However, this time, she waited for a long time, but no treasure chest was caught. Thinking that she had sent a transaction request in the chat channel before, she opened the chat to take a look. I'm willing to exchange wood for water, but 20 pieces of wood are too much. Can 10 pieces for 1 bottle of water work? We've just built the raft and everyone has used up most of their wood. Who can still have 20 pieces of wood? Yes. I only have 2 left. I also think that 10 pieces of wood for 1 bottle of water is not bad. But everyone doesn't have enough water to drink. And someone can still take it out to exchange for wood. Which means he is not short of water. Although many people said this, Yun Minmin didn't want to lower the price. Now everyone is short of water. Wood can be decomposed as long as there is a box. But water may not be produced. Just as she was about to close the chat, she saw someone privately messaging her. Chapter 3 The second day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. I have some wood here. How many bottles of water do you have? Yun Minmin was stunned for a moment. Then she replied, how much wood can you exchange? She was cautious and didn't want to tell the other party about her inventory. The man probably guessed that she wouldn't say it directly. So he sent another message. I can exchange 30 wood with you for 2 bottles of water. If you agree, we can trade immediately. Yun Minmin didn't expect that this person had so much wood to exchange. Under normal circumstances, everyone can catch a treasure chest, plus the wood in a novice gift pack. After making a raft, it is generally difficult to have much wood left. But this one can exchange 30, which means he still has some left. How much wood did he get? Yun Minmin looked at the man's name carefully. Hu Yuan. This name looked familiar. Yun Minmin remembered that this man seemed to be the one who said in the chat channel earlier that those who couldn't make a raft would die soon even if they survived now. Many people said he was cold-blooded. Before, Yun Minmin asked in the chat channel to exchange 20 wood for a bottle of water. But no one contacted her to trade. They all asked her to give them water. And most of them wanted to get it for free. Some people also advised her to keep the water, so that she would regret it when she ran out of it later. Yun Minmin ignored them all. But this also shows that everyone either didn't have that much wood or felt it was not worth it. Hu Yuan's offer was okay. 30 is fine. Okay. I'll trade with you. Anyway, she just opened 5 bottles of water. So it's okay to trade 2 bottles of water. Yun Nian and Hu Yuan made a deal. And soon, she saw 30 more wood in her backpack and 2 less bottles of water. Hu Yuan, do you have extra food? Yun Nian hesitated. What's wrong? Can I trade nails for food? How much materials does this person have? But doesn't he have water and food? Yun Nian looked at her backpack. Although there was not much food, it was enough. She had 2 steamed buns, 2 purple rice breads, scallion pancakes, a box of mangoes, and a piece of chocolate. These are enough for her to eat for 2 days. And she can open the box tomorrow. But she only has 13 nails now. If she can exchange a few more nails here, she will have enough nails for upgrading. As long as she saves some wood tomorrow, the materials will be enough. Yun Nian wanted to exchange with him, but she didn't agree immediately. I don't have much food either. Do you have a lot of nails? After a minute, there was no reply. Yun Nian clicked on Hu Yuan's personal information. You can see a vague male image and facial outline. Player, Hu Yuan. Age, 23. The rest of the values are all hidden. It seems that players can only see the name and age when looking at other people's information. At this time, Yun Nian's fishing rod moved. She pulled it up and took a look. Get a bronze treasure chest. Get wood times 10. Iron nails times 5. Fishing line times 2. Steamed buns times 2. This box is not bad. Wood and iron nails are what Yun Nian needs now. Adding her own inventory, she now has a total of 75 wood and 18 iron nails. Not far from the goal. The wooden box can also be decomposed into wood. Oh! By the way, the bronze box can also be decomposed. Yun Nian immediately picked up the bronze treasure chest and clicked to decompose. The bronze treasure chest can be divided into bronze times 10 or wood times 50. Please make a choice. Yun Nian thought about it. Although bronze might be better, she needed wood more now. So she replaced everything with wood. The wooden box also decomposed 5 pieces of wood. Now, she had a total of 130 pieces of wood and 18 nails. And she could upgrade the raft soon. Yun Nian opened the chat. Hu Yuan had sent her a message. I don't have much either. But I need food more. There are only wood and nails in my treasure box. No food or water. Yun Nian was very surprised that there was such a thing. So many pieces of wood and nails. But no food or water at all. What about the novice gift pack? She was simply curious. Hu Yuan replied very quickly this time. Same. Yun Nian didn't know whether Hu Yuan was lucky or unlucky. So many wood and nails can't be eaten or drunk. No wonder he came to her to exchange water. Yun Nian, well, I have steamed buns here. I can exchange them for nails. Hu Yuan, I'll give you 10 nails in exchange for 2 steamed buns. Do you have any? Yun Nian thought. If he can open a lot of wood and nails every day in the future, maybe she can exchange supplies with him frequently in the future. In this way, she won't have to worry about upgrading the raft. Not bad. However, 10 nails want to exchange her 2 big steamed buns. That won't work. Yun Nian, I don't need so many nails. And 2 steamed buns are too many. So how about 5 nails for half a steamed bun? Hu Yuan, haggle the price down to half. Yun Nian sent the picture of the steamed bun. A big, white, soft steamed bun appeared in front of Hu Yuan. It looked delicious. The food in the game tasted better than the food in the real world. And you could even smell it. Maybe the picture of the steamed bun made him hungry. Hu Yuan agreed. Okay. Change it for another steamed bun. Half a steamed bun is not enough. Yun Nian clicked on the transaction and put the steamed bun on it. Soon she received the nails. After getting enough nails, Yun Nian didn't care about anything else, and hurriedly opened her raft and clicked on the upgrade. I saw a pile of wood flying up by itself. At an absurd speed. I couldn't see how it was operated, but I could hear the sound of the hammer hammering nails and the saw cutting wood. In less than a minute, the raft was successfully upgraded. The raft became a small boat, with fixed oars on both sides of the boat, and the hull was divided into 2 parts. Yun Nian sat on the spacious side. The empty space at the bow could be used to store things, and the stern was a half-meter-long flat surface where people could stand. Yun Nian's backpack was still enough for the time being, and when the grid was full and there was no place to put it, she could put some things on the boat. This boat was much more comfortable than the previous raft. And there was also a small bench. The previous raft was very uncomfortable to sit on. When sleeping, put the bench in front and you can lie down. There is a place to lean on both sides. And you don't have to worry about falling into the sea if you turn over. Although there is still no bed. Yun Minmin is still quite satisfied compared to before. Fortunately, she upgraded the raft before going to bed. Yun Minmin clicked on the boat information. Name, Shan Yun. Level 2 wooden boat, upgradable. Rating, 8 points. Expansion conditions, wood times 300. Nails times 50. After the upgrade, the comfort level was greatly increased. And Yun Minmin began to look forward to the next upgrade. It seems that she still needs to speed up the stockpiling of wood and nails. She has accumulated 100 in such a short time. And the other 300 should only take 2 days. Yun Minmin is quite confident. Looking at the dark sea, Yun Minmin yawned. It was windy on the sea at night, and it was quite cold. She put a blanket underneath, covered herself with a set of thermal underwear, and then used her school bag as a pillow, leaned sideways to hug herself, and closed her eyes. After a day of hard work, she was already tired and sleepy. And now she could finally sleep. Although it was still a little hard and uncomfortable. Yun Minmin fell asleep quickly. What else can be picky about this place? The sun rose from the sea in the early morning and slowly reached the top of her head. The sun shone on the sea without any shelter, directly on her face and body. She was very uncomfortable when she opened her eyes, and she blocked them with her hands for a long time before she could barely sit up. Yun Minmin stretched her body, still a little dazed. She looked around and remembered that she was on the sea. As soon as she woke up, Yun Minmin found that her spirit value had decreased. It was 65 points before, and now it became 63. It seems that this spirit value will change with the state of the human body. Yun Minmin quickly took out the sun umbrella from her backpack. After opening the umbrella, Yun Minmin took out mineral water from her backpack and slowly drank half a bottle of water. After a while, her spirit value was restored by itself. Fortunately, she had an umbrella. Otherwise she would definitely be exhausted if she continued to be exposed to the sun. The sun on the sea is really scorching. Much stronger than on land. Yun Minmin remembered that she hadn't thrown the dice today. Let's see how lucky she is today. Soon, the lucky dice appeared in her hand. She threw it into the air, and saw the dice spinning quickly and finally stopped in the air. It was the number 3. 3. Everything goes well. It's almost like your wishes come true. You know, this is the second best number. The treasure chest she caught today must be all good things. Chapter 4. Yun Minmin was eating purple rice bread while thinking about what she wanted and needed most. Not to mention, the plain purple rice bread tasted good. The soft bread was filled with butter and sweet and soft purple rice fillings. It was sweet and soft, and the purple rice was chewy. It was delicious and filling. After eating one, Yun Minmin was already full. Drink 2 more sips of water. Yun Minmin opened the chat channel to see what everyone was talking about. It's so sunny. I'm going to die. I really want to jump into the water. More than 100 people died. It's terrible. My spirit value has been decreasing. What's going on? Am I going to die? The raft doesn't even have a shelter. If you're not careful, you'll fall into it when you sleep. I didn't dare to sleep last night. Today's treasure chest is pretty good. I caught some bread. They're delicious. Would you like to exchange bread? I'll trade water for bread. No. No. I don't have enough for myself. I caught a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod. But unfortunately I don't have a fishing line. Is there anyone who can give me a fishing line? After I upgrade, I'll give you the next treasure chest I catch. Is there anyone who can exchange a blueprint for an intermediate fishing rod? I'm willing to trade food and water. Someone else asked what benefits there are after upgrading the fishing rod. Someone answered it soon. After the fishing rod is upgraded, you can fish 3 treasure chests. Everyone should upgrade quickly so that you can get more supplies. Yun Minmin looked at the name of this person. Nye Yongguang. He was the one who reminded everyone that the treasure chest could be decomposed. It seems that he is a kind-hearted person. And he should have good luck, because he has upgraded his fishing rod just like himself. Nye Yongguang is very active in the chat channel, and seems to have good popularity. As soon as he speaks, many people talk to him. He also replied one by one. Nye Yongguang, does anyone have extra nails? I can exchange them with wood. Nye Yongguang, don't you have enough nails? I have some here. I can exchange them with you. Nye Yongwang, 5 pieces of wood for 2 nails. I need 10 nails. If you have any, please PM me. What do you need so many nails for? To upgrade the raft? Nye Yongwang, yes. I just fished 3 treasure chests and got enough wood. I only need 10 nails to upgrade. You are so lucky. I only have 10 pieces of wood now. It's still a long way to get 100. Seeing that other people's rafts are about to be upgraded, Yun Yin feels like she is being chased. She has to hurry up, since she doesn't know what she wants. She hopes that the next 3 treasure chests are all bronze treasure chests. In this way, each treasure chest can be decomposed into at least 50 pieces of wood. And there are still things in the treasure chest. This way you won't lose anything. It's better to get a few more good things that others don't have. Yun Yin picked up the fishing rod, sat on a small stool, and started fishing. Soon she caught the first treasure chest. Get a bronze treasure chest. Yun Yin couldn't wait to open the treasure chest. Get a primary workbench blueprint. Planting guide. A large and round seedless watermelon ×1. Apple juice ×2. Roses ×3. All good things. Especially this workbench, which has never appeared in the chat channel. It's just that these things are all new. And Yun Yin's backpack is not big enough to hold them. If they can't fit in the backpack, they can only be placed outside. Some things are easy to break if they are placed outside. So you have to find a way to expand the backpack. Yun Yin clicked on the backpack properties. Primary backpack. Can hold 10 items. Upgrade materials. 10 second level deerskin. 5 silk threads. Deerskin and silk threads are things she doesn't have. I can't upgrade it for now, so I can only make do with it. She picked up the primary workbench blueprint. Primary workbench blueprint. Can make a primary workbench. Making materials. 5 stone bricks. 2 iron blocks. Another material she had never seen before. Yun Yin continued to pick up the planting guide. After just a moment's reading, her eyes lit up. This is a treasure. The planting guide introduces the various plants and fruits that can be planted here, as well as the planting conditions and methods. And the growth cycle is also clearly written. It turns out that you can grow things on the ship, as long as you follow the method. It is much simpler than in the real world. And the growth cycle is also shorter. For example, the growth period of potatoes is about 60 to 100 days. But here, it only takes 6 to 10 days. It is 10 times shorter. That's great. She had cabbage seeds in her novice gift pack before. When the time comes, she can use it to grow cabbage. Thinking of eating tender fried cabbage, Yun Yin is a little excited. Yun Yin picked up the big watermelon. A little embarrassed. She didn't have a fruit knife. And she didn't know how to eat the watermelon, so she could only put it aside for now. But apple juice is very good. It can quench thirst and supplement vitamins. There are also 3 roses. Although they are useless, they look good and smell good. She likes them very much. Yun Yin can't use the wood now, so she didn't decompose the bronze box, but put it aside and continued to fish for treasure chests. The second treasure chest came soon. Get bronze treasure chest. It was another bronze treasure chest, and Yun Yin opened it quickly. Get key fragment ×1. Stone brick ×5. Iron block ×1. Silk thread ×5. Peach ×5. It's really a wish come true. All of which are what she urgently needs. Whatever you want, you get. It's great. However, not all of them were sent to her. To make a workbench, she still needs an iron block. And to upgrade the backpack, she still needs to find deerskin. But there is still some hope. After all, there is still a chance to catch a treasure chest. Yun Yin continued fishing. The last treasure chest seemed to be particularly difficult to catch. Yun Yin sat for half an hour, but there was no movement. Her waist was sore, so she had to open the chat to kill time. The chat channel was very lively at this moment. Nye Yongwang, I finally upgraded the raft. Let me show you my little wooden boat. The picture is very high definition, even 3D. You can see a brand new wooden boat with several wooden boxes on it. One of the wooden boxes was opened and a water cup was placed inside. Wow, this is much better than the raft. I envy you. I also want to upgrade quickly, but I still need a lot of wood. Nye Yongwang, you are so lucky. Nye Yongwang, it's okay. The main thing is that after the fishing rod is upgraded, there are more treasure chests and more supplies. You should upgrade the fishing rod first. After the raft is upgraded, it will be much more comfortable. Hey. The problem is that we don't have the fishing rod blueprint. Don't talk about the fishing rod blueprint. I haven't eaten for a day. Who can help me with some food? Please. 10 pieces of wood for a bottle of water. Please. My throat is about to smoke. Your offer was willing to exchange yesterday. But it is estimated that there will be no one today. Now everyone has no water to drink. How should I know? If I had known, I would have exchanged with that person yesterday. Can anyone give me a bottle of water? I will reward you handsomely in the future. Among a group of people who were exchanging wood and nails for water, someone suddenly took out something different, which attracted everyone's attention. Key fragments for 2 bottles of water and antipyretic medicine. Others at least exchange wood and nails for a bottle of water. How dare you exchange so much for your broken key fragments? Many people laughed at this person for dreaming. Exchanging so much water and medicine for a fragment that they didn't know what it was used for. Which was a fantasy. But Yun was attracted by this key fragment. Because she just opened a key fragment. But she didn't know what it was used for. Suddenly she received a private message. It was Hu Yuan who asked her if she had any water to exchange. Yun, is there still no water in your treasure chest today? Hu Yuan, yes. It's all materials. No water or food. He could bear not eating food. But he couldn't bear not drinking water in such a scorching sun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to ask Yun again. Yun thought that he only needed an iron block to make a workbench. So he asked him, what materials did you get? Hu Yuan, bricks, nails, wood, fishing line. Quite a lot. But no iron block. Yun was a little disappointed. Hu Yuan, what do you need? Yun thought about it, and felt that there was no need to hide it. So she told him, I want an iron block. But unfortunately you don't have it. How many do you want? 1 piece is enough. If you can give me an iron block, I can give you half a bottle of water. Only half a bottle? The value of iron blocks was much higher than that of nails yesterday. And they were rare. Yesterday, 30 pieces of wood could be exchanged for 2 bottles of water. But today, an iron block can only be exchanged for half a bottle of water? Swindler. Too cunning. Yun also knew that half a bottle of water was a bit too little. But Yun bet that everyone had very little water now. And no one was willing to exchange. She didn't reply. And after a while, Hu Yuan really gave in. I don't have an iron block here either. But I can help you get it. How about this? I agree this time. But in the future, if you have extra water or food, you should give priority to me. Yun agreed readily. She also wanted to keep Hu Yuan as a partner. 1 minute later, Hu Yuan sent a transaction application. And Yun saw an iron block on it. It was quite fast. Yun did not hesitate and replaced half a bottle of water for him. At this time, he probably didn't care that he had drunk half of the bottle of water. It was good to have water to drink. Sure enough, Hu Yuan sent her a thank you message. You can find me if you need any materials. I should need food and water for a long time. Yun thought that this person might have accepted the fate of not being able to open food and water. She didn't ask where he got the iron block from. Anyway, it was fine. She was just about to take out the workbench blueprint to make the workbench when the fishing rod started to move. It was important to fish for the treasure chest first. Yun tried very hard but couldn't pull the chest up. It's so heavy. It must be a good chest. Maybe it's better than the bronze chest. It's a silver chest. Thinking that she could get something good again, Yun worked even harder. Finally, she pulled the chest out of the water. It seemed to be a bronze chest again. She pulled it up and saw that this bronze chest was different from the previous ones. It was locked. Strange. The previous 2 were not locked. Get a locked bronze chest. Yun tried to open it, but got a prompt. A locked chest needs a key to open. The locked ones must be better than those that can be opened directly. Maybe something really good can be opened. Chapter 5. But where can I find the key? Oh! She has a key fragment. Yun took it out and tried. Incomplete key fragments need to be combined into a complete key before they can be used. Yun frowned. Someone just exchanged key fragments for food. Why not go find that person to exchange? Yun opened the chat and looked for the message of that person just now. However, there were too many people talking. There were tens of thousands of people in a district. It took a few minutes to find the message. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Forget it. Let's make a workbench first. There were enough materials. And Yun Yin Yin soon made a primary workbench, putting the workbench on the ship. It almost took up 1/3 of the space. And Yun Yin Yin had no place to put anything else. I have to upgrade the boat to a bigger size. Upgrading to level 3 requires 300 pieces of wood and 50 iron nails. Yun Yin Yin doesn't have that much supplies now, counting the 2 bronze treasure chests that can be decomposed into 100 pieces of wood. She only has 130 pieces of wood and 8 iron nails. Yun Yin Yin sighed, although she only saw one Nye Yongguang in the chat channel who upgraded the raft like him. And most of them have not been upgraded. She still wants to upgrade her boat quickly and get ahead of others. And maybe the next upgrade will give her a house to shelter from the wind and rain. Some fishing boats have rooms. And the most important thing is that the space can be bigger. Ask Hu Yuan what else he has later. He only changed a bottle of water today. And he may need food. Yun Yin Yin came to the workbench to see what the workbench can do. Primary workbench, upgradable. Can make basic items. Upgrade conditions, intermediate workbench blueprint. The workbench comes with a small display screen, on which you can choose to make, build and customize. The left side is for placing materials. The right side is for generating items. And there are operation instructions. It is very simple to use. However, the primary workbench can only make some simple things. But there are quite a lot of types. Yun Yin Yin looked carefully and found that many things were useful. For example, tables and chairs, axes, machetes, fishing rods, mattocks, and long swords. Different materials will produce different quality. She looked at it and found that it was quite simple to make a primary fishing rod. All you need is a fishing line, a piece of wood and an iron nail. If you choose to customize it, you have to make improvements on the drawing yourself. But the possibility of failure is relatively high. It is best not to try it easily. After all, if you follow the drawing, you will never make mistakes. It is hard to say whether the things you design can be used. She chatted with Hu Yuan privately. Do you have any extra wood and iron nails? I will exchange them with you for food. Yes. How many do you want? The thing Hu Yuan lacks the most is wood and iron nails. In fact, after fishing for the treasure chest today, his raft was also upgraded. There are a lot of materials in his treasure chest. Before Yun Yin Yin came to him, he was about to exchange nails and wood with others for the intermediate fishing rod blueprint. If he fished 2 more treasure chests every day, he might get food and water. Hu Yuan had no choice. It was too difficult to ask people to exchange water and food every day. But he didn't have much hope, because he had never gotten food and water in his gift bags and treasure chests. Yun Yin Yin, 50 nails. She also knew that 50 nails was a bit too much. But there was nothing she could do. Hu Yuan knew at a glance that she wanted to upgrade the boat, because he also had a level 2 boat, and upgrading it to level 3 would require exactly 50 nails. I don't have that many. I only have 35. If you need it, I can get you 50. Do you have any food to exchange? Yun Yin Yin's eyes lit up. She looked at her backpack again. She still had 4 steamed buns, 5 peaches, a purple rice bread, a big watermelon, and a box of mangoes. What should I exchange for it? I can give him 1 steamed bun. Yun Yin Yin doesn't like it. I can keep the bread for myself at night. Then I'll give him a peach. Yun Yin Yin, 1 steamed bun plus 1 peach in exchange for 50 nails. She raised the price. You have peaches? Hu Yuan was shocked. Yun Yin Yin, well, do you want it? Looking at Hu Yuan's expression, her peaches seemed to be very valuable and precious. Fortunately, the price, he said, was much higher than her bottom price in her mind. Sure. Hu Yuan had been staring at the chat channel today, and only saw one person say that fruit had been opened, which means that fruit is very rare on the sea. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Yun Yin Yin suddenly felt that her peaches were very precious. She had a lot of fruit before, but she never felt it. She also exchanged peaches for a key fragment. Now thinking about it, it's a bit of a pity, but she exchanged it, and she still has it. Soon, Hu Yuan didn't know where he got 50 iron nails. Maybe he exchanged them with wood from others. After Yun Yin Yin received the materials, she sorted out her supplies. Now she has a total of wood times 135, nails times 58, mineral water times 6, fishing line times 2, steamed buns times 3, purple rice bread times 1, watermelon times 1, apple juice times 2, silk thread times 5, a box of mangoes, Scallion pancake times 1. Rose times 3. Milk times 1. Peach times 4. A floral blanket. Planting guide. A bag of cabbage seeds. A set of thermal underwear. In addition, there are a few things she brought from the real world in her school bag. In fact, she has quite a lot of supplies. Should she just collect the wood and upgrade? She has enough food and drink. But if she wants to get ahead of others, she has to hurry up and upgrade. After all, everyone is still in a time of shortage of supplies. And the fishing rods have not been upgraded. When everyone's fishing rods are upgraded, there will be no shortage of supplies. And food will not be so scarce. So there will not be much material to exchange. After thinking about it, Yun Minmin decided to ask Hu Yuan to help her collect the remaining 165 pieces of wood. It's not that Yun Minmin can't exchange them herself. But after trading with Hu Yuan several times, she felt that he was quite reliable. Moreover, she was too lazy to send messages to find people in the chat channel. It was troublesome and easy to expose that she had a lot of things. She understood the principle of making a fortune in silence. Yun Minmin privately chatted with Hu Yuan again. How much wood do you have to exchange? Hu Yuan just ate a peach. And now he feels refreshed. He plans to save the steamed buns for when he is hungry at night. And he also keeps the peach pits, which may be useful in the future. He was stunned when he saw Yun Minmin's message. He always took the initiative to find Yun Minmin. And this was the first time Yun Minmin found him. After changing the nails, she had to change the wood. Yun Minmin was planning to upgrade to level 3 in one go. Hu Yuan didn't expect her to be so anxious. After all, most people are still using level 1 rafts. And few people have upgraded to level 2. It is estimated that no one has upgraded to level 3 yet. Hu Yuan originally thought that he could rest for a while after reaching level 2. But seeing Yun Minmin like this, he hesitated. How about he also starve for 2 days? Save the materials for 2 days. And upgrade first? But the peach just now was really delicious. How much do you need? Hu Yuan didn't waste any words. 107. Actually, it was 165. Yun Minmin rounded it up. It's a lot short. Hu Yuan doesn't have that much. Hu Yuan, I don't have that much here either. And no one should be able to take out that much wood now. Yun Minmin thought so too. Now no one can get 100 pieces of wood to upgrade the raft. And she asked for 170 pieces of wood as soon as she asked. Who can take it out? Even if they can take it out, why don't they use it to upgrade themselves? Why would they give it all to her? Hu Yuan, but if you find a few more people to exchange, you should be able to get it. If each person exchanges a dozen or 20 pieces, it will be enough to find 10 people. Yun Minmin, although it is a bit troublesome to find 10 people, it is indeed a solution. But what can she exchange? Yun Minmin suddenly thought that she still had a big watermelon. If she cut it, cutting half of the watermelon into 10 pieces, maybe it would work. Can't the workbench make a machete? An ordinary machete can just cut watermelons. She clicked to check the materials needed to make an ordinary machete. A piece of wood and an iron block. But she no longer had an iron block. Other things can't be divided into 10 parts to exchange for wood. Yun Minmin, can you still get an iron block? I'll still exchange half a bottle of water with you. Hu Yuan, do you have so much water? Yun Minmin, just enough to drink. Save it. 6 bottles of water. If you save it, it will definitely be fine for 2 days. And she can continue to fish for treasure chests tomorrow. Wait a minute. I'll go ask. He met a person in the exchange of materials. And he often got better materials. The iron block that was given to Yun Minmin before was exchanged by Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan first exchanged the iron block with his own things. And then traded it for mineral water from Yun Minmin. Hu Yuan privately chatted with Cui Tao, brother. Do you have any more iron blocks? Cui Tao, there is another one. What's wrong? Do you want more? Hu Yuan, I have a friend who wants to exchange. Cui Tao has no use for the iron block. What he lacks now is fishing line. He just got the intermediate fishing rod blueprint and is eager to upgrade the fishing rod. You can trade it with fishing line. He had been staring at the chat for a long time. But no one was trading fishing line. Hu Yuan told Yun Minmin. Do you have fishing line? I know someone who can trade fishing line for iron. Yun Minmin had just sorted out the supplies and knew that she still had 2 fishing lines. So she quickly replied, yes. Okay. Then you can trade it yourself. Hu Yuan then created a small group of 3 people. Soon, Yun Minmin saw Cui Tao in the group chat. She sent the information about the fishing line. Chui Tao was overjoyed. He only needed this to upgrade his fishing rod. Many people in the chat channel had already upgraded their fishing rods. After the fishing rod was upgraded, it could catch 3 boxes, and the speed of accumulating supplies would be much faster. Chui Tao immediately made a deal with Yun Yin Yin. The two got what they wanted, and without saying a word, they hurried to make what they wanted. Yun Yin Yin made a machete, and Chui Tao got an intermediate fishing rod. Yun Yin Yin cut the big watermelon into 2 halves, put one half back into the backpack, and cut the other half into 11 pieces with a machete. She cut one more piece, but it was almost the same anyway, and she could still eat a little bit. The seedless watermelon from the red soil has shiny flesh and looks very beautiful in the sun. It is sweet and delicious, refreshing and thirst-quenching. Chapter 6. She opened the chat channel and was about to post a picture of the watermelon to promote it. But she paused. Key fragments. In exchange for water and food. Here we go again. You want to exchange a broken fragment for water and food. You are dreaming too much. Key fragments. In exchange for water and food. I don't know what this key fragment is for. How about this? I'll give you a bottle of water in exchange for you. Must exchange for water and food. Not a bottle of water. Ignore her. Let her starve to death with a key fragment. The current players have never seen key fragments and don't know what they are used for. What's more, the boxes they see can probably be opened without a key. But water is in short supply now, and they can't get it even if they want to. As for food, even fewer people have it. Who would carry food with them? Yun Yin Yin really wanted to synthesize the key to open the box, but she didn't have any food either. She opened the person's message. Player, Luo Luo. Age, 25. Then clicked on the chat and sent her a message. Yun Yin Yin, hello. I have water and food here. Can you show me the key fragment? The other party replied after a while. Luo Luo, yes. She sent a 3D picture, and Yun Yin Yin could clearly see the key fragment, which was the same as her own. After confirming, Yun Yin Yin continued to ask, do you only have one key fragment? Do you have anything else? Luo Luo, no. I only have this. Yun Yin Yin asked in surprise, don't you have any other materials? Luo Luo, yes. She took a screenshot for Yun Yin Yin. Players can directly take screenshots of what they see, such as the scenery in front of them, and their own light screens. As long as she can see it, she can take screenshots. Yun Yin Yin saw her backpack. There was only a key fragment and a fishing rod in it. How can she survive on this sea? Yun Yin Yin didn't sympathize with her, but was shocked. Then, how did you make a raft? The novice gift package happened to have the materials for making a raft, but there was no water or food. I fished for a long time and only caught a fragment. I don't know what it is for. Yun Yin Yin understood now. No one was willing to exchange supplies with her these past 2 days. Yun Yin Yin, what will you do in the future? Luo Luo, I don't know. If I die, my brother will be alone in this world. I don't want to die. Yun Yin Yin felt sad when she heard that she also had a brother. Yun Yin Yin, don't you and your brother have other family members? Well, he and I grew up in an orphanage. And later, we went to a martial arts school to learn martial arts. Maybe because she felt that she was going to die. Luo Luo talked a little more. Yun Yin Yin, have you been hungry and waterless? Luo Luo, yeah. Yun Yin Yin thought about it and decided to trade with her. Okay, I'll trade with you. Really? Luo Luo was still a little bit unconvinced. She insisted on exchanging the key fragment for water and food, and no one paid attention to her. In fact, Yun Yin Yin just wanted this key fragment. But I can only give you half a bottle of water and a steamed bun. If you agree, we can trade. Okay. Luo Luo was already very thirsty. Half a bottle would be fine. Yun Yin Yin, okay. Drink some water and take a rest. I hope you will have better luck and catch food and water later. They are all girls. And Yun Yin Yin is still more friendly to her than to men. Luo Luo, thank you. After Yun Yin Yin got the key, she immediately tried to synthesize it, but unexpectedly failed. The prompt said that 3 key fragments can synthesize a complete key. I thought I could open the box right away. It seems that the difficulty is quite high. I can only find another key fragment. It was completely dark at this time, and the temperature dropped a lot. Yun Yin Yin decided not to wait any longer and quickly exchanged the wood to upgrade the boat. So she sent a message in the chat channel. 1 piece of watermelon for 20 wood. Then attached a picture of watermelon. Oh my god. There is still watermelon. This Yunyan is so lucky. Fuck. I'm so greedy. This watermelon smells so good. 20 wood. Yunyan. You are selling it too expensive. Yes. Why don't you go and grab it? I'll trade with you. When Yusher likes to eat fruits very much. After entering the game, she has been eating steamed buns. Which is annoying. She can't take her eyes off the fruits. It's just 20 pieces of wood. But she has them. She is lucky. The blueprint for upgrading the fishing rod was opened in the first box today. So her fishing rod was also upgraded. Later, she caught a bronze treasure chest and a wooden box. Both of which gave a lot of wood. With the which she got from decomposing the treasure chest. She now has more than 100 pieces of wood in her backpack. She immediately chatted with Yunyan privately. I'll trade with you. 40 pieces of wood for 2 slices of watermelon. She also knew that wood was a necessary material for upgrading. So she didn't dare to exchange all of it. So she only exchanged part of it. And kept the rest for upgrading the raft. Wood can be accumulated. But watermelon is not available every day. At least she had never seen anyone talking about eating fruit in the chat channel these 2 days. Yunyan saw that business was coming. And she took the order with a smile. Clicked the transaction. And it was done in one go. After the first order, someone contacted Yunyan again. Those people in the chat channel complained that it was expensive and scolded Yunyan for being a profiteer. But Yunyan didn't mind. Anyway, there were so many people. And if they didn't buy, there would be people who would buy. She only had 10 pieces of watermelon in total. In less than half an hour, Yunyan sold out all 10 pieces of watermelon. She sent another message in the chat channel. The watermelon is sold out. If you want to buy watermelon, don't ask anymore. Otherwise, someone would still chat with her privately. Hu Yuan sent a message, not bad. It sold out in such a short time. Someone posted a video of himself eating watermelon in the chat channel. He said it was sweet and delicious while eating. And there was a sound. Hu Yuan wanted to buy a piece of watermelon. But he thought that he was in need of many things now. And it was a bit extravagant to spend 20 pieces of wood to buy a piece of watermelon. It seems that there are many rich people in their area. Yunyan, not bad. Since the upgrade materials have been saved. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and upgrade. Yunyan opened the Shangyun and clicked to upgrade. Just like before. The Shangyun boat was covered with white light. And the sound of ding ding bang bang sounded. A minute later, the Shangyun was transformed. There was a house. The hull became 5 times larger. From a fishing boat to a ship with a width of 5 meters and a length of 15 meters. There was a superstructure on the ship. A small house. The wood used for the hull is hard and solid. And looks very smooth. With no signs of splicing. There are fences at the bow and stern. And the house is located in the middle of the hull. It is very spacious inside, and can accommodate a large bed of 1.5 meters by 2 meters. There is also a chimney on the roof. And there is a part of the space outside that can be used to store sundries. Such a boat can accommodate more than a dozen people standing up. And it is quite spacious for Yunyan to live alone. Congratulations to the player who is the first to upgrade the raft to level 3. And the reward is 300 wood, 50 nails, 1 towel, 1 quilt, 1 pillow, 1 landing card, and a bucket of pure water. She is actually the first person to upgrade the raft to level 3. There was no such prompt when she upgraded to level 2 before. Fortunately, she exchanged watermelons for enough materials to upgrade this time. So she could get ahead of others. And the rewards were quite a lot. Originally, she thought that after the upgrade, her wooden and iron nail house would return to the pre-liberation era. But she got so many rewards. And Yunyan filled her inventory again. The other things were also what she needed. She was just worried about not having pillows and quilts to sleep on. And now they came. And there was also a 5L bucket of purified water, which should be enough for 10 days. As for the landing card, Yunyan took it and saw that it said, use the landing card to land on the island at will. The number of times /1. Restriction, can only be used after the raft reaches level 4. Good stuff. After 2 days at sea, she still hasn't seen an island. Except for the deserted island when she entered the game. Since she needs to use the island landing card, it shouldn't be a deserted island with nothing. At least there should be some supplies. But it must not be easy to upgrade the raft to level 4. Yunyan clicked on the information of Shangyun. Name, Shan Yun. Level 3 wooden boat, upgradable. Rating, 20 points. Expansion conditions, wood times 1000. Iron nails times 200. Glass times 10. Sure enough, the materials needed are much more than before. And there is glass that she has never seen before. I don't know what the boat will look like after level 4. I guess I can't think about it for the next 2 days. So she should do something else first. Chapter 7. It was much colder tonight than yesterday. The wind was strong on the sea. Even though Yun Yin was in the cabin, she still felt cold. She was wearing thermal underwear. Not to mention those who had not upgraded their rafts and did not have thermal clothes. She shrank her neck and ate bread while muttering to herself, "It's still the novice protection period. I don't know what will happen after the novice protection period." In the chat channel, everyone was complaining. "I'm almost freezing to death. This damn game doesn't even give me a blanket. Don't even mention the blanket. I'm still wearing short-sleeved shirts and shorts. I'm freezing. Didn't you say it was the novice protection period? It's so cold. I'm going to freeze to death. Will it be even colder in 3 days? Isn't it the doomsday? Will it be the kind of extremely cold weather with ice and snow? Damn. No way. That would really kill people. Is there anyone who wants to change clothes or quilts? I'll exchange the blueprints with you." Seeing this message, Yun Yin, who was about to sleep, suddenly became energetic. Generally speaking, blueprints are good things. And now few people can issue blueprints. The person who spoke was the man named Nye Yongwang. Yun Yin immediately chatted with him privately. "Hello. I have a warm blanket here. Do you have any blueprints? Just got the quilt. The blanket is no longer needed. It's just right to exchange. But the premise is that the blueprint is what she needs." Nye Yongwang recognized her. She was the one selling watermelons. Nye Yongwang also craved watermelons. But he was saving wood to upgrade his sunny homeboy, and was reluctant to exchange it for watermelons. He knew that upgrading the ship was the most important thing in this game. After all, it was about survival on the sea. If you want to survive and live well, it all depends on it. Nye Yongwang, sofa bed blueprint. The sofa bed blueprint is a good thing. But Nye Yongwang is in a hurry to change to something warm. He also suspects that the weather will change suddenly after the novice period. By then, everyone will lack warm items. If he wants to change, it may be more difficult. It is better to change now. In addition, he does not have a workbench, and he does not have enough materials to make a sofa bed. Another reason is that even if he could make it, there is no place to put it. His boat can't accommodate such a large sofa bed. He can only take care of the present. If he can't survive, it's useless to keep this thing. Nye Yongwang, look at your blanket? Yun Yin showed him the floral blanket. Okay. Seeing the blanket, Nye Yongwang was overjoyed. With this, it won't be so cold to sleep at night. He immediately sent the details of the drawing to Yun Yin. Seeing the drawing, Yun Yin was a little moved. It just happened that her room was still missing a bed. She already had a quilt and pillow. If there was no bed, she could only sleep on the floor. And this sofa bed can be used as a sofa during the day, not taking up space. And it can be pulled out at night to sleep on the bed, which is very convenient. Being able to sleep on a bed, wouldn't the happiness index increase rapidly? She decided to exchange without hesitation. The two of them quickly traded, and Yun Yin got the sofa bed blueprint. Sofa bed, required materials, wood times 20. Iron nails times 10. Sponges times 2. Silk threads times 2. Cotton cloth times 2. Yun Yin looked and found that she didn't have cotton cloth and sponges. She had to send a message in the chat channel, using food and water to exchange sponges or cotton cloth. But few people have these two things. It was only the second day of the game, and most people hadn't upgraded their fishing rods yet. They couldn't solve the problem of food and water resources. So how could they have other supplies? Yun Yin spent a long time to exchange for 2 sponges, but still couldn't find cotton cloth. Why not ask others? Yun Yin opened the chat, and she had only chatted with those few people recently. Ask them all. As a result, Luo quickly replied to her message. I just caught a bronze treasure chest, and it happened to open cotton cloth. Okay. What do you want? Luo, it's okay. Food or water? Yun Yin, yeah. She sent Luo a bottle of water. Luo, do you need anything else? I see I don't have it. Yun Yin, no. For now. If you have key fragments, You can tell me. Luo Luo, okay. I didn't catch it. Yun Yin Yin, it doesn't matter. Yun Yin Yin got the cotton cloth so she could make a sofa bed. She immediately went to the workbench and started working. A minute later, a sofa bed made of solid wood appeared in front of her. Before unfolding, it was 2.5 meters long and 1 meter wide. Pulling the bottom frame turned it into a large bed of 2 meters by 2 meters. The sponge was soft to sit on, and it had good resilience. And it was also very comfortable to lie on. Yun Yin Yin was very satisfied. What surprised her even more was that the sofa bed had just been set up. She heard the system prompt, "Congratulations to the player for being the first to make a practical bed. And the reward is the primary water purifier blueprint. 2 pillows and 2 sofa cushions." 2 pillows and 2 cushions suddenly appeared on the sofa. The color and style matched the sofa bed. Both are cream beige. There is also a water purifier blueprint. Yun Mian is delighted. She took it out and looked at it. Primary water purifier. Can filter out 2 bottles of 500 milliliters pure water every day. Required materials. Activated carbon ×1. Cotton cloth ×1. Plastic bottle ×1. Activated carbon needs to be changed every 3 days. Mineral water bottles are plastic. Just right for use. She has cotton cloth, but the activated carbon is missing. Yun Mian lost all sleepiness and immediately asked Hu Yuan and Nie Yongguang if they had activated carbon. She has been active in the chat channel today, changing to wood, sponge and cotton cloth, and now activated carbon. If she posts again, many people will probably think she is doing something. As it turned out, Hu Yuan didn't have any, but Nie Yongguang had 2. Yun Mian immediately said, "How about I exchange one of my pillows for 2 activated carbons? You can use the pillows as pillows at night, and they are very comfortable." Yun Mian had 2 pillows on her sofa, and one was enough for her, so she just wanted to exchange them. Nie Yongguang was very happy. Okay, I'll exchange with you." He didn't know where the activated carbon came from, but the pillow was pretty good, and it was comfortable to sleep with. Nie Yongguang, "But what do you want the activated carbon for?" Yun Mian thought about it and decided to tell him that she would definitely be the only one who had the water purifier blueprint in the future. And Nie Yongguang would definitely know what the activated carbon was used for when he got it. So there was no need to lie to him now. Yun Mian thought he was kind-hearted and a nice person, and maybe they could cooperate in the future. Yun Mian, "I just got the water purifier blueprint and need activated carbon." Nie Yongguang, "No way. So awesome. If I don't have water to drink in the future, I can buy water from you." Seeing his reaction, Yun Mian smiled and said, "Okay." She added, "Don't tell anyone else." Nie Yongguang, "Okay. I won't tell you if you don't want me to." Nie Yongguang, "You can make sofa beds and water purifiers. Do you have a workbench?" Yun Mian, "Yes." Nie Yongguang envied him. "That's great. I only saw one person draw up a workbench blueprint. I didn't expect you to have one too." Yun Mian, "Maybe you can make it tomorrow." Nie Yongguang, "Hee. I hope so. Is your sofa bed ready?" Yun Mian, "It's still short of materials." Nie Yongguang, "Well, I don't have the sponge and cotton cloth required for it." Nie Yongguang thought Yun Mian was amazing. She had made a workbench so early. He hadn't seen anyone else make one yet. He had a feeling that Yun Mian was a big shot, and he should build a good relationship with her as soon as possible. He took the initiative to say, "If I make it, I'll tell you. Anyway, it's useless for me to have it." Yun Mian, "Okay. Thank you." This Nie Yongguang is indeed a warm-hearted person. So Yun Mian asked him again, "By the way, do you have a key fragment?" Nie Yongguang, "Ah? What do you want that for?" Yun Mian, "I need it." Nie Yongguang, "I don't have it, but my friend does. I can ask him if he wants to exchange it for you." Yun Mian, "Okay." She only needed 1 fragment to form a complete key, and she wanted to open the locked treasure chest as soon as possible. She didn't expect to ask Nie Yongguang here. Chapter 8, the 3rd day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. While Nie Yongguang was helping her to ask for the key fragments, Yun Mian had already started making a water purifier, a piece of cotton cloth, a pack of activated carbon, and a mineral water bottle. With the materials, it was easy to make. Put them on the workbench, and a brand new water purifier came out in a short while. As soon as it was done, Yun Mian used it immediately. The principle of this thing is also very simple. Seeing the seawater being filtered into clean pure water, dripping into the mineral water bottle. Yun Yin was very happy, filling a bottle in 10 hours. Just in time to change the bottle tomorrow morning. When she frees up the 5L plastic bucket, she can directly collect water for several days at a time without changing the bottle. 2 bottles of water a day are basically enough for her to drink. The water from the box can be exchanged with others for other resources. According to 30 pieces of wood for 2 bottles of water, she can earn 30 more pieces of wood every day. If water resources are scarce, she can also exchange for something better. However, this business may not last too long. Maybe everyone will have a workbench and a water purifier in the future. But I can't worry about it that far. At least now it seems that she is the only one. This also means that she is ahead of most people. Lying on the bed, Yun Yin began to plan what to do tomorrow. The first thing is to roll the dice. And the second thing is to fish for treasure chests. At this time, Nye Yongwang sent a message. Nye Yongwang, my friend didn't reply to me. He probably fell asleep. I'll reply to you when he wakes up tomorrow and tells me. Yun Yin, okay. I'll wait for your message. Nye Yongwang, yeah. Good night. With the blanket and pillow he got from Yun Yin. Nye Yongwang can sleep well tonight. So he is grateful to Yun Yin. Seeing the friend request from Nye Yongwang, Yun Yin accepted it. Nye Yongwang seems to be a good person. Yun Yin washed her hands and face with seawater, and then used a little water to wet the towel and simply wiped her hands and face. After all, there is salt in the seawater, and it will be uncomfortable if it remains on the body. After changing into thermal underwear, she fell on the bed. I have to say, the feeling of sleeping on the bed is really wonderful. As if surviving at sea is not as difficult as imagined. But I still can't relax too much. I did so many things today. And in order to reward myself, Yun Yin took out the bottle of milk from her backpack and drank it. The milk has a warm taste and soft texture. And it tastes naturally sweet and smooth. It tastes good. It's a pity that there is only one bottle. It would be nice if I could drink it every day. Yun Yin closed her eyes contentedly. Maybe she did too much today. And she fell asleep as soon as she touched the pillow. Nye Yongwang, who was resting on the pillow and wrapped in a blanket, sent a photo to the chat channel. In the photo, Nye Yongwang's chubby body is wrapped tightly, with one hand supporting his head, and a soft pillow under his elbow. He didn't show his face, so his expression couldn't be seen. But just looking at his posture, you can tell that he is enjoying it and feeling comfortable. Oh my god. Nye Yongwang, you are too happy. Aren't you? I'm almost numb from the cold. And you actually have a blanket? Boss, where did you get the blanket? Do you have any more? I'll exchange supplies with you. No way. I'm still on the raft. Nye Yongwang, you're living too comfortably. Where did you get the blanket? I want it too. Nye Yongwang, no. No. This is my treasure. Zhang Jincheng, when I unlock the workbench, maybe I can make blankets and quilts. When that time comes, everyone is welcome to chat with me privately to exchange things. Zhang Jincheng caught a basic workbench blueprint today. He only needs one iron block to make it. He believes that he can get the iron block tomorrow. And then he can make many things. In the real world, he is a sales manager who sells houses. He has only been in the game for 2 days. But he has used his eloquence to recruit 2 younger brothers. He wants to accumulate more materials and upgrade them, while everyone does not have a workbench yet, so that he can become the strongest person in the entire 3rd district. He has played many games and knows the importance of upgrading. He also wants to set up his own gang. As long as he makes it bigger and stronger, everyone in the gang will have to pay for the materials on time. And he can get a lot of things without doing anything. Jean Baoquan, our boss, is the first person to have a workbench. More supplies will be unlocked in due time. Everyone is welcome to join our team. As long as you pay 5 pieces of wood every day, everyone in the team will be given priority to help make tools. Guhui, the workbench can do anything. The number of places is limited. Everyone should hurry up to sign up. Jean Baoquan, yes. First come first served. Supplies are in short supply. Don't miss the opportunity. Zhang Jincheng, 5 places are open today. Those who sign up can chat with me privately. Nye Yongwan originally wanted to show off his blanket and pillow. But he saw Zhang Jincheng showing off here. He couldn't help but say, what do you mean the first one? Someone has already made the workbench. But they are just more low-key than you. Zhang Jincheng's eyes widened when he saw the message. But he quickly sneered. Who is it? It can't be you? Nie Yongguang, it's not me. But someone has already made it. Others are not like some people who talk about it before it's done. Jin Baoquan, definitely not. Our boss was the first one to have it. I've never seen anyone say there are workbench drawings before. Gu Hui, yes. Bragging without thinking? If you have the ability, show evidence. Nie Yongguang. He was not convenient to say Yun Ninian's name. He guessed she didn't want people to know her. Nie Yongguang, I never lie. You can believe it or not. His words did affect some people. But some people still chatted with Zhang Jincheng privately, wanting him to make tools. There are many things needed for survival at sea. Some people want to make torches. Some want to make axes or fishing nets. And some people who have upgraded the raft to level 2 want to make a black sail, so that the boat can be protected from wind and rain. Some people also chatted with Nie Yongguang privately, asking him who has a workbench and want him to contact for help. But Nie Yongguang did not reply. He promised Yun Minyan that he would at least ask her first. The third day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. The weather turned from sunny to cloudy. It was not so sunny today, but there were clouds and wind, which was quite comfortable on the sea. Yun Minyan got up and looked at the water purifier, which was almost full. She had only slept for 8 hours, and it was not time yet. She took out the lucky dice and threw it into the sky. Soon the lucky number came out. It was 1. 1. Good things come in pairs. No matter what you get, you can get double. This is too good. Yun Minyan took out the fishing rod and prepared to eat breakfast while fishing for treasure chests. I had scallion pancakes this morning. As soon as she took it out of her backpack, she smelled the fragrance of scallions. The golden and crispy skin was fried on both sides, so it was very crispy. When you take a bite, the scallion fragrance overflows. The scallion fragrance mixed with the fragrance of the dough. The taste is crispy, but the inside is fragrant and soft. The skin and chopped scallions are rich in layers, and the more you eat, the more fragrant it becomes. After eating the whole thing, Yun Minyan was still not full. It was delicious. For some reason, the things in the game were more delicious than those in the real world. This was the first time Yun Minyan had such a delicious scallion pancake. It would be even better if it was paired with a glass of milk from last night. There was only one of each, and I didn't know if I could catch it again in the future. Eating the milk and scallion pancake had another purpose, which was to make room in the backpack. There were only 10 slots in total, and things that needed to be kept fresh couldn't be put outside, so they had to be put in the backpack. So there was no place for other things. She had to consume a little. She could also drink a bottle of apple juice. Apple juice is a good thing. It contains many nutrients, such as vitamin A, vitamin E, potassium, which helps maintain the normal physiological functions of the body. Yun Minyan took out the apple juice and took a sip. The taste was refreshing, and the sour and sweet juice stayed on the tongue for a long time. Before she finished drinking, she saw that the chat bar was always glowing. Clicking it, there were many new messages. The latest one was sent by Nie Yongguang. Nie Yongguang, my friend got up. He said he could change it, but you may not have what he wants. Are you up? Hey, come back to me. Yun Minyan, what? Nie Yongguang, he wants weapons. Machetes or axes or something. If you can take them out, he can exchange some more supplies with you. Yun Minyan has a machete herself, but she has some use for it, such as cutting watermelons. But she can still make things. There is a workbench, and there are many things that can be made. Yun Minyan, okay. Ask him if he has any iron blocks to make an axe or a machete. You just need iron blocks. At this time, Yun Minyan's fishing rod also moved. She pulled it up and saw that it was a bronze treasure chest. Get a bronze treasure chest. Double your luck. Get wood times 10. Bamboo times 5. Nails times 5. Cotton cloth times 4. Silk thread times 2. Cooked tongue times 1. Double luck. Double supplies. Obtain wood times 20. Nails times 10. Bamboo times 10. Cotton cloth times 8. Silk thread times 4. Cooked tongue times 2. Yun Minyan was overjoyed. All the supplies she got today could be doubled. That was too cool. She smiled from ear to ear. If she traded with others, would it be possible to double as well? If so, she would be busy today. Just thinking about it, Ye Yongwang sent a message. He pulled Yun Nian and another person into a small group. Ye Yongwang, this is my friend, Shi Nancheng. He has the key fragment. Yun Nian, hello. If you can provide iron blocks, I can make weapons for you. 3 iron blocks plus key fragments for an axe. Or 5 iron blocks plus key fragments for a machete. Shi Nancheng, okay. After that, he traded the iron block. Yun Nian didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Yun Nian, should I use something as collateral? What if I don't give it to you? Shi Nancheng, what can you use as collateral? Yun Nian, how about this? I'll trade you a peach. And you can return it to me when I'm done. Yun Nian thought it was okay to trade a peach for 5 iron blocks. Although Shi Nancheng was a bit at a disadvantage. Yun Nian would not run away, since the fruit was so scarce. Just like that, the deal was done. Yun Nian got 5 iron blocks. Double luck. Get iron blocks x10. Hearing the double, Yun Nian felt like she was about to take off. This is a big win. Yun Nian quickly got up to make a machete. A machete requires 2 iron blocks and 1 wood. In fact, Yun Nian asked for too much iron blocks. After all, the labor cost must be added. She actually thought that maybe it could be doubled. But when she really received double, she was still a little excited. She put the materials on, and soon got the machete. Double luck. Get machete x2. Name, ordinary machete. Quality, ordinary. Durability, 20 seconds. Equipment effect, attack plus 5. Yun Nian widened her eyes. She announced that her lucky number from now on is 1. She traded the machete to Shi Nancheng. Shi Nancheng? So fast? Yun Nian, yeah. Not difficult. She stared at the screen eagerly. Shi Nancheng traded the peach and key fragment to her again. She clicked to confirm, and sent the machete. Double luck. Get key fragment times 2. The peach did not double. It seems that if the things that came from her are returned intact, they will not double. But this is enough. As long as it is a reward. Something made, or something given to her by others. It can be doubled today. She can't wait to use the key fragment to synthesize the key and open the locked treasure chest. Then the things inside can also be doubled. Nye Yongwang, by the way, I said in the chat channel yesterday that my friend has a workbench. But I didn't say it was you. As a result, many people privately chatted with me and asked me to help you make things. I don't know if you are willing. Yun Nian, come on. I am willing. Chapter 9. Put the 3 key fragments together to synthesize a complete key. Get the complete key. Double good luck, good things happen one after another. Congratulations on getting double buff. Get the complete key times 2. Yun Nian was already smiling so much that her eyes narrowed. She took out the locked bronze treasure chest and felt a little nervous before opening it. Put the key in and the box opened. Get wallpaper umbrella blueprint times 1. Bamboo times 10. Lighter times 1. Seafood fried rice times 1. Soil times 1. Double good luck. Get wallpaper umbrella blueprint times 2. Bamboo times 20. Lighter times 2. Seafood fried rice times 2. Soil times 2. Really good. The locked box is full of good stuff. Wallpaper umbrella blueprint. Can be used to make wallpaper umbrellas. I got so many bamboos today. They should be the materials for making umbrellas. The lighter can be used to light a fire. And the 2 pots of soil can be used to grow vegetables. And I can have seafood fried rice for dinner today. Yun Nian was very happy. She sorted out the things and made 2 simple large boxes with the workbench. Now her backpack is completely not enough. And she can't accept things being scattered outside. She made a storage box without a lid, which is very large. The space is 5 or 6 times larger than the wooden treasure chest caught by fishing. But only 5 pieces of wood are needed. It is the best for storing things. Stacking them together doesn't take up much space, and can hold a lot of things. After all this trouble, her supplies have increased a lot. Wood, iron nails, bamboo, food and the 3 roses are all placed in the backpack. This way it doesn't take up space, and can keep fresh. It just fills up 10 grids. The other things are placed in the storage box. There is soil. Yun Nian wants to plant cabbage seeds. But she looked at the planting guide. The guide said that cabbage likes warm and humid environment. And it needs to provide sufficient water and nutrients during the growth period to promote the plant to grow vigorously. If the weather is hot and the water in the soil evaporates quickly, it must be watered frequently. Once a day. But there is not enough water now. It would be a luxury to use it to grow vegetables. So many people have no water to drink. Although she has a water purifier, she can't use water casually. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there will be no shortage of water after waiting a little longer. After sorting out the supplies, Yun Yin sat down to take a breath. Another box was caught. Too busy. This time it was a wooden box. Yun Yin picked it up effortlessly. Get wooden treasure chest. Get wood times 10. Iron nails times 5. Mineral water times 2. Small yellow hat times 1. Double good luck. Get wood times 20. Iron nails times 10. Mineral water times 4. Small yellow hat times 2. Although wood and nails are not a surprise, they are also necessary for upgrading. And the more the better. Mineral water is also good. As for this little yellow hat, Yun Yin doesn't know what special use it has for the time being. But it can block the sun when worn. Thinking that she is now in a double good luck stage, Yun Yin dare not rest for too long. She took the bottle full of water under the water purifier and replaced it with an empty bottle. Then opened the chat channel. Yun Yin, exchange food and water for other supplies. Private chat if you need it. In addition to posting in the chat channel, she also contacted Hu Yuan, Chui Tao, Nie Yongguang and Shi Nancheng respectively. If you need anything, you can come to me to exchange. In addition, we can also take orders to make tools. Just provide materials. She didn't post about making tools in the chat channel. For some reason, she just didn't want others to know that she had a tool bench. Adhere to the principle of making a fortune quietly. Nie Yongguang replied the fastest. Last night, someone named Zhang Jinqing said that he was the only one who had the workbench drawings. I even scolded him. You obviously have made a workbench. But he was still proud, saying that as long as you join his team, you can enjoy the priority treatment of making tools. Yun Yin slept last night and didn't see it. Is there such a thing? Nie Yongguang, yes. Didn't you make a machete for my friend? Just now I asked my friend to take a screenshot and sent it to him in the chat channel. Now they are still shouting, saying that I got this machete from a box, not made on a workbench. Yun Yin just opened the chat channel and sent a message and then went to private chat. After hearing what he said, she took a closer look. Sure enough, several people kept spamming the screen. Zhang Jinqing, the novice protection period is about to end. There may be danger at that time. The creatures in the sea will attack the players. It is better to prepare weapons in advance. Jin Baoquan, yes. There may be sharks and sea beasts attacking us. Gohui, join us now tonight. You only need to hand in 20 pieces of wood and 2 iron blocks to queue up for weapons. The number of places is limited. No one will be allowed after the time is up. Zhang Jinqing, once it's past 12 o'clock, it will be too late to make it. We are only recruiting 10 people this time. If you are interested, you can chat with me privately. Someone asked, after paying 20 pieces of wood and 2 iron blocks. Where are the materials for making weapons? Do you provide them? Jin Baoquan, of course not. You have to pay for the materials yourself. This is the membership fee. Our Jinan Club will have many benefits in the future. Now is the best time to join. You will have to pay more than this in the future. Nie Yongguang, have you made your workbench? We are recruiting people here. Zhang Jinqing, of course. He sent a screenshot of a workbench on his ship, which he had just upgraded in the morning. Jin Baoquan, our boss's ship has been upgraded to level 2 and will soon be level 3. He is the first person in our 3 districts to be upgraded to level 3. I wonder if there will be any danger after the novice protection period ends. With weapons for self-defense, I can be at ease. I'll join too. Can it be cheaper? I have to pay the membership fee and provide the raw materials, which is a bit expensive. Yun Yin was not interested in their recruitment. She was just curious. Would anyone really pay 20 pieces of wood and 2 pieces of iron just to queue up to make weapons? Judging from everyone's reactions, it seems that there are quite a lot of people. If that's the case, she can also help make it and earn a lot. Moreover, she could just help make tools for a little benefit. Because she had a double buff today, the weapons made could also get double. And the weapons could be resold directly. Yun Yin saw a huge business opportunity. Although she didn't want to expose herself, she was still tempted. Today was almost over, and she had to hurry up before the double good luck ended. She immediately privately chatted with Nie Yongguang. Can you help me advertise that your friend also opened a workbench? For iron blocks and 5 wood can make a machete. 2 iron blocks and 10 wood can make an axe. And nothing else is needed. Making a machete requires 2 iron blocks and 1 wood. It takes 1 iron block and 2 pieces of wood to make an axe. In short, Yun Yanyan is sure to win. Not to mention, she has a double buff today. Ye Yongguang. Are you going to go against Zhang Jincheng? Yun Yanyan, no. She doesn't have the time to do that. She wants to make money. Ye Yongguang, okay. I'll help you make it. Yun Yanyan, well, I'll also make you 2 weapons for self-defense. Just consider it as a reward for helping. Ye Yongguang, okay. Okay. Yun Yanyan thought about it, and traded a machete to Ye Yongguang first. If someone comes to you, you can use this to trade first. It just so happened that she had a ready-made one in her hand. Okay. Ye Yongguang immediately went to the chat channel to advertise. Ye Yongguang, don't be fooled by Zhang Jincheng. My friend also has a workbench. The fee is much cheaper than Zhang Jincheng. 4 iron blocks and 5 wood can make a machete. And 2 iron blocks and 10 wood can make an axe. There is no membership fee. When Ye Yongguang was promoting her in the chat channel, Yun Yanyan was already standing in front of the workbench making an axe. The axe requires few materials. Iron blocks are scarce now. And not everyone can get iron blocks. Yun Yanyan herself doesn't have much. So she expects that more people will ask her to make axes than machetes. Only rich people can afford 4 iron blocks to make machetes. Jin Baoquan, Ye Yongguang. What do you mean? How could you have a workbench? Ye Yongguang said proudly, it's not me. It's my friend. Didn't I show you a long time ago? My friend has already made a machete. He posted a screenshot of his backpack. Except for the machete. He blurred all the other things. So when others clicked on it, they could only see the machete in his backpack. And couldn't see what else was there. Ye Yongguang, people in need can come to me to trade. I will hand over the materials and the weapons at the same time. I will never cheat. Unlike them, you have to pay the membership fee first. And maybe they will run away after taking the things. Yes. What if they don't acknowledge the dues after paying the membership fee? Comparatively, Ye Yongguang's charges are cheaper. I believe in Ye Yongguang. He is a good man. He told us that the box can be disassembled before, and asked us to upgrade the fishing rod quickly. Zhang Jincheng, don't believe him. He doesn't even have a workbench. How can he make weapons? Gehui, his weapons must have been opened from the box. No one has ever said that the workbench blueprint has been opened before. Only our boss has it. Just now, several people have privately chatted with Zhang Jincheng for consultation. As soon as Ye Yongguang spoke, those people stopped replying. The cooked duck flew away, and Zhang Jincheng was anxious. But no matter what he and his little brother said, everyone went to find Ye Yongguang. Ye Yongguang, I want to trade with you. Yun Yanyan didn't want to come in person, so she could only send the weapon to Ye Yongguang first, then let him trade with others, and then send the materials to herself. One reason was that she trusted Ye Yongguang. The other reason was that she wouldn't lose money anyway. She could get 2 axes for making 1 axe. She just sent Ye Yongguang an axe. Ye Yongguang sent the materials. Received 2 iron blocks. 10 woods. Double luck. Received 4 iron blocks. 20 woods. The machete that was given to Ye Yongguang before was also sold. Received 4 iron blocks. 5 woods. Double luck. Received 8 iron blocks. 10 wood blocks. As a result, Yun Yanyan's iron blocks and wood blocks increased rapidly. At first, some people waited and watched, and did not place an order with Ye Yongguang. But soon, many people in the chat channel gave feedback. I have a machete, which increases the attack by 5, and can also be used to chop wood. Not bad. Not bad. This axe is pretty good. Everyone, go buy it quickly. What Ye Yongguang said is true. I'm losing a lot of money. The membership fee I paid to Zhang Jincheng is not refundable. Chapter 10. It was dark, but the message from Ye Yongguang was still ringing, and people were placing orders one after another. Yun Yanyan was busy standing in front of the tool table, putting materials, collecting things, and then sending them to Ye Yongguang. She had the illusion that she was working on an assembly line. She placed the light screen on the workbench display screen, and the chat channel was opened and shrunk to the size of a palm. But she could see the message as soon as she looked up. But she missed the additional order sent by Ye Yongguang. Ye Yongguang was very motivated, and he was very enthusiastic even though he was not earning materials for himself. He was very patient with everyone who came to place an order. Yun Yanyan could not do such a thing. I have to say that Nie Yongguang has great potential to be a customer service representative. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Yun Yanyan sent a message to Nie Yongguang. Yun Yanyan, I won't do it after one more order. Nie Yongguang, okay. 11:30. Yun Yanyan's chat box finally quieted down. Nie Yongguang, finally finished. Yun Yanyan was also tired. Thank you for your hard work. Yun Yanyan took out a peach from her backpack and sent it to Nie Yongguang. She didn't have time to eat in the evening, so she only ate a steamed bun and took one for herself. Nie Yongguang's eyes went straight when he saw the peach. Nie Yongguang, damn. Yanyan, you still have such a good thing? Yun Yanyan, I'll treat you to it. Nie Yongguang swallowed his saliva, but couldn't help but took a bite. The sweet peach aroma was very enjoyable to smell, and the sour and sweet juice overflowed after taking a bite. The soft flesh was memorable. Isn't this too delicious? Oh my god. Why do I feel like I've never eaten peaches before? Yun Yanyan was also chewing on the peach, which was indeed delicious. Sweet and sour, and full of water. She kept the core and planned to plant it in the soil. Maybe she could grow a peach tree in the future. She counted and made a total of 28 axes and 10 machetes today. It only cost a total of 24 iron blocks and 38 wood. But she got a total of 96 iron blocks and 330 wood. After doubling her luck, there were 192 iron blocks and 660 wood. She got rich. This is a huge sum of money. Iron blocks can be decomposed into nails, which can be used as upgrade materials. With so many iron blocks, she had enough nails to upgrade to level 4. Yun Yanyan looked at the wood in her backpack. 1005, which was enough. Only 10 pieces of glass were missing. After earning so many things, Yun Yanyan was in a good mood and made another axe. She had agreed with Nie Yongguang before that after the matter was completed, she would give him an axe and a machete. And she still remembered it. She still had the machete in stock, and she got 2 axes for each of them. Just in time for her and Nie Yongguang. Nie Yongguang, ha ha. I made a lot of money. I got so many things for free. Yun Yanyan thought to herself that she was the one who made a lot of money. She clicked on the information of Shangyun. Name, Shangyun. Level 3 wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 25 points. Expansion conditions, wood times 1000. Iron nails times 200. Glass times 10. Huh? It seems to be 5 points more than before. Yun Yanyan thought about it, and thought it should be because she made a sofa bed, which improved the living environment in the ship. Her living quality improved, and this score also improved. Yun Yanyan looked at the time on the screen. There were 10 minutes left in the 3-day protection period for novices. She looked around. There was no change on the sea. It was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. But the wind had become stronger, blowing on her body and making her feel very cold. I don't know what will happen in 10 minutes. All the players are waiting at this time. Yun Yanyan suddenly remembered that she still had a bronze treasure chest that she hadn't opened. She had caught it during the day, and she had been making tools and forgot to open it. Now she remembered it and opened it quickly while the double good luck had not expired. Get potatoes times 5. Cotton cloth times 5. Cotton paper times 2. Milk times 2. A set of bear pajamas. Double good luck effect bonus. Get potatoes times 10. Cotton cloth times 10. Cotton paper times 4. Milk times 4. A set of bear pajamas times 2. Not bad. All good stuff. As soon as I opened the stuff, I heard the system prompt. The novice protection period is over. The rainy season is coming, and the temperature is dropping. Please prepare for cold and rain. The rainy season lasts for 1 month, and marine creatures will appear frequently. Please hurry up to upgrade the raft. Players whose rafts have not been upgraded to level 3 after 7 days will be eliminated. As soon as the voice fell, there was a flash of lightning in the sky, thunder, and bean-sized raindrops fell down. For a while, the wind was strong, and the rain was heavy and urgent. No one was prepared. The temperature was much lower than before. Yun Yanyan put on the fluffy bear pajamas, which made her warmer. The rain is expected to continue all night, so Yun Yanyan quickly moved the storage box into the room. It's raining. No way. Will my boat take on water? Oh my god. I'm still on a raft now. How can I upgrade it twice in 7 days? It's so cold, and I'm still getting wet in the rain. I'm sure I'll catch a cold. This damn game doesn't let people survive. You can use wooden boxes to keep out the rain. And quickly upgrade the raft. If there are marine creatures, the raft won't be able to stop them. It's true. Just now something floated up and bit my raft. And the raft almost fell apart. But luckily I killed it with an axe and got a piece of fish meat, which scared me to death. Oh my god. Is the axe so useful? Hurry up and find Nie Yongwang to make weapons. Nie Yongwang's private messages suddenly increased. He didn't have time to read them. So he had to ask Yun Yin Yin if she still made weapons. Although the double buff has been passed, this business is still profitable. Yun Yin Yin decided to take 10 orders before going to bed. However, this time she didn't want iron blocks and wood. She didn't like iron blocks now. And she only needed glass to upgrade the Shangyun. If there is no glass, blueprints will also work. Nie Yongwang, my friend said that only 10 orders will be accepted. First come first served. But you have to exchange blueprints or glass. Wasn't it just iron blocks and wood before? Why did it suddenly change? It's different now. The novice protection period is over. There are more people who want weapons. Who told you not to do it earlier? I have the blueprint. I sent you a private message. Nie Yongwang. Please take a look. When you sure, I have glass. When you sure opened a box today and got a piece of glass. Her raft is only level 2. She didn't know what the glass was used for. When she saw that it could be exchanged for weapons, she spoke up immediately. She wanted to make a weapon during the day, but she didn't have an iron block, so she had to give up. It suddenly rained at this moment, and she was very scared. Fortunately, glass can also be exchanged for weapons. When Yusher clicked on Nie Yongwang's message and clicked on private chat. Hello. I have a piece of glass and I want to exchange it for an axe. Nie Yongwang had too many private messages to reply. But when he saw Yusher's name, he clicked on her message first. This name. You can tell at a glance that she is a girl. And it matches his name very well. One is Yongwang. One is Yusher. Nie Yongwang was very enthusiastic. Okay. Okay. The glass can be exchanged. I will arrange a number for you. Do you want anything else? I can also exchange with you. When Yusher, I want fishing line. Do you have it? Although when Yusher opened the intermediate fishing rod blueprint, she did not have 5 fishing lines. So she could not upgrade it now. So she could only fish 1 treasure chest every day. And the things in the treasure chest were just enough for her to eat and drink. And the upgrade materials were also slowly accumulated. I have fishing line. Nie Yongwang checked his backpack. After upgrading, he still had 3 fishing lines. Nie Yongwang, how many do you want? When Yusher, 3. Just right. Nie Yongwang thought for a while. Do you have anything to exchange? Let me see if there is anything I need. When Yusher heard that he could exchange fishing line for her, she directly sent a screenshot of her backpack to Nie Yongwang. Wood times 65. Nails times 26. Mineral water times 2. Steamed buns times 2. Tissue paper times 2. Floral pillow times 1. Bamboo times 2. Soil times 2. Nie Yongwang really had something he liked. How about this? You take the 2 pieces of soil and exchange them with me? When Yusher was a little reluctant to give up the soil. She always felt that this soil was very useful. Although it was not used now. But soil can be used to grow things. It was a pity that the watermelon she exchanged last time was a seedless watermelon without seeds. Otherwise she would have planted the watermelon seeds long ago. Can I use 2 tissue papers and 2 bamboos to exchange for 3 fishing lines? Yun Yin Yin made 8 axes and 2 machetes. She exchanged for 5 pieces of glass, 3 blueprints, and 2 key fragments. She didn't want the key fragment at first. But later someone privately chatted with Nie Yongwang and asked if she could exchange it with the key fragment. So Nie Yongwang asked Yun Yin Yin again. Yun Yin Yin agreed. Maybe she would catch a locked treasure chest in the future. The 3 blueprints are tar lamp blueprint, stove blueprint, single seed blueprint. Tar lamps can be used for lighting, starting fires, and as boat lights. Stove can be used for heating, making food, and lighting. As for the seats, they are ordinary seats. These are all good things, and Yun Yin Yin just needs them. Tar lamps are disposable items, and blowing will accelerate consumption. Making materials, shell times 1, tar times 1. Stove can be used to keep warm and cook food. Making materials, soil times 1, charcoal times 2. Fire source. She didn't have the materials for the tar lamp, so she could make a stove first. She had a lighter, a fire source, and charcoal was simple. She could get charcoal by lighting the wood and burning it. Yun Yin Yin was a little reluctant to part with the soil, which was the soil she planned to use for planting. Now that it was raining, she didn't have to worry about not having water to water the seeds, as there was plenty of water. Which was more important? Planting cabbage or a stove? It was still a stove, which could keep warm and cook food. Although it was late now, Yun Yin Yin was full of energy. She decided to make the stove before going to bed. The stove took a long time to make. She first used an axe to split the wood into small pieces, then took some paper and lit it and burned the wood. When the wood burned into charcoal, she could start making it. Yun Yin Yin put the materials on the chat channel and took a look. Recently, she found that sometimes there are some good things and useful information in the chat channel, so she can't ignore it all the time, and she has to take a look occasionally. But tonight, the atmosphere in the chat channel is miserable because of the sudden heavy rain. Everyone's condition is not very good. I can't stand it. I'm freezing to death. I'm soaked. It's too painful. Will this rain really last for a month? I can't stay here for a day. Help! My boat is full of water. The boat is about to sink. Who can save me? I'm afraid I won't be able to wait until the day my parents come. And I don't know if I can leave my things to them. My raft has been torn apart by the strange fish, and I will soon sink. Yun Yin Yin looked at the number of people online, and there were a few hundred fewer people. If this continues, after a month, the number of people in District May 3rd be reduced by half. Yun Yin Yin sighed, and her stove was ready. The stove made of mud was very solid, and it was filled with red-hot charcoal, which was red and hot, and very warm, and could also be used to bake potatoes. Afraid that the stove would be wet by rain, Yun Yin Yin made an iron frame to cover the stove to prevent wind and rain. Stayed by the stove. The cold was dispelled, and the whole body was warm. She suddenly heard a sound by the boat. Walked over to take a look, and there was indeed a strange-looking fish biting her boat. But after her boat was upgraded, the surface was very smooth, and the wood was hard. An ordinary fish could not bite it. Yun Yin Yin took out a machete and chopped a fish twice, killing it. Obtained mackerel meat ×1. Yun Yin Yin put it in her backpack. Tomorrow she can have grilled fish meat. She stood by the boat for more than 10 minutes and chopped 3 more fish to death. Killing 1 fish would give her a palm-sized piece of fish meat. When no fish came near, Yun Yin Yin replaced the water bottle under the water purifier and laid down to rest. The bed was very comfortable. The doors and windows were closed tightly. The wind could not blow, and the rain could not come in. Yun Yin Yin was not cold at all under the quilt. Chapter 11. The 4th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. When I woke up the next day, the rain had stopped. The sky was still gray, as if it would rain again at any time. Yun Yin Yin opened the door, and a gust of cold air hit me. It was really cold in the morning. She saw a mess outside the house, and there were even a few small fish on the deck. It had rained all night, and there was only a little water on the boat. Fortunately, her boat had a drainage function, and the water would be drained down through the pipes. Unlike the second-level boat, the rainwater would accumulate on the boat and had to be poured out 1 spoonful at a time. Yun Yin Yin picked up the fish. Oh, this fish is still alive. She took a wooden box, filled it with some seawater, and put the fish in it. I'll see if I can grill it later. It's so cold. I don't know how other people are doing. Yun Yin Yin sent a message to Luo Luo. It's so cold today. How are you? Not bad. I practiced for a while and caught some treasure chests. Yun Yin Yin, you got up so early. She just got up and others were done. The sound of the system sounded in the air during the Xia Kingdom. Yun Yin Yin paused and looked up at the light curtain in the air. Along with the sound, 2 lines of words appeared on the light curtain. The trading hall is open. Players can trade in the trading hall by themselves. The forum is open. Players can post on the forum. Yun Yin Yin put down the wooden box and immediately opened the trading hall to check. The current trading hall can already list goods and set trading conditions. For example, she can put an axe on the shelf and ask for 2 iron blocks and 5 wood blocks in exchange. As long as the other party puts these things, the axe can be directly exchanged. It can also be set that both parties agree to trade. For example, she sets it up so that she wants to exchange a blueprint for an axe, and the other party puts the blueprint on the shelf. The transaction will only be completed after she checks it, confirms that she wants this blueprint, and agrees to exchange it. There is also an auction mode. Within the specified time, everyone can bid on the goods. When the time is up, the highest bidder wins, and the goods will be automatically put into the backpack of the person with the highest bid. However, the trading hall had just been open for a short time, and Yun Yan was not interested in anything on it. A new mall appeared next to the trading hall. Yun Yan clicked it, and it showed that the mall was not open yet. So please stay tuned. The forum is in the chat channel. Click on the chat channel. You can choose to view the regional chat, and you can also enter the forum. After one night, hundreds of people died again. It's too cruel. I was frozen all night and thought I would die, but nothing happened. Is this my good luck? Fortunately, I have an axe. Otherwise, I would have been bitten to death by a strange fish last night. The rain has stopped, but it looks like it will continue. I don't know how I will survive tonight. Does anyone have something to keep out the rain? Please, I'm willing to trade for weapon blueprints. They're already on the trading floor. Anyone interested can chat with me privately. Yun Yan's eyes lit up when she saw the weapon blueprints, and she quickly opened the trading floor to check. Chu Zijiao was almost freezing to death. He thought his raft had already been upgraded to level 2, which was good enough. But it suddenly rained so hard that he was soaked and freezing. Even if he had weapons to protect himself, it would be hard to survive a month of rainy season. He asked for a long time in the chat channel, but he didn't see anyone with tools to keep out the rain. So he gritted his teeth and took out the weapon blueprints. The weapon blueprints couldn't be used now, so he might as well exchange them for something to save his life. Bronze sword can be made at the intermediate workbench. Materials: 1 hardwood long sword, 5 bronze. Effects: attack power plus 40, melee damage plus 10. After reading the introduction, Yun Yan was very tempted. This bronze sword is a good thing. It can make up for her lack of strength with so much increased attack. However, her workbench is still at the primary level and can only make hardwood long swords, not bronze swords. Nevertheless, Yun Yan still planned to take it first. By the time she found the blueprint for the intermediate workbench, such a good thing had already been taken away by someone else. The other party wanted to change to something to keep out the rain. Yun Yan thought of the blueprint for an oil paper umbrella she got from the treasure chest before. There was a house on her boat that could shelter her from the wind and rain, but she didn't use it for the time being, so she didn't take it out. Now it was raining, and everyone probably needed something to keep out the rain. And the oil paper umbrella was the best rainproof artifact. Oil paper umbrellas are one of the ancient traditional items in my country. They can be used to block the sun and rain, and are very practical. Making materials: bamboo times 2, silk thread times 1, cotton paper times 1, ton oil. There are many materials to be used. Yun Yan happened to have all these things on hand, but not much. Only 4 oil paper umbrellas can be made. Bamboo is enough. Mainly cotton paper is not much. Just opened 4 treasure chests today. There are 2 bottles of ton oil. Only a little is needed to make an umbrella. 1 bottle can make 10 umbrellas. Before making, you have to do one thing first. That is, roll the lucky dice. Yun Yan's mind moved, and the lucky dice appeared in her hand. Today's lucky number is 3. 3, all the best. It's just like your wish comes true. You know, it's another wish come true. Not bad. Yun Yan fixed the fishing rod first, then put the materials for making oil paper umbrellas on the workbench, and started fishing for treasure chests while waiting. She made wishes while fishing. She wanted a lot of things now. For example, glass, cotton paper, tar, shells, soil, bamboo. The more food, the better. She was running out of food. More useful blueprints, preferably intermediate workbench blueprints. After making a wish, the fishing rod finally moved. Yun Yan pulled up the treasure chest with great expectation. The first one was a locked bronze treasure chest. Yun Yan was very happy. She had the key. She could open it directly, without having to find the key fragments to synthesize it like before. Open the locked bronze treasure chest. Get intermediate fishing rod blueprint. Glass times 1, cotton paper times 10, sponge times 2, shell times 3, peach times 5, silk thread times 5. It was an intermediate fishing rod blueprint. Her fishing rod had been upgraded a long time ago, so she had no use for it. But she could use it to exchange for things. And many people should want it. The others were what she just needed. Now that she had cotton paper and silk thread, she could make a few more umbrellas. Get oil paper umbrella ×1. A brand new oil paper umbrella appeared on the workbench. Yun Yin picked it up and opened it. It was a turquoise oil paper umbrella. The umbrella looked soft, smooth and transparent. But it was actually very flexible and light blue. Very beautiful. She was about to go to the trading hall to contact that person. Luo sent a message. I just found something good. I can share one with you. Yun Yin, look. Look. Luo, isn't your luck pretty good? Yun Yin, yes. Luo caught 3 bamboos, a shell, and 3 pairs of socks today. Thinking that Yun Yin cared about her today, she was going to give her a pair of socks. Yun Yin certainly wanted to change socks. This is a basic need. Then what do you want? Luo, I don't know. Food and water or still? You still haven't caught food and water? Luo, not really. Mainly because you can only fish for 1 treasure chest. So it's still not enough. Yun Yin thought of the intermediate fishing rod blueprint she had just opened. Would you like to exchange it with Luo to help her upgrade her fishing rod? I have an intermediate fishing rod blueprint here. Would you like to exchange it with me? Luo was surprised. She didn't expect Yun Yin to trade with her for such a good thing. With the intermediate fishing rod blueprint and these 5 fishing lines, her fishing rod can be upgraded. Luo has been working hard recently. She lives frugally, drinking only 1 bottle of water and eating 1 steamed bun every day. She used the steamed buns and water she saved to exchange for enough iron blocks and wood. Last night, she found Ye Yongguang and got an axe. Last night, a fish monster bit her raft, so she could use the raft to drive away the fish monster. Otherwise her raft would disintegrate, and she would not survive. The reason why she worked so hard was to survive, and wait for her brother to come to the game. She told herself every day that if she died, her brother would be helpless. It would be great if she had an intermediate fishing rod. It was still a long way from level 3. And she didn't know if she could upgrade within 7 days. She could only fish for 1 treasure chest every day, and it was too difficult to save enough supplies. Luo, Yun Mian, look at your backpack and see if there is anything you can exchange? I'll exchange with you. Thank you. Luo didn't know what else to say except thank you. Yun Mian, it's okay. Luo gave all the supplies in his backpack to Yun Mian except for some food and water. Seeing her like this, Yun Yin said, No, that's all. She took 3 bamboos, 2 tissues, a shell, and 2 pairs of socks. Luo was generous to her, so Yun Yin decided to help her to the end. Yun Yin went to the trading hall and exchanged 5 iron blocks and 2 steamed buns for 5 fishing lines, and gave them to Luo along with the intermediate fishing rod blueprint. Luo didn't know what to say for a moment when he got these things. Chapter 12. Chu Zijia originally thought that it would be nice to have a plastic raincoat, because many people brought some messy things to him in exchange. For example, a worn-out plastic basin, a sun hat, a small iron bucket. Although the plastic basin and the iron bucket can indeed protect the head from rain, this is not what he wants. Until he saw the oil paper umbrella. Is this umbrella? He happily clicked on the details of the oil paper umbrella. Name, oil paper umbrella. An oil paper umbrella that combines beauty and practicality. The sky blue waits for the mist and rain, and I will protect you from the rain. Attributes, offense +2. Defense +1. Durability, 26. It actually has offensive and defensive properties. This is too exaggerated. Chu Zijia's eyes widened, and he immediately clicked to confirm the transaction. Fearing that the other party would regret it, he took out the oil paper umbrella from his backpack and carefully examined it. He found that the umbrella head was very sharp. No wonder it was offensive. And the umbrella surface was very strong and looked very solid. It might be able to resist damage when it was opened. Chu Zijia knew that he had exchanged for a treasure. Not only did he not have to get wet in the rain, but he also had a practical multifunctional prop. He immediately went to see the identity of the person he traded with. It turned out that the person was anonymous. He could not see the name or any information at all. But Chu Zijia can communicate with him. After all, the trading hall has after-sales service. After the transaction is completed, there will be a few days of guarantee period, and buyers and sellers can chat with each other. Chu Zijia, do you still have this oil paper umbrella? If so, he wants to exchange for a few more. If he sells it, he will definitely sell it at a good price. And maybe he can get enough materials to upgrade to level 3. Yun Yin, do you still have a weapon blueprint? Chu Zijia was stunned. He only had one weapon blueprint, which he had already exchanged with Yun Yin. But he still wanted an oil paper umbrella. This thing is invaluable. As long as it enters the market, many people will rush to get it. He guessed that he might be the first person to get an oil paper umbrella from this person. The weapon blueprint is gone. But I have something else to exchange. What do you need? Yun Yin thought for a moment. What do you have? The best thing in Chu Zijia's backpack is not the weapon blueprint. But he won't take it out? Do you want the materials? I have iron, cotton, and plastic. These things are of little value. At least they can't be exchanged for oil paper umbrellas. I don't need these. If she wants to exchange such things, she can go to the trading hall to exchange them herself. Yun Yin no longer replied to him, but continued to fish for treasure chests. Soon, it rained again. This time it was a drizzle. The raindrops fell on Yun Yin's face, icy and cold. She wiped the water off her face and got up to go back to the house. She also moved the workbench into the house. Soon the rain was getting heavier, so Yun Yin made herself an oil paper umbrella, and then designed a simple bracket to fix the oil paper umbrella on the bracket, so that she didn't have to hold the umbrella all the time. Although the bracket was simple and a bit rough and ugly, after all, there was no blueprint, and she just drew it casually. But it worked. With the umbrella, Yun Yin would not get wet when fishing for treasure chests. The treasure chest was not caught for a while, and Yun Yin was a little hungry. She drank some water and decided to roast a potato to try the taste. Yun Yin took out a potato and threw it into the stove to roast. Then, Yun Yin made a pair of chopsticks with bamboo, which was made on the workbench quickly and well. Then I took out the seafood fried rice. The food I took out from my backpack was still hot and steaming. Let's eat. The seafood fried rice was made with fresh shrimp, scallops, green beans, corn, onions and chili oil. It was fresh and tempting. The rice grains were distinct. The freshness of shrimp and scallops mixed with the sweetness of green beans, corn and onions made it taste very layered. The amount of chili oil was just right. Yun Yan's taste was heavy, which was just right for her appetite. A big bowl of fried rice. Yun Yan finished it all. Not a single grain of rice was wasted. It was so delicious. Sure enough, people need carbohydrates to bring happiness and satiety. Although bread is also delicious, it is far less than the happiness brought by this bowl of fried rice. After eating, she continued to work. She had a lot of things to do today. She sorted out her belongings first. She had a lot of things now, and she couldn't remember them clearly. She only looked at the food and main supplies in her backpack and storage box. Wood times 975. Nails times 58. Iron blocks times 183. Glass times 6. Cotton cloth times 14. Cotton paper times 15. Silk thread times 10. Cooked tung oil times 2. Bamboo times 30. Charcoal times 5. Shells times 4. Soil times 1. Mineral water times 12. Steamed bun times 1. Potato times 10. Milk times 4. Apple juice times 1. Peach times 7. Half a watermelon. A box of mango. Seafood fried rice times 2. Fish times 4. A bucket of pure water. Lighter times 2. Key fragment times 1. Landing card times 1. Yellow hat times 2. Bear pajamas times 2. Planting guide. Cabbage seeds. Stove times 1. Soil times 1. Machete times 1. Axe times 1. Tar lamp blueprint times 1. Single chair blueprint times 1. Bronze sword blueprint times 1. Oil paper umbrella blueprint times 1. I got 2 copies of the oil paper umbrella blueprint before. Used one. And there is one left. Sorting things made Yun Yin feel at ease. But she felt that these things were not enough and needed more. Yun Yin held a fishing rod in one hand to fish for the treasure chest, and operated the light curtain with the other hand. She first posted a list in the trading hall for bamboo, silk thread, and cotton paper, which could be exchanged for mineral water and upgrade materials, and then posted a list for glass or blueprints with an axe or machete. These are all anonymous. No one knows who she is. Then Yun Yin privately chatted with Hu Yuan. The two hadn't contacted for a few days. Yun Minmin was too busy yesterday and didn't have time to read some messages. Hu Yuan asked her to exchange food and water. But she was busy making weapons and didn't have time to reply. Later, there were too many messages and she forgot about them. The rainy season has arrived, and water resources are still in short supply. People who use containers to collect rainwater to drink last night all said in the chat channel that they had stomachaches today. Although it was nothing, they just felt uncomfortable and their spirits dropped a lot. So no one dared to drink rainwater, for fear that it was poisonous. Yun Minmin was a little worried that Hu Yuan would also feel uncomfortable because of drinking rainwater. Yun Minmin, how are you? Why haven't you heard from me these past 2 days? Hu Yuan took a long time to reply. Not very well. Yun Minmin, what's wrong? Hu Yuan, haha. The boat was flooded, and I drank rainwater, so I have a stomachache. Now I'm questioning my life. Yun Minmin. She guessed right. Yun Minmin, what are you going to do? Hu Yuan, I don't know. I might die if I can't hold on. Anyway, I'm an orphan and don't have anything to worry about. It seems that she is autistic. Yun Minmin was about to reply when her fishing rod moved. A new treasure chest came. This time it was a silver treasure chest. Yun Minmin's eyes glowed. Although it was heavy, she still tried her best to quickly pull the treasure chest out of the water. Silver treasure chest. A glittering silver treasure chest. She opened the treasure chest, and was immediately dazzled by the various things inside. Get a bottle of stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. Montmorillonite powder ×2. Gauze ×5. Anti-inflammatory drug ×1. Painkiller ×1. Cold medicine ×1. Is this box a medical kit? It's full of medicines. These are all treasures. When surviving at sea, it's very troublesome to have a cold, fever, headache, or fever, not to mention getting injured. Yun Minmin was overjoyed and put the whole box directly into her backpack. However, Montmorillonite powder seems to be very useful for stomach upset. Yun Minmin still hopes that Hu Yuan will cheer up and help her. After understanding before, Hu Yuan should be a good businessman. Yun Minmin exchanged things with him before, and even if he didn't have it, he could help her get it quickly. Yun Minmin thought he had some ability. This time she was planning to do business, and wanted to ask him to join her. Yun Minmin proposed a deal to Hu Yuan. I have something here that I can exchange with you. Yun Minmin put a bottle of mineral water and a bag of Montmorillonite powder on it. See what price you can offer. Let's see how strong Hu Yuan is first. If she is not satisfied with what Hu Yuan brings out, she will reconsider the candidate for cooperation. Hu Yuan was originally paralyzed on the boat, and the light curtain would move with his sight. So he only needed to open his eyes to see Yun Minmin's message. When he saw Montmorillonite powder appear on the light curtain, he was a little confused. There is such a thing. Oh, that's right. Some people came directly with luggage bags when they came from the real world. So it's normal to have some medicine. But Yun Minmin was willing to exchange such precious medicine with him. Hu Yuan was still very touched. He looked at his backpack and thought about what to exchange with Yun Minmin. He wouldn't die from diarrhea. But if it kept raining, his boat would sink, and he couldn't get out of the water. When he got emotional, he gave up on himself. But as long as there was a little hope, he would grab it and live well. Yun Minmin saw a candle and a rope in his backpack. Not bad. Yun Minmin, I want to discuss cooperation with you. You take the medicine first, and you should feel better after taking it. Okay. Hu Yuan sat up. Yun Minmin sent a message to Nie Yangwang again. It was not enough to find only one person. She planned to ask Nie Yangwang and Hu Yuan to help. I have a business that I want to do with you. Are you interested? Nie Yangwang, yes. Why don't you ask what the business is? Since you said it, it must be a good business. Yesterday, doing the weapons business, Nie Yangwang guessed that Yun Minmin made a lot of money. He spent some time talking and earned an axe and a machete, which was already very good. Yun Minmin asked him to cooperate again today. Of course he couldn't miss it. Yun Minmin sent a photo of an oil paper umbrella to Nie Yangwang. Take a look at this. Wow. Umbrella. You really made an umbrella? That's amazing. Oh my god. This thing is a rainy season artifact. No player doesn't need it. If you sell this, you will definitely make a fortune. The rainy season will last for a month. For those who cannot upgrade to level 3 for the time being, umbrellas are very important. and can be said to be more important than weapons. So many people bought weapons yesterday. If you sell umbrellas, how much materials you can earn? Ye Yongguang dare not imagine. Ye Yongguang. Boss, do we really want to sell this? Yun Nian, well, don't get excited. Ye Yang, how can I not be excited? Yun Nian, if you agree, then I will create a group first. And I have a friend to join. Chapter 13. After Yun Nian greeted Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang respectively, she pulled them into a group and changed the group name to Wealthy and Powerful. Ye Yongguang, this group name is good. The main theme is domineering. Yun Nian, okay. I'll talk about my ideas first. And you can add any suggestions. Yun Nian, now that the trading hall is open, I want to occupy the player market before everyone else. I can sell whatever players need and exchange for supplies, so that we can walk ahead of most people and upgrade faster. Hu Yuan, that makes sense. You continue. Yun Nian, this is the oil paper umbrella I made. The rainy season will last for a month, and every player needs an umbrella. Moreover, my umbrella can not only block rain, but also shade the sun. It has its own attack and defense effects, and is very practical. Even after the rainy season ends, it can continue to be used. Ye Yongguang had just seen the photo, but he was still shocked by the super powerful properties of the oil paper umbrella. Ye Yongguang, awesome. Hu Yuan thought to himself, this thing is really good. If it is sold, it will definitely sell for a high price. But if you want to occupy the market, you must have a large quantity. He didn't think Yun Nian could make many oil paper umbrellas by herself. Whether the materials are sufficient is one thing, but how to charge such a precious oil paper umbrella? What can you exchange for it? Players don't have many things now. Hu Yuan, how do you plan to sell it? The game has only been launched for a few days now, and players don't have many things. Most of them save materials for upgrades, and there are very few things they can take out on hand. Yun Nian, I know that players now have more or less some blueprints or special items. If you don't have enough materials in the early stage, you can use these things to exchange. For example, key fragments, blueprints, glass, etc. Oil paper umbrellas are definitely in short supply. I plan to auction each oil paper umbrella. Ye Yongguang listened for a long time and asked curiously, can't you make it yourself? What do you need us to do for you? Yun Nian said calmly, I need you to help me find materials. The materials needed for oil paper umbrellas are rare, and I don't have much here. The main materials are bamboo, cotton paper, silk thread, and cooked tung oil. I can exchange these materials in the trading hall, but what I have may not be needed by the other party. And I am not the only one who has the workbench. Maybe someone else will get the blueprint. So this time, we have to take away most of the materials from the players, before others can make oil paper umbrellas. We will divide the benefits we got this time among the three of us. I will take 60%, and you two will take 40%. I will also give each of you an oil paper umbrella. The division is fair. It can even be said that they got a bargain. They only need to help collect materials to get a lot of good things. Anyway, they have to stock up and exchange materials every day. At most, they will be a little busier. Ye Yongguang, how many oil paper umbrellas can you make now? Do you have enough materials? Yun Nian, I sold one and kept one for myself. Now I can make 10 oil paper umbrellas. Ye Yongguang, 10. They should be snatched away soon. Hu Yuan, then your materials are indeed a bit small. I dare say that as long as you put this oil paper umbrella out, there will be a lot of people who want it. If not hundreds, then thousands. There are tens of thousands of people in District 3 alone. Who doesn't need an umbrella? That's why I need your help. Otherwise, Yun Nian could have done the job by herself. It's because she has few materials, and she doesn't want to be so tired. Collecting materials and trading is actually the most tiring. She only needs to make oil paper umbrellas. And it's actually the workbench that's doing the work. In this way, she can make money from the materials and materials, which is the most comfortable. Hu Yuan, let's do this. The three of us will divide the work. Yun Nian is responsible for making oil paper umbrellas. I'm responsible for collecting materials. And Ye Yongguang is responsible for advertising and watching the trade. Without a workbench and drawings, even if there are materials, we can't make oil paper umbrellas. We can post a post on the forum. As long as we provide enough materials, we can exchange for oil paper umbrellas. In this way, collecting materials will be faster, Yun, yes. If someone gets the workbench and oil paper umbrella later, we have earned enough in the early stage. And she didn't tell Nye Yongwang and Hu Yuan. After selling the oil paper umbrella, she still has something else to sell. That is the stove. But she has too little clay. To make a stove, you need clay. According to her observation, very few people have clay now. She also got the clay by opening a locked treasure chest. Maybe there will be more clay after the novice protection period. In comparison, the difficulty of making a torch is much lower. But the torch is too easy to copy. Just a workbench is enough. But Yun thought of Zhang Jincheng. If I make torches and sell them, and he copies them, I will lose a lot. Moreover, Yun guessed that she was not the only one who had a fire source. Players all brought their own things from the real world. There must be a lot of smokers. Who doesn't carry a lighter? Oil paper umbrellas are still scarce. She will observe first. And when everyone can generally mine mud, she will buy mud and do the stove business. Nye Yongwang, okay. I'll post an advertisement now. Nian, you make 10 oil paper umbrellas first. I also have some cotton paper and bamboo here. I'll send them to you. Soon. A hot post appeared on the Sea Survival Forum. #rainy season artifact, the birth of oil paper umbrellas. First come first served. The chat channel is all discussing this post. Family, there are really umbrellas for sale. 12 umbrellas are listed in the trading hall. It's an auction mode. And I don't know who will take it in the end. The highest bidder wins. Whoever has more supplies can take it. And my raft is only level 1. So don't even consider it. Only 12. What's the use? There are so many people in the whole district. And the post says that it can save everyone. Didn't the post say that? You can privately chat with the poster. As long as you can provide enough raw materials. I can also help you make umbrellas. The poster is that Nye Yongwang. He was the one who sold weapons last time. Is this guy so powerful? It's him again this time. Yun chatted while eating baked potatoes. She still had a treasure chest that she hadn't caught today. So she would catch it first while she was not busy. The 10 oil paper umbrellas had been handed over to Nye Yongwang. I hope he can sell them at a good price. Next, Yun just had to wait for Hu Yuan to give her supplies. And then she would give the oil paper umbrellas to Nye Yongwang to trade. After the 12 oil paper umbrellas were sold, she would make new ones. It was getting dark. And it was going to be dark again. Yun looked at the water, which seemed not very calm. Last night, there was mackerel. What fish would there be tonight? Oh! And there was fish meat. Yun took out a piece of fish meat, made a wire, and hung it on the stove to roast. Although there was no seasoning, it was good to have meat to eat. The fresh fish made a sizzling sound on the fire. The fish skin shrank when heated. And the fish meat slowly changed color and exuded a fragrance, which made people's appetites grow. The fish was not yet baked, but the treasure chest was already on the hook. Yun pulled it up to take a look. Get the bronze treasure chest. Open the treasure chest and get seafood fried rice ×2, potato cakes ×2, marshmallows ×2, a pair of fluffy bear slippers, plastic bucket ×2. This time the box has a lot of food. And she was worried about not having slippers to wear. It was uncomfortable to wear sneakers all day. The plastic bucket is also very practical. It has a capacity of 5L. It can be placed under the water purifier, and can be used for a few days without having to change bottles all the time. After opening the box, Yun opened her backpack again and looked at it. It was full. There was no place to put the food. She had to eat it quickly. It would go bad if she left it outside. What she needed most now was to upgrade her backpack. She had silk thread, but she didn't know where to get the second-level deerskin. She also placed an order in the trading hall, but no one contacted her. Yun guessed that deerskin might only drop after killing a deer, just like fish meat. But this was on the sea. Where would the deer come from? Maybe she had to use the island landing card. After landing on the island, she might meet a deer. In short, she had to upgrade quickly. If she wanted to upgrade her backpack, she had to go to the island. And if she wanted to go to the island, she had to upgrade to level 4 first. There are still 4 pieces of glass left. The sound of dripping interrupted her thoughts. There is a new message. After adding a friend, there will be a notification sound when the friend sends a message. Yun clicked it, and saw that it was Luo. The supplies caught today are not bad. There is something very good. Take a look. The 2 treasure chests behind are bronze treasure chests. There are a lot of things. Also, my raft has been upgraded to level 2. Key fragment times 1. Belt times 1. Silk thread times 5. Basic 13 sword techniques times 1. Yun Minmin's attention was attracted by the basic 13 sword techniques. Luo, I took a look at this sword technique. It is an entry-level one. Very suitable for novices. I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. But I don't use it. I don't know if it will be useful to you. Yun Minmin. Of course it is useful. She quickly took out the sword technique and opened it to see that it was the sword manual of Tai Chi sword. Luo, if you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Yun Minmin, okay. What do you want to exchange? How about food? Sure. I just don't have anything to eat. Yun Minmin's backpack was not big enough. And the food would go bad if left outside. So she simply returned the favor to Luo. Yun Minmin gave the steamed buns and potato cakes to Luo. Thought about it. And gave her a peach. Seeing so much food, Luo was also very happy. Recently, she eats steamed buns every day. Although there are fish and meat, she can't eat them raw without fire. If she gets upset, it will be very troublesome. So she hasn't eaten anything else for a long time. And her mouth is almost dry. Luo thought, I am so lucky to meet Yun Minmin in this survival game. Yun Minmin didn't know that the food she gave moved Luo so much. She was obsessed with the sword manual and had already started to learn the moves from it. After thinking about it, she went to the workbench to make a hardwood long sword. Anyway, she would need this to make a bronze sword later. So she might as well make one to practice. But she didn't have any foundation. And many things were not key. After practicing for 2 hours, she was tired. But she always felt that she didn't do it well enough. So she had to ask Luo for advice. Luo, I practiced this sword manual, but it just felt strange. What should I do if I can't do many moves? I forgot to tell you that if you don't have a foundation, you must first learn the basic skills. That is, the basic steps, body movements, hand movements and eye movements. Steps include bow step, horse step, empty step, kneeling step and resting step. Yun Minmin was very serious. Then what should I do? Luo, you learn the steps first. And after you learn them, I will teach you other things. Yun Minmin, okay. After a while, Luo sent a video. The video shows Luo demonstrating 5 steps and various steps. Luo is very tall, with a ponytail, and an oval face that looks very dignified and beautiful, with thick eyebrows and phoenix eyes that are majestic without anger. After watching, Yun Minmin praised, wow. Luo, how come you are so good? Luo, this is just the basics. I have learned it since I was a child. Yun Minmin, you and your brother both know martial arts? Luo, yes. Yun Minmin, then your brother should be very good too. Luo, yes. He is very good. After learning it twice, Yun Minmin also recorded a video and sent it to Luo. Luo carefully helped her to watch it and pointed out a few problems. You are talented, but your basic skills are not good. You just need to practice more. Really? Yun Minmin was very happy to hear Luo say that she was talented. Well, keep it up. Chapter 14, the 5th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. The auction of the wallpaper umbrella in the trading hall attracted the attention of many players. Even though everyone could not see the transaction and what was exchanged, some players would show off in the chat channel after getting the wallpaper umbrella. Damn! This wallpaper umbrella is amazing. In addition to being able to block rain, it also has attack and defense functions. It is worth exchanging it for only a weapon blueprint and 2 chairs. No way. An umbrella has so many functions? Yes. I didn't think of it before. Maybe the maker was lucky and had a buff? No way. It's the same thing as produced by the workbench. I exchanged 2 pieces of glass, 10 silk threads, 10 bamboos, and 20 iron blocks for it. I spent a lot of money. I can't live without an umbrella in the rainy season. The people upstairs are all big guys. It takes so many things to exchange for an umbrella. It seems that I have no hope. Seeing that the wallpaper umbrella business is so hot, and everyone is taking out so many good things to exchange, Chu Zijia is very tempted. He also wants to make wallpaper umbrellas to sell. But Chu Zijia studied the wallpaper umbrella for a long time. He didn't have a workbench. even if he knew what the materials were. He couldn't make an oil paper umbrella. But he thought of someone. Zhang Jinqing, who was recruiting people in the chat channel before. Doesn't he also have a workbench? Maybe he can do it? Zhang Jinqing appears frequently in the chat channel, usually showing off the boxes he opened and bragging about recruiting people to join his team. Chu Zijia opened the chat channel and soon saw his name. He immediately sent a private message to Zhang Jinqing. Chu Zijia, hello. I want to talk to you about cooperation in making wallpaper umbrellas. 5th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Weather, moderate rain. It rained all night last night. And it didn't seem to stop until this morning. The waves were surging. The sea fog was everywhere. And the surroundings became blurred. Raindrops fell densely from the sky, hitting the boat and making sounds. And the cold wind blew on the body, and it was very cold. Over a night, the total number of surviving players decreased again. The sky over the sea was gloomy, and there was no way to protect against the cold and rain. If this continued, many people would die every day. There were complaints in the chat channel, and some people had already caught a cold. It was normal for people with poor physical fitness to get sick after 2 days of rain. The weather was too cold, and Yun Yanyan was even reluctant to get out of the warm bed. But there were still many things to do today, and the messages kept dripping in the morning. She took a look and saw that Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang were bombarding her with messages. The wallpaper umbrella business was good, and the 12 umbrellas made last night had already been sold out. And Ye Yongguang urged her to get up and start production. Yun Yanyan replied okay to each of them, and then got up. She stretched and walked out of the boathouse slowly. Her luck today was average. The result of rolling the lucky dice was number 5, an ordinary day. Nothing good or bad. In this case, Yun Yanyan was not in a hurry to fish for the treasure chest. She first checked the deck to see if there were any fish today. She didn't see any, which was a pity. But the fish she picked up yesterday was still alive. Yun Yanyan decided to keep it first, and she would find a chance to grill it when the time came. She drank a glass of milk and ate a bowl of seafood fried rice, and then walked to the workbench to start working. Hu Yuan sent her 40 sets of materials for making wallpaper umbrellas, and took a screenshot in the group so that Ye Yongguang could see it. Ye Yongguang, Mian. Is it okay to make 40 wallpaper umbrellas this morning? Yun Mian, no problem. It only takes a few minutes to make an umbrella, and at most it will take more than 2 hours to finish. Hu Yuan is still busy collecting materials. Today's situation is not bad. More and more people are offering bamboo and silk threads. But there is less cotton paper. Otherwise he can send more materials to Yun Yanyan. He sends Yun Yanyan the materials needed for an umbrella in batches. If he sends them all at once, it will be difficult to calculate. Ye Yongguang is busier than both of them. In addition to keeping an eye on the trading hall, he also has to pay attention to the messages in the chat channel. Many people were asking him questions in the chat channel. Ye Yongguang, I'm so busy. So many people are asking me questions. I can't keep up. Hu Yuan, you can ask those who are exchanging materials to come to me. Ye Yongguang, okay. I received 50 bamboos and 10 cotton papers in the trading hall. I will send them to you, and you can give them to Mian. Hu Yuan, okay. Yun Mian finished making 40 wallpaper umbrellas and gave them all to Ye Yongguang. I sent them to you. Take a look. Ye Yongguang, have you made all the umbrellas? Yun Mian, yes. I sent them to you. Take a look. Ye Yongguang, oh, I just saw it. I'm so busy. Yun Mian started to practice basic skills. She had not yet mastered the few moves that Luo Luo taught her yesterday. She spent the whole afternoon practicing. The weather was so cold that she was sweating. However, after finishing 2 sets of moves, she felt much more relaxed, but her muscles were sore. She fished for treasure chests while resting. Today's treasure chests came very quickly. There was a wooden treasure chest and 2 bronze treasure chests in the 3 chests. Obtained, wood times 20. Milk times 2. Oatmeal times 2. Obtained, cigarettes times 2. Tar times 5. For great classics times 1. Plastic storage box times 2. Obtained, dry hair cap times 1. Flip-flops times 1. Fishing net times 1. Not bad. Although the luck is not very good, but a lot of things can be used. Finally, tar is out. I can make a tar lamp. Yun Yanyan took out the tar lamp blueprint, put a piece of tar in a shell, and quickly made a tar lamp. Tar lamp, lighting item. Can be ignited? Disposable item. Can be used for 3 to 5 hours. Now there is a lamp for lighting at night. But the use time of the tar lamp will be shortened when the wind is strong. If the wind blows all the time, it can only be used for 3 hours instead of 5 hours. However, it is much more convenient to have a lamp at night. And it still needs to be used when it is needed. The plastic storage box can be used to store things. The capacity of 50L can hold a lot of things. Fishing nets are also very useful. Yun Yin Yin hangs the fishing nets on the side of the boat. Maybe some small fish will get in. Pick it up every day to check. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. As for cigarettes, Yun Yin Yin doesn't smoke, so she doesn't need them. But she guessed that many people would like them. If she hangs them in the trading hall, she will probably be able to exchange for a lot of things. But she still asked Hu Yuan and Nie Yongguang if they needed them. Yun Yin Yin, I'll give you 2 packs of cigarettes. Do you want them? If not, I'll trade them. Hu Yuan, I don't need them. Nie Yongguang, I don't smoke. But my friend should need them. Wait and I'll ask him. Soon. Shi Nancheng, who had traded with Yun Yin Yin before, found her. Hello. You have cigarettes. Right? Yun Yin Yin, yes. Do you want some? Yes. He used to smoke half a pack a day, and brought half a pack with him when he came to the game, fearing that he would have nothing to smoke after finishing it. Recently, he only dared to smoke 1 cigarette a day. When he heard Nie Yongguang say that Yun Yin Yin had cigarettes, he immediately ran over to ask. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. What can you exchange for? Yun Yin Yin remembered that he had exchanged the key fragments for 2 packs of cigarettes. I have 2 buckets of instant noodles here. I can exchange them for 2 packs of cigarettes. Instant noodles. It seems not bad. But it's not worth it. I'll give you 5 cigarettes in exchange for 2 buckets of instant noodles. Shi Nancheng. Although he was introduced by Nie Yongguang, Yun Yin Yin would not give him a discount just because of this. Shi Nancheng, 5 is too few. Many people are scrambling for instant noodles. Yun Yin Yin, instant noodles need hot water. And few people have hot water now. She would not be easily overwhelmed by instant noodles, although she really wanted to eat them. Shi Nancheng, add 2 boxes of facial masks. Yun Yin Yin was a little surprised that this person could even prescribe something like facial masks, although her skin condition is not bad at the moment. As a girl, she still minds a little after not taking care of her skin for so many days. I don't want a facial mask. Why do I need this thing to survive at sea? Shi Nancheng, what do you want? Yun Yin Yin, weapon blueprint or intermediate workbench blueprint. Shi Nancheng hesitated for a moment. Finally, he took out a quiver blueprint. Primary quiver blueprint. Effect, can increase attack speed by 15%. Capacity is 24 grids. Required materials, 2nd level cowhide times 1. Pheasant feather times 5. It's just a quiver. But it looks good. As long as you find a bow and arrow, it will be useful. Yun Yin Yin just knows a little archery. This is not a weapon. How about this? Use 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 boxes of facial masks and this blueprint, and exchange for 2 boxes of cigarettes. Shi Nancheng? Yun Yin Yin knew that he was asking for too much, but she was sure that Shi Nancheng really wanted these 2 packs of cigarettes. Yun Yin Yin, it's useless for you to have the face mask anyway. If there's no hot water, you can only leave the instant noodles alone. It's a waste if you eat them dry. There are many people who want cigarettes. If you think it's not possible, take this drawing to exchange for a pack of cigarettes. I'll put the other pack in the trading hall and exchange it with others. Shi Nancheng, a bucket of instant noodles. Yun Yin Yin, okay. Since you are Nie Yongguang's friend. Shi Nancheng. Yun Yin Yin was very happy. She could eat instant noodles for dinner and apply a face mask. She could make a simple iron pot with a workbench and put it on the stove, so that she could boil water. The iron pot made without the drawing probably couldn't be used for cooking, and it would be a little bumpy. But she didn't have high requirements, as long as it could hold water and boil it. It was evening. The 40 oil paper umbrellas were almost sold out again. But Hu Yuan only collected 20 sets of materials. He gave it to Yun Yin Yin to do first. Otherwise Nie Yongguang would urge him to do it. It was getting dark, and Yun Yin Yin hung the tar lamp on the workbench, which made it much brighter. She continued to make oil paper umbrellas. Nie Yongguang suddenly sent a message. Another kind of paper umbrella appeared in the trading hall, which is much cheaper than our price. Yun Yin Yin hurried to see. Sure enough, there were 30 paper umbrellas hanging there. priced at 5 iron blocks or 50 pieces of wood. It was indeed cheap. The seller was not anonymous, but Zhang Jinqing. The chat channel was also discussing this paper umbrella. What is the difference between a paper umbrella and an oil paper umbrella? Anyone who has bought one can tell me. I have only bought oil paper umbrellas, not paper umbrellas. But seeing that the paper umbrella is so cheap, it should not be easy to use. Right? Finally, there are cheap umbrellas. That's great. I can afford this. Zhang Jinqing, don't worry. I made the paper umbrellas purely for everyone, so the price is very low. I hope everyone in our district can safely get through the rainy season. I have been studying how to make umbrellas these days, and finally succeeded today. Jin Baoquan, our boss, is dedicated to the players in the whole district. Unlike some people who just want to make personal profits and sell them so expensively. How many people can afford them? Ge Hui, don't buy oil paper umbrellas. Just buy paper umbrellas. Now everyone has few supplies. Save them for upgrading. Don't let those profiteers take advantage of them. Zhang Jinqing, I also hope that the sellers who make oil paper umbrellas can lower their prices. Let's work together to overcome the difficulties. Zhang Jinqing and his two younger brothers sang the same tune in the chat channel. Chu Zijia, I bought an oil paper umbrella and a paper umbrella. I don't think there is much difference. They can both keep out the rain. As long as they can be used, they can survive the rainy season. Yun Yinmian felt that Chu Zijia's name looked familiar. Chapter 15. Nie Yongguang took a picture of a paper umbrella and was speechless after seeing it in his hand. What kind of broken umbrella is this? It's made of paper. It's far worse than our oil paper umbrella. That person is lying with his eyes open. This is called almost the same? One is in heaven, and the other is on earth. He sent it to the group for Yun Minmian and Hu Yuan to see. Yun Minmian clicked to check the properties of the paper umbrella. An ordinary paper umbrella. It seems to be able to keep out the rain. But be careful not to get your hands cut by the rough bamboo pieces. Yun Minmian smiled. This should be an umbrella he made himself. There is no blueprint. He drew it himself and made it on a workbench. Nie Yongguang, no wonder. It looks very rough at first glance. And there is no tum oil on the paper. It's a shoddy product. Hu Yuan, but the price is really low. I see many players have bought it. Nie Yongguang, what should we do? The person who consulted me just now has stopped replying. I guess he went to buy cheap umbrellas from Zhang Jinqing. There are still many people in the chat channel who call us profiteers. Should we also lower the price? Yun Minmian, don't worry. Cheap products are not good. He sells his products. Anyway, we are short of materials here. Nie Yongguang, that's fine. I also think that our oil paper umbrellas are of such good quality that there is no need to fight a price war with his inferior umbrellas. Hu Yuan, it's better to take a break. It's late today. I will continue to collect materials tomorrow. Let's divide today's harvest first. Nie Yongguang, okay. I'll go and count them. Yun Minmian continued to make oil paper umbrellas with 20 pieces of materials. After a while, Nie Yongguang posted the harvest from selling umbrellas in the past 2 days in the group. A large pile of materials made Yun Minmian dazzled. There were so many things, and the categories were very rich. Nie Yongguang said with a smile, these are all carefully selected by me. I only exchange with them if I think they are good. Minmian, you choose first, and I will share the rest with Hu Yuan. Yun Minmian, then I will take the iron and glass, the primary bow and arrow blueprint, the sports suit, the mosquito repellent ointment, the black seeds, and I will take a bag of rice, and the frying pan. According to the previously agreed division, Yun Minmian didn't take much, and most of the remaining things were food, which Hu Yuan should need more. Sure enough, Hu Yuan took mostly food, and took out some materials, negotiated with Nie Yongguang, and took the primary workbench blueprint. Nie Yongguang thought that even if he wanted to make something, he could ask Yun Minmian. So he agreed. He estimated that after a while, many people should be able to open workbench blueprints, and the remaining things were all what he wanted, such as telescopes, music boxes, carpets, bat masks and so on. Nie Yongguang, it's really good. The hard work of the past 2 days is worth it. He planned to give the music box to Wen Yushi. Since the last time he chatted with her, the two added friends and kept in touch. Hu Yuan took a lot of food and was in a good mood. These foods were enough for him to eat for a long time. Moreover, he exchanged the blueprint of the water purifier in the trading hall. And today, He was assigned the blueprint of the workbench. He can make a water purifier by himself. And he doesn't have to worry about having no water to drink or nothing to eat in the future. Life is getting better day by day, which can be said to be thanks to Yun Yin. After distributing the things, Yun Yin didn't have time to sort them out, so she put them aside first. Her supplies are enough for upgrading, and she plans to upgrade first. Open the information of Shang Yun. Name, Shang Yun. Level 3 wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 25 points. Expansion conditions, wood times 1000. Iron nails times 200. Glass times 10. Yun Yin clicked to expand. The white light enveloped the entire ship. In the darkness, only this area was lit. The movement this time was bigger than the previous times. Yun Yin had a hunch that her ship would become a big one this time. 10 minutes later, Yun Yin was on a large black ship. The house on the ship had become 2-story. The house was dark red. The deck was very spacious, and the hull was much larger than before the 4th level. It was a small fishing boat before, but now it has become a medium-sized sailing boat, 18 meters long and about 7 or 8 meters wide. There are 3 masts on the ship, which can be hung with gussets, but now it is empty. If gussets are added, the speed of the ship will be accelerated. The first floor became a large suite. Yun Yin walked in and saw that in addition to the bedroom, there was also a kitchen and a bathroom. The bedroom was connected to the balcony. In the bedroom was a sofa bed she had made before. There was a small staircase to the 2nd floor. There was a steering wheel and a shelf for a telescope on the 2nd floor. Yun Yin could easily control the boat to change direction and see the situation in the distance through the telescope. There were 2 more devices for hanging fishing nets on the side of the boat. Yun Yin only hung 1 fishing net, so the other side was empty. With such a large boat, Yun Yin felt more secure. There was no need to worry that the boat would be easily overturned by the waves. Recently, the rain has been getting heavier, and the waves have been rising and falling. She has been worried about storm surges. The 4th level ship is already so luxurious. I wonder what it will become in the future. She clicked and took a look at the upgrade conditions. Name, Shang Yun. Level 4 wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 38 points. Expansion conditions, red pine wood times 2000. Walnut wood times 2000. Iron block times 500. Glass times 100. Iron ore times 100. Plastic times 100. It seems that the 4th level is a watershed, and it will be much more difficult to upgrade. Congratulations to the player who first upgraded the raft to the 4th level. Rewards wood times 500. Iron block times 100. Intermediate workbench blueprint times 1. Intermediate telescope blueprint times 1. Rare black soil times 1. Latex mattress times 1. Goose down quilt times 1. Waterproof jacket times 1. This time the rewards are better and more than last time. Yun Yin was overjoyed. All of which were what she needed. As expected, there are many benefits to upgrading as soon as possible. Yun Yin opened her backpack to check the rewards. Let's upgrade the workbench first. A minute later, the workbench was upgraded, becoming larger and smarter. There are many more tools. Not only can you make tools with drawings, but you can also make fine adjustments on the drawings and change the materials. In this way, the material and style of the things made can be changed. It's just that it's best to follow the drawings. Otherwise the quality of the things may not be guaranteed. Of course, as long as the maker has information, it is also possible to make something better than the drawings. You can also change the color, engrave, or add some small decorations. Yun Yin likes this workbench very much. In this way, she can make a lot of daily necessities, which makes life at sea more convenient. The intermediate telescope blueprint can make the high-definition telescope required for the 2nd floor. It requires iron ore times 2, plastic times 2, and glass times 1 to make. Plastic can be exchanged in the trading hall, but iron ore seems to have never been seen. The most valuable is the rare black soil. Rare black soil, a very precious soil resource, is very fertile and very suitable for the growth of crops. Plants planted on it grow 5 times faster than those planted on ordinary land. This is much better than soil. A piece of rare land is only 1 square meter. Yun Yin plans to plant half cabbage and the other half fruit. She first planted the cabbage seeds in order, then planted the peach pits she had saved before, and cut a potato, planning to plant it after the potatoes sprouted. Calculating the time. Harvest a wave of cabbage first. and then plant potatoes. She enthusiastically cut the potatoes into 5 long strips, and then put the cut potatoes in a box and covered it. In the dark, potatoes are more likely to grow more sprouts. The planting guide said that the more sprouts, the faster the potatoes will grow after sprouting. Oh, and there are black seeds from Yeyongwang. I almost forgot about it. She threw it aside and didn't have time to sort it out. Mysterious seeds. I don't know what kind of plant it is. I can only plant it first. Yun Nian carefully checked it, but couldn't see anything. It can't be the seeds of the piranha plant. Anyway, it doesn't take up any space, so I'll plant it first. After doing all this, Yun Nian still couldn't bear to go to bed. She thought about making the weapons tonight. Maybe she could see the island tomorrow, and the landing card could be used after level 4. She hasn't decomposed the bronze treasure chest she opened today. Bronze treasure chests can also be decomposed into bronze, but the quantity is very small. A bronze treasure chest can be decomposed into 2 bronzes. Just 2 bronzes are needed to make a bronze sword. She put the materials on the workbench. Because it was a weapon, Yun Nian did not make any modifications. She only left a cloud pattern on the hilt. After all, it was her first high-level weapon. After it was done, she picked it up and gestured. Under the moonlight, the cold light of the bronze sword shone, and it was very sharp at a glance. At this time, there was another strange sound by the boat. It should be a strange fish coming to the door. Yun Nian thought. Just use it to try this bronze sword. She walked over quickly with the tar lamp, and sure enough, she saw a few fish biting her boat again. If they came later, the fishing nets she hung would be bitten. She squinted her eyes and stabbed one by one. The fish that used to take several cuts with a machete to kill could be killed with this sword in one cut. Obtain mackerel meat times 2. Obtain mackerel meat times 2. The fish meat that exploded was actually twice as much as before. It might be that the fish was chopped up by the machete before, leaving less good meat. Now, with the bronze sword, you can get more meat by killing it with one blow. Yun Nian thought about it, took out a steamed bun, crushed it into crumbs, and sprinkled some into the water. Soon, more and more mackerels gathered around. She took a tar lamp to shine, and stabbed it in the water. Obtain mackerel meat times 2. Obtain mackerel meat times 2. Seeing that there were more than 40 pieces of fish meat in the bag, Yun Nian was finally satisfied. But just when she was about to turn around, she saw a huge shadow swimming under the sea. She looked closely and saw something under the water. She frowned, and the hand holding the sword quickly tightened, ready to strike at any time. When the fish under the water jumped up, she found that it was also a mackerel. But this one was different from the previous ones. This one was too big. It was a full 1.8 meters long. A giant mackerel. Maybe Yun Nian killed too many of its kind, and came to her for revenge. How much fish meat would such a big mackerel have? It must be at least 200 kilograms. Yun Nian stared at the water without blinking. Chapter 16. The 6th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. When the giant mackerel jumped up, Yun Nian stabbed hard, and the bronze sword pierced into the belly of the mackerel. But she did not hear the sound of getting fish meat, which meant that it was not dead yet. Yun Nian's eyes widened. It seemed that the fish had a strong vitality. She did not give it a chance to escape. She quickly stabbed it into the water. The tar lamp fell to the ground. She did not care about so much and leaned over the side of the boat to stab it into the water. It must have been stabbed. She felt that the fish was struggling violently, tumbling, and water splashed everywhere. Yun Nian's face was full of water droplets. The attack power of the bronze sword was very high, but the fish still died. Obtain high-quality mackerel X20. For such a large mackerel, only 20 portions of fish meat were obtained, which was a bit too little. But fortunately, it was high-quality fish meat, which might taste better and have special effects. Yun Nian smelled a strong smell of blood. She thought it was not good, and quickly ran to the second floor, controlled the steering wheel, turned the bow and drove away. The strong smell of blood would be bad if it attracted some ferocious marine creatures. It was not difficult to kill a mackerel, but if it was something more powerful, she might not be able to deal with it. It was better to get away. When the boat sailed away, she breathed a sigh of relief and went downstairs to the bedroom. After changing to a latex mattress, her bed became more comfortable, and there was also a goose-down quilt, which was light and warm. She put away the quilt she had used before and would ask Yeyongwang, Yuan and Luo Luo tomorrow if they needed it. The weather was cold now, and warm items were already scarce in the trading hall. She had no shortage of ordinary supplies, and could trade with acquaintances first. Yun Minmin had been busy all day today, and her current stamina was 3850 seconds. If the stamina was too low, one would become weak, and hunger or lack of water would also reduce the stamina. In general, although it was an ordinary day, today's harvest could be considered very rich. She couldn't finish eating so much fish meat, so she simply exchanged all the ordinary fish meat. Yun Minmin posted the fish meat in the trading center and advertised it in the chat channel. Fresh and delicious mackerel meat. Exchange for supplies. The quantity is limited. Buy as soon as possible. It has been listed in the trading center. Recently, marine life has appeared frequently, and many people have fish meat. So Yun Minmin's news is not abrupt, but it attracted a group of people to complain. What's the use of meat without fire? Do you want to eat raw fish meat? Seafood sashimi? It's not impossible. Don't buy it. Mackerel can't be eaten raw. Mackerel liver oil contains toxic substances. If it can't be eaten raw, what's the point of buying it? I don't know when I can get fire. I still have a few fish meat in my backpack. I can't eat it. Fortunately, it won't go bad in the backpack. Yun Minmin thought that no one would exchange. But when she looked at the trading center, someone had already exchanged 10 pieces of fish meat. She was not sure whether the other party knew that mackerel meat could not be eaten raw. So she chatted with the other party privately. Hello. Mackerel meat cannot be eaten raw. You have to pay attention. She had just sent a message in the chat channel. So the fish meat was not anonymous. The other party quickly replied, okay. Yun Minmin thought about it, and thought that maybe the buyer already had a fire source, and could grill the fish meat. So she looked at the buyer's name, Rongyu. Yun Minmin got up early the next day. The sea surface was particularly uncalm today. The sea water was carrying the boat to and fro, and it was not stable at all. Yun Minmin could not sleep well at all. So she had to get up early. Dark clouds covered the entire sky, and everything was gray and nothing could be seen clearly. Occasionally, lightning flashed across the sky. Only then could the situation on the sea be seen clearly. The waves made a gloomy sound, and the black sea water was scary. The wind was strong, and the storm was coming. It seemed that the sky was about to fall down. Although her ship was so big, it was also affected. Yun Minmin felt a little uneasy. Many people couldn't sleep like Yun Minmin, and they were all complaining in the chat channel. Will this weather really last for a month? Many people died last night. Fortunately, I bought a paper umbrella yesterday. At least I didn't get wet in the rain. Yes, paper umbrellas are still useful. They can block the rain and won't catch a cold. Although the oil paper umbrella can also attack and defend. It's just raining, and having an umbrella is enough. I spent a lot of money to buy the oil paper umbrella, and I feel so bad. I think the oil paper umbrella should be returned to everyone, and everyone's supplies should be returned. Yes, you can buy umbrellas and upgrade them after returning them. Seeing this news, Ye Yongguang was so angry that he cursed in the group. Zhang Jincheng, that shameless guy, is inciting players to cause trouble to us. Someone came to ask me if they can return it. I'm speechless. Yun Minmin, don't pay attention to it. There are not many people looking for you. Right? Yuan, the money and goods have been paid, and we have seen it when the transaction was made. How can it be returned? Just ignore it. Ye Yongguang, I don't care. I'm just speechless that those fools were deceived by Zhang Jincheng and went to buy that kind of garbage. Yun Minmin, since we all know it's garbage, something will definitely happen. Just wait. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a thunder and lightning tore through the sky. Crackling rain fell. Yun Minmin was caught off guard and her face hurt from the raindrops as big as soybeans. She quickly held up her oil paper umbrella. This time the rain was heavier. Yun Minmin glanced at the light screen in the upper right corner. The 6th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Weather, heavy rain. There are different levels of heavy rain, and extremely heavy rain. It should be just heavy rain now. Yun Minmin is worried that if it continues like this, it will be even more exaggerated in the future. If it is a heavy rainstorm, the rain pouring on the face feels like a basin of water breaking on the face. Yun Minmin doesn't want it to come to this. However, it is said to be a doomsday survival. She has to be mentally prepared. Yun Minmin's ship has now been upgraded to level 4. There should be no danger in the early stage. But the situation will only get worse in the future. There is always a sense of urgency to continue upgrading. Among the few people she knows, Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguan will definitely have no problem upgrading to level 3. Only Luo Luo is in a tight spot. So she sent a private message to Luo Luo, asking her how she is. Luo Luo, it's okay. But the rain is too heavy, and the boat is full of water. Yun Yin thought for a moment, and sent Luo Luo an oil paper umbrella. Here you go. Luo Luo was moved again. She was caught off guard by the heavy rain when she woke up today, and she hadn't had time to fish for the treasure chest to share the supplies with Yun Yin. But Yun Yin remembered her, and sent her such a precious oil paper umbrella. Luo Luo didn't know how to repay her. The supplies on her should not be valuable. Luo Luo pondered for a while, and sent Yun Yin something he brought from the real world. Luo Luo sent you a dagger. Yun Yin was very happy when she saw the dagger. It was a very delicate and small dagger. The handle was brown with complex plant patterns on it. When it was pulled out, you could still see the cold light, and it was very sharp. The dagger is short and easy to carry, much more convenient than a long sword, and is the best weapon for close combat. Luo Luo, I brought this from the real world, for your self-defense. Yun Mian, thank you. This is a good thing. Yun Mian did not expect that an oil paper umbrella could be exchanged for such a good treasure. You know, she only exchanged the oil paper umbrella for a weapon blueprint before. But now she got a good dagger directly. Name, dagger from the real world. Features, cut iron like mud. Easy to carry. Effect, attack power plus 55 melee damage plus 20. Such a good thing. Luo Luo gave it to her. Yun Mian was a little embarrassed to accept it. Yun Yin, how much do you need to upgrade to level 3? Luo Luo, not much. I can save up enough by myself. Yun Yin had already given her a lot of things, so she didn't want to ask Yun Yin for more materials. Yun Yin said, I still have extra wood and nails here. It's okay to share some with you. Yun Yin didn't think she was at a disadvantage. After all, this weapon is really a good thing. It is estimated that Luo Luo always carried it with him before, and didn't put it in his backpack. When they first met, she took a screenshot of her backpack and showed it to her, and the dagger was not in it. Now that she is willing to take it out, she has already regarded her as a good friend. Yun Yin, of course, also considered her a friend. Luo Luo, 55 wood, 20 nails. Yun Yin sent the materials directly. Yun Yin, hurry up and level up. After reaching level 3, you will have a house, and no longer have to worry about heavy rain. Yun Yin thought that she had not yet caught the treasure chest, so she took out the lucky dice and started rolling the dice. 6. The lucky star is shining. It is super lucky. Not bad. Yun Yin quickly took out the fishing rod. I don't know if it will be easy to catch the treasure chest in such a heavy rain today. As soon as she cast the fishing line, she heard strange noises coming from the side of the boat. Yun Yin walked over, and saw that there was something in the fishing net. There should be rain in the net. The storm is so strong that the fish on the bottom of the sea may have swum up. Maybe we can catch a big fish. Yun Yin immediately pulled the net up. It's so heavy. Her eyes lit up, and she was more and more sure that there was a big fish. It's still struggling. Woo-ah-woo. What's that sound? Yun Yin finally pulled the fishing net up. She took a breath and looked down. There were many fish flopping in the fishing net. But what shocked her was that there was actually a little dolphin. The gray little dolphin was about 1 meter long, with a slender and streamlined body and a blue-gray cape on its back, which looked very cute. It was so small. It should be a young dolphin. It kept making a humming sound. I don't know how it got into the fishing net. Is this one stupider? Yun Yin let it out of the fishing net. It looked at her eagerly, a little scared. Yun Yin reached out and touched it. Don't worry. I won't eat you. Maybe it could understand what she said. The little dolphin's eyes became smart and cheerful. Yun Yin picked it up with a smile and put it back into the sea. Go find your mother. The little dolphin went into the water, jumped out after a while, and actually performed a set of spinning tail swings for her. The corners of its mouth were always raised, as if it was smiling. Very kind and friendly. Yun Yin lay on the edge of the boat and waved at it. But the dolphin did not leave, but swam over and jumped up again. Yun Yin blinked, and thought that she still had a lot of mackerel meat. So she took a piece of fish meat from her backpack and threw it to it. Sure enough, It took it in its mouth very happily, ate it quickly, and performed another jump for her. Yun Yin was amused by it. Do you want to eat more? The little dolphin swam over and floated on the water, and its head went up and down, which seemed to be nodding. Yun Yin was a little surprised, so she had to take out another piece of fish meat. After eating, the little dolphin swam around lively, jumping out of the water at any time. Yun Yin, okay. Go and play by yourself. I have to go to work. She hadn't fished for the treasure chest yet, and the fish she had just caught on the deck hadn't been processed yet. If she didn't take care of them, they would all die in a while. She counted them, and there were 18 fish in total, many of which she didn't recognize. They looked strange. Red, white, and black. Yun Yin put all the fish into the water tank she had made before, breaking the larger ones into fish meat, and the smaller ones could be grilled and eaten. After Yun Yin was done, she started fishing for the treasure chest again. The fishing line sank, and she thought there was a treasure chest on the hook, so she quickly pulled it, but heard a humming sound. It turned out that the little dolphin hadn't left yet, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm fishing for the box. Go and have fun by yourself. After she finished speaking, the little dolphin went into the water and disappeared. But after a while, Yun Yin actually saw a box floating on the surface of the water. The little dolphin bit the zipper of the box and happily pushed the box to the surface of the water. It was a golden treasure chest. You can tell by the golden color. It was the first time that Yun Yin saw a golden treasure chest, and her excitement was beyond words. Yun Yin couldn't reach it, so she had to use a net to fish it out. It took a while to fish the treasure chest out. Get the golden treasure chest. Yun Yin opened it immediately. Get iron ore ×2. Nutrient solution ×2. Painkillers ×2. Watermelon juice ×5. Spider Island map ×1. Elementary cooking skill book ×1. There are too many good things. Yun Yin didn't know which one to look at for a moment. Little dolphin, you are so great. Yun Yin praised from the bottom of her heart. Woo woo woo. Yun Yin guessed that it understood, because it was very excited and jumped in circles, splashing water. Yun Yin thought and asked, Little dolphin, do you know how to get to the island? Yun Yin's ship is now level 4, and she can use the island landing card. As long as she finds the island, she can go up. But in this vast sea, it is difficult to find an island. Chapter 17, the 7th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. The little dolphin circled in confusion, as if she didn't know where she wanted to go. It seemed that she didn't know. Yes, she was still young, just a baby, and it was good enough that she could understand the box. Yun Yin, then go and help your sister find other boxes, the same as this one. The little dolphin whimpered twice, but didn't leave. Yun Yin suddenly realized and took out 2 pieces of fish from her backpack and threw them to it. It left contentedly after eating. Yun Yin put away the things in the treasure chest just now. There wasn't much iron ore, but it was just enough to make a telescope. Nutrient solution is for plants, and it can accelerate the growth of plants. The Spider Island map shows the detailed distribution of areas on Spider Island, such as woods, springs, caves. Everything is in full view. With this map, it will be easier for her to collect supplies. Cooking skill book. After using it, players can unlock cooking skills. Food cooked with cooking skills will have attribute effects, such as restoring physical strength and mental strength, and permanently or temporarily increasing physical strength or mental strength. Good stuff. Yun Yin used it immediately. Her personal information also changed. Player, Yun Yin. Age, 22 years old. Physical strength, 52, upgradable. Strength, 49, upgradable. Spirit, 65, upgradable. Luck, 88, upgradable. Basic cooking, upgradable. Compared with before, her strength has increased by 4 points. It may be because she has been practicing basic skills in the past few days. It seems that basic skills need to be practiced. With a telescope, it is easier to find islands. She now has iron ore, and plastic can be decomposed with a plastic bucket. The materials are enough, and she quickly made an intermediate telescope. Congratulations to the player who made the first sight. Reward large fishing net ×2. Horn sail ×2. Incubator ×1. Not bad. Not bad. All good stuff. I was really lucky today, and I got a lot. Maybe I can find an island. Yun Mian first hung all the big fishing nets on the side of the boat, so that she could get fresh fish every day, and then spent some effort to hang up 2 corner sails. With sails, the boat's sailing speed can be greatly increased. The insulated box can be used to store fish and fresh food. After all, one grid in the backpack can only hold one kind of fish, and different kinds of fish will occupy several grids. If they are all placed in the insulated box and then put into the backpack, only one grid is needed. Yun Mian just needs this. After cleaning up the house, Yun Mian went to the second floor and sat in front of the telescope to look around. But after an hour of watching, she could only see the vast sea and rain. The rainstorm had not stopped, and the visibility was too low. Even with a telescope, she could not see too far. Maybe the rain was too heavy, and the fog covered the island. Yun Mian was hungry after working so hard for so long. She went downstairs to light the fire, then put a frying pan on the stove and poured the milk in to heat it. It didn't need to be very hot, just a little warm. So she only heated it for a minute, and then took it out and poured it into the bottle. It was inconvenient without a cup, so Yun Mian thought about making a cup out of wood. But for now, she had to make do with it. She used the workbench to make an iron net, like the ones used in barbecue restaurants. Then he took out 2 pieces of fish. Fresh mackerel meat has a shiny surface, a beautiful white oily sheen. It can be grilled without oiling. She didn't need to keep staring at the fish. She looked at the screen distractedly and found that there were many unread private messages. 10 minutes ago, Nie Yongwang sent her many messages. She was busy just now and didn't hear any sound. Nie Yongwang, check the chat channel quickly. The paper umbrella is really rubbish. There is a problem. Hee hee. I knew that kind of rubbish umbrella is not comparable to our oil paper umbrella. Yun Mian switched to the chat channel. Many people's paper umbrellas are broken. Zhang Jincheng. You coward. Why are you silent? Who said that paper umbrellas and oil paper umbrellas are similar? Come out. Rain can break paper umbrellas. They are rubbish. Compensate me for the supplies. Oil paper umbrellas are better. They are different from the ones I paid a lot of money for. They can't be broken by rain, and they can be used to fork fish. I shouldn't have saved these supplies. I bought this rubbish. I should have bought oil paper umbrellas. I knew what happened at a glance. It was raining so hard, and the paper paste umbrellas made by hand-painted patterns had no defense and would break easily in heavy rain. It was completely different from the things produced by the system. Sure enough, the umbrella made by Zhang Jincheng was just a replica, without the blueprint. A workbench alone is not enough. The chat channel was filled with curses, and Zhang Jincheng and his lackeys all became cowards, not saying a word. Yun Mian had long guessed this would happen, so she told Nie Yongwang not to worry. Nie Yongwang, Mian. How many oil paper umbrellas do you have? Many people have come to me to buy umbrellas. Yun Mian 40. Made yesterday. I have to make them again after selling these. I don't have enough materials now. Hu Yuan, I have collected a lot more and will send them to you now. Hu Yuan, everyone has opened a lot of good things today, especially bamboo and cotton paper. Nie Yongwang, yes. I also opened a water purifier blueprint today, and a bag of hot packs. Yun Mian, then I will continue to make oil paper umbrellas when I have time later. Nie Yongwang, okay. The rainy season is still long. I guess this business can continue. Yun Mian suddenly thought of something. Yun Mian, wait. Hu Yuan, do you already have a workbench? Hu Yuan, yes. I got it yesterday. Yun Mian had one double luck before, so she had 2 oil paper umbrella blueprints. After using one, there was still one. That means that as long as she gives the oil paper umbrella blueprint to Hu Yuan can also make oil paper umbrellas. Of course, her efficiency is not as high as that of 2 people, and she also wants to practice sword. I have another oil paper umbrella blueprint here. Give it to you. You can also make it together, but the division will still be the same as before. Do you agree? Yun Mian didn't think she was taking advantage of him, because one more person made umbrellas. More materials were obtained, and Hu Yuan got more things. What's more, the blueprint was also provided by Yun Mian for free. The oil paper umbrella was made on the workbench, and the player didn't need much physical strength. It just took some time to put the materials in front of the workbench. If he didn't want to, Yun Mian didn't have to take it out. And the things Yun Mian took away last time were not half, and she left him a lot of food he wanted. Hu Yuan was a smart man and agreed quickly. Hu Yuan, okay. Let's do it as before. Then I will collect the materials and give you half. And I will make the other half myself and send it to Nie Yongguang when it's done. Nie Yongguang, Mian Mian. You are so awesome. You even have 2 oil paper umbrella blueprints. It's right to follow you. The conversation took place in the group. So Nie Yongguang also saw it. Yun Mian Mian, just lucky. Nie Yongguang gave a thumbs up. After Yun Mian Mian sent the oil paper umbrella blueprint to Hu Yuan. The fish was also baked. After unlocking the elementary cooking, Yun Mian Mian simply baked fish became more delicious. And it also had the additional attribute of increasing physical and mental strength. There are 3 dots on the fresh fish, which can be clicked for detailed introduction. Swordfish meat, it can replenish blood, refresh the mind, protect the liver and lower blood pressure, prevent aging, and is rich in various nutrients. Overnight mackerel is poisonous. If it is stale, it will produce toxins. If it is not processed, it is easy to be poisoned. It is best to eat it as soon as possible. In this way, Yun Mian Mian can know whether these things are poisonous or not before making food. There is also an introduction on the finished grilled fish. Delicious grilled mackerel meat, after eating. It increases 2 points of physical strength and 1 point of mental strength per minute, which lasts for 5 minutes. Yun Mian Mian just grilled ordinary mackerel meat. So he took out another piece of high-quality mackerel meat. High-quality mackerel meat, the taste is almost the same as ordinary mackerel meat. But the nutritional content is higher. And it has special effects after taking it. After grilling. Super delicious grilled mackerel meat, after eating. It increases 3 points of physical strength and 1 point of mental strength per minute, which lasts for 15 minutes. The effect is much better than ordinary fish. Yun Mian Mian ate the ordinary grilled fish and put away the high-quality ones. It would be a waste to eat them now. After eating the fish, she stood up and moved around for a while, then continued to fish for treasure chests. Caught all 3 and opened them together. Today's luck was overwhelming. All 3 treasure chests were silver treasure chests. Yun Mian Mian opened 3 treasure chests at once for the first time. The happiness was superimposed. Very cool. There were a lot of food and materials in the treasure chest. Cotton times 2. A basket of fresh strawberries. Wafer biscuits times 1. Oranges times 5. Milk times 1. Mineral water times 5. Silk thread times 2. Mango times 4. Dragon beard noodles times 2. Yangzhou fried rice times 3. Rain boots times 1. Lazy sofa blueprint times 1. Protective gloves times 1. Women's underwear times 3. The first 2 treasure chests have a lot of delicious food. And the third treasure chest has some practical things. Rain boots are very practical. In this weather, wearing rain boots is the most convenient. The blueprint of the lazy sofa is also good. But there is already a sofa bed in the room. I can only wait until the rainy season is over and put it on the deck. When the weather is clear, it is very nice to sit on it and enjoy the scenery. Yun Mian Mian sorted out the material she opened. And seeing that it was still early, she began to practice basic skills. If you don't understand anything, send a message to Luo Luo. It was not until it was getting dark that Yun Mian Mian felt a little sore and stopped. Although she had only practiced for 2 days, Yun Mian Mian felt that her body was lighter and her strength was a little stronger. I don't know if it's because the player's body was transformed by the system after entering the game. So she learned things faster. Yun Mian Mian sat down to rest. And when she looked up, she suddenly saw something in the mist in the distance. Yun Mian Mian's expression changed. And she immediately rushed to the 2nd floor and raised the telescope. Sure enough, she saw a small island in a layer of misty fog. Found it. This island seems to be very big. Yun Mian Mian immediately controlled the direction to drive towards the island. After hanging the gusset sail, the speed of the ship became very fast. At this speed, it should be possible to reach the island in half an hour. But, looking at the sky, it will be dark soon. It must be unsafe on the island at night. Yun Mian Mian does not plan to go to the island now. She can stop nearby first and go to the island as soon as tomorrow morning. The landing card says that there are only 2 days to land on the island. She must make good use of these 2 days and not waste them. Yun Mian Mian began to sort out her supplies and see which one she should put in her backpack to take to the island. She will pack them tonight and set off directly when she wakes up tomorrow. Bronze sword and dagger must be brought for self-defense. The dagger is small and can be carried on the body without taking up space in the backpack. Food, water and medicine are all put in the backpack, which only occupies 1 grid. In this way, the other grids can be used to store the supplies harvested on the island. Make a few more bamboo baskets and wooden boxes to store things. By the way, roast some more fish and put it in your backpack, so that you can recover your strength quickly. Yun Yin Mian looked at the direction of the island and immediately became excited. She didn't know if this island was Spider Island. If it was, it would be even better. By the way, she found the island, and she didn't know if others had seen it, although she didn't see any other ships around her. Maybe the time when the island appeared was set by the system. Or there was a possibility that there was a barrier between the players, and they couldn't see each other. In fact, all the players' ships were together, but they were shielded from each other. She opened the chat channel. When it got dark at night, everyone had nothing to do and came to chat. This was the most lively time. Family, have you seen the island? I saw a small island, but I can't get on it. Has anyone opened a skill book? I opened a forging skill book, but I don't know what it's for. I also saw the island, but I didn't get close to it. It must be very dangerous. You are stupid. There must be a lot of supplies on the island. Why don't you go to see it? It's getting dark. Who knows what will happen if you go to the island? You can't get on it. I got close to it, but they said I don't have permission to go to the island. It seems that she is not the only one who saw the island. But Yun Minyan is not sure whether she and others saw the same island. Thinking of going to the island tomorrow, Yun Minyan sent a private message to Hu Yuan. I probably won't have time to make wallpaper umbrellas these 2 days. You can share more of the profits when the time comes. Hu Yuan, okay. It's okay. What do you have to do these 2 days? Yun Minyan didn't tell Hu Yuan that she was going to the island. She just said that she had some personal things to do. And Hu Yuan didn't ask much. After finishing her work, Yun Minyan looked at the sea. Dolphin went to find a box for her and never came back. I don't know if he forgot, but the little dolphin had given her a gold treasure chest, which was already very good. She was not too disappointed. Before going to bed, she went to see the seeds she had planted. The cabbage seeds planted on the rare land have sprouted small sprouts, and the growth is gratifying. It is worthy of being a rare land. The growth cycle of cabbage is about 2 months. In the game, it is shortened by 10 times to 6 days. In addition, the 5-fold speed bonus of rare land. When she comes back from the island, she can harvest fresh cabbage. However, the peach pit and the mysterious black seed did not move. Yun Minyan thought about it, took out the nutrient solution, and poured half a bottle of it on the place where the black seed was planted. Her intuition told her that this seed might give her a surprise. But after pouring half a bottle, there was still no movement. The soil absorbed all the nutrient solution, and the surface was still black and unchanged. Yun Minyan looked for a few minutes before she found that the soil seemed to move a little, and something inside was about to come out. She thought about it, and simply emptied the whole bottle. After a few minutes, finally, a golden seedling emerged from the soil. A closer look revealed that it was not golden, but just glowed with golden light. It was actually green. After only a few seconds, the golden light disappeared. This must be a precious seed. There is still 1 bottle of nutrient solution left, and Yun Minyan didn't use it all. Since it has sprouted, let it grow slowly. It may not be good to pour too much. Yun Minyan stood up, moved around a few times, and went back to the room to sleep. She had to go to bed early today and get enough energy. There must be a lot of physical work on the island tomorrow. The next morning, Yun Minyan got up early. Today's weather is rare, but it is drizzling. But the sky is gloomy, which still makes people uneasy. She didn't sleep well last night, probably because she had something on her mind. Thinking about landing on the island today, she couldn't sleep well. She didn't dock last night, but stopped 100 meters away from the island. When she got up in the morning, she made herself some food, ate and drank enough, and took all the supplies before approaching the island. Just before she was about to land, she received a message from Luo Luo. I was busy yesterday, and I got a few good things. See if you want to exchange them. Bamboo basket times 2. Painkillers times 2. Primary collection skill book times 1. Key fragment times 1. Her eyes lit up. Collection skills. Good stuff. After landing on the island, you must collect them. This thing came at the right time. What do you want? Luo Luo, food. I can't get any food recently. It's strange. Yun Minyan happened to have a lot of food, so she sent her a bunch of food. Just as she was about to leave, Yun Yin Yin suddenly remembered that she hadn't rolled the lucky dice yet. She took out the dice and silently hoped to roll a good number. The dice stopped in the air. It was number 5. 5, an ordinary day. Nothing good or bad. Yun Yin Yin was a little disappointed. But we must go to the island today. Time waits for no one. Today's weather is good. If there is a heavy rain tomorrow, it will not be convenient to go to the island. Moreover, who can guarantee that tomorrow's lucky dice will be a good number? Although today's number is ordinary, it is at least not bad. She put on a waterproof coat, rain boots, a hat, and an oil paper umbrella, and hurried to the island. Approaching the island, as she thought, the island is very large. The beach is clean. There are many coconut trees, and the mountains and forests are dense. At a glance, you can tell that there will be a lot of supplies inside. She was about to get off the boat, but found a transparent barrier in front of her, blocking her from going to the island. The system gave a voice prompt. Arrived at Mushroom Island. Permission is required to go to the island. No permission. Unable to go to the island. Yun Yin Yin took out the island landing card and clicked to use it, only to see the island landing card disappear in her hand, and the barrier in front of her disappeared. After successfully going to the island, she fixed the boat on the shore, and then walked towards the island. After going to the island, Yun Yin Yin heard the system message. Congratulations to the player for being the first to go to the island. Reward harpoon ×1. Trap blueprint ×1. Advanced seawater filter ×1. These things were directly put into Yun Yin Yin's backpack. But her backpack was not enough. And it was full with these things. She had to free up a few grids to put things in later. So she got on the boat again, put the things on the boat, and went to the island again. The permission to go to the island is 2 days, during which she can enter and leave the island at will. She walked across the beach and went deeper. Since it is called Mushroom Island, it must be rich in mushrooms. The island is very large, and it is definitely impossible to explore it in 2 days. Yun Yin Yin dare not stay overnight on the island. She must return to the ship as soon as it gets dark. There are only 2 days to collect supplies. Time is very tight and cannot be wasted on some small things. Her main target is 2nd level deerskin, red pine, walnut, iron ore. 2nd level deerskin is the main material for upgrading backpacks, and the others are materials for upgrading ships, which are all urgently needed now. There are so many trees here. Maybe there will be red pine and walnut. Yun Yin Yin made 3 more axes when she was preparing supplies last night, just for cutting wood today. Axes are durable, and she was afraid that 1 axe would not be enough. As for iron ore, I don't know if I can find it. The island has rich vegetation and many trees. It happened to be the rainy season, and the ground was wet everywhere. Various kinds of mushrooms can be seen everywhere, and many mushrooms are covered on the tree trunks. The rain was not heavy, and she thought it was troublesome to hold an umbrella, so she simply put it away and used it to explore the road. There were many leaves on the ground, and she was worried that there were snakes hiding under the trees, and suddenly jumped out. She poked in front with the tip of the oil paper umbrella as she walked. There were so many mushrooms that Yun Yin Yin wanted to find something else at first, but she couldn't help squatting down. She learned the skill of gathering. This kind of pickable things will have a small bubble on them, and you can click it to view the introduction. Porcini, large body, thick meat, thick stem, edible. After picking it, you can also see the edible information. Porcini, sweet and delicious, rich in nutrition, suitable for cooking by stir-frying, deep frying and boiling. After confirming that it was a good thing, Yun Yin Yin picked a lot of it. In addition, she also picked several other mushrooms. Milk mushroom, after being injured, the wound will flow out of a milky white liquid. Chicken mushroom, thick and plump flesh, fine and white texture, edible. It tastes sweet and crispy, very suitable for making soup. Gamba mushroom, rich in various nutrients, rich fragrance, tender and sweet, tough flesh, mellow and long aftertaste. Just reading the introduction, Yun Yin Yin was drooling. She picked a large bamboo basket and 2 bamboo baskets. So many, enough for her to eat for many days. Picking mushrooms feels so good, giving people a strong sense of satisfaction. She picked for 2 hours before she stood up reluctantly. There were mushrooms all over the ground. If she didn't pick more, she would feel a little bit of loss. But she couldn't spend all her time on them. But there were so many. She couldn't pick them all by herself even if she picked them for a week. I don't know if I will encounter this island again in the future. She took out half a bottle of mineral water and drank it. And ate a peach. Rested for 5 minutes. And recovered some physical strength. Yun Yin Yin soon found the red pine wood. After a few axe blows, the tree fell down, and 5 red pine woods appeared on the ground. She put them into her backpack and continued to chop. After chopping for an hour, her arms were sore. But there were 100 more red pine woods in her backpack. It takes 2,000 red pine woods to upgrade, which is still far from enough. Yun Yin Yin sighed. So tired. If she hadn't been exercising recently, she would definitely not be able to do it. There is no way. In order to upgrade, grit your teeth and continue. After chopping for another 2 hours, she used up an axe and finally got 270 red pine wood. It was already past 1 o'clock. Although she was wearing a hat, it was not waterproof. And Yun Yin Yin's hair had long been soaked. She took out her school bag, and then took out the dry hair towel she had prepared from her school bag, wiped her hair, wrapped it up again, found a big rock to sit down, and prepared to rest and have lunch. There were not many compartments in the backpack, so she didn't bring much food, only grilled fish and Yangzhou fried rice, which was a relatively filling thing. Compared with seafood fried rice, Yangzhou fried rice looks much lighter. Ham, eggs, shrimps, and cucumbers are added to the fried rice. The color matching is fresh and beautiful, and each grain of rice is shiny and full. When you put it in your mouth, the eggs are fresh and tender, the rice grains are distinct, and the shrimps are fresh and sweet. Yun Yin Yin ate all the food, but she still felt a little unsatisfied. After eating, she continued to work. These red pine woods can not only be used to upgrade her own ship, but other players will also need them when they reach level 4. And they will be good things to exchange for supplies at that time. Even if she can't chop down 2,000 pieces, she still plans to spend half a day to chop more. Time passed quickly as she was addicted to chopping trees. Yun Yin Yin felt that she was about to collapse from exhaustion. She used up 3 axes in total, and she stopped only after all the durability was exhausted. Looking at the backpack, there were 588 pieces of red pine wood in it. Her physical strength was exhausted. She only had 5 points of physical strength left, which was originally 52 points. Yun Yin Yin took out the high-quality grilled fish from her backpack and ate a portion. 15 minutes later, her stamina was almost full. She was so tired that she didn't even want to move. But now she had strength again. It was getting late, so she stopped chopping. She would look for something else. She didn't forget that she still had to find second-level deerskin and iron ore. In addition to plants, there were all kinds of animals in the forest. Even if there were no deer, there might be pheasants, rabbits, and so on. She continued to walk in and found some wild vegetables and fruits on the way, but not many. She could take them back to cook wild vegetable porridge. The wuchang rice she got before had not been used yet. In fact, she knew almost nothing about wild vegetables. She would only pick them when she saw signs that they could be collected. Fortunately, she learned the collection skill. After returning, she must thank Luo Luo and give her some things. If she hadn't given her the collection skill book, Yun Yin Yin probably wouldn't have found so many supplies this time. And she couldn't even tell which mushrooms were edible. After walking around, Yun Yin Yin didn't see any animals. She hid away when she saw a snake from a distance. But she saw a lot of insects and crickets. For an island with this kind of terrain, there is a high probability that there are no ores. The soil is soft, and there is not even a cave. She didn't dare to go too deep, for fear of encountering wild animals or walking into a swamp. So she just wandered around the periphery. However, I will make a trap when I go back tonight, which will be useful tomorrow. And I can also collect some soil. Yun Yin Yin plans to make a few more large boxes, and dig a few boxes of soil to take away tomorrow. Before, there was no mass production of stoves because there was no soil. Now the weather is getting colder, and the value of stoves is very high. If I sell it, I will definitely get a good price. And it can also help many people. Moreover, Yun Yin Yin needs a lot of soil to grow vegetables, and the potatoes can be planted after they sprout. If she collects some other seeds, she can harvest more vegetables and fruits. Yun Yin Yin saw a hole. The hole was very small. There were some weeds at the hole, and it was quite hidden. There were animal footprints around the hole, which should be a rabbit hole. She looked around and found that there was more than one hole. Yun Yin Yin poked inside with her oil paper umbrella and found something soft. The hole was not deep, so she simply reached in and grabbed it. She touched a fluffy ball. It was really a rabbit. And there was more than one. Yun Yin Yin pulled hard and pulled out a snow-white rabbit. The rabbit had red eyes and was big and fat. It must have a lot of meat. She tied it up first, then reached in and grabbed it again. This time she caught a gray rabbit with shiny fur, as fat as the previous one. Yun Yin Yin had seen a video about rabbits before, saying that digging holes is not only a natural behavior of rabbits, but also a sign of estrus. So these two rabbits may be in the mating period and use digging holes to vent their energy. There were two rabbits, and it was unknown whether they were male or female. If they were one male and one female, they might be able to breed and produce a litter of rabbits. Rabbits can produce at least 3 litters a year, with about 3 to 6 rabbits in each litter. If she raised more, the number would be considerable. But she didn't seem to have rabbit grass to feed the rabbits. Forget it. She would take them back first. She picked some rabbit grass nearby and filled her backpack. The sky was getting darker and darker. Although it was only 5 o'clock, the sky was covered with dark clouds. It might rain heavily tonight, so she had to return to the boat early. On the way back, Yun Yin Yin saw a lot of things to pick, but she was holding a rabbit in one hand and couldn't free her hands, so she had to remember the location and collect them tomorrow. Soon she saw the beach and the familiar Shangyun. From a distance, her ship was big and beautiful, with a noble black hull and white sails on it, which were blown up by the wind. After getting on the boat, she first made 2 bamboo cages to put the rabbits in. Otherwise there would be no place to put them. It was low tide at this time, and the sky was not completely dark yet. Yun Yin Yin came to the beach, on the reefs next to it. When she stopped the boat, she noticed that there were many snails growing on the reefs. They were black and dense, and if she hadn't been sharp-eyed, she wouldn't have noticed them. She came to see if this kind of snail could be eaten. At this time, the sea water was not urgent, and there were no waves, so she dared to come over, and the boat was right next to her. Yun Mian took a basket and walked over carefully. She saw that the reef wall was densely packed with shell-like things. Seeing this, people with claustrophobia might be scared. Fortunately, Yun Mian was able to adapt. These were all good things. She squatted down to check. Black snail, a very common snail, with circles of black on the shell. This kind of black snail is small, and it grows all over the rock wall. She grabbed a bunch of them. She put on gloves and used a basket to catch them from below, sweeping all the black snails into the basket. There is another kind of shellfish, which grows in clusters on the reef. Mussel, commonly known as sea clams, usually grows on rocks on the seashore. Yun Mian has eaten both of these. They are available in seafood markets, and can be eaten simply by boiling them. It tastes very fresh, and can be used to make seafood soup. She filled 2 baskets with the 2 types of snails, a total of 4 baskets, and put them all into her backpack. Just as she was about to get up, she saw that there seemed to be a strange thing in the gap between the reefs. It looked particularly ugly, and it was ugly and unique. The top was pointed, and the protrusions were divided into many roots, which looked like claws. It was really hard to like it. The reason why it attracted Yun Yin Yin was that there was also an attribute introduction on this thing, which said that it could be collected. For Yun Yin Yin, since it could be collected, it was a good thing. Yun Yin Yin picked one up curiously. Buddha's hand snail, also known as gooseneck barnacle, a rare high-end seafood, grows in the cracks of reefs on the seashore, usually grows in groups, and has extremely high requirements for the water quality of the living environment. It turned out to be high-quality seafood, but there were not many Buddha's hand snails. She searched carefully for a while, and only got about 20 of them. It was not like the black snails and mussels just now, which were picked up at random as if they were free. It is true that things are rare and valuable. Yun Yin Yin searched around and returned to the boat after confirming that there was nothing else. As soon as she got on the boat, the rain became heavier, and the sky became completely dark. The weather was cloudy and cold, and the rain fell on the boat with a clatter. 2 nights ago, she relied on tar lamps for lighting so that she could work at night. But last night all 5 tar lamps were used up. Now it was dark and her boat was also dark. She couldn't do without lights, so she had to make a few more. She went to the trading center and searched. Many people were exchanging shells, but only 2 people were exchanging tar. One wanted to exchange tar for weapon blueprints. and the other wanted to exchange it for meat. Yun Yin glanced at the latter's name. It turned out to be someone she knew. It was this person who bought fish from Yun Yin before. In addition to him, there were several people who bought Yun Yin's fish later. But he bought the most. Others bought 1 or 2 yuan. But he bought 10 yuan. And bought 3 times. A total of 30 yuan. Yun Yin found several people. Exchanged wood and mineral water for a total of 10 shells. And then went to privately chat with Rongyu. I have conchs and mussels here. Do you want them? Exchange them with you for tar. Snail meat and shellfish are also considered meat. Although there is not much fish meat in the trading center. Some people sell it. However, Yun Yin has not seen this kind of meat. The other party replied quickly. Rongyu, let's take a look. Yun Yin sent the photo. Although these two things are indeed black and ugly, they are still good to eat when cooked. Rongyu, okay. Yun Yin, 20 snails or mussels for 1 portion of tar. Rongyu, too little. Yun Yin has 2 large baskets of black snails and mussels. Probably 800 or 1,000. The offer of 20 for 1 portion of tar is just a test. Maybe the other party will agree. Anyway, there is no standard for transactions at sea. And everyone sets their own prices. Besides, she was the only one who had this thing. However, since the other party thought it was too little, it would be okay to add a little. Yun Yin, then how do you say to exchange? Rongyu, 1 bowl of snails or mussels for 2 portions of tar. He sent a picture of a small bowl, which was made of wood and was about the same size as an ordinary rice bowl. About 4 inches. Yun Yin was just too lazy to count them one by one. So 1 bowl was enough. Yun Yin deal. How much tar do you have? I want to exchange it for 10. And I'll give you 5 bowls. According to the speed at which Rongyu ate fish before, she thought he could consume so much. Sure enough, Rongyu replied, okay. Give me some of both. Yun Yin, send me the bowls. I will pack them and trade with you. Yun Yin meant to trade 1 bowl at a time. But Rongyu directly sent 5 wooden bowls. Not afraid that she would take his bowls. And he actually had 5 bowls by himself. Which didn't seem to be freshly made. No matter what. Yun Yin packed 3 bowls of conch and 2 bowls of mussels for him. And got 10 portions of tar. However, making tar lamps requires not only tar, but also shells. This way, she can make 10 tar lamps. Which is enough for her to use for a few days. Seeing Rongyu add her as a friend, she accepted. After having a fishing net, she can catch fish every day. There are so many fresh live fish that she can't eat them all by herself. So she can trade with him. Conches, mussels, and Buddha's hand snails are all living creatures that cannot be put into the backpack. They cannot be kept outside and will die after a long time. She kept half of the conches and mussels and put the rest on the trading center. After hanging them up, the conches and mussels will not die, and they don't need to take up backpack space, which is considered to be a loophole in the system. There are also the fish caught yesterday. Before she learned the cooking skills, she didn't recognize those fish when she saw them. Now she can click on the details to see what species they are. After she killed them, those fish turned into various fish meats, which took up space in the backpack and were also hung on the trading center. Fish meat is relatively ordinary, and it is used to exchange for normal supplies. Conch and mussels are rare commodities, and she asked to exchange them for plant seeds or glass, plastic, or iron ore. 50 conchs count as 1, and 20 mussels count as 1. The system will calculate it automatically after they are put into the trading center. 10 glass, 10 plastic, or 10 iron ores can be exchanged for 1 conch or mussel. These 3 options can be traded directly by the system. As for plant seeds, she needs to confirm it herself before the transaction is successful. After hanging it up, she went to the chat channel to advertise as usual. Thinking that most people are not popular yet, she changed the slogan. Fresh conch and mussels can be exchanged for supplies, which can be used for fishing. Exchange for plant seeds, glass, plastic, and iron ore. Hurry up if you want to buy. Anyone who knows how to fish knows that shellfish are commonly used bait for sea fishing. Many fish like to eat them. They are most suitable for fishing for rock bream and black bream. And mussels can also be used to burn lime. Sure enough, this time, as soon as her slogan was sent out, the trading center received news. It is worthy of being a district with tens of thousands of people. And at night, everyone has nothing to do, and many people pay attention to the chat channel. Yun Yanyan's message was seen by many people. After the number of times to fish for treasure chests is used up, the fishing rod becomes a decoration. If there is bait, it can be used for sea fishing. Then it is not a good use. Yun Yanyan, where did you get this conch and mussel? Yes. Will you get so many of these things when you open the box? Why do you care how they got it? It's their ability to get it. It would be great if there was fire. They could cook it, and it would be delicious. I know mussels. They are mussels. They are delicious when cooked in soup. I live by the sea. I used to pick them up on the rocks. I could pick a lot of them. Miss, can't you exchange them with other things? I have never seen glass, plastic and iron ore. This Yun Yanyan is a high-level player. She has so many good things. With everyone's heated discussion, Yun Yanyan's conchs and mussels became popular all of a sudden. There are not many people who have plant seeds, glass and plastic, but there are tens of thousands of people in District 3. So she received many prompts in a short period of time. Player number 7789 applied to exchange 2 spinach seeds with you for a conch. Player number 5534 exchanged 10 glass for a mussel. Player number 0234 exchanged 10 plastic for a conch. Everything else was available, except iron ore. Nye Yongwang saw the message and ran to ask her. Nye Yongwang, Mian Mian, do you want plastic? I have some for you. Yun Mian Mian, okay. What do you want to exchange? Nye Yongwang, do you have any gifts suitable for girls? Yun Mian Mian, do you want to give it to someone? Nye Yongwang, yes. Do you have any here? Yun Mian Mian thought of something. The rose she got a long time ago, which took up space in her backpack and was useless. She took it out to make room in her backpack last night and put it outside. It was estimated that it would wilt after 2 days, and she didn't know what to do with it. Do you want roses? Nye Yongwang, you still have such good stuff. Yun Yanyan, yes. Nye Yongwang, give it to me. How many do you have? Yun Yanyan, not many. Just 3. Nye Yongwang, okay. It's rare. Yun Yanyan found roses and sent them to him. And Ye Yongwang immediately sent 12 plastics. Yun Yanyan was very satisfied that the roses could be exchanged for plastics. If Nye Yongwang didn't want it, the flowers would probably be useless in 2 days. Yun Yanyan looked through her own supplies and simply gave the 2 marshmallows to Nye Yongwang. Girls might like this. It's a dessert. Nye Yongwang, Mian Mian, you are so nice. I love this. I haven't eaten sweets for a long time, and I'm craving for it. Yun Yanyan, here you go. Nye Yongwang was overjoyed and praised Yun Yanyan for a long time. Nye Yongwang, by the way, Mian Mian, did you check the chat channel during the day? You didn't reply to the group message. Yun Yanyan, no. What's wrong? I had something to do during the day. Nye Yongwang, the paper umbrellas sold by Zhang Jincheng were complained by all buyers. The trading center seized a lot of his supplies and returned them all to the buyers. It was really gratifying. Yun Yanyan, there is such a thing. Nye Yongwang, yes. The trading center has a new complaint function. The items sold have after-sales service. If there are many complaints, the system will handle it. Zhang Jincheng must be very angry. Ha ha ha. Our oil paper umbrellas don't have such problems. Business is good. We can get another wave of supplies in a few days. Yun Yanyan, there should be more and more people with workbenches now. With such bad weather, other players may also open oil paper umbrella blueprints. Then our oil paper umbrellas will not be the only ones. No way. Nye Yongwang has not found anyone else selling oil paper umbrellas in the trading center yet. With Hu Yuan making umbrellas, they now have enough inventory. They sold hundreds of umbrellas today. That guy seems to do nothing but collect materials to make umbrellas. Yun Yanyan thinks the system will not give only the blueprints to her. The rainy season has only just started for a few days, and the materials opened by everyone have become more and more abundant. From the things posted in the trading center, it can be seen that some of them she has never seen before. It is only a matter of time before others open oil paper umbrella blueprints. Yun Yanyan also discovered that the worse the weather, the better the treasure chest. If it is true as she guessed, then she has a backup plan to sell the stove. After she gets the mud ready tomorrow, she will talk to Hu Yuan and Nye Yongwang about this. This matter must be handled quickly, because once the fire source is sold, it will soon flow into the market. A piece of wood, a piece of rag and some grease can make a torch. The first mover in doing business is very important. Chapter 18 The 8th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. After chatting with Nye Yongwang, Yun Minmin went to do her own thing. She first used the flashlight of the power bank to turn on the light, illuminated the workbench, spent 10 minutes, made 10 tar lamps, and then hung the tar lamps outside the house and held an umbrella for them. With the lights, this part of the deck was bright. Yun Minmin saw that the cabbage was ready to be harvested. The green and tender cabbage looked delicious. She picked 2 large handfuls and planned to make a stir-fried cabbage and a mushroom seafood soup. She would put a handful of dragon beard noodles in the soup, and today's dinner would be ready. Do what you say. After a hard day, you have to reward yourself. Although there is no oil, the fresh and tender cabbage can be eaten after just blanching in boiling water. It tastes sweet and is delicious without seasoning. The mushroom seafood soup contains the freshly picked chicken mushrooms and mussels today. The freshness of the mushrooms and mussels is intertwined, complementing each other. As soon as it is boiled, you can smell the fragrance. The dragon beard noodles were obtained from the treasure chest yesterday. She added a handful to the soup and cooked it. The milky white soup is matched with the long noodles. Each noodle is wrapped in the sweet soup. It is really delicious. The cooked mushroom seafood noodles also have special properties. Drinking a bowl can restore 5 points of spirit value. She cooked a full pot, and if she couldn't finish it, she would save it for tomorrow morning. She put it in her backpack, and it was still delicious when she took it out. She collected so many things, and Luo Luo also contributed a lot. So Yun Minmin gave a bowl to Luo Luo. Yun Minmin, I just made noodles. Let you try it. Luo Luo took the noodles and immediately said, I just fished the treasure chest. See if there is anything you want. Bamboo times 13. Silk thread times 7. Cotton cloth times 2. Glass times 8. Plastic times 3. A bag of cotton seeds. Iron bucket times 1. Yun Minmin chose glass, plastic, cotton seeds and iron bucket. She felt that she took a little too much, so she was given some mushrooms. After a busy day, Yun Minmin forgot that she hadn't fished for the treasure chest today. It was getting late, so she would do something else after fishing for the treasure chest. She took out her fishing rod, sat on a small stool, and started fishing. Her luck today was average, so Yun Minmin didn't have much expectation for today's chest. The first chest was a bronze chest. Obtained, stone times 5, cotton times 2, yarn times 2, hand cream times 1. The next 2 were still bronze chests. There weren't many things in it, mainly some ordinary supplies, and a bamboo cage, which was a little bigger than the one Yun Minmin made herself. Now she has enough water to drink. The water purifier filters several bottles of water steadily every day, plus the water she saved before. There are several large buckets together. Not to mention that she has newly obtained an advanced seawater filter, so she doesn't have to worry about water in the future. Yun Minmin hung all the bottles of mineral water at the trading center to exchange for supplies. She took out all the blueprints she had. Beast Trapper Blueprint. Effect, causes 25 damage to beasts, causing bleeding. Required materials, red pine wood times 2. Iron ore times 1. Primary bow and arrow blueprint. Effect, attack power plus 18. Range damage plus 12. Required materials, pheasant feather times 10. Flint times 10. Wood times 5. Primary quiver blueprint. Effect, increases attack speed by 15%. Capacity is 24 grids. Required materials, second level cowhide times 1. Pheasant feather times 5. All the materials are insufficient, but the beast trap only needs 1 iron ore to make it. Unlike the bow and arrow and quiver, which are both lacking 2 main materials. I have to go to the island tomorrow, and this trap might come in handy. But she got the iron ore from the golden treasure chest, which was given to her by the little dolphin. But now she doesn't know where to find the little dolphin. In a hurry to use it, Yun Minmin simply sent a message in the chat channel. Yun Minmin, who has iron ore? You can exchange it for fruits, vegetables or warm clothes. The things Yun Minmin mentioned are very scarce. So after she posted it, many people replied, Yun Minmin, do you have so many things? Fruits and vegetables? What warm clothes? What is the iron ore for? Is there any big guy who can answer this question? Generally, weapon blueprints require iron ore as materials. I have it. Yun Minmin, I want to trade with you. The person who spoke was Zhang Jincheng, and Yun Minmin remembered him. She had a bad impression of him. so she didn't reply to him. It's not like he's the only one who has iron ore. Seeing that Yin Yin ignored him, Zhang Jincheng kept calling her in the chat channel and sent her private messages. Zhang Jincheng, do you want to trade? I have iron ore. I want a quilt. Yun Yin didn't want to deal with this person, so she said, no need. At this time, someone else privately messaged her. I have iron ore. It was Rongyu. Yun Yin immediately replied, what do you need? Rongyu, glass. Yun Yin looked at her backpack. Yes. How do I exchange it? Rongyu, how many do you have? I'll exchange 2 pieces of iron ore for 4 pieces of glass. Yun Yin's glass was also reserved for upgrading. If she wasn't in a hurry to use the iron ore, she wouldn't be willing to exchange it. But iron ore is more difficult than glass. Maybe it will be used tomorrow. It's okay to exchange 1 more for backup. Okay. Deal. She put the glass on the trading column, and the transaction was successful soon. After getting the iron ore, Yun Yin went to make a trap without stopping. The trap was quite large, and it closed tightly when touched. The iron teeth looked a bit scary. It is perfect for hunting animals. With this thing, she will be more confident to go to the island tomorrow. Yun Yin made 20 large boxes and 5 axes, 5 shovels, and 5 hoes. The shovels are tools for digging soil tomorrow, and the hoes can be used to dig wild vegetables. Suddenly, there was lightning and thunder, and the seabed was not peaceful. The waves were surging, and the entire sea surface was dark. With the light of lightning, you can vaguely see the shadows swimming under the sea. Yun Yin felt that the giant mackerel like before would appear again. She sent a message to Hu Yuan, Nye Yangguang and Luo Luo to remind them. I don't think it's right. Don't let go of your weapons. It may be dangerous. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a movement under the boat. She walked to the side of the boat and looked down. It seemed that a group of fish were biting her boat. It was dark. In the past, there were only a few fish. But this time, there was a large group, densely packed, and each one was grinning, which was scary. Yun Yin remembered the big fishing net she had put out yesterday. After making the telescope, the system rewarded her with 2 large fishing nets. She hung them all up. After a day, she must have a harvest. She wanted to collect the net, but found that many fish were biting the fishing net. If they were allowed to bite like this, the fishing net would be bitten to pieces. Especially among them, there were 2 huge mackerels. Their teeth were densely packed in a row, which looked very scary. Yun Yin thought of the harpoon she got today. That thing is a sharp fishing weapon. The harpoon has 3 teeth, each 5 centimeters long, and is polished very sharp. She aimed at the fish in the water and stabbed it. This is much more useful than a knife or a long sword. And it always hits the target. And a fish can be stabbed in a few seconds. Small fish are a piece of cake, but it is more troublesome to deal with the giant mackerel. There are 2 giant mackerels this time. There was no accident with the first one, and it was dealt with just like last time. But the second mackerel was particularly tenacious and stronger. The first harpoon missed, and only grazed its scales. As a result, the giant mackerel suddenly jumped up to attack her, splashing waves on her. Yun Yin was still calm. When it jumped up, she aimed the harpoon directly at its abdomen and finally stabbed it into its body. Unexpectedly, it was still able to move, and even resisted violently, swinging wildly in the water. Yun Yin's body was shaken by it, and she almost couldn't hold the harpoon. Seeing that the harpoon was about to be dragged into the water by the mackerel, Yun Yin's eyes sank, and she quickly took out the dagger from her backpack, lifted it up with force, brought the mackerel out of the water, and then stabbed it in the eye. Yun Yin frowned, held the dagger in her hand, turned it twice, and stabbed it a few more times. Finally, the mackerel stopped moving. After the fish died, the small fish before also scattered, as if they knew how powerful Yun Yin was. Yun Yin got a total of 37 pieces of ordinary mackerel meat, and 20 pieces of high-quality mackerel meat. She put the fish meat into her backpack, and then pulled up the fishing net. The fishing net was very large, and was immersed in the seawater. She took a lot of effort to pull up half of it. Oh my god! So many fish. Yun Yin's eyes widened. She didn't expect that there were dozens of fish in the fishing net. No wonder it was so heavy. There were so many fish. The fish were at least 20 kilograms. With the weight of the fishing net and the seawater, it was really not easy to pull it up. Yun Yin was not in a hurry. She was afraid that the fish inside would run away. She spent more than 10 minutes, and finally got all the 2 fishing nets on the boat. There were so many fish in the fishing net that she dumped them all on the deck. With a splash, these fish jumped and hopped out of the water, their eyes wide open, their mouths open to breathe. There were many types and numbers of fish. Yun Mian could only recognize octopus, sea bass and mackerel. She had to click on the introductions one by one to identify them. There were about 40 fish, most of which were alive. Some were big and some were small. The largest weighed 2 kilograms, and the smallest was a small cuttlefish, which was only a little bit bigger, not even the size of a palm. Yun Mian put all of them in a big box and raised them with sea water. The 2 big boxes were full, and it was a pleasure to see them. Live by the mountain and eat by the mountain. Live by the sea and eat by the sea. I guess there will be more seafood than I can eat in the future. I can make a seafood pot tonight and boil it with sea water. It must taste very delicious. After finishing the work, Yun Mian opened the chat channel and took a look. Damn! So many fish are biting my boat. My raft was bitten to pieces. It's so scary. So many fish jumped onto my boat. That's not good. There's fish meat to eat. Bullshit. These fish are so fierce. They bite people. I don't have any weapons. Ha ha ha. I killed one with one axe. It's so cool. Just now a huge wave almost overturned my boat. I'm a level 2 boat. How about you guys? The system must be upgraded to level 3 within 7 days. Otherwise you will be eliminated. How many people are level 3 now? Come out and talk about it. Yun Mian didn't show up. Just stared at the chat channel. But after waiting for a while, no one admitted that they had reached level 3. She didn't believe that no one had reached level 3. Maybe everyone didn't want to stand out, so as not to be targeted. And she was the same. There were so many people in the whole district, and she had been promoted to level 3 for a few days. Even if it was not good enough, at least hundreds of people had reached level 3. She suddenly thought of a problem. There were 10 districts in total. The system said that if they did not reach level 3 within 7 days, they would be eliminated. If more than half of the people in her District 3 were really eliminated, wouldn't the combat effectiveness be much weaker than other districts? In the future, if the major districts were ranked or fought in a melee, District 3 would be at a disadvantage. When she just reached level 4, the system said that she was the first. So she was also the first in the district. If she is the only one who is good in the whole area, and there are many strong people in other areas, doesn't it mean that the combat power of Area 3 is weak? And then it will be a soft persimmon in the eyes of other areas. She has played other games before, and each area of the game has a ranking of masters. Although there is no ranking now, it does not mean that there will be no ranking in the future. If the ranking is announced in the future, she may be targeted by many masters. Thinking of this, Yun Mian has a strong sense of crisis. Will there not be a single level 3 player? Then won't our area be completely wiped out? Impossible. It should be that they don't want to say it. I guess the stability of the ship will be much better after level 3. It's too difficult to upgrade to level 3. There are still 2 days left, and I'm not sure if I can upgrade to level 3. The main reason is that there are not enough materials. It's impossible. They definitely don't want to come out. Our boss has already reached level 3. Join our team. We can work together and help each other to upgrade soon. Zhang Jincheng's lackey showed up again, boasting about Zhang Jincheng and asking people to join them. As long as you join their team, you can get wood and nails steadily. Yeah, Yangguang, you think you are fools. Don't think you don't know that if you join you will be given all the supplies. You can choose the good things first. You wishful thinking. Zhang Jincheng, this is all voluntary. There is no coercion. If you can't upgrade, you will be eliminated. What's the point of holding those supplies? Jin Baoquan, yes. Our boss is right. Gehui, Nye Yangguang. You don't need it. That's because you are lucky and don't lack supplies. But others do. You earn so much supplies from selling wallpaper umbrellas, but you don't use them to help others. You are too selfish. Jin Baoquan, yes. Nye Yangguang. You must be level 3. Right? You didn't dare to stand up just now. What qualifications do you have to say this now? Zhang Jincheng, we have a large number of people in our gang now. If there is a melee in the future, we can help each other. We should unite and overcome difficulties together. Nye Yangguang couldn't stand Zhang Jincheng and didn't want others to be deceived by him. So he stood up and said these things. As a result, they turned the tables on him, and the wind direction became that he was selfish, which made him vomit blood in anger. When Yusher sent him a message, don't talk too much to that group of people. They are just a mob. People with brains won't join them. Nya Yongwang, I'm afraid some people are too naive and will be deceived by them. When Yusher, this is a survival game. Naive people don't live long. We are lucky to be able to take care of ourselves. Nya Yongwang has a good impression of Wen Yusher, and the two have been in close contact recently. He always thought that Wen Yusher was a naive and kind girl, but he didn't expect to hear such words from her. Nya Yongwang, yes. I think it's simple, but I still want to help more people. Wen Yusher, it's better to hurry up and upgrade. Nya Yongwang, I reached level 3 yesterday. How about you? Wen Yusher, I also upgraded yesterday. I want to upgrade to level 4 as soon as possible, but I still need a lot of supplies. And the most important thing is that I don't have glass. Nya Yongwang, level 4 conditions are a bit harsh. 1,000 pieces of wood are already difficult to obtain, and glass is even rarer. But I have a friend who has glass. I wonder if she is willing to exchange it. Nya Yongwang remembered that when the supplies were distributed before, Yun Yanyan took the glass, and Yun Yanyan had been exchanging supplies for glass these days. At that time, he didn't know what glass was used for. It wasn't until he upgraded the ship at night that he realized that glass was needed to upgrade the ship to level 4. Wen Yusher, really? Then can you help me ask? Nya Yongwang, yes. But I'm not sure if she will agree. Wen Yusher noticed the words Nya Yongwang used and realized that the friend he was talking about was a girl. Wen Yusher, it's okay. Just ask. Maybe I have what she needs. Nya Yongwang, okay. He sent a message to Yun Yanyan. Waited for a while. Didn't see her reply. So he went to the trading hall to help Wen Yusher see if there was anyone who wanted to replace the glass. Chapter 19, the 9th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. There are only 2 days left in the 7 days stipulated by the system. That is to say, after 12 o'clock the night after tomorrow, the system will settle the accounts, and those who have not reached level 3 will be eliminated, and at least half of the people in District 3 will be eliminated, let alone survive the entire rainy season. They can't even get through this hurdle. How many people will be left in District 3 after a month? The situation does not seem optimistic. Yun Minmin hesitated for a moment and checked her remaining supplies. After making the box, she still had about 300 pieces of wood left. Later upgrades required red pine and walnut wood, which were not very useful to her. And the boxes for fishing treasure chests every day could also be decomposed into wood. So she posted a trading message in the trading hall. Exchange any material for 5 pieces of wood, such as cotton, silk thread, and bamboo. Exchange any daily necessities for 10 pieces of wood, such as cups, bowls, and brooms. Exchange any blueprint for 30 pieces of wood, such as furniture blueprints and weapon blueprints. Yun Yanyan's price was neither high nor low, and it was pretty good for those who urgently needed wood to upgrade. Moreover, she put 300 pieces of wood up at once, which were the wood rewarded for upgrading to level 4. She still had so much left that she couldn't use it for the time being, so she just used it to exchange things, which was considered a good deed. Now all players are in a hurry to upgrade, and basically no one has wood to exchange, especially people like Yun Yanyan, who can exchange wood in bulk. She limited it to 30 pieces of wood per person at most. The people who are still short of these dozens of pieces of wood for upgrading are not her opponents at all. So she doesn't have to worry about taking these pieces of wood out and hurting herself and benefiting others. She just doesn't want the overall combat power of the 3 districts to be too poor, and too many people to be eliminated in a few days. In this way, if there is a melee in the future when the districts are merged, the 3 districts will have no advantage. It's always right to think long term. Now is just the beginning. Yun Yanyan's intuition tells her that she will stay here for a long time. Nya Yongwang suddenly sent a message, Yanyan. Do you have any glass left? I have a friend who wants to exchange glass. I remember you have some here. Can I exchange it? Yun Yanyan, no. I have some for myself. Nya Yongwang saw Yun Yanyan was so decisive, so he didn't say much. Nya Yongwang, well, if you have extra, just tell me if you want to exchange. Yun Yanyan, okay. Yun Yanyan thought for a while and said, but you can ask her if she has any animal skins. If she does, I can exchange them with her. Yun Yanyan didn't specify what animal skin she wanted. She currently needed deerskin and cowhide, but she estimated that animal skins, which are scarce, should be very useful, and would definitely be useful in the future. If she wanted to exchange this for her glass, she would still be willing to do so. She didn't need anything else. I spent 4 pieces of glass to exchange for iron ore today. Now she only has 4 pieces of glass left, and it is still a long way to go to upgrade to level 5. Seeing so many pieces of wood on the trading center, many people exchanged all the materials in their backpacks that they could not use temporarily for wood. A group of people in the chat channel were also discussing who was so generous. This is the real benefit to everyone. Who is this person? Anonymous player. Must be a big shot. I guess she is a girl. So powerful. I envy her. I was worried about not having enough wood to upgrade, and I just needed a few dozen. After exchanging, I can upgrade tomorrow. Thank you. What a good person. He does good things without leaving his name. Or anonymously. Yun Yin got a bunch of various things here. Ropes, doll backpacks, mirrors, wooden combs, a pair of bowls and chopsticks, a set of tea sets, table lamp drawings, curtain drawings. How should I put it? Some of them are quite useful. Fortunately, Yun Yin's boat is big enough, and she also made a space to put things. Otherwise, there would not be enough space for such a large number of things. Yun Yin posted this transaction anonymously, but she specially noted that she was a girl, so that no one would exchange some male products with her, such as shaving water, razors, etc. Although it is an anonymous transaction, the buyer can also chat with her privately, but he can't see her information. Yun Yin's private messages never stopped, and she couldn't even read them all. You have so many pieces of wood. You are awesome. Do you need a younger brother? I hate rich people like you the most. Euro Emperor. Go to hell. Good people will have a peaceful life. You are such a good person. Sister, let's make friends. Let's develop together. I have a lot of supplies too. It must be lonely to be alone at sea. I can accompany you. All these are meaningless messages. Yun Yin was a little helpless when people scolded her for doing good things. However, in order not to miss any useful information, she would take a quick look. Suddenly, another message was refreshed on the screen, and she stopped. Miss, you are so kind. You are willing to give out so much wood to help everyone. Can I be your friend? As soon as she clicked on this message, the other party immediately sent another one. Ling Quanling, I also have a lot of supplies here. We can help everyone together. Are you interested? Yun Yin always felt that this person was weird. She replied coldly. No. I just bartered. Then can we get to know each other and make friends? I have no ill intentions. Yun Yin ignored him. It was getting late. She didn't have so much time to waste on such a boring person. This was a survival world, not a place to make friends. Yun Yin had to go to bed early and get enough rest, as she had a lot of work to do tomorrow. She sent a message to Hu Yuan. When you collect supplies, collect some soil as well. Hu Yuan didn't ask any more questions and replied, Okay. It rained all night. In the early morning, the sea was foggy, and the first thing Yun Yin did when she got up was to roll the dice. After seeing the number, Yun Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Good luck. Today is number 3. Everything goes well. It's almost like having your wishes come true. You know? She put on the same equipment as yesterday and set off. But today she brought a harpoon and a trap. In the other boxes were red pine wood, bronze swords, axes, shovels, hoes, large wooden boxes, baskets, and school bags. The school bag was filled with a mess of things, including roasted high-quality fish in a wooden box she made, mineral water, peaches, and a telescope. As for the dagger for self-defense, she put it in her rain boots, which didn't take up space and was just the right size. There was no room for other things she wanted to take. Yun Yin got off the boat, holding an oil paper umbrella in her hand, and walked quickly towards the island. Today's goal was clear. First, go to the deep forest of the island to place traps to see if there was any harvest, and then go to cut trees and dig soil. In the morning, cut as much red pine wood as possible, and then look for other prey. In the afternoon, dig 20 boxes of soil. 10 boxes are used for stoves. Another 5 boxes are used for planting things, and 5 boxes are reserved. If 1 box of soil can make 20 stoves, 10 boxes can make 200 stoves. The workload is huge. And Yun Yin Yin is not sure if she can finish it. But she doesn't care about that. She just works hard. Try not to waste a minute. Yun Yin Yin quickened her pace. This time, she didn't stop for mushrooms on the road, but went straight to the depths of the forest, found a place with wild animal footprints, put down the trap, and then covered it with some dead leaves. If you don't look carefully, you can't see anything under the leaves. Yun Yin Yin was afraid that she would not be able to find the place or accidentally step on it. So she made a mark on the tree next to her. Then she returned to the place where she had chopped trees yesterday. She had chopped a lot yesterday, but it was just a drop in the bucket for the entire forest here. Yun Yin Yin took out her tool and continued to chop. She was lucky today. She could get 30 red pine woods for every tree she chopped down, which was much more than yesterday. She only got 5 pieces of wood from one tree she chopped down yesterday, which was far from enough. It seemed that she could exceed the task today. She was full of energy and chopped hard, although it was very cold and rainy. Yun Yin Yin soon broke out in a sweat. She couldn't tell whether it was sweat or rain on her forehead. After 3 hours, her hands were numb from chopping trees. She kept repeating the action of chopping trees and forgot the time. When she stopped, the number of red pine wood in her backpack had reached 1659. Faster than expected. Yun Yin Yin's hands were so sore that her fingers trembled slightly. Although it was hard work, seeing that she had obtained so many red pine woods, it was finally worth the hard work. Yun Yin Yin found a dry stone to sit down and ate a piece of high-quality grilled fish. She could feel her physical strength slowly recovering. When she was not so tired, she continued to chop. Today, she was lucky and could get a critical hit when chopping trees. It was much more efficient than yesterday. She simply chopped down 2,000 red pine woods. 2 trees were chopped down in 1 minute. On average, she got 50 pieces of wood in 1 minute, which means 300 pieces in 1 hour. She chopped hard for another hour, and finally gathered 2,000 red pine logs. Looking at the red pine logs in her backpack, Yun Yin Yin felt a great sense of accomplishment. After taking a breath, she walked towards the place where she had placed the trap before. At this time, the rain suddenly became much lighter, and the sound of rain could no longer be heard. But raindrops continued to fall from the trees above her head. Yun Yin Yin's footsteps were very light, and there was no sound when she stepped on the thick leaves. It was very quiet around her. Yun Yin Yin kept observing the surroundings, and she could immediately detect any slight movement. Maybe she had a premonition of danger. So Yun Yin Yin's nerves were very tense. When she heard a sound, she immediately looked in that direction. It's a deer. Her eyes were shining. There's hope for her deerskin. Yun Yin Yin didn't dare to make a sound. Her eyes turned back and forth between the trap and the deer. She had to step on the trap. Otherwise, with her speed, how could she catch up with the agile deer? She knew from watching Animal World that deer are very fast runners, especially when escaping from predators. Yun Yin Yin prayed in her heart. The deer's ears moved and its eyes rolled around, very alert. But it didn't notice Yun Yin Yin's presence. After it confirmed that there was no danger around, it slowly began to eat tree bark. It also eats moss and small flowers. It seemed that it felt that the small flower was delicious, so it slowly began to look for the same flower to eat. It also moved closer and closer to the trap that Yun Yin Yin had placed. Yun Yin Yin held her breath, hoping that her good luck would come true today. Sure enough, under her hopeful eyes, the deer really walked towards the trap step by step. Only a sound of yo-ah-yo-yo was heard. The deer's feet were caught in the trap, and its body tilted and fell to the ground. Screaming, Yun Yin Yin walked over cautiously, picked up the dagger, aimed at its neck, and stabbed it directly. Obtained 13 second-level deer skins and 15 high-quality venison. The backpack was full. The deer meat was put into the backpack, but the deer skin fell to the ground. But it didn't matter. The materials for upgrading were already there, and her backpack could be upgraded soon. Yun Yin Yin opened the backpack and chose to upgrade. Upgrade requires 10 second-level deer skins and 5 silk threads. Do you want to upgrade? Yun Yin Yin immediately clicked OK. In the blink of an eye, the capacity of her backpack expanded to 24 slots, and it was much emptier. This is much more comfortable now. It was tight before, and she had to take it in and out every day. Yun Yin Yin had been worried about the space problem of the backpack for a long time, and now the urgent need was finally alleviated. It should be enough for a short time. She picked up some leaves, wiped the blood stains on the trap, and poured some water to rinse it. After there was no blood smell, she changed the place and put it down again. I'll see if I've harvested anything later. Let's go dig the soil now. Yun Yin found a piece of soft soil. According to the instructions on the planting guide, Yun Yin judged that the soil here is brown soil, with a loose texture and good drainage, which is more suitable for growing herbs and trees. But the disadvantage of this kind of soil is that it has low fertility and needs to be fertilized. It just so happened that the mussel she got yesterday could be burned into lime, and then lime could be used for fertilization. Yun Yin took out the wooden box and put it away, then picked up the shovel and started shoveling the soil. Shoveling the soil is simple. Just throw it all into the box, and when the box is full, put it in the backpack. An hour later, Yun Yin filled 5 boxes of soil. It is only 1:30 in the afternoon. At this speed, it will take another 3 hours to complete the goal. Since time is not urgent, Yun Yin plans to look for other good things and continue digging at 2 o'clock. On the way back yesterday, she was holding a rabbit in her hand, which was not convenient for her to collect. She saw many plants that could be checked for details, but she was in a hurry and did not look carefully. She could go there to collect first and then dig the soil. Anyway, the soil is everywhere, and it is the same to change places. She still remembers the route and marked it along the way, but she has to get the nearby trap first, so as not to come back later. Yun Yin saw prey on the trap from a distance before she got there. It's a pheasant. This should be a female chicken, gray in color and relatively small in size. The meat of pheasant is tender and delicious, and Yun Yin has already thought of several ways to cook it. Braised chicken nuggets, chicken with potatoes, kung pao chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Yes, chicken and mushrooms are a perfect match. And she has so many mushrooms. Yun Yin hurried over and grabbed the chicken. The pheasant lost a few feathers while struggling, making a clucking sound. Yun Yin remembered that the bow and arrow blueprint and the quiver blueprint both require pheasant feathers as materials. But the feathers of female chickens are not good looking, and they look gray. Still need to find a rooster. The feathers of roosters will be better looking. Yun Yin took out a bamboo cage from her backpack and put the pheasant in it. Since there are pheasants here, there may be a pheasant nest nearby. She can explore it and maybe find pheasant eggs. Pheasant eggs have much higher nutritional value than ordinary eggs and taste much better. She consumes so much energy every day, so she can eat some pheasant eggs to replenish her energy. Chapter 20. There are not many mushrooms in this area, but there are flowers and plants everywhere. Yun Yin carefully explored the area and clicked on each plant that could be viewed in detail. But there are not many that can be collected. For example, it is not the season yet, and the fruits are not ripe yet, so picking them is useless. Some of them have not bloomed and borne fruit. But Yun Yin thought of a way. Just dig them out with the roots and take them back to plant. This saves trouble. So she picked 10 Pinellia ternata and 13 Blatilla striata. All of them were dug out with the roots and soil. She was very careful not to damage the root system. Name, Pinellia ternata, can be synthesized with the pharmacy. Features, commonly found on hillsides, in damp grass by the stream or under the forest. Use, can dry dampness and resolve phlegm. Reduce adverse reactions and stop vomiting. Can be used raw to eliminate carbuncle and swelling, mainly for coughing with phlegm, nausea and vomiting. Name, Blatilla striata, can be used to synthesize medicine on the pharmacy. Features, cold resistant, strong shade tolerant, avoids direct sunlight, likes warm, damp environment. Use, has the effect of astringent hemostasis, swelling and tissue regeneration. To use the pharmacy. Yun Yin doesn't have this thing yet, but she is not in a hurry. There will always be one. These herbs are all treasures, and they will be very useful when they can be synthesized into medicine. There are many small insects on the ground, and Yun Yin guessed that pheasants should like to forage here. Yun Yin observed the traces on the ground. She didn't find any footprints, but she found chicken droppings. She searched nearby along the chicken droppings and finally found a pheasant's nest. It was built behind a lush bush. It was very hidden and difficult to find without careful searching. In the thatch pile, there was a bowl-shaped nest. It looked very simple and was covered with dead grass, leaves and feathers. Next to it was a big tree. Under the canopy of the tree, this area was not wet. There were a dozen eggs in the nest, all olive yellow. Yun Yin had never seen eggs of this color. It might be that pheasant eggs were different from ordinary domestic eggs. She hurried forward and prepared to take all the dozen eggs in one nest. But just as she approached the chicken coop, a pheasant jumped out. Yun Mian thought the chicken was coming for her, but she didn't expect it to rush directly to the chicken coop. Yun Mian was startled. She saw the pheasant flapping its wings and trying to peck at the eggs. She hurried to stop it and grabbed the pheasant's wings, but it still pecked an egg. This pheasant was bigger and better looking than the one Yun Mian had caught before. Its feathers were gorgeous and shiny. There was a black ring on its neck and dark green and golden feathers on its body. It looked very beautiful. It was a male pheasant. When it was caught by Yun Mian, it fluttered and lost a few feathers. It struggled fiercely and insisted on destroying its own nest. Yun Mian patted it and stuffed it directly into the cage. The cage was just big enough to hold 2 chickens. The fallen pheasant feathers should not be wasted. Pick them up and take them away. Obtain pheasant feathers x3. The chicken coop was thrown aside, and she squatted down to check the remaining eggs. Only one was broken, and the others were still good. Yun Mian looked at the broken egg with some regret. The yolk had flowed out. The egg white was clear and transparent like water, and the yolk was very dark, almost the color of orange. She carefully put all the remaining eggs into her backpack. A total of 12. It was just so little. Keep it for yourself. It would be nice if chicks could be hatched. It happened that these 2 chickens, one male and one female, were taken back to raise. Just when she felt sorry that there were only 2 chickens and she couldn't eat chicken, she turned her head and saw the figure of a pheasant. Yun Mian ran over at a brisk pace. She had to catch another chicken for tonight's roast chicken. Maybe she was obsessed with eating chicken, and today's wish-fulfilling bus really made her catch the runaway pheasant easily. Another female chicken. Yun Mian was a little reluctant to eat it. After all, female chickens can lay eggs. Let's take it back first. She also stuffed all the weeds and leaves from the chicken coop into the cage. Anyway, pheasants like to sleep on them, and they can also hatch eggs in the weeds. The cage can only hold 2 chickens, and there is no room for the other one. Yun Mian simply twisted the weeds into a thick rope, tied the pheasant's feet, and then held it upside down in her hand. After catching the pheasant, Yun Mian looked at the time. It was getting late. She put everything that could fit into her backpack and washed her hands with water. Then she held the pheasant in one hand and took out the grilled fish with the other hand to eat. After eating the fish, her physical strength was fully restored and she was full of energy again. That is because in the game, when you are tired and hungry, you can eat meat to restore your physical strength and continue to work. If it were in real life, the work she did today would make her exhausted. If she didn't rest for a day, she would have no energy to do anything. For the next 3 hours, Yun Mian was digging the soil. When she filled the remaining boxes with soil, it was already 5 o'clock. There was still an hour before dark, and Yun Mian planned to go to the beach to see if she could get anything. When she came here, she saw coconut trees. Although there was no need for coconut wood for the time being, it might be useful. She remembered that coconut trees were also a good building material and furniture material, and could also be used to make paper. She might need it when she got furniture drawings in the future. And most importantly, Yun Mian wanted to drink coconut juice. When she arrived at the beach, Yun Mian picked up an axe and chopped at the coconut trees. Soon, the coconut trees fell to the ground. Obtain coconut wood times 15. Coconut times 8. Tar times 3. She even got tar. This was a pleasant surprise. She was so excited that she chopped down all the coconut trees on the beach and chopped them wildly with an axe. In fact, there were not many trees in total. Coconut trees grew sparsely on the beach. A total of more than a dozen trees, which were gone in a short while. There was not enough for her to chop. After chopping, Yun Mian harvested a total of 183 coconut wood, 92 coconuts, 34 tar. Now she didn't have to worry about running out of tar for the time being, and she could sell tar lamps for some good things. After chopping trees for so long, Yun Mian wanted to open a coconut to eat, but there was no straw. After opening it, she could only eat the meat, and the coconut juice would be wasted. She had to keep it and take it back to the boat. When she made a straw and drilled a hole in the coconut, she could drink the coconut juice. However, there were yellow and green coconuts among these coconuts. Yun Mian picked up 2 of different colors to check. Wanting golden coconut, the fruit is golden red and golden yellow. When Shan coconut, The skin of the fresh fruit is emerald green or green. I don't know what the taste is different. She usually eats coconuts and doesn't pay attention to what kind it is. I have only heard of Wenchong chicken. And this is the first time I know Wenchong coconut. The sky gradually darkened. A group of black clouds gathered in the sky. Yun Yin thought that there might be a heavy rain tonight. So she packed up and hurried back to the boat. Today was a good harvest. And she had a lot of things to do. Yun Yin first found a place to put the chicken down. Wiped her body with a towel. And then changed into comfortable clothes. Her hair was a little wet. So she wrapped it with a dry hair cap and finally sat down. After not checking the messages and chat channels for a day, she received more than a dozen private messages. They were from Luo Luo, Hu Yuan, and Ye Yongguang. There were even more private messages from strangers. Yun Yin looked at Luo Luo's message first. Luo Luo, do you want iron ore? I got 2 from a box today. Luo Luo, I got another archery tutorial. Iron ore ×2. Beginner's Guide to Archery ×1. A bag of corn kernels. A bag of flour. Iron ore is a must. The Beginner's Guide to Archery is also what she wants. The other 2 items are also good. The corn kernels can be used to grow corn. And the flour can be used to make noodle products. Yun Yin, thank you. It's okay. I don't need these for the time being. It's okay to exchange them with you. Okay. Then take a look at what you want. Yun Yin also took a screenshot of some of her things and showed it to Luo Luo. Luo Luo asked for 2 coconuts and 2 tar lamps. Tar lamps can not only provide lighting, but also light fires. Yun Yin thought that after the stove is made tonight, she will give another stove to Luo Luo. Hu Yuan, we have sold a lot of oil paper umbrellas in the past 2 days. Do you want to distribute the materials today or in 2 days? Hu Yuan, I collected some of the soil you asked me to collect today. Do you want to use it to grow things? Yun Yin, let's distribute the materials tomorrow. The day after tomorrow will be the 7-day period stipulated by the system. You can also strive to upgrade earlier. Hu Yuan, it's okay. I've already reached level 3. Yun Yin, okay. Let's talk about it in the group. Yun Yin clicked on the wealthy group. Ye Yongguang was in it. So it was more convenient to talk together. Yun Yin, the oil paper umbrella business can still be done. But I plan to expand our business. Ye Yongguang had heard Yun Yin say that she wanted to sell other things. And responded excitedly, okay. Okay. What business? Yun Yin, stove. She sent the information about the stove to the group. Stoves can be used to keep warm and cook food. Making materials, clay ×1. Charcoal ×2. Fire source. Ye Yongguang. Hu Yuan was also very excited. But he didn't act as exaggerated as Ye Yongguang. Just staring at the stove with shining eyes. Yun Yin, this thing is a must-have for all players. Not just in the rainy season. The production method is simple. But it requires a lot of soil to mass produce. Ye Yongguang, it's a survival artifact. With a stove, you can cook food. And the weather is so cold. Who doesn't want to warm up by the fire? It will definitely sell well. Hu Yuan, at the beginning of the game, only a small number of people have a source of fire. In addition, you need blueprints, soil, and a workbench. There are very few people who can make a stove, let alone mass production. Yun Yin, yes. So as long as we seize the opportunity, we will be the exclusive owner of this business. Hu Yuan, today, I collected 10 portions of soil. Charcoal can be made by burning wood. But only 10 portions can be made. Now, few people have soil. And no one is willing to trade it. After all, everyone wants to keep it for growing vegetables. Ye Yongguang, yes. I want soil too. Now, everyone who has seeds on hand has started to grow vegetables. It's not like the materials for oil paper umbrellas. Although there are a lot of them. They are useless. Everyone is willing to trade them. Yun Yin, don't worry about that. I have a lot of soil here. I asked you to collect it just in case it's not enough. You can collect it slowly. Yun Yin, it's the same as before. I'll be responsible for making it. Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang will be responsible for trading. The materials will be distributed uniformly at that time. I'll take 6. And you 2 will take 4. Is that okay? Hu Yuan, I have no problem. Ye Yongguang, I can do that too. I'm just taking advantage of you. You provided the things. We're just doing something. Just like working. Since everyone agrees, there's no problem. In order to facilitate transactions, The system has added a contract function. Yun Yin drafted a contract and sent it to the group. The 3 people clicked to agree, and the cooperation took effect. At that time, the materials obtained will be handed over to them for distribution. If there is a problem with the distribution, they can ask the system to protect their rights. It was because of the incident that Zhang Jinqing and his friends bought pirated paper umbrellas that the system added this new function. Yun Yin thinks this function is good. At least it is suitable for them. Yun Yin, but Hu Yuan may be busier. You will make the oil paper umbrellas from now on. I will make the stoves. I will take 10% less of the materials from selling oil paper umbrellas, and the remaining 10% will be given to you. Originally, Yun Yin took 60%, and Hu Yuan and Nie Yongwang took 20% each. Now it becomes Yun Yin takes 50%, Hu Yuan takes 30%, and Nie Yongwang still takes 20%. Hu Yuan, okay. Nie Yongwang is generous and doesn't mind. If it were someone else, he might regret it. If he had known earlier, he would have taken the workbench drawings himself and given them to Hu Yuan. As a result, Hu Yuan can get more materials now. The reason why Yun Yin distributed it this way is also because Nie Yongwang is relatively simple and generous. And he is not a person who haggles over every penny. Hu Yuan is more rigorous in his work. And he is also a smart man. He pursues interests. Judging from his efficiency in making oil paper umbrellas these days, if he is given more benefits, he will do better. With system supervision, there will be no trouble. Yun Yin, go and advertise before selling. Yun Yin first made a stove and sent it to Nie Yongwang. Yun Yin, do you have meat? Grill it with the stove. Then cook some instant noodles and show off in the chat channel. Nie Yongwang, wouldn't that make you full of hatred? Yun Yin, this is the effect I want. She also sent Hu Yuan a tar lamp. Take this. You can use it when you work at night. You can pay attention to whether there are tar lamp drawings. And you can make it yourself if you get tar in shells. Hu Yuan, this is a good thing. Can we sell it? Yun Yin certainly wanted to. But there was too little tar. A tar lamp could only be used for a few hours. She finally got more than 30 tars. And she was afraid that it would not be enough. She should not be too greedy for the time being. The business of stoves and oil paper umbrellas was enough to keep them busy for a while. And tar lamps would be discussed later. Hu Yuan, okay. I'll listen to you. Since cooperating with Yun Yin, his quality of life has greatly improved. He has everything he needs. And there is hope for him to upgrade to level 4. Wood and nails will be collected in a few days. And the only thing missing is glass. When he first came to the game, he only had upgrade materials. And food and water were extremely scarce. He had to spend a lot of effort to find someone to exchange them every day. It was not only troublesome, but also annoying. If he hadn't met Yun Yin, he wouldn't be where he is now. As Yun Yin expected, the advertisement worked well. Nie Yongwang posted a GIF in the chat channel. He was sitting by the stove roasting fish with a bowl of fragrant instant noodles in his hand, which made everyone jealous. Oh my god! Nie Yongwang, what kind of heavenly life is this for you? Damn! There's a stove. You can roast fire and roast fish. I'm so jealous. Where did you get your stove? Nie Yongwang? Can I buy it? I can smell the fragrance. The instant noodles are so fragrant. And the roasted fish is sizzling. I can't eat a lot of fish meat. Now I can roast fish with a stove. I want it so much. Chapter 21. Nie Yongwang, ha ha ha. I just bought a stove from my friend at a high price. With a stove, the quality of life has been greatly improved. Nie Yongwang, do you want to buy it? The price is not cheap. Less than 2 minutes after he sent the photo, many people came to Nie Yongwang and asked him where the stove came from and how to buy it. This damn weather is cold and humid. Everyone has long been unable to bear it. If there is a stove, it will be so comfortable. What if it is expensive? I will buy it no matter how expensive it is. Price is not a problem. What can be exchanged? Blueprints or materials? I want to exchange. I will exchange weapons with you. At worst, we can use the auction mode. Just like the oil paper umbrella before. The highest bidder wins. How to make this thing? Can I make it with a workbench? Unfortunately, I don't have a workbench. I can't make it with a workbench. I need the blueprint. Such a good thing is willing to trade. Why don't you want to trade? It can not only exchange materials, but also help everyone. I think we should barter more. Trade more and share more information. Zhang Jincheng was collecting furnace blueprints in the chat channel. As soon as Nie Yangguang spoke, he saw the business opportunity and quickly sent a message saying, I have a workbench. Does anyone have furnace blueprints? I had furnace blueprints before, but I traded them to someone else. When Nie Yangguang's friends sold weapons before, I exchanged the blueprints for weapons. No wonder Nie Yangguang has a stove. It turns out that he got the stove blueprint from you. You've lost a lot. Nowadays, I don't know how many good things a stove can be exchanged for. Zhang Jincheng, whoever gives me the stove blueprint, I will make a stove for him for free. Then all players who join our gang can get a stove. Jin Baoquan, our boss is too kind. He is different from Nie Yangguang's group. They are profit-seeking and don't know how to unite at all. Nie Yangguang, if you have the ability, you can do it yourself. You don't even have a blueprint. And you are talking about the secret book here. Nie Yangguang really can't stand Zhang Jincheng and his group. They always cheat under the guise of doing good for everyone. When you privately chatted with him, don't pay attention to them. The one who sticks out gets shot. The gif you just posted has already caused everyone to be jealous. And you can't win over them alone. Nie Yangguang, yeah. I know. I just can't stand it. When you how much is your friend's stove? I want it too. Nie Yangguang, ha ha ha. If you want it, I'll give it to you. Of course it's not a free gift. He exchanged his own supplies for one, and then gave it to Wen Yushi. Wen Yushi, I can buy it myself. You tell me what supplies you want. Wen Yushi is a little rich woman. After entering the game, she has never lacked supplies. When she saw the stove, she also wanted it. This is a precious thing that can make a lot of delicious food. She had been eating steamed buns and bread every day recently, and she was tired of it. It was rare to get fried rice and noodles from a box. But she couldn't live without meat. She wanted to eat a lot after so many days without meat. Nie Yangguang knew Wen Yushi's character, so he set a more fair price. Basic materials need to be exchanged for 80 wood or 80 iron nails. If it is a blueprint, it must be a weapon blueprint or a tool blueprint. Other materials only need soil, iron ore, tar, cotton paper, bamboo, cooked tung oil or silk thread. At least 10 copies. These materials were decided by him, Hu Yuan, and Yun Yanyan. When Yushi looked at her backpack, the basic supplies were sufficient. But her basic supplies were for upgrading. She only needed a few glasses to upgrade to level 4. She couldn't use them casually, so she moved her eyes to the blueprint. She had a few good blueprints, which she saved for her own use in the future. Although she didn't have a workbench yet, she expected that after a month, everyone who survived would have a workbench. So she kept all the blueprints. Basic Swift Boots Blueprint, Advanced Bookcase Blueprint, Double Door Wardrobe Blueprint, Blue Steel Dagger Blueprint, Craftsman's Hammer Blueprint. All of them were good things, and she was reluctant to give them up. But that was a stove. With a stove, you can grill meat and boil hot water. Although it's a bit overpriced now. Buy it early and enjoy it early. Of course, Wen Yushi could get Nie Yangguang for free, and he would be willing to do so. But she could afford it. So why should she be shortchanged? So Wen Yushi chose to exchange the Craftsman's Hammer blueprint for a stove. This is a good thing. But the possibility of her using it later is low. And it is suitable for people with forging skills. She has already learned the skill of alchemy, and she doesn't like forging. Wen Yushi traded the Craftsman's Hammer, and soon got a newly made stove. There was red-hot charcoal in the stove, and the warmth came as soon as it was taken out. Nie Yangguang specially gave her a newly burned stove, which she could use directly. Wen Yushi saved some food, including potatoes and sweet potatoes, which she kept in her backpack because they couldn't be eaten raw. Now she quickly took them out and roasted them. She went to the trading center to exchange for an iron net, put it on the stove, and placed the potatoes and sweet potatoes on it. If you put a teapot on top, it will have the taste of boiling tea around the stove. Wen Yushi was very satisfied, but it was still a little short of the mark. She went to the trading center to buy some meat. Now the trading center sells more and more fish meat, and the price is not expensive, because no one can cook fish meat. But now that stoves have begun to enter the market, the price of fish meat is expected to rise. Wen Yushi bought 2 and found that the fish sold by this person was very fresh. It was actually fresh live fish, not processed fish meat. So the fish meat would be more delicious. So Wen Yushi clicked on the person's information and found that the other party's name was Yun Yanyan. After a closer look, She found that she also put various kinds of fish meat on the shelves. Tuna, sorry, octopus, yellow croaker, grouper, sea bass. I don't know where she got so many fish species to sell. When you sure wanted to eat this and that. So she just bought some of them. I don't know if there are other meats besides fish. When you sure simply sent a private message to the other party. Hello. Do you have any other meats? She also wanted to eat chicken, beef, and pork. Although she knew it was unlikely. What if there was? Yun Yin didn't pay attention to the chat channel. She still had a lot of things to do. She first made 20 stoves, and sent them to Nye Yongwon to trade with him. And then began to sort out the supplies she had harvested on the island in the past 2 days. Red pine wood times 2032. Coconut wood times 183. Coconut times 92. Tar times 34. Tin pinelia. 13 white hyacinth. Second level deerskin times 13, 10 portions used. High quality venison times 15. Wild vegetables times 23. Wild fruits times 26. Black snails times 16, 5 portions sold. Mussels times 11, 7 portions sold. Buddha's hand snails times 2. Hares times 2. Pheasants times 3. Pheasant eggs times 11. Soil times 423. Add various wild mushrooms, and add up to about 70 to 80 portions. Overall, Yun Yin had a very rich harvest this time on the island. And because she was the first to go to the island in the entire area, she received a good reward. I don't know when I can get the island landing card next time. According to the current situation, if she wants to upgrade to level 5, she probably has to go to the island again. Walnut has not appeared yet. And glass, iron ore and plastic are even more difficult to collect. Other players do not have these resources, so they can only search on the island. She sorted out her previous supplies again. After upgrading her backpack, many things can be put into the backpack again. Basic supplies, medicines, weapons and tools, special items. In addition, there are a lot of daily necessities. And there are more than 20 kinds of food. She was dazzled by the sight, and took them out, and placed them on the ground. If she was asked to count them herself, she would probably count them wrong. Fortunately, after putting them in the backpack, the system will automatically generate the number. From this point of view, she currently has a lot of supplies. Yun Yin has a feeling of being well fed and well clothed. Most of the things that are not easy to store are placed in the backpack, and the rest are stored in the storage box or piled directly on the deck. After the ship is upgraded, it should become a little bigger. At that time, Yun Yin will make a room to store things and make a few storage racks, so there will be no worries about having no place to put them. It is completely dark now, and the sea is pitch black. The weather tonight is very bad. In the sky, lightning is tearing the sky apart, and the sea is turbulent. Yun Yin sat at the bow, and the wind blew her hair all over the place. She simply tied her hair behind her head with chopsticks. Big ships are different from small ships. On the sea, small ships will be blown around and ups and downs, and they have to worry about the hull turning over at any time. But big ships can remain stable, at most a little shaking. Although Yun Yin was so leisurely, the second and third level players were not so happy. Especially the second level players, who were crying and miserable. After dark, in just a few hours, the number of online players in the third zone decreased by thousands. Although the boat was swaying, Yun Yin was not seasick. I don't know how those seasick players survive these days. In the chat channel, people were panicking and discussing how many people would die tomorrow. But Yun Yin didn't pay attention to these, because she suddenly remembered that she hadn't caught the treasure chest today. She opened a coconut for herself first and poured the coconut water into a cup. She couldn't finish the full cup, so she drank the remaining coconut water in the coconut, then dug out the coconut meat, put it in a bowl, and ate it as a snack. As soon as the small stool was moved, Yun Yin sat on it, holding the fishing rod in one hand and drinking coconut juice and eating coconut meat with the other hand. As soon as the coconut flesh was opened, you could smell the fragrance. The white and tender flesh looked delicious. The coconut water was transparent, sweet and refreshing, and the rich fragrance was very refreshing. Drinking it made you feel happy. The coconut meat melted in your mouth. Not too sweet, and you could eat it slowly. She was addicted to it and couldn't stop. While eating, the treasure chest was hooked. Get a locked silver treasure chest. Yun Yin hasn't got a locked treasure chest for a long time. There must be good things in the locked box. It just so happened that she still had 3 key fragments, which could be combined into a key. Yun Yin Yin synthesized the key without saying anything. Woohoo! May your wishes come true and everything goes well. Obtain steamer ×1. Pastry recipe ×1. Green pepper seeds ×1. European wardrobe blueprint ×1. Nutrient solution ×2. Cotton towel ×2. Yun Yin Yin picked them up one by one and checked them. Pastry recipe, after using, you can increase your cooking proficiency by 5 points and learn 50 basic pastry recipes. Yun Yin Yin clicked on her character information. Player, Yun Yin Yin. Age, 22 years old. Physical strength, 52, upgradable. Strength, 50, upgradable. Spirit, 65, upgradable. Luck, 88, upgradable. Primary cooking, 22/50ths. Primary gathering, 15/50ths. Strength value increased a little bit. Probably because of the tree cutting in the past 2 days, which exercised the body. There were no numerical values for cooking and gathering before. Practice makes perfect. And now the numerical values have increased. And the upgrade progress has appeared. Yun Yin Yin immediately used the recipe. And her cooking proficiency increased by 5 points immediately. Name, European wardrobe blueprint. Materials, coconut tree trunk ×5. Red pine wood ×2. Iron nails ×10. It just happened that she was in need of a wardrobe. Although she didn't have many clothes, it was nice to have a place to store them. There was still a little space left in the room. Just enough for a wardrobe. However, there was no rush to make a wardrobe. Yun Yin Yin was ready to continue fishing for treasure chests. Nothing is more important than opening the treasure chest now. She held her chin and waited for a while, and finally felt the fishing rod sink. Yun Yin Yin hurriedly pulled it up. This time it was particularly heavy, and Yun Yin Yin had a hunch that this time it must be a good chest. She reeled in the line hard, and the huge treasure chest finally floated to the surface. It was a golden treasure chest. But why was it so big? Could it be a giant golden treasure chest? It was so heavy. It must be full of treasures. Yun Yin Yin looked at the box with joy, picked it up with both hands, and put it on the deck. It was so heavy. This box had no lock, and Yun Yin Yin heard movement in the box, and she was a little worried that something would jump out of it. She hesitated for a while, but still opened it. Just after opening it, before I could react, I heard a familiar voice. Wah wah! Is it the little dolphin? Yun Yin Yin's eyes widened. You little guy. Why are you in here? The little dolphin jumped twice happily. Wah wah! It still remembered Yun Yin Yin, and was obviously very happy to see her. Yun Yin Yin saw that there was still some crumbs in the little dolphin's mouth. I don't know what it had just eaten. There was nothing else in the box except it. This. I finally came across a golden treasure chest. But it turned out to be a little dolphin. Although she really wanted to see it. It was not in this way. Yun Yin Yin suspected that there was something in the box before. Either eaten by the little dolphin or thrown away by it. Yun Yin Yin, little dolphin. Where are the things in the box? The little dolphin jumped up excitedly. Woo woo woo. Yun Yin Yin, did you eat it? It probably ate all the edible things. Threw out the inedible things. And then it went in and hid inside to eat. The little dolphin turned around. Woo 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 woo. It seems so. I don't know what it ate to be so happy. Yun Yin Yin was a little helpless. Last time you promised to help your sister find a box. And now you have eaten up your sister's box. This is not okay. The little dolphin looked at her confusedly, as if he didn't understand what was wrong with his behavior. Yun Yin Yin's tone was very gentle, and she didn't mean to blame. She persuaded, can you help me find another box like this? I'll exchange it with you for delicious food. Yun Yin Yin saw that the little dolphin was a foodie. She took out a lot of food. Coconuts, strawberries, watermelons, peaches. The little dolphin looked at these novel foods excitedly. Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, go find a box for me. Okay? Woo woo woo. Then go quickly. I'll give you food when you find a box. Yun Yin Yin touched the little dolphin's head, holding a peach in one hand and a strawberry in the other. The little dolphin inhaled and smelled the smell frantically. It was something it had never eaten before. And it smelled so good. Yun Yin Yin, I'll give you all these when you find a box. It has to be as big as this box. Chapter 22 The 10th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. The little dolphin disappeared on the sea surface. And Yun Yin Yin started fishing for the last treasure chest again. By the way, I opened the light screen to check the message. I just happened to see a few unread messages in the trading center. When you sure, hello. Do you have other meats to sell? Pork or poultry are fine. Yun Mian did have other meats. High quality venison. And live chickens and rabbits. But she was a little reluctant to kill them and wanted to keep them for breeding. However, breeding is not that simple. She has a lot of things to do now. Her sword skills are not yet well practiced. Now she has an archery primer. Plus the stove business. In fact, she has no time to take care of those living creatures. And a pheasant is injured and may not live long. If the other party can afford the price, she can consider selling it. Yun Mian, other meats need to be exchanged for special items. Yun Mian got a recipe book today, and she didn't know that there are items that can increase attributes and proficiency. When you sure, special items? What special items? Yun Mian, skill books or things that increase skill proficiency. When you sure thought, oh, the blueprint of the craftsman's hammer has been exchanged for a furnace just now. And that seems to increase the proficiency of training. She flipped through her backpack. Do you want this? Flashlight. Yun Mian clicked it and saw that it was a flashlight that needed batteries. The thing is good, but she doesn't have the battery. She has to find someone else to replace the battery. And she has a tar lamp. So she can't use this thing for the time being. I don't need this. When you sure, okay. Then I'll ask you to exchange it when I have special items. Yun Mian, okay. After closing Wen Yusher's dialogue box, Yun Mian saw the message from the pretty boy again. Lin Quanling, really don't want to try it. Lin Quanling, or do you not like my style? I can change my style. Lin Quanling, picture. He sent another selfie. Yun Mian took a glance and really looked like a little idol in the entertainment industry. He seemed to have put on makeup, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his facial features were deep and distinct. He also changed his clothes and wore a white sweater, looking clean and tidy. In the survival world, it is rare to dress so exquisitely. And for a man, Yun Mian guessed that he might have entered the game with a makeup bag. However, she didn't understand why this person was pestering her. Or was he casting a wide net? She was too lazy to reply and ignored him directly. The fishing rod moved, and Yun Mian pulled it up. It was a silver treasure chest. He had lunchbox times 1, spatula times 1, kettle times 1, rope times 1, compass times 1, slingshot times 1. The things this time were very practical, and Yun Mian liked them very much. She put away the fishing rod and prepared to harvest the vegetables. 2 days later, all the cabbages on the rare land were ripe. She harvested them with one click, and then planted the sprouted potatoes. The black seeds planted last time have sprouted, but they haven't grown at all. Yun Mian is hesitant about whether to pour some more nutrient solution into it. She still has 2 bottles of nutrient solution. She is very curious about this unknown plant and always wants it to grow quickly. The cabbage has been harvested, but this little thing is still a seedling, and it is unknown how long it will grow. It occupies rare land. Logically, it should have grown up a long time ago. Maybe it's because there is no sunlight and the temperature is too low. Some plants are more delicate and cannot grow all year round. It is now the rainy season, and there is no sunlight at all. Yun Mian gritted her teeth and poured in another bottle of nutrient solution. After 1 bottle, there was movement again. The golden buds grew taller and shook their bodies, as if twisting their waists. The stems and leaves became much larger, and the originally tender green buds turned into turquoise. Then, there was no movement again. Yun Mian sighed, wondering if this was a vegetable or a fruit tree. She didn't know how much nutrient solution it would take to bloom and bear fruit. Let's observe it again after a while. Now she has enough soil and water, and the vegetable planting business is about to begin. Yun Mian used a workbench to make a row of stone brick vegetable beds and found an open space to put them down. Then she spread a layer of soil. According to the method in the planting guide, the thickness of the soil should not exceed 15 centimeters. She also laid a layer of leaves on the bottom. Leaves can be exchanged at the trading center. Some people opened a box and found a bunch of broken leaves. They didn't know what to do with them, so they hung them in the trading center. Yun Mian had seen this before. She exchanged a box of leaves, which was just enough to cover 5 square meters of soil. These leaves will turn into fertile leaf humus over time, which can be used as base fertilizer and is conducive to plant growth. Then burn mussels into lime and sprinkle lime on half of the soil. Some crops do not need lime as fertilizer. First, plant several medicinal plants dug up from the island. 10 Pinellia and 13 white hyacinth occupy 1 square meter of area. In the other few square meters, spinach seeds, lettuce seeds, corn seeds, cotton seeds, and green pepper seeds are planted respectively. A peach pit was also planted in it. Ordinary land does not grow as fast as rare land, and these vegetables will take about a week to harvest. It will probably take a month for the peach tree to grow up. Wah wah! Hearing the sound, Yun Yin Yin looked back and saw a little dolphin jumping on the sea. There was a box floating next to it. The golden treasure chest. It's finally here. Yun Yin Yin walked over excitedly. The little dolphin jumped up excitedly, stirring up waves while sweeping its tail. Yun Yin Yin understood what it meant and threw it a strawberry. The sweet and sour strawberry exploded in the little dolphin's mouth, and it cried out with joy. Wah wah! It seems that it likes eating very much. Yun Yin Yin threw another one to it. Eat it. Eat it. She picked up the golden treasure chest, not afraid of getting her clothes wet. Just wanted to open it quickly to see what treasures were inside. Obtained, primary alchemy table blueprint. Battery times 5. Magnifying glass times 1. Whistle times 1. A bag of salt. Water purification tablets times 2. Alchemy table. Yun Yin Yin couldn't wait to take out the blueprint to check. Name, alchemy table, need to learn alchemy skills to use. Required materials, iron ore times 2. Glass times 5. Medicine bottle times 2. Function, make and synthesize various medicines. She hasn't learned the alchemy skills yet, so she can't use it after making it. And she doesn't have medicine bottles. Yun Yin Yin put away the blueprint. The most precious thing in this box is this blueprint. The other things can only be said to be pretty good. But she finally got salt, which is very important. The human body needs to take in a certain amount of salt. Although there is salt in seawater, sea salt does not add extra iodine, which can easily lead to insufficient iodine intake. Just now I was thinking that there was no battery, and there was no need to change the flashlight. Now the battery is there, but the flashlight has not been changed. Woo woo woo. The little dolphin is still calling. It seems that it has not eaten enough. Yun Yin Yin got a good thing. Of course she would not treat it badly, and threw her another peach. Here, you eat it. You have to find a box for your sister next time. You know, there are still many delicious things. Just bring the box to exchange. Yun Yin Yin was afraid that it didn't understand, so she took out the food and pointed at the gold treasure chest to show it. The little dolphin swam 2 circles and left after it was full. A gold treasure chest can be decomposed into 150 pieces of wood. A silver treasure chest can be decomposed into 100 pieces of wood, in addition to the few boxes caught yesterday. Yun Yin Yin decomposed them all, hung the wood on the trading center, and then returned to the room with satisfaction. The 10th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Weather, thunderstorm. When she woke up the next day, Yun Yin Yin felt something was wrong. There were thunder and lightning outside the house, and the sound of waves was endless. She turned on the light curtain and found that many people had died overnight. She walked out of the room and found that the scene outside was very spectacular, even shocking. Huge waves rose on the sea. The lightning in the sky was shockingly large. Thunder roared, and the seabed seemed to be not peaceful either. There were many shadows on the sea. Looking closely, many sharks' dorsal fins emerged from the water. They swam around on the water, with only one eye exposed, which looked particularly creepy. Yun Yin Yin was also shocked. She clicked on the light curtain, and the chat channel kept refreshing the messages. So many people died? It's terrible. The time is up tonight, and I haven't reached level 3 yet. What should I do? What else can I do? Upgrade quickly. First, exchange all my supplies for upgrade materials to save my life. The wood and nails in the trading center have been replaced a long time ago. Yesterday, the big guy put some on the shelf again, and they were snapped up in an instant. I should have known better. I didn't get any upgrade materials in my boxes these past 2 days. Didn't you notice that there are sharks all around? As long as the boat flips, the sharks will eat it. Ye Yongwang, Mian Mian. Be careful. There are a lot of sharks. Hu Yuan, be careful. Luo Luo, eyes, nose or gills are the most sensitive parts of sharks. If you want to attack, you can attack these places. Luo Luo was more simple and rough. He taught her how to deal with sharks right away. Yun Yin Yin replied one by one to reassure them. She looked at the trading center. All the wood and nails she hung up had been replaced. Many people sent her messages asking if she could replace them. There were people who were grateful to her. And there were also people who scolded her. Yun Minyan didn't care. It was all she could do. She had been observing the sharks beside the boat, wondering if they would attack her boat. Fortunately, the sharks seemed to be just curious and didn't want to do anything to her boat. Yun Minyan took out the lucky dice and threw it into the air. 2. Bad luck will eventually bring good luck. It means that when bad luck comes to an end, good luck will come. It describes that when the situation is extremely bad, it will turn for the better. This was the first time she rolled the number 2. It was not a good number. Yun Minyan was a little worried about what would happen today. When bad luck comes to an end, good luck will come. So what will she encounter? We can only take things one step at a time. Yun Minyan exchanged some weeds at the trading center, fed the 2 rabbits, and fed a few chickens with corn kernels. The chicken that was caught in the trap seemed to be dying, and was on the verge of death. Yun Minyan took it out and cut its neck with a knife. But the chicken blood was all over the floor, and she took a long time to clean it up. She boiled another pot of hot water and prepared to remove the chicken feathers. But it took a long time to clean the chicken. It was also dirty. It seems that everything is really not going well today. But Yun Minyan has a good attitude, thinking that she will be able to eat delicious coconut chicken soon. It is worth the trouble. Yun Minyan opened a coconut, took out the coconut meat, cut half a chicken, poured the coconut juice into the pot, added a bottle of water, and put the coconut meat and chicken in to cook together. After boiling, add a little salt, and then put some cabbage and potatoes. The fragrance of coconut and the rich fragrance of chicken intertwined, and a layer of chicken fat floated on the clear soup. The sweet fragrance was overflowing, and the whole boat was filled with fragrance. Yun Minyan swallowed her saliva, washed some wild vegetables and porcini mushrooms, and put them in to cook together. She scooped a bowl of soup for herself first. She tasted it lightly. It tasted good. The soup was sweet, full of coconut flavor, fragrant, refreshing, and the meat of the native chicken was tender. After taking a bite, you didn't need to chew it at all. The vegetables in it also absorbed the soup, which made it more delicious. And the potatoes were cooked powdery. Yun Minyan drank 2 bowls of soup and ate 2 bowls of vegetables. And there was still half a pot left. She divided the rest into 3 portions and put them in wooden bowls. Coconut chicken made by a cooking expert, sweet and delicious, refreshing and fragrant. 1 bite will fill you with energy. Effect: restore 3 points of physical strength and 5 points of mental strength every minute. After learning cooking skills, the food she made has buff bonus, which is a good thing. She is in full condition, and it is a bit of a waste to eat 2 portions of food with buffs. But don't feel bad. She doesn't need it anyway. Yun Minyan anonymously put 2 portions in the trading center. Requires to exchange with medicine bottles or alchemy skill books. She now has the blueprint of the alchemy table, but lacks medicine bottles and has no alchemy skills. After hanging it up, she began to practice swordsmanship. After her physical strength increased, her strength and speed increased. Her footwork became more solid, and she could start to learn the moves according to the basic 13 styles of swordsmanship. But the sea was not peaceful today. After practicing for a while, she felt dizzy. Her boat was so big that it began to shake. It was difficult to stand on the deck, let alone practice swordsmanship. She had to stop. It would be better to fish for the treasure chest first. Yun Minyan took out the fishing rod and just threw it into the water. The sharks around her swarmed over. Yun Minyan. She just wanted to fish for a treasure chest. Why are you reacting so strongly? Before she could retract the rod, she saw the shark open its mouth and bit her fishing line. With 1 bite, the fishing line broke. Yun Minyan quickly took back the fishing rod. It's okay if the fishing line breaks, but don't bite her fishing rod to pieces. Luo Luo, I can't fish for the treasure chest. As soon as I put down the fishing rod, these sharks will come around. Yun Minyan, don't worry. I can't fish either. Let's see later. Since she couldn't fish for the treasure chest, Yun Minyan simply made a stove. She sent a message to Nia Yongguang, asking him how the stove was selling. Nia Yongguang, I just wanted to tell you that the 20 you gave me yesterday were sold out. Hurry up and make more. Yun Minyan, okay. Nia Yongguang, now everyone's supplies are very tight, and they are all used to exchange for materials for upgrades. Hu Yuan said that the auction mode will be used for hunger marketing in the next few days to squeeze out the good things from those rich people, and then sell them at a clear price in a few days. What a profiteer. Yun Yinyan's idea coincided with that of the people who could afford the stove now. And those who were worried about upgrading were not the same group of people at all. Yun Yinyan had no psychological pressure to sell it to these people and make a little more money from them. In the afternoon, a tornado was set off on the sea. It was still broad daylight, but the sky was covered by dark clouds. The arrival of thunderstorms made the waves more violent. The vast sea was unsettling, and with this kind of ghost weather, it was like the end of the world. The boat on the sea was shaky, and Yun Yinyan traded the stove she had just made to Nie Yongwang. Nie Yongwang, my boat is taking on water. How is yours? Yun Yinyan's level 4 ship is fine. No problem. I'm fine. Nie Yongwang, several people who just bought the stove told me that the stove went out and asked if they could provide after-sales service. It's normal for the stove to go out in this windy and rainy weather. If there is no fire left and no fire-making tools, it is really difficult to keep the fire source. Yun Yinyan, I'll make a few torches for you, and you can sell them to them at a lower price. Nie Yongwang, okay. Torches are simpler to make than stoves. You only need rags times 1, wood times 1, and a fire source to make it. But a torch can only be used for 1 hour, and can only be used for lighting and short-term lighting at sea. Yun Yinyan made 10 torches in batches and sent them to Nie Yongwang. The torches sold well, and Nie Yongwang sold them at a good price. Night fell. The rain showed no sign of slowing down. At 12 o'clock, the system would eliminate those who had not yet reached level 3. Many people in the chat channel raised the price, and the price of wood and nails soared, even exceeding that of food and water. In panic, many people in the chat channel began to ask for help. Is there any kind-hearted person who can give me 20 pieces of wood? I only need 20 pieces of wood to upgrade, and I have already exchanged everything that can be exchanged. I didn't expect that one day I would be stumped by 10 nails. I can't catch a treasure chest today, and my last hope is gone. I want to cry. I thought I could decompose the wood if I caught a treasure chest today, but I haven't caught any treasure chests after fishing for a whole day. As long as these sharks are around, I can't catch any treasure chests. This game is too bad. They do this on the last day. Pushing people to the edge? Go check it out. Someone killed a shark on the forum and got a treasure chest. Yun Yinyan saw this message and immediately opened the forum. She rarely visits forums. She had seen them before, but they were not very nutritious. At first, she thought there would be some useful information, but after reading them, it was all the same old stuff. Some people even formed factions under the guise of sharing useful information, posted some boring things, and even wrote serialized stories. The superpower master of the super rich hoarding goods. I have a harem on the sea. I live a happy life on the sea by signing in. Yun Yinyan is very busy and has no time to read. But there are many players who follow the serialization. The chat channel is too noisy. Many people don't like it, but are keen to hang out in the forum. Nie Yongwang also posted a post on it to advertise before, and the effect was good. Hashtag Diamond Treasure Chest exploded after killing shark. The post has detailed pictures, and the poster clearly describes how he killed the shark and how he got the treasure chest. The shark has a diamond treasure chest hidden in its belly, which contains not only upgrade materials, but also amplification weapon drawings and workbench drawings. Yun Yinyan's eyes also glowed when she saw these. Who is this person? He killed the shark so easily, and was willing to share his experience. Yun Yinyan glanced at the name of the poster. Who was anonymous? Who wouldn't want a diamond treasure chest? Yun Yinyan had never seen one. Her eyes immediately turned to the sharks beside the boat. Other people had at most 1 or 2 sharks beside their boats, but there were 5 or 6 beside hers, probably because her boat was bigger, so it attracted more sharks. Killing the sharks would get you a diamond treasure chest, but you might lose your life. Chapter 23. Yun Yinyan thought for a long time and decided not to take the risk. She was not a power player, and her luck was bad today. If she met with an accident, it would be useless even if she got the diamond treasure chest. At this time, Luo Luo sent her a message. Luo Luo, have you read the post on the forum? Yun Yinyan, you mean the one about killing sharks? Luo Luo, yes. Yun Yinyan's expression changed. Are you going to do it? Luo Luo, take a chance to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. This, Yun Yinyan had no way to refute. If she had the strength, she would also want to take the chance. Yun, what is your strength value? Luo, 89. Yun looked at her strength value, which had just reached 50. This was the difference. Yun, do you need help? Luo, I am confident that I can kill it, but it will probably be a loss for both of us. I am afraid that I will lose too much blood after being injured. Yun understood. This was at sea, and there was no way to call 120 for emergency treatment. The poorer ones didn't even have a bandage, but Yun had gauze, painkillers, and anti-inflammatory drugs. She also had silk thread, and she could make a needle on the workbench to suture the wound. Yun, I can give you any medicine you need. Luo, hemostatic drugs, gauze, needles and thread. I'll give you half of what I got. I'll let you choose first. Luo wanted to try it when she saw the post. She also wanted the diamond treasure chest. But more importantly, she couldn't even catch ordinary treasure chests without killing sharks. It was really unnecessary to waste a day. She could take the risk. Workbench or amplified weapons. As long as she got one, it would be worth it. Okay. You be careful. Yun immediately made a thin needle, and then gave gauze and needle and thread to Luo. She didn't have hemostatic medicine, but the trading center did. She traded with the other party with a torch and exchanged for a small amount of hemostatic medicine. She hesitated again and again, but still sent her harpoon along with these medicines. I'll lend you this. Although Luo should have a weapon, a harpoon is definitely the most effective way to deal with fish at sea, and it may help her at a critical moment. Yun lent the harpoon to Luo for two reasons. Luo has been very good to her these days, and she also regards her as a friend. Another reason is that if Luo can really kill the shark, she will also benefit. Although the harpoon is precious, Yun thinks the risk is worth taking. Luo, thank you. Time passed little by little. Although Yun was busy, she was still a little worried. Luo had not responded yet, so she must still be fighting with the shark. Although she wanted to know what the situation was now, she couldn't do anything, let alone disturb Luo. So she could only continue to make the stove and make the European-style wardrobe by the way. The double-door wardrobe has a considerable capacity and can hold more than a dozen sets of clothes. However, there is no hanger, so the clothes can only be folded and placed in the wardrobe. On the chat channel, someone also tried to challenge to kill the shark, but after so long, no one has succeeded. Instead, those who said they were going to kill the shark became gray and offline. Yun looked at Luo's message, which was still on, indicating that her life was not in danger. No news is the best news. Seeing that Luo dared to kill the shark, Yun wanted to strengthen her martial arts value even more. Starting from tomorrow, she would set aside 2 to 3 hours every day to practice. Archery is also very important. Good archery skills are very important for hunting. Traps are good, but they require luck and time, and are inefficient. If she is good at archery, as long as she sees the prey, she can kill it with one arrow. The rain hits the boat, making crackling sounds, and Yun starts to prepare dinner. The rain is too heavy, so she has to move the stove to the room. Fortunately, there is a chimney in the room, so there is no need to worry too much. Today's dinner is a grilled fish and grilled mushrooms, with salt. She scraped off the fish scales first, then rubbed the salt on the surface of the fish, rubbed it evenly, and then put it on the grill. Cut the mushrooms into slices and put them on the grill. The fire was not big, just enough for slow roasting. Yun looked at the time. It had been an hour since Luo said he was going to kill the shark. This fish was neither too big nor too small, just enough for 2 people. She would give half to Luo later, which would give her some physical and mental strength. Luo was covered in blood. She lay on the side of the boat, her lower body soaked in seawater, with 2 scars on her arms and blood coming out of her palms. There was a smell of blood everywhere. Luo frowned. She had just picked up everything that fell from the shark. Now she had to escape from this area quickly. Otherwise, there might be a large number of sharks around. The shark just now bleeds too much. This smell of blood is the most attractive to sharks. She only had 10 points of physical strength left, and she had to rest quickly. But she had no time to rest. After getting on the boat, she didn't even have time to open the box. She immediately rowed hard and used the last bit of physical strength to escape from here. When she couldn't smell the blood anymore, and the surroundings were completely calm, she knelt down on the boat exhausted, gasping for breath. The things she got from killing the shark were already in her backpack. In addition to 40 portions of shark meat, there was also a diamond treasure chest. Luo worked so hard for so long just for this thing. She clicked to open it without hesitation. Obtained iron ore times 20. Glass times 20. Teleportation card times 1. First aid kit times 1. Gathering skill book times 1. Jungle boots times 1. Rare land times 1. Luo was cheered up. Congratulations to the 4th player who killed a shark. And you will be rewarded with a dagger made of shark teeth. Yun waited for a long time and finally received a reply from Luo. Luo, done. Luo sent Yun a screenshot of the details of the diamond treasure chest he got without reservation. And she also did not keep the dagger. Look at what you want. Yun was very relieved to see the first aid kit. Since there was a first aid kit, it meant that Luo did not need her medicine at all. She could have said that she did not kill the shark and kept the diamond treasure chest for herself and did not share it with her. But she did not do that. To say that Yun had only regarded Luo as a friend before. Now she has regarded her as the most trustworthy person in this survival world. People are mutually loyal to each other. Seeing a person who is unreserved to herself, and still in this difficult end of the world, Yun feels very warm. You choose first. Just give me some. The diamond treasure chest is full of good things. You can give her anything you want. Luo, last time I saw you wanted to exchange iron ore and glass. So I'll give you the iron ore and glass. I looked at the teleportation card, and I don't need it for the time being. Received iron ore times 20. Glass times 20. Teleportation card times 1. Yun, you need glass to upgrade to level 4. Keep 10 for yourself. Luo, okay. Then you still need to tell me. Luo returned all the medicines that Yun had given her before. There are things you need in the first aid kit. I'll keep the needle and thread, and give you the rest. In this way, Yun only used needle and thread to get so many good things. Yun sent a grilled fish and a coconut chicken. Then these are for you to eat. You can quickly restore your physical strength. This is exactly what Luo needs. So she is not polite. Luo ate a piece of grilled fish. It tastes delicious. Moderately salty. And you can taste the salt on the grilled fish. Luo's mouth has no taste after eating clear soup recently. Now she can eat such a delicious grilled fish. And her taste buds are greatly satisfied. It's so delicious. Her body slowly filled with strength. She felt weak and tired at first. But now she even felt that she could rush over and kill another shark. She clicked on the character information and found that her physical and mental strength had increased a lot. Luo felt that she was too lucky to meet Yun. She thought about it and sent the jungle boots and rare land to Yun. She didn't have anything to grow. And she didn't need the boots. Yun should have started planting vegetables. Yun received the message and was surprised to see that Luo gave her something again. Yun, why give it to me again? Luo, I can't use it. These things are not something that can be used or not. They will be used sooner or later. And rare land is a treasure. Jungle boots are made of rubber and canvas, which can quickly expel moisture. They are also very practical in rainy weather. All the things were collected. Yun really wanted them. But she made a decision. How many wood and nails do you need to upgrade to level 4? Yun asked this. And Luo immediately understood what she meant. Luo hurriedly checked her backpack. She had just upgraded to level 3 2 days ago. Now she only had 300 wood, which was still far away. She only needed 100 nails. She took a screenshot of her backpack and showed it to Yun. Yun frowned. Luo needed 700 wood and 100 nails. This is a long way off. Yun herself doesn't have much wood left. She put most of the wood in the trading center, but it was snapped up long ago. If she was only 300 or 500 short, Yun could still ask Hu Yuan and Ye Yangwang for some help. Seeing that Yun didn't reply for a long time, Luo also knew that he was probably too far away. Luo, it doesn't matter. There's no rush in these 2 days. Yun didn't think so, and would settle the account tonight. Level 3 and level 4 are a watershed. Players below level 3 will be eliminated. So will players at level 4 get rewards? Yun thinks it is very likely that the account will be settled according to the reward and punishment system. She wants to help Luo upgrade. And having a strong and trustworthy helper is definitely not a bad thing. Yun Yinyan is not worried if they become rivals in the future. A strong rival makes her stronger. After helping Luo Luo reach level 4, she will work harder to level up. Yun Yinyan, wait for me. Eat first. Yun Yinyan privately chatted with Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang. How much wood and nails do you have that you can share with me? I will exchange them with you. Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang replied quickly. What's wrong? What do you want these for? Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang have not yet reached level 4, and are currently saving wood and nails. And they know that Yun Yinyan is definitely not short of these. Yun Yinyan, it's useful. Helping a friend. Hu Yuan is a big spender on upgrade materials. Every day when he opens the box, there is no food or water. Only basic materials. He has already saved enough wood and nails, so he can share some. Hu Yuan, I can give you 150. Ye Yongguang has just enough wood for 1,000. But he still needs some nails and glass. At most, he can give a little to Yun Yinyan, and he has to keep it for himself to upgrade. Yun Yinyan thought for a while. Why don't we share the materials from selling stoves and oil paper umbrellas a few days ago, so that I can see what we have? Chapter 24. Ye Yongguang and Hu Yuan both agreed. Ye Yongguang, I don't have much wood and nails. If we divide the supplies now, maybe we can just get the supplies for upgrading. Hu Yuan only needs a few pieces of glass to upgrade to level 4. He knew that he must have obtained a lot of glass from selling things in the past 2 days. All the supplies for selling things are with Ye Yongguang. So Ye Yongguang sent a message in the group. Ye Yongguang, I will sort it out and send you the details of the supplies later. It's still the same old rule. Yinyan chooses first, and the rest will be divided between Hu Yuan and me. Yun Yinyan agreed. Yun Yinyan was not idle during this time. She chatted with several people privately. They were Rongyu, Cui Tao and Shi Nancheng, who had traded with her before. These people should be doing well. Maybe they can give her some wood. Yun Yinyan can get the iron nails by herself. But she is short of wood. But everyone in the district is short of wood. And Yun Yinyan is not sure if she can get so many in a short time. Soon, they replied. Rongyu is wood. Yun Yinyan exchanged grilled fish and grilled venison with him. He quickly agreed. 3 grilled fish, 2 grilled venison, in exchange for 200 pieces of wood. Now the trading center is looking for wood, so it is normal for Rongyu to offer this price. 3 grilled fish, 1 grilled venison. My grilled meat can restore physical and mental strength, which is different from ordinary grilled meat. Yun Yinyan's cooking skills have a bonus, and the food she makes is different from others. Rongyu, Yun Yinyan is not false. Her food is good, and worth the price. However, it seems that Rongyu is also a rich man, and he can exchange 200 pieces of wood at will, so his strength must be good. Rongyu, deal? Then wait a moment. It will take time to bake it. Cui Tao and Shi Nancheng can also trade. Yun Yinyan happens to have what they want. Shi Nancheng also wants to hunt sharks, and he is looking for medicine. He also foresaw that he might get injured when killing sharks, so he prepared medicine in advance. Whether he fails or succeeds, he must heal his wounds quickly. Yun Yinyan just sold the medical supplies she had given to Luo Luo for a good price, and got 100 pieces of wood and a cookbook. The cookbook can increase her cooking proficiency. On Cui Tao's side, Yun Yinyan exchanged a stove for 50 pieces of wood. He didn't have more. The stove was still being auctioned, and he couldn't compete with those big guys in the supply business. He didn't expect to find a bargain here with Yun Yinyan. Yun Yinyan emphasized to him that he couldn't tell anyone else. Of course, she could directly exchange the stove for wood, but this would disrupt the plan. The stove could be auctioned for better things. She was in urgent need of wood now, so it was okay to exchange one. After all, she, Hu Yuan, and Ye Yongguang all had no shortage of wood. If he really placed an order, he would not be able to sell it at a high price later. At this time, Ye Yongguang finally sent a message. Wealthy group. Ye Yongguang, there are too many supplies. I spent a long time to get them. All the things he got from trading oil paper umbrellas and stoves were sealed in the trading center of the system. He did not take them out and put them in his backpack. This is also a very humane function of the system. It can be set to be immediately stored in the backpack, or temporarily stored in the trading center, just like the express cabinets in the real world. But a small handling fee is required. The handling fee is iron blocks. After several days, Nie Yongwang received 20 iron blocks for so many things. Nie Yongwang took a screenshot of the supplies and posted it in the group. Iron ore times 5. Glass times 23. Jungle boots blueprint times 2. Trap blueprint times 1. Bronze sword blueprint times 1. Primary bow and arrow blueprint times 1. Craftsman's hammer blueprint times 1. Tar times 18. Shells times 28. Waterproof cloth times 3. Sun hat times 1. Sunscreen times 1. Survival scarf times 2. Headlamp times 1. Folding knife times 1. Chili pepper seed times 1. Asparagus seed times 1. Purple cabbage seed times 1. Carrot seed times 2. Multi liquor times 1. Plastic bag times 3. Sleeping bag times 1. Stainless steel pot times 1. Chicken. Cage drawing times 1. Chicken feed times 2. Scissors times 2. Glass bottle times 2. Medicine bottle times 2. Soybean times 3. Wheat flour times 2. Barley flour times 2. Egg beater times 1. Blanket times 2. Sweater times 2. Autumn clothes and long john set times 2. Wool scarf times 1. Life jacket times 1. Sports shoes times 2. Anti-inflammatory drug times 1. Bandage times 2. Teapot times 1. Fermentation barrel times 1. Grape times 2. Mint times 2. Laurel times 1. Duck eggs times 5. Instant coffee times 2. Beer times 3. Instant noodles times 5. Organic fertilizer times 2. Nie Yongwang, there are some materials for making wallpaper umbrellas. So I won't release them. Just give them to Hu Yuan to continue making wallpaper umbrellas. Yun Nian Nian, okay. Hu Yuan, okay. To be honest, Yun Nian Nian was dazzled by all the materials. There are indeed a lot of them. Many of them Yun Nian Nian has never seen before. But this is normal. Their main selling point is that you must exchange for good things. They don't want common things. There are so many that she can choose first. And she can take half of them. She rubbed her hands, and was a little excited. She spent 10 minutes circling all the things she wanted. She had most of the drawings. So she didn't take them. There were also some things that she only took part of. And she marked them out. I'll take these. You can share the rest. Nie Yongwang, okay. I'll give it to you. Received iron ore times 5. Glass times 10. Craftsman's hammer blueprint times 1. Tar times 10. Shells times 10. Waterproof cloth times 1. Sunscreen times 1. Survival scarf times 1. Sneakers times 1. Headlamp times 1. Folding knife times 1. Chili seeds times 1. Asparagus seeds times 1. Purple cabbage seeds times 1. Carrot seeds times 1. Stainless steel pot times 1. Chicken coop blueprint times 1. Chicken feed times 2. Scissors times 1. Glass bottles times 2. Medicine bottles times 2. Soybeans times 1. Wheat flour times 2. Barley flour times 2. Fermentation barrel times 1. Instant coffee times 1. Organic fertilizer times 2. Sleeping bag times 1. Instant noodles times 2. All good stuff. No basic supplies. She just collected 500 pieces of wood. There are still more than 70 pieces of wood left in her backpack. There are still more than 100 pieces left. Time is running out. Yun Nian grilled a few grilled fish and made a few tar lamps. And hung them in the trading center, asking for wood in exchange. Nowadays, many people in the trading center want to exchange wood. But most people exchange them with ordinary materials. Now most players still barely solve the problem of eating and drinking. And it is difficult to eat enough. They lie down as soon as it gets dark at night. Yun Nian doesn't need to advertise these things once they are put up. They are sold out in just a few minutes. In such a large area. Even if wood is in short supply, there are still many hidden bosses. The delicious grilled fish that can restore physical and mental strength will make you drool just by looking at it. The tar lamp that can illuminate and light a fire is even more precious. 3 servings of grilled fish. 3 tar lamps. Directly exchanged for 200 pieces of wood. Finally gathered them together. When Yun Nian gave this large amount of supplies to Luo Luo, Luo Luo was completely stunned. More than 700 pieces of wood. Plus 100 nails. Such a generous gift. How should she repay? Luo Luo didn't know whether she should accept it. These things are too expensive. Yun Nian revealed that she wanted to help her upgrade. And she was very grateful in her heart. But she didn't really take it seriously. After all, it was too difficult. But Yun Yan Yan actually did it. Only a few hours had passed. She really delivered so many supplies. Luo Luo's pupils dilated, staring at the light screen in front of him. His face flushed. Yun Yan Yan, these should be enough. You hurry up and upgrade quickly. It's almost 12 o'clock. Luo Luo, but... Yun Yan Yan, upgrade early. Hurry up. Yun Yan Yan urged. In Luo Luo's eyes, these things are extremely valuable. But in fact, the two have always been equal transactions. But after so many days of getting along, the two have already regarded each other as friends. Luo Luo solemnly promised, in the future, if you need me to do anything, I will definitely do it without hesitation. In fact, Luo Luo had thought before that if she waited for her brother to come, she might have to help him more. And her own supplies could not be exchanged with Yun Yan Yan first. But now, she no longer has this idea. She can survive and live better than most players. All thanks to Yun Yan Yan's help. Yun Yan Yan, sisters don't need to talk about this. Luo Luo smiled. Okay. There is still an hour left until 12 o'clock. Yun Yan Yan found that the shark finally disappeared. But the weather is still bad, and the violent storms on the sea make people uneasy. She took out the fishing rod to try to catch the treasure chest. By the way, check the supplies she just got. There are a few things that she is very interested in. Teleport card can be used by yourself or others. After using it, you can teleport to your friend's location. And you can also teleport your friends to your location. Restrictions. The objects used by the teleport card cannot harm each other. Otherwise they will be forced to be sent back. This is good. Just as she thought. Players can also meet each other. But they need props. Yun Yan Yan first arrived at a possibility. If she gets the landing card, can she use this teleport card to bring others together? Craftsman's hammer can be made on a high-level workbench. The hammer designed by the master craftsman can increase the strength value by 5 points when used. After making it, it will increase the proficiency of the training skill by 5 points. And the attack plus 20. Required materials, iron or ×2. Cherrywood ×2. Although this thing is good, Yun Yan Yan does not have an advanced workbench yet. So she can only put it aside for now. Chicken coop can be made on an intermediate workbench. It can raise more than 3 and less than 5 adult chickens or 10 chicks. It is suitable for large-scale breeding. The multi-layer chicken coop has a special feeding hopper to supply the nutrient needs of chickens. The temperature and humidity are suitable for the growth and reproduction of chickens. Required materials, bamboo ×8, plastic ×2, thatch ×3. With this chicken coop, breeding and raising chickens will not be a problem in the future. However, she only has 2 chickens now. If she wants to breed, she has to catch more chickens. It would be great if she could hatch those eggs. Just as she was thinking, the fishing rod finally moved. A treasure chest was pulled up. Obtained a wooden treasure chest. Although disappointed, she still opened the box first. Bad luck is not over yet. Be more Buddhist. Obtained, bamboo ×4. Silk thread ×2. Tissue paper ×2. Iron nail ×4. All are basic materials. It can only be said that something is better than nothing. After all, I couldn't fish for treasure chests just now. But now I can fish. Yun Yan Yan continued to fish. I hope to use up the 3 times of fishing for treasure chests before 12 o'clock. But the time has entered the countdown. Yun Yan Yan didn't have too much expectation. Recently, it usually takes more than 10 minutes to catch one. But she didn't expect that 5 minutes later, another treasure chest would be hooked. This time it was a bronze treasure chest. Get a bronze treasure chest. Bad luck is not over yet. Be a Buddhist. Be a Buddhist. Get rope ×1. Nails ×12. Cup ×1. Toothbrush ×1. Ointment ×1. I don't know why. Maybe because of the Buddhist. Yun Yan Yan actually thinks the things this time are pretty good. The countdown is 10 minutes. And the settlement will start soon. Players who have not yet reached level 3 should pay attention. After 12 o'clock, players who have not upgraded will be eliminated. And players who have upgraded to level 3 will receive a subsidy package. The mall will be open soon. And the contribution value ranking list and score ranking list will be added. Players on the list with real names will receive rewards. The system's voice sounded loudly. And a few lines of words appeared in the sky at the same time. As she expected, there would be rewards for players who upgraded. Although the system did not say it clearly. The rewards for level 3 and level 4 players must be different. There was also a mall and a ranking list. But I didn't know what they looked like. Yun Yin Yin held the fishing rod and waited quietly for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Chapter 25 Survival at Sea. Day 11. At the last minute, the third treasure chest was hooked. Yun Yin Yin was delighted. 2 treasure chests in 10 minutes. It seemed that the bad luck was really over. She hurriedly pulled the box up. Got the golden treasure chest. Good luck comes after bad luck. Congratulations. The bad luck is over. Good luck is a surprise. Got a small egg incubator ×1. A drift bottle ×1. A survival guide ×1. Melon seeds ×1. And purity ×1. There is actually an egg incubator. Then it can hatch chicks. With the egg incubator and the chicken coop, Yun Yin Yin began to envision the great business of raising chickens. As long as we can develop, we will never have to worry about not having chicken to eat. Roasted chicken wings. Roasted chicken legs. Braised chicken. Hand-shredded chicken. White-cut chicken. Hot and sour chicken offal. Pickled pepper chicken feet. All delicious. And you can exchange them for resources if you can't finish them. At 12 o'clock, there was no bell ringing. Only terrifying thunder. And a huge wave rose on the sea. The 5-meter-high wave was in front of all players. Enough to overturn the ship. All ships below level 3 were submerged. Overturned by the waves. And then disappeared on the sea. The number of people in the 3rd district dropped sharply. And only more than 63,000 people were left from the original 100,000. 1/3 of the people were missing. The cruel numbers frightened the remaining players. In just a moment, these players lost hope. The survivors in the chat channel were all sighing that it was great to be alive. To be honest, I'm glad I upgraded at the last minute. My palms are sweating now. Our District 3 is relatively good. More than half of the people survived. I saw that 2/3 of the people in other districts died. No way. I thought our district suffered heavy casualties. Are other districts worse? Yes. The system has issued an announcement. The number of survivors in each district has been announced. The top 3 will receive rewards. District 1 has the most survivors. 75,000 survived. District 8 is the worst, with only more than 40,000 people left. Oh my god. So many people died in just 10 days. Why is the system so cruel? Our district is 3rd. Great. There are extra rewards. Yun Yin Yin was also reading the announcement. The first stage is over. The number of survivors in each district is District 1, 75,668. District 2, 62,514. District 3, 63,346. District 4, 57,621. District 5, 63,242. District 6, 58,732. District 7, 59545. District 8, 48,664. District 9, 51,242. District 10, 60212. The remaining players in the top 3 districts will receive more generous compensation packages, which will be sent to the backpack later. Please check. Players above level 4 and including level 4 will receive a survival gift pack, which will be sent to the backpack later. Please check it. It seems that her decision was right. Helping more people is good for the whole district. And players who reach level 4 will also have extra benefits. There is a competitive relationship between the major districts. This time, District 3 happened to be the 3rd place, and it was only a little behind the 4th place. As for why so many people survived in District 1, Yun Yin Yin was also very curious. But the chat channels and forums of each district were not open to the outside world, so she had no way of knowing the situation in other districts. The next morning, the long-lost sunshine appeared, and the sea was calm and waveless. No longer gray and gloomy weather. Yun Yin Yin was in high spirits. After so many days of rain, she finally saw the sun. Although she knew it was still the rainy season and the sunshine was temporary, it was also a happy thing to have a sunny day for a while. Yun Yin Yin found that the interface of the light screen had changed when she got up. 2 new icons appeared, the mall and the ranking list. There were also 2 new notifications. Congratulations to the player for being on the score ranking list, which can be anonymous. Do you want to be on the list with your real name? If you choose yes, you will get an additional reward, a water heater. Congratulations to the player for being on the contribution value ranking list, which can be anonymous. Do you want to be on the list with your real name? If you choose yes, you will get an extra reward, smart toilet. Originally, Yun Nyan wanted to remain anonymous. But this reward is too tempting. Water heater and smart toilet. Who can resist the temptation? Real name is real name. Yun Nyan decisively chose both yes. The reward was immediately distributed to her backpack. Yun Nyan, I don't want to use my real name either. But the system gives too much. Who doesn't want to take a hot bath? Who doesn't want to have a smart toilet? She clicked on the ranking list. And the default ranking list was the score ranking list. And the contribution ranking list could be switched next to it. This score refers to the ship's score. Players can see it by clicking on the ship information. Yun Nyan Shangyun is now rated 43 points. Ranking second. Zone 3 rating rankings. First place, Rongyu. Second place, Yun Nyan. Third place, Fu Yin. Fourth place, Nie Yongwang. Fifth place, Wen Yushi. Sixth place, Lin Quanling. Seventh place, Zhang Jincheng. Eighth place, Zhao Fuyun. Ninth place, Li Chenxiang. Zone 3 contribution rankings. First place, Yun Nyan. Second place, Gu Feng. Third place, Nie Yongwang. Fourth place, Hu Yuan. Fifth place, Anonymous Player. Sixth place, Chu Yuyu. Seventh place, Zhang Jincheng. Eighth place, Deng Lingxue. Ninth place, Chen Tongxin. Rewards for players ranked 4th to 9th in the rating rankings. Starfish coins times 50. Warm suit times 1. Rewards for the 3rd and 2nd players in the score ranking list. Starfish coin times 100. Rare land times 1. Rewards for the 1st player in the score ranking list. Starfish coin times 100. Rare land times 2. Gold nutrient solution times 1. Rewards for the 4th to 9th players in the contribution value ranking list. Starfish coin times 50. Random primary skill book times 1. Rewards for the 3rd and 2nd players in the contribution value ranking list. Starfish coin times 100. Random intermediate skill book times 1. Rewards for the 1st player in the contribution value ranking list. Starfish coin times 100. Random advanced skill book times 1. Only one person is anonymous on the 2 lists. It seems that no one is willing to give up the reward. But this also makes people more curious. Who would rather give up such a good reward than disclose their identity? There are only 9 people on both lists. And the people who are on both lists are Yun Nyan, Nie Yongwang, and Zhang Jincheng. These 3 people will definitely attract the attention of people in the whole district. Yun Nyan's private messages are about to explode. And she simply turned off the reminder of private messages from strangers. Otherwise it would be too noisy. Rongyu's ship score is the 1st. So his ship must have been upgraded to level 4 a long time ago. However, Yun Nyan is the 1st player in District 3 to upgrade to level 4. Rongyu's high score may be because he has more furniture than her. Furniture and decorations can all add points. Yun Nyan didn't care about those before. Nor did she collect furniture blueprints. She had blueprints for curtains, sofas, and table lamps. But she didn't make them. Otherwise, this score might not be worse than Rongyu. Now she regrets it a little. After all, the reward for the person with the highest score is richer than others. She also wants that golden nutrient solution. But nothing can be known in advance. Fortunately, she is the 1st in the contribution value ranking and got the advanced skill book. There is a note behind the contribution value, which is assessed by the system based on the contribution of players in the entire area. Yun Nyan sells oil paper umbrellas and stoves, and takes out wood to trade with everyone, helping many people to tide over the difficulties. So her contribution value is the highest. Yun Nyan had never seen Gu Feng, the 2nd place winner, and didn't know what he had done. Even Nie Yongwang and Hu Yuan were ranked behind him. However, Yun Nyan had gained a lot in this settlement. She also made a name for herself in District 3. And the whole District 3 knew her name. Since she was in the spotlight, there must be both good and bad things. She must be the 1st to reach level 5. Before other rewards were distributed, Yun Nyan opened the mall first. I thought the mall would be dazzling. At least more prosperous than the trading center. But there were not many things on it. The goods in the mall are divided into 6 categories: blueprints, seeds, clothing, weapons, food, NPC services. All goods need to be purchased with starfish coins. Most of them are gray and unlocked. The things that can be purchased are what Yun Nyan already has. And she doesn't need them. The only things that make her want to buy are the underwear and socks in the clothes, and the seasonings in the food area. As for the NPC service, massage for 45 minutes, 1,000 yuan starfish coins. Ear cleaning for 30 minutes, 880 yuan starfish coins. Essential oil spa for 60 minutes, 1,388 yuan starfish coins. A bag of salt only costs 5 starfish coins. This NPC service is so expensive. Why don't you grab it? Yun Yinyan took a look at this category and closed it. She didn't even have the curiosity to spend. She now had 200 starfish coins, so she could spend a little. Yun Yinyan bought a bottle of light soy sauce, a bag of sugar, and a box of 3 pairs of socks, spending 35 starfish coins. Other things were too expensive. An ordinary weapon blueprint cost 200 starfish coins, which was not enough for her. So she decided to buy some small things. After the purchase, the number of starfish in Yun Yinyan's backpack became 165. Starfish coins were small starfish, colorful, and they were just like cash when placed in a backpack. There were also 2 more gift bags in the backpack. Yun Yinyan opened it to check. Open the compensation gift bag and get mineral water times 10, white rice times 10, instant noodles times 5. Open the survival gift pack and get iron ore times 20, fishing net times 1. The compensation gift packs are all survival supplies to allow players to have food and drink. The survival gift pack is a better supply and is more conducive to helping players upgrade. Yun Yinyan, who has no shortage of food and drink, prefers the survival gift pack. The second stage begins. The survival mode is turned on, and Spider Island is officially open. Every player has the opportunity to encounter Spider Island. Starting today, a landing card will be randomly set every day. You can get it by fishing for treasure chests. 10,000 landing cards will be sent in 10 days. Seeing this news, the players are boiling. In the past, you could only look at the island but not go there. Now you finally have the opportunity to go there. No wonder there is no permission to land on the island. It turns out that a landing card is needed. In 10 days, 10,000 landing cards will be issued, which means that 10,000 people can land on the island. 1 in 5 chances. Everyone is looking forward to the 10 days later. After all, now there is only 1 landing card per day, and getting 1 is like winning the lottery. And the chance is slim. Yun Yinyan immediately took out the lucky dice. She hopes to shake a good number, and it would be best if she is lucky enough to get the landing card today. She has a map of Spider Island, and it would be great if she can be the first to land on the island. Yun Yinyan took out the lucky dice and threw it hard. Under her gaze, the dice spun for a few seconds and then stopped. 4. Thank you for your patronage. The god of luck is resting today. Yun Yinyan. What day is it today? Do I have to take a day off today? She sighed. It seems that she will not get the island landing card today. Luo Luo, I saw the ranking list. Congratulations. Yun Yinyan, it's a pity that you didn't make the list. There are still many powerful people in our area. There are so many level 4 players. Don't you have other furniture and decorations on your ship? Luo Luo, it's good to be able to upgrade. My ship had nothing before. After the upgrade yesterday, it was still empty. No wonder. It's also her fault for not thinking carefully. Luo Luo was already struggling when she just upgraded to level 3. Even if Yun Yinyan forced her to level 4, her score would not be as good as those level 4 players who relied on their own strength. For example, Nye Yangwang must have a lot of furnishings on his boat. Yun Yinyan had seen him post photos of carpets, sofas, desks, dining tables, and everything else. Yun Yinyan's score was higher than his because he had more good things like gussets, telescopes, large fishing nets, and latex mattresses as system rewards. He also happened to make a large wardrobe yesterday. Even Ling Quanling was on the list, and ranked 6th. This liar was actually ranked 6th. I don't know how many people he cheated. Chapter 26. Yun Yinyan hadn't checked the fishing nets for the past 2 days, and she was too busy to remember. She walked to the side of the boat and pulled up the 2 large fishing nets. Today's harvest was average. It might be because of her bad luck today. There were only more than 20 fish in the 2 large fishing nets, and they were not big. Small octopus, small cuttlefish, small yellow croaker, small perch. In short, they were all small, but they should taste good. The meat looked very tender. However, it was a pity that there were so few. If she had known that she would be able to catch fish last night, she should have quickly collected the nets. Who made her forget it at all? It would be nice if she had a memo to remind her what to do every day. Yun Yanyan thought of a way. She created a chat group and invited Luo Luo and Ye Yongguang to join. A group must have at least 3 people. She chose Luo Luo first. Between Hu Yuan and Ye Yongguang, Yun Yanyan chose Ye Yongguang. Because Ye Yongguang is more active and likes to chat. Yun Yanyan, this is my friend Luo Luo. Luo Luo, this is my partner. Ye Yongguang. Ye Yongguang, hello. Hello. What group is this? Yun Yanyan, I find that I forget to do a lot of things every day. So I just create a group and remind each other to check in. Ye Yongguang, okay. Okay. Me too. I forgot to harvest the vegetables yesterday. And they are all old. Yun Yanyan, I forgot to fish. What a loss. Yun Yanyan changed the name of the group to Daily Check-In Group for Getting Rich. Luo Luo, what do you have to do every day? I'll remind you later. Yun Yanyan, actually it's nothing. But when I get busy, I lose sight of everything. Fishing for treasure chests. Practicing basic skills. Harvesting vegetables. Fishing, and feeding chickens and rabbits. Ye Yongguang, awesome Yanyan. You even raise chickens and rabbits. Yun Yanyan, just 1 or 2. Ye Yongguang, hey. Yanyan. After I upgraded yesterday, my boat became much bigger. I've been cleaning the room today. Look. I've collected a lot of decorations and furniture. Doesn't it look good? Ye Yongguang said several panoramic pictures. His boat was blue and white. The same size as Yun Yanyan's boat. But the color and structure were different. It was the first time that Yun Yanyan saw someone else's level 4 boat. She thought that all the products of the system were the same. Unexpectedly, the styles were different. Ye Yongguang made a bracket and put up 3 oil paper umbrellas, so that a large area on the deck would not be exposed to rain. He placed a lounge chair, a coffee table, and a lazy sofa under the umbrella. On the coffee table was a plate of fruit and a teapot. Next to it was a dining table and chairs. When he had nothing to do, he would lie here and enjoy the sea view and drink tea. It was really nice. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Yun Yanyan was really impressed. No wonder his ship's score was high. This area alone could probably give him 5 points. But there were no sails on his ship. There was a big bed and a desk in the room. The floor was carpeted, and there was a small cabinet next to the bed. Ye Yongguang, I asked Hu Yuan to help me make all of them. But I got the workbench blueprint yesterday, so I can do it myself in the future. Luckily, the supplies were distributed yesterday, so I got the materials for the upgrade. I didn't expect to be on the list. The water heater and toilet are really useful. I just used them. They are super smart. Yun Yanyan, who said it wasn't? Taking a hot bath in such a cold day will heal the whole person. Not to mention the smart toilet. Every player knows how troublesome it was to go to the toilet before. Ye Yongguang, we started working as soon as we got here. We are so tired. Let's go get some food first. Yun Yanyan, okay. She also has a lot of things to do. Work in the morning. Practice in the afternoon. Find time to fish for treasure chests in the evening. Anyway, she has bad luck. So there is no rush to open the chests. She opened her backpack. First, take out the advanced skill card. Random advanced skill card. After using, you will randomly get an advanced skill. Although it is random, advanced skills are all good things. After all, elementary cooking and elementary gathering have benefited her a lot. If she really has to choose, Yun Yanyan wants to refine medicine or hunting skills, or practice. It is better to have more skills than less. And more is better. But the god of luck is resting today. Yun Yanyan is a little hesitant about whether to use it today. How about seeing if there is good luck tomorrow? Anyway, it is not urgent. After thinking again and again, Yun Yanyan put the skill card back into the backpack. Yun Yanyan came to the vegetable planting area. Yesterday, Yun Yanyan got a new piece of rare land and planned to plant green peppers and chili peppers. In such a cold day, you should eat more peppers. And peppers have many benefits, which can strengthen the stomach and relieve pain. Yun Yanyan is a person who loves spicy food. He has been here for so long, but he has never eaten peppers. Yesterday, he planted some green peppers on ordinary land, and now they have just sprouted. Compared with green pepper, Yun Yanyan prefers chili pepper. After drying, it can be made into dried chili pepper, chili powder and chili noodles. The normal growth period of green pepper is 2 to 3 months. which is shortened to 6 to 10 days in the game. If it is planted in rare land, it can be harvested in about 2 days. The growth period of chili pepper is relatively long, which is normally half a year, but it takes 4 days on rare land. Yun Yinmian divided a piece of rare land into 2 parts and planted 2 kinds of pepper seeds in each part. The seeds on other lands have all sprouted. At a glance, there are many tender green seedlings, which looks very fulfilling. Yun Yinmian, who grew up in the city, has only seen so many vegetables on supermarket counters. And the vegetables look completely different when they are mature and when they are just sprouted. When lettuce and spinach first grew out, it was hard to tell what they were. Yun Yinmian had to check the details to tell them apart. The lettuce was growing well, and the spinach was growing normally, but the corn seedlings were a little purple and red, which looked a little strange, and the cotton and green pepper sprouts were also wilting. Yun Yinmian planted them all at once without carefully reading the planting guide. Now that she realized something was wrong, she quickly opened the planting guide to check. Among the vegetables planted yesterday, only lettuce and spinach can withstand low temperatures, while the others like sunlight and warmth. Cotton growth requires a lot of light, and only with a long light duration and appropriate intensity can cotton have a high yield and good quality. Corn seedlings need at least 6 to 8 hours of sunlight every day to grow better. The same goes for green peppers. Without a good environment and planting conditions, the growth of these seedlings will be poor, and the plants will be thin and shriveled. It seems that growing vegetables is not as simple as she imagined. I thought that as long as I planted them, I could harvest them. In the past, I saw others playing farm games, and they just planted seeds and waited for the harvest. There are many factors to consider here. It seems that if she wants to develop her vegetable growing business well, she needs to build a greenhouse and a shed. This wave of corn should not have a good harvest, but the seeds have been planted, so she has to pay attention to the next wave. Thinking of this, Yun Yinmian quickly dug out all the 2 pepper seeds she had just planted. Pepper seedlings have high temperature requirements, are not resistant to low temperatures, and have strict requirements for conditions and water. They are neither drought resistant nor waterlogged, and prefer relatively dry air conditions. This is completely unsuitable for planting now. If they sprout, it will all be in vain. The growth rate of rare land is really a bit fast. Fortunately, Yun Yinmian discovered it in time. If it was a little later, these seeds would have taken root. Yun Yinmian put the rescued seeds back into her backpack. The green pepper seeds planted in ordinary land yesterday have grown roots. Fortunately, the seeds of chili peppers were not wasted. It was just because she planted too many vegetables at once yesterday, so she didn't look carefully, and she didn't know that these plants were so delicate and difficult to take care of in the game world. Every failure is a lesson learned. Yun Yinmian decided to look at the habits of plants before planting vegetables in the future. Peppers cannot be planted in the rainy season, but Yun Yinmian had a hunch that the weather in the doomsday would be very extreme. There might be drought after the rainy season, and more vegetables could not be planted at that time. Vegetable greenhouses must be arranged. The planting guide only told her how to plant each plant, and did not tell her how to plant a vegetable greenhouse. She had to ask professionals for advice. Too much time was wasted on planting vegetables. Yun Yinmian did not have the heart to cook. She took out a seafood fried rice from her backpack and ate it simply, then continued to work. She took out the chicken coop blueprint, made a professional chicken coop, and transferred the 2 chickens over. After changing to a spacious cage, the 2 chickens were not used to it at first, but soon they were walking around in the cage. Yun Yinmian sprinkled some corn kernels for them, and they ate happily. She fed the rabbits some wild vegetables, and took out the incubator to study it. Incubator, the temperature is controlled at 37.8 degrees, and the chicks can hatch after 15 days. 10 eggs can be incubated at a time. If they are not successfully incubated after 10 days, it means that the eggs are not fertilized or are bad eggs. 10 eggs. About right. She had 11 pheasant eggs, incubated 10 of them, and ate one herself. Yun Yinmian carefully placed the 10 eggs on the incubator, and chose a smaller one to keep, intending to make an omelette in a frying pan later. After the incubation started, the incubator automatically closed. Yun Yinmian touched it, and found that the incubator began to heat up. After a while, she went to see that it would automatically turn the eggs during the incubation process. Not bad. There will be chicks after 15 days. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it was already dark. Yun Yinmian was still practicing basic skills. Sword and archery should be learned at the same time, and she must practice her basic skills more. This is what Luo Luo told her. Yun Yanyan practiced for a while, and sent her a video to let her see if there was anything wrong with her movements. Luo Luo corrected her one by one, and then recorded the correct movements and sent them to her, asking her to follow them. Luo Luo was born in a martial arts family, and learned martial arts since childhood. She was very good at swordsmanship and archery. She had already opened classes in the real world. Yun Yanyan was lucky to learn from her. Yun Yanyan spent the whole afternoon doing freehand exercises and rubber band exercises. Although it was tiring, she still persisted. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yun Yanyan wanted to practice for a while longer. She ate a piece of barbecue to replenish her energy and continued to practice. She found that she quite liked archery. It was more fun than sword practice. It was handsome and elegant. It did not require too much physical strength and required extra concentration. Luo Luo also said that she had talent. When she first started learning, her posture and movements were good. In order to test the results, she made a simple target with red pine wood and rope, drew a few circles, and was able to hit the center of the yellow 6 out of 10 times. However, she was still relatively close to the target because she was afraid that the arrow would miss and go into the sea. There are only 10 arrows in a set of bows and arrows. And if you lose one, you will lose one. Yun Yanyan is full of confidence. As long as she practices diligently, she will definitely learn it in time. After putting away the target, Yun Yanyan received a message from Ye Yongguang, urging her to make a stove. The stove business is booming today. After last night's settlement, the players who stayed were relieved. In addition, with the gift package rewards given by the system, they have more money on hand. Today, they got good things from the treasure chest and wanted to change a stove to improve their lives. The stove that Yun Yanyan made before was sold out quickly. Nye Yongguang sent a message to Yun Yanyan in the afternoon to ask her to make a stove. But at that time Yun Yanyan was obsessed with archery and did not read the message. Nye Yongguang was so anxious. Yun Yanyan, okay. I'll give it to you in half an hour. I didn't have time to make dinner, and I couldn't eat fried eggs. I wanted to make something delicious in the evening. Fortunately, there was still a portion of coconut chicken she had made before. Yun Yanyan finished the coconut chicken while making the stove. It was placed in the backpack. Even after a few days, it was still as delicious as it was fresh. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of soup, all the strength in my body came back, and I was full of energy. Yun Yanyan quickly made 20 stoves and sent them to Nye Yongguang. While she had the strength, Yun Yanyan wanted to process dozens of fish and make them all grilled fish and put them in her backpack. Although these fish would not die temporarily if they were kept in seawater, their vitality would definitely decrease. It would be better to process them early while they were fresh. After all, there were live fish harvested in the fishing net every day, and the box was almost full. The earlier you cook the grilled fish, the more delicious it will be. You can sell it for a good price, and it will be delicious for you to eat. Yun Yanyan has become very skilled at killing fish after killing so many times. She doesn't need to remove the scales, gills, internal organs, black membranes, and bitter gallbladders, but she doesn't need to throw them away. Putting them in the fishing net can attract more fish. She made herself a larger rectangular stove and a special large grill, so that she can grill 4 or 5 fish at a time. But it also requires more wood to burn. But the long stove is very warm. Yun Yanyan sat by the fire, and she didn't feel cold even though the temperature was very low at night. After grilling more than a dozen fish, Yun Yanyan was about to put them in her backpack when she received a message from Rongyu. How many of the grilled fish from yesterday do you have left? I want to buy it. I thought Rongyu was probably quite rich before, but after seeing that he was ranked first on the ratings list, Yun Yanyan labeled him a rich man. This guy must be a European emperor. How many do you want? Rongyu asked coincidentally, because she had just grilled more than a dozen grilled fish, and he wanted to buy it. 10. Yun Yanyan, 20 iron ores. Anyway, so many iron ores were distributed yesterday, and there were exactly 20 in the compensation package. So Yun Yanyan wanted them all. Rongyu, the kind that can increase physical and mental strength. Yun Yanyan, of course. Deal. Yun Yanyan didn't expect him to be so straightforward, and couldn't help wondering why he took so many grilled fish. Yun Yanyan only ate 1 piece a day, but he came up and asked for 10 pieces. And he had just traded with him yesterday. Yun Yanyan suddenly thought of a possibility. Rongyu was not going to the island. He had an island landing card, and in order to go to the island to collect supplies, he continued to eat food to restore his physical strength. In this way, he could restore his physical strength in a short time and collect more supplies. Otherwise, he would be exhausted after chopping trees for half a day. Just like the last time she went to the island. She worked hard, then ate a piece of meat to replenish her physical strength, and then continued to work. Yun Yanyan pondered for a while, thinking about how to ask. Rongyu had already said 20 pieces of iron ore. Chapter 27, the 12th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. This is 20 ores. Usually, one ore is considered a treasure. No matter how rich he is, he won't be so generous. He must have a landing card. Yun Yanyan is sure. She thought about it, and decided to go straight to the point rather than probing from the side. Yun Yanyan, are you going to the island? Rongyu? You are still pretending to her. Yun Yanyan used her trump card. I have a map of Spider Island. Rongyu. What do you want? Yun Yanyan thought. Sure enough. Haha. You really have a landing card. Rongyu. It's not that he didn't know that Yun Yanyan was deliberately deceiving him. But he didn't want to hide it from Yun Yanyan. After all, he was going to buy something from her. Even if I lie to her now, and say I don't have the island boarding pass, she will find out sooner or later. Since she has guessed it, it is better to be honest. There will definitely be a lot of transactions between the two of us in the future. Looking at the rankings, you can see that Yun Yanyan is a strong opponent. She ranks in the top 2 on both lists, and ranks first on the contribution list. She has all kinds of supplies that others don't have. She must have many outstanding features. Yun Yanyan, I'll give you the Spider Island map. And you take me to the island. Rongyu decisively refused. No. Yun Yanyan didn't think he would agree directly. But she had to try anyway. Isn't it just negotiating conditions? We can cooperate. I have a map of Spider Island. The distribution of supplies on the island is clearly drawn. It will be more efficient to take me to the island. I have a lot of food. And I can provide food to replenish physical strength. You can go to the island by yourself. Rongyu still seemed unmoved. Yun Yanyan, I just want to be the first to go to the island. And give you 10 grilled fish for free. This is the truth. Everyone knows that the first person to go to the island must have all the advantages. Not to mention that the first one to achieve the achievement can get rewards. Going to the island first means getting the upgrade materials first. And upgrading before others is the most important thing for every player. Especially for players, like them, who are already ahead. But Yun Yanyan also understood. Rongyu and himself. One is the first in the rating list. And the other is the second. Of course. He didn't want to take his ride. No. The landing order can only be used by one person. And can only be used once. Yun Yanyan realized what he meant. Then there is no need to worry. Yun Yanyan just happened to have a teleportation card that could come in handy. I have a prop card. Yun Yanyan sent a screenshot of the introduction of the teleportation card to Rongyu. Teleportation card can be used by yourself or on others. After use, you can teleport to your friend's location. And you can also teleport your friends to your location. Restrictions. The objects using the teleportation card cannot harm each other. Otherwise they will be forcibly sent back. Yun Yanyan, use this. Your safety and mine are guaranteed. And we cannot harm each other. You don't have to worry about us fighting for supplies. After leaving the island, I will go directly back to my ship. Rongyu didn't reply. Yun Yanyan knew he was thinking about it. So she took out the map of Spider Island to check. Spider Island is very large. Most of it is covered by rainforests and dense mountains. The middle of the island is mountainous, surrounded by plains, and the southern part is low-lying and is a large wetland. The mining area is behind the mountains. But to reach the mining area, you have to go through the rainforest and cliffs. The two largest forests are distributed on both sides of the island. In the west and east, due to time constraints, players cannot go to both forests and can only choose one. But it is not certain which forest has the wood they want. And they will only know when they get there. It is very likely that one person will not find the two types of wood they need to upgrade. And it is impossible to explore the entire island in 2 days. Although it is called Spider Island, Yun Yanyan believes that the resources on this island should be very rich from the topography. It is not comparable to the small mushroom island before. But it may also be because she does not have a map of the mushroom island. In fact, she only explored a small part of the mushroom island. After all, she did not dare to go too deep. She did not go in when she saw the swamp. Maybe there is a large unknown area beyond the swamp. After thinking about it, Yun Yinyan sent a message to Rongyu. The area of Spider Island is 5,000 square kilometers. For such a large island, you don't have a map and don't even know where the resources are. Moreover, the resources on the island are very scattered. Take me with you. It will be mutually beneficial. Even if you don't take me with you, maybe I can go to the island on the second or third day. As long as I take out the map of Spider Island and food supplies, I believe someone will be willing to cooperate with me. She has carefully analyzed the situation with Rongyu. Although she did not reveal the specific distribution of the island, her meaning has been made clear. If you don't have a map, you will definitely not find all the materials needed for upgrading. That's it. Yun Yinyan believes that Rongyu can make a decision. In fact, for her, it doesn't make much difference. As long as Rongyu doesn't have a map, even if he is the first to go to the island, he won't be able to gain an advantage. And he may even waste the opportunity to go to the island in vain. It's just that Yun Yinyan is unwilling to go to the trouble of looking for others to cooperate. She was not sure if she would be lucky enough to get the island landing card in the next few days. 1 card a day. It was too rare. She had already got one. And it was probably difficult for the system to give her another one. If Rongyu found the map before going to the island, it would be his ability. Rongyu, I will go to the island on time at 7:30 tomorrow morning. You will use the teleportation card to get to my ship on time at 7 o'clock. At that time, you will first give me the supplies I need, and then I will copy a map. After that, we will act separately and explore the island separately without interfering with each other. Rongyu's plan was very fair. He did not ask Yun Yinyan to give him the map of Spider Island now. Even if he wanted to get the map first, Yun Yinyan would not agree. If he gave it to you, what if you took the map to the island and didn't take her to play? Using the teleportation card requires Rongyu's consent before she can be successfully teleported. She can't come whenever she wants. If Yun Yinyan doesn't hand over the map when she arrives at the place, Rongyu can't hurt her. But it's still very easy to stop her from collecting supplies. At that time, the two of them restrain each other, which is a lose-lose situation, which no one wants to see. Yun Yinyan, okay. Rongyu, and Yun Yinyan, you say. Rongyu, the time on the island is only 2 days. I will stay on the island overnight. You can't get on my boat alone. So under normal circumstances, you can't disconnect with me during the island. Keep in touch at all times. I will leave at 7 o'clock the day after tomorrow. If you don't come back at 7 o'clock, I won't wait for you. Yun Yinyan, okay. I have no objection. Rongyu had not seen the map, so he proposed this plan. But Yun Yinyan thought that there were some areas that the two of them could explore together. Some areas were too dangerous to go alone. I'll give you the grilled fish now. Yun Yinyan refused to accept the 20 iron ores, and directly sent the grilled fish over, as a token of her sincerity. She probably wouldn't be able to go to bed early tonight. If she gave these grilled fish to Rongyu, her own recovery food would not be enough. So she had to grill 10 more. Under normal circumstances, 3 servings a day would be enough for her. But just in case, it would be safer to carry more with her. In addition to the grilled fish, Yun Yinyan made 2 large pots of seafood stew, using the small fish and shrimp caught today. 1 pot can be divided into 4 portions. Super delicious seafood chowder, seafood soup made with a variety of fresh seafood. Delicious and nutritious. Effect, after eating, it can restore 8 points of physical strength and 3 points of mental strength per minute, which can last for 5 minutes. The recovery effect of seafood soup is fast and good. It is better than any food Yun Yinyan has made before. The high-quality venison roasted last time is also good, which can restore 6 points of physical strength per minute and last for 6 minutes. Yun Yinyan roasted 2 more portions of high-quality venison. A total of 10 portions. Put in the backpack. Take whenever you want. Looking at the time, it is already 10:30 in the evening. Oops. I almost forgot to fish for the treasure chest. Although she was unlucky, she couldn't waste 3 chances of fishing rod. She hurriedly caught the treasure chest. She also opened the chat channel and forum to see if there was any new news. Although the chat channel was messy, there was actually a lot of information every day, and it was still useful to check it occasionally. Did you notice that there were more supplies in the treasure chest today? I don't have starfish coins, but I really want to buy things in the mall. Is there any big guy willing to exchange starfish coins? Starfish coins are exclusive to the big guys on the leaderboard. We ordinary players don't even have the opportunity to shop in the mall. It's so unfair. There are so many good things in the mall. But we can only watch. What's the use of more? The things in the mall are so expensive. Even if you are a leader in the rankings, you can only get 100 starfish coins. The leader in the rankings has posted a post. It's a post about survival. Go and check it out. Since the last post by Shark Boss, the forum has become more popular again, with many survival tips. She would also take a look when she was free. Yun Yin was very curious about who the leader in the rankings mentioned in the chat channel was. So she also opened the forum. Survival guide on the boat. Even the non-Africans can eat and drink enough on the sea. Poster, Gu Fong. He is the second-ranked player in contribution value. Yun Yin became interested. She read it carefully. The European emperor can get all kinds of good things every day. But there are many non-Africans like me. Every day, I open a box and get a bunch of ordinary materials. The food is only steamed buns. And water is very scarce. But how do I use these basic materials to live a good life on the sea? Even ordinary people can be self-sufficient. Even if you have bad luck, don't despair. Today I will teach you how to turn waste into treasure. The following is a video. In the video, the man used a piece of wood and a bamboo stick to make a fire, ignited the debris and hay, and laid a layer of mud and leaves on the boat to prevent burning through the hull. Although the air at sea is very humid and it rains every day, it is extremely difficult to make a fire. But as long as the rain stops, there is a chance to make a fire. It just takes an hour. Seeing this, Yun Yin already admires this player very much. This person is really unlucky. At least Yun Yin has never been troubled by making a fire. She had a lighter, a workbench, and a stove a long time ago. However, this does not mean that she is the strongest. On the contrary, this person may be more capable than her, but just has much worse luck. Yun Yin continued to read on. With fire, how can you boil water and cook things without a container? It's very simple. Use bamboo. Bamboo is a very good container. The structure of bamboo boiled at high temperature is more solid and not easy to deform. Bamboo can be cut into sections, not only for boiling water, but also for cooking. Put the fish caught in the bamboo, and then roast it on the fire, and the fish will be cooked quickly. Some players can use this method when they have only fish meat but can't eat it. In addition to these, Gu Fong also taught everyone how to make fishing nets with silk thread, catch fish with pants, and make harpoons with wood. He is even very good at swimming, and often ties himself up and jumps into the sea to catch fish with his homemade harpoon. Later, he used fish bladders and other internal organs to hook on the fish hook to fish. His luck is not good, but he can always catch fish after trying a few more times. Many players shouted under the post, "Big brother. Awesome. It's the savior of non-Africans like me. Finally see hope. Haven't eaten meat for a long time. Cook fish tonight. This is the big brother." Those European emperors rely on luck, not strength. Have you been posting anonymously before? You are the second in contribution value. You must have done a lot of good things for our third district. This is a high-level survival player. So awesome. I admire you so much. Are you the one who suddenly put a lot of wood on the trading center a few days ago? Gu Fong replied, "That's not me. I just replied to a few people who ask for help every day. Last time I killed a shark. I posted a post, and then helped some people make harpoons. Maybe that's how I got the contribution value." There are many comments behind. Yun Yin didn't read them all. The treasure chest has been hooked. She pulled it up but didn't rush to open it, but continued to fish for the next one. After all 3 treasure chests were fished up, Yun Yin did not open them. She put them aside and planned to open them tomorrow. No matter if she had good luck tomorrow or not, she would open them together with the advanced skill book. After all, she had to go to the island, and it would definitely not hurt to have an extra advanced skill. She had to get up early tomorrow to see if she could catch a treasure chest before leaving. Otherwise, she would have to go to the island for 2 days without being able to catch a treasure chest, and would have wasted 6 treasure chest opportunities, which would be a pity. After putting away the fishing rod, Yun Yin made another 80 stoves. If she could not make stoves for 2 days, she would definitely not have enough to sell, and Ye Youngwang would have to drive her to death. 80. I hope it can last for 2 days. If not, Yun Yin has no choice but to wait until we get back to the boat. It was already 1 in the morning when the stove was finished. Few players would stay up late at sea, because there was nothing to do. Would they look at the stars and the moon at night? It was pitch black around, and there were no computers or mobile phones to play with. She fell asleep unconsciously while lying on the boat. Yun Yin was still working so late, but she didn't feel tired at all. She put enough food for 2 days in the feed bucket of the chicken coop, stuffed some grass into the rabbit cage, and exchanged 2 carrots at the trading center. In this way, even if she didn't come back for 2 days, these little guys shouldn't be hungry. Before going to bed, Yun Yin lay on the bed and read the survival guide again. Later, she was too sleepy and finally fell asleep. The 12th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. Weather, heavy rain. Yun Yin woke up very early, before 6:30. It was still dark at this time, and the sky was gray. She didn't get enough sleep at all. But there was no way. She had to get up before the agreed time, because she still had a lot of things to do. The first thing was to roll the lucky dice. After a few days of bad luck, today finally got a good number. 6. Lucky star shines. Super invincible good luck. It's been a long time. It's 6. Yun Yin quickly took out the advanced skill book and clicked to use it. Get the advanced collection skill book. Collection skill upgraded to advanced. Collection skill proficiency increased by 80 points. And the ability to automatically identify items was obtained. It can keenly find various resources according to the terrain and landforms, and can directly distinguish whether the resources are good or bad, and whether they can be eaten without clicking on the details. With advanced gathering skills, you will become a survival expert. Yun Yin clicked on her information. The gathering skill became advanced gathering, 95 out of 100. Although it was a duplicate skill, Yun Yin was very satisfied after reading the introduction. This is what you need most to search for resources. Yun Yin was very happy and hurried to catch treasure chests. It was difficult to catch treasure chests in the early morning, so Yun Yin fished while eating breakfast. This morning's breakfast was instant noodles. It was simple and convenient. She was in a hurry, but the instant noodles had a strong taste. It smelled good and tasted even better. Moreover, it was cold in the morning. She drank all the soup and her whole body became warm. After finishing a bucket of instant noodles, Yun Yin finally caught a treasure chest. But the first one I caught was a gold treasure chest. Yun Yin was already very satisfied. Unlike the 3 yesterday which were all bronze treasure chests. Time was running out, so she sent a message to Rongyu first. Yun Yin, transfer on time at 7 o'clock. Okay. Rongyu replied quickly, yeah. Yun Yin raced against time to open the treasure chests. Open the 3 yesterday first. Obtained, hay times 2. Toilet paper times 1. Apple sapling times 1. Obtained, rope times 1. Shell times 2. Iron block times 6. Hawthorn slice times 1. Obtained, knee pad times 1. Wrist guard times 1. Towel times 1. Yun Yin thought about it. Is this good luck or just average? If you want to say it's not good, it's just a bronze treasure chest. And it's all useful. It's good, but it's not good enough. Yun Yin pinned her hopes on the golden treasure chest she caught today. Good luck. Good luck. Get a mountaineering bag times 1. A trekking pole times 1. A thermos cup times 1. A rock climbing manual times 1. A helmet times 1. And a field kettle times 1. Yun Yin. Great. These are all the good things she needs now. Yun Yin was overjoyed and put all these things into her backpack. She would take them all this time. Currently, there are only 24 slots in the backpack. In the last 10 minutes, she has to allocate them reasonably. Red pine wood, coconut wood, iron blocks, glass, plastic, and soil can't be taken out at all, because there is too much and there is no place to put them. They must occupy 6 slots. Adding the 6 things I just got, there are only 12 grids left. Other essential items to bring are Spider Island map, harpoon, bronze sword, dagger, axe, trap, machete, grilled fish, grilled meat, mineral water, headlamp, tar lamp. Then put the toilet paper, lighter, rope, compass, waterproof cloth, survival scarf, spare underwear, socks and various medicines into the backpack, and carry them on your back without taking up grids. Although Yun Yin still feels that she didn't bring enough, there is no other way. She can only bring so much. And the backpack is already full. Even the backpack is full. There will be no place to put the collected materials. and a lot of things will be thrown away. It would only waste time to continue to worry about it. She was not at ease with any of them. After all, they would have to stay outside for 2 nights. Yun Yin wanted to put the whole boat into her backpack and take it away. She had a hunch that she would be heartbroken when she'd lost the things. Rongyu, time is up. Yun Yin did not dare to delay and immediately clicked to use the transmission card. Soon Rongyu agreed, and Yun Yin's figure flashed and disappeared from the Shangyun. Appeared on Rongyu's aphasia. Rongyu's boat was all black, not only with 3-horn sails, but also with shelters on most of the deck. So it was not afraid of rain at all. He even made a cooking table with sand and cement. It was like an open restaurant, with cabinets, dining tables, bar counters, and high chairs. There was a stove on the cabinet, not the kind made by Yun Yin, but a square stove, shaped a bit like a gas stove. A rectangular stove with a hole underneath for firewood, and 2 pots, a frying pan, and a large iron pot. Next to it, there was also a work area on the other side. A 1.8-meter long workbench, covered by 2 oil paper umbrellas, with a lot of paper with drawings on it. It was really eye-opening. This guy is really a big shot, Yun Yin thought. When she goes back, she has to clean up her Shangyun. Why didn't she think of decorating the ship before? This person's boat is much better than hers. If Luoluo's boat is a rough house, then Yun Yin's is just ordinary decoration, and Rongyu's is luxuriously decorated. However, this person has such a luxurious cooking table. Why did he buy food from her? Maybe he is a cooking novice. After admiring Rongyu's boat, Yun Yin turned her eyes to Rongyu himself. It was the first time she met someone in the game. Although Yun Yin was not socially anxious, she was still a little uncomfortable. The other party was tall, with long legs, wearing a dark gray jacket and a knitted hat. He looked very young, about 25 years old. The facial features were deep, and the eyes were not very bright, even a little dull, with no expression. He looked calm, even a little depressed. In short, he was not very good, and it was hard to see through him. He wore the same jungle boots as Yun Yin, carried the same mountaineering bag, and hung a water bottle around his neck. The 2 people's outfits were almost the same. Both outdoor survival outfits. Warm and convenient. Map. Rongyu looked directly at Yun Yin and spoke calmly. Chapter 28. Yun Yin took out the map of Spider Island from her backpack and gave it to Rongyu. She had taken a photo of it before coming. She sent it to the place where the system complained, just as a file transfer assistant. Anyway, the system ignored her. Rongyu's copying method was also very simple. He could automatically take a photo of the real scene in front of him by looking at the map. But she didn't know who he sent it to. Yun Yin guessed that his method was the same as hers. Let's go! Rongyu handed the map to Yun Yin. Yun Yin, take a look at the map first. Since there are 2 of us now, I think we can cooperate. Rongyu carefully examined the map. Just as Yun Yin said before, the area of Spider Island is very large, no less than an urban area, and the terrain is complex. It is impossible to explore it within 2 days. And this terrain is very suitable for the survival of various animals and plants. This place is also called Spider Island. There may be countless poisonous spiders, and the risk factor is not low. His purpose of coming here is to collect upgrade materials, but the distribution of materials is too scattered, which means that the collection is more difficult. This trip to Spider Island is more difficult than he expected. His main goal is the mining area, but to reach the mining area, he has to pass through the rainforest area. The rainforest means that there may be crocodiles. And now the rainfall is so heavy that there may not even be roads. All water. Then he looked at the woods next to him. They were large and spread on both sides of the island. He had no way of knowing whether the vegetation on both sides had the wood he wanted. If he went there and found that they were all mangroves, it would be a waste of time and nothing would be gained. Tell me what you think. Yun Yin took the map and pointed to the mark on the map. Our goal should be the same. The place we must go to is the mining area, but the road to the mining area is very complicated. We can work together and try to reach it tonight. As for the woods on both sides, we can leave it for tomorrow to explore separately and choose one side each. What do you think? Yun Yin's suggestion was reasonable, but Rongyu didn't think it was necessary for him to cooperate with her, since they would still separate later. There was little point in acting together in the beginning. In such a place, Yun Yin could not help him much. Moreover, if they cooperated, it would be like tying themselves to each other. Whenever Yun Yin encountered danger, he couldn't ignore her, which might bring him a burden. To put it bluntly, before seeing Yun Yin's ability to survive, Rongyu had to be mentally prepared that Yun Yin might be a burden, even if she had a lot of supplies and good luck. So what? Surviving on a deserted island and building a shelter to spend the night was not something a young girl could bear. Although Rongyu is not a person who judges people by appearance, but he still doubts Yun Yin's ability to survive in the wild. Rongyu can even think that Yun Yin wants him to take her to the mining area. However, since he agreed to let her come, it's okay to help as long as it doesn't affect himself. After a moment of silence, Rongyu planned a route. We are in this position. If we want to reach the mining area, we must pass through this rainforest and then bypass this mountain. We must reach the foot of the mountain before dark to find a place to spend the night. Tomorrow morning, we will go straight to the mining area. We can act together, but I have to make a promise first. You must keep up with my progress. I won't stop to wait for you. After that, we will go to the woods separately. No matter who finds what wood, they must inform each other. If there is extra wood to trade, both you and I have the opportunity to trade first. He couldn't walk through all the woods on both sides, so he could only choose one side. If he made the wrong choice, he might not get any wood. If Yun Yin found it, he would turn back in time and might be able to collect enough wood. So this plan was good for him or Yun Yin. This was also to add a layer of insurance for himself. Yun Yin had nothing to object to. She discovered that Rongyu was very fair. His decision, at least on the surface, was all for the benefit of both of them. He didn't favor himself. But Yun Yin also knew that he probably thought it was useless to take her along. Yun Yin, okay. Rongyu, let's go! After getting off the boat, bean-sized raindrops hit Yun Yin. Neither of them held an umbrella. Although they wore hats, raindrops still hit their faces inevitably. To be honest, it was a bit uncomfortable, but they could only bear it. When crossing the beach, Yun Yin noticed that the tide was rising. The tide surged up, and the beach was almost submerged. The whole island was lush and green, shrouded in a layer of moisture and fog. Many trees only showed their crowns. Like a green island on the sea. Walking across the beach, you can see a large mangrove forest. The mangrove forest near the beach only has some finger-shaped roots left. In fact, they are all breathing roots. When the tide rises, they are submerged. But these roots can still breathe. Entering the forest, Yun Yin began to see bushes. Half of the short bushes were submerged in water, and it was difficult to walk through here. They had to step on the mud, and each step was heavy. Not only was the speed slow, but it was also very uncomfortable. Water had already entered their shoes, but the jungle boots had many vents, so their feet would not be soaked in water. Yun Yin and Rongyu walked one after the other. On the way, they saw conger eels and crabs in the water, but Rongyu didn't even look at them. Yun Yin didn't want to catch them either. After all, she was in a hurry now, not to catch them in the sea. There were a lot of plankton and insects in this kind of water, so Yun Yin walked very carefully. Fortunately, her trouser legs were tied tightly, and no skin was exposed, so she shouldn't worry about being bitten. It took them half an hour to get out of the mud. The bushes turned into large trees with well-developed root systems. Densely packed, but this is still a mangrove forest, and a large number of trees have grown many supporting roots from their branches and pierced into the mud flats. The surroundings were unusually quiet. She was not a talkative person, but Rongyu was particularly silent. So much so that she did not speak either, and the two of them hardly communicated along the way. The birds in the woods and various sounds of nature could be heard around. It made people want to find the source of those sounds. Yun Yin couldn't help but think that if Nie Yongguang was here, he would probably have been chattering all the way. Wait. Rongyu finally spoke. What's wrong? Yun Yin looked over vigilantly, thinking something was wrong. This road should be full of water. It's raining so hard. We can't keep going like this. If we keep going like this, our physical strength will be consumed quickly. Besides, there are many erythrina trees here, which are full of thorns and easy to get hurt. If we go deeper, there may be other things in the water. Reptiles and leeches are trivial. What we are afraid of are crocodiles, electric eels and anacondas. There are black caimans living in the rainforest. This crocodile is huge, very fierce and aggressive. Once bitten, the consequences are disastrous. Electric eels are active in the fresh water of the rainforest. If you are electrocuted, you will faint if you don't die. Anaconda is a kind of water snake. From the map, there is a swamp in this area, but it is now flooded. Anacondas usually live in swamps, and it is very likely that they will step on them soon. Although anacondas are not poisonous, giant anacondas can swallow humans, and it will be very troublesome if you encounter them. Yun Yin Yin and Rong Yu walked all the way. Their calves and below were soaked in water. Their body temperature had dropped long ago, and their mental strength was also declining. If they get sick, it will be very troublesome. Yun Yin Yin observed for a while. The water flows forward, and it is right for us to follow the water flow. Otherwise, we should build a raft. Sitting on the raft should be faster and avoid being attacked by things in the water. Rong Yu also had the same idea. Let's find a place to chop trees first, and see if there are any light wood or wood that can float. Yun Yin Yin nodded, took out a machete from her backpack, and looked like she was going to do something big. Rong Yu looked at her, and the way she held the knife was really a bit different. The two of them acted separately nearby. Rong Yu first observed carefully. After all, there were too many trees here, and he couldn't recognize them. He had no collection skills, and could only try one by one. As a result, all the trees he cut down sank to the bottom of the water. So he chopped the surrounding trees randomly. And Yun Yin Yin, who had advanced collection skills, could tell at a glance which kind of wood could float on the water. She cut down a tree first, and saw that it was just as she thought. The trunk floated in the water, which was obviously suitable for making a raft. We found it here. Yun Yin Yin called Rong Yu over. Rong Yu didn't walk far and saw more than a dozen driftwood floating on the water. These should be used to make rafts. We can tear off the bark and twist it into ropes to tie these woods together. Yun Yin Yin said with a smile. Yes. Rong Yu had taken out a knife and peeled off the bark one by one. The bark of these balsa woods was very thin, so it was not difficult to tear it off. Yun Yin Yin was also helping, but she didn't work as fast as Rong Yu. He was a practical man who talked less and did more. The torn bark was woven into long ropes, which were very strong and could not be broken by brute force without a knife. It was perfect for tying wood. The wood was divided into 10 long ones and 5 short ones. The short ones were used for fixing, and the long ones were used as supports. Then they were tied together tightly with ropes, and soon a simple raft was made. But this was not perfect enough. Yun Yin Yin found palm leaves. The leaves were thick and large, which could be made into sails, and had a little rain protection effect. The two did not bring umbrellas this time. Yun Yin Yin knew that it would not be useful. Walking in this kind of rainforest, there were branches everywhere, and it was impossible to pass with an umbrella. Rong Yu felt that there was no need to hold an umbrella, as it was inconvenient to block the view. Rong Yu also made 2 oars, and a fully equipped raft was born. The two climbed onto the raft, sat on each side, paddled together, and set off again. It was almost noon at this time. The temperature in the rainforest rose. It was humid and hot, and it made people restless. Yun Yin Yin took out a bottle of mineral water to drink, and studied the map by the way. Rong Yu continued to paddle silently, looking ahead, not knowing what he was thinking. The scenery along the way basically did not change, as if it would never reach the end. The young mangrove seedlings, even if they were separated from the mother plant and fell into the mud, could still develop and grow. The wood of the mangroves contains tannins, which will oxidize and turn red once exposed to the air. So many of the trees here are reddish-brown. Yun Yin Yin didn't know when they would be able to pass through the rainforest, but walking through the water like this must be much faster than walking. Yun Yin Yin drank some water and felt much better. But just when she was about to relax, she saw a pair of eyes floating on the water. She was startled but didn't scream loudly, but reached out and pulled Rong Yu's arm. Chapter 29. When Rong Yu saw the crocodile, he tightened his grip on the oar, and immediately took out his weapon and entered alert mode. Seeing him like this, Yun Mian also changed the weapon in his hand to a harpoon. The sharp harpoon is very good for harpooning crocodiles. Even sharks can be killed, so crocodiles should be able to be killed as well. I wonder if crocodile meat is delicious. Yun Mian whispered. Rong Yu paused, and he couldn't tell whether Yun Mian was discussing with him or talking to himself. You're not going to kill the crocodile, are you? Didn't you also take a weapon? Yun Mian thought he thought the same as she did. But Rong Yu didn't plan to attack the crocodile actively. and he took the weapon just for protection. He didn't expect Yun Yan Yan to have already started thinking about crocodile meat. Yun Yan Yan looked at him. Crocodile skin is a good thing. And Yun Yan Yan thought Rongyu should like to eat meat very much. And he had been asking her to exchange meat before. How could he not be tempted by the ready-made meat in front of him? Her expression was serious. And she was obviously looking forward to it. She didn't dare to kill the shark because it was too big. And she was in the water. So she was not good at swimming. But now she had help. And she still dared to kill a crocodile of this size. And she was lucky today. The black caiman is one of the smallest crocodiles. And this black caiman is not big. About 2 meters long and about 200 kilograms. The largest black caiman can grow to 4 or 5 meters and weigh 500 kilograms. This one is already small. Rongyu finally showed some expression on his face. He hesitated for a few seconds. Let's paddle over and take a look first. Don't do anything yet. Yun Mian, okay. She was eager to try. Its weakness should be its eyes. We just need to attack its eyes. The crocodile didn't know that it had been targeted by the two humans. It was dark all over and inconspicuous in the water. Rongyu glanced at Yun Mian. I know. Yun Mian was much braver than he thought. 5 meters away from the crocodile. Yun Mian could feel that the crocodile was looking at them. And its eyes were very fierce. Rongyu changed his weapon. He took out a spear. The handle of the spear was about 2 meters long. With a sharp tip. Shining with silver cold light. And a red tassel on the tip. Very beautiful. This is a good thing for long-range attack. Yun Yan thought that she couldn't bring her bow and arrows. Which was a pity. Mainly because her archery skills were still average. And the bow and quiver would take up 2 grids. Which might not be useful. So she didn't take them. Rongyu's spear was equivalent to an extended version of a harpoon. But there was only 1 tip. And the harpoon had 3. So the wound area would be larger. However, the spear was indeed safer and convenient for long-range shooting. Rongyu slowly approached the crocodile and found the right opportunity to aim the spear at the crocodile's eyes. The spear flew straight towards the crocodile. But it just hit the crocodile's head, missing its eyes by a little bit. However, the spear had pierced directly into the head, which was also a vital point. Although it did not kill the crocodile, it also caused serious injuries to the crocodile. The crocodile suddenly rolled over with great strength, making a lot of noise, splashing water, and was particularly scary. The crocodile's unique skill is the death roll. It rolled towards them desperately, and its movements were amazingly fast. Yun Yan held her breath and stabbed the harpoon directly into its abdomen. Except for the eyes. The crocodile's abdomen was also relatively soft. Unlike other parts with a thick shell. Blood gushed out. And Yun Yan didn't even blink. Rongyu stood up, grabbed the spear, twisted it with force, and stabbed the crocodile through. This time it was really dead. When the crocodile was stabbed, the skin and meat fell directly onto the water. Yun Yan and Rongyu looked at each other, and neither of them picked up the supplies. Yun Yan, half each? Rongyu, okay. Yun Yan took out the dagger, hid it in her boots, and picked up the supplies after making room. Obtain crocodile meat times 15. Crocodile skin times 4. She gave Rongyu 7 crocodile meats and 2 crocodile skins. A total of 15 crocodile meats and 4 crocodile skins. I took 1 more crocodile meat and grilled it later. Rongyu had no objection. Let's get out of here first. Killing a crocodile will cause too much blood, which will attract other creatures. If there are a group of crocodiles, it will be difficult to deal with them. The two rode quickly and left the scene soon. After walking away, Yun Yan carefully checked the properties of crocodile meat and crocodile skin. Crocodile meat, delicious meat. Low in fat and cholesterol. Beautifying. Nourishing the heart and lungs. Replenishing blood and strengthening bones. Replenishing kidneys and strengthening essence. Edible and medicinal. Crocodile skin. It can be called the gold of leather. With full leather and various patterns. And can be used to make leather products. Such as bags, gloves, shoes, etc. All good things. I made a profit. If she wasn't in a hurry, Yun Yan really wanted to find crocodiles again. The raft had been floating in the water for 3 hours. And the two were hungry. Rongyu took out the grilled fish that Yun Mian gave him. Yun Mian took out the grilled venison. The aroma was so fragrant that it made people salivate. The two ate their own food. And no one envied the other. After eating, Yun Mian drank half a bottle of water to replenish water. The temperature at noon was too high, and she felt uncomfortable if she didn't drink more water. Rongyu asked, "Have you learned cooking skills?" Yun Mian, "Yes." "What about you? What skills did you learn?" Rongyu, "Forging." Yun Mian, "Forging can make equipment and weapons. Right?" Rongyu, "Yes. This spear is the first weapon forged." Yun, "It's amazing. I just happen to have something good that suits you. Let's go back and see if you have anything good to exchange with me." "What is it?" Yun didn't bring it with her, but she remembered the general introduction. Craftsman's hammer blueprint. After forging, it can increase the proficiency of forging skills by 5 points. It's really good. If you have a recipe for cooking, I can exchange it with you. Not necessarily. I'll know when I go back. You don't organize your supplies? Not much. I put the useless ones aside. Yun sighed. Then you must have a lot of useless good things. Rongyu didn't answer. After eating and drinking, and having just experienced the cooperation in killing crocodiles, the relationship between the two was not so stiff. Yun simply chatted with him. Rongyu's impression of Yun Mian has also changed just now. Yun Mian, what did you do before you entered the game? Rongyu, I'm a lawyer. Yun Mian, huh? I can't tell at all. Rongyu, don't you look like him? Not really. Yun Mian looked at him carefully. Because you don't like to talk. I feel that lawyers are very sharp-tongued and talkative. Rongyu didn't comment, just smiled slightly. What about you? I just graduated and haven't found a job yet. I went on a graduation trip alone, and ended up being dragged into the game. Rongyu was a little surprised. You adapted very well. Yun Mian, not bad. I have a strong ability to adapt. I can adapt to any situation. My mother said I have a strong heart. The sky gradually darkened. The two finally saw land. They had been floating in the water for 5 hours. The swamp on the map was not seen. It was estimated that it had been flooded. It seemed that the rising water level was also a good thing. Otherwise, they would have to find a way to cross the swamp. Go ahead and have a look. After leaving the raft, Rongyu looked at the map again. The two should have reached the foot of the mountain. After crossing the mountain, they could reach the mining area on the other side. From the map, we only know that there is a mountain here, but we don't know how big and how high the mountain is, and how long it will take to cross it. We can only know it by walking. There is a stream at the foot of the mountain. The stream water is gurgling and looks very clear. It is an excellent freshwater resource. But they all brought enough mineral water to drink and did not need to fetch water. So Rongyu had no intention of stopping. Wait! Yun suddenly called him. What's wrong? Wait for me. Yun ran to the stream quickly. Rongyu stood there, watching her squatting by the stream with her back to him, thinking that Yun was going to wash her hands and face. Yun was very happy. She had just felt from a distance that there was something good in here. Advanced gathering skills are really different. Resources can be found just by intuition and perception of colors. Sand at the bottom of the stream, rich in silica. The most suitable raw material for making glass. Glass. Sand can actually be used to make glass. Yun was overjoyed. Why not pack a few boxes and take them away? Unfortunately, I didn't think about digging sand before I came here. I didn't even bring a shovel, so I could only dig with my hands. I brought so many things this time, but I was still not fully prepared. Yun hung the thermos cup around her neck and stuffed sand into her backpack. Sand times 5. Sand times 5. Watching the sand in the backpack increase little by little. Rongyu finally found something wrong and walked over. It shouldn't take so long to wash your face. Why is Yun still squatting there and reluctant to leave? They are in a hurry and need to walk more before dark. Otherwise, they won't be able to travel after dark. Rongyu stood not far behind her. Are you still not well? Yun stopped and hesitated a little, wondering whether to tell Rongyu about the sand. If she didn't tell him, Rongyu wouldn't know that sand could be used to make glass. He didn't seem to have the skill to collect it, so he couldn't see the introduction. She could wait until there was someone behind her and then quietly collect the sand. But if she told him, he would definitely collect a lot of it. Maybe he would bring a shovel or other tools. I'm coming. Yun decided not to tell him. She stood up and walked quickly to Rongyu's side. Rongyu probably felt a little strange, but he didn't like to ask too much. So he just looked at her and said, Let's go. Yun nodded. She didn't feel guilty. She and Rongyu were just temporary partners, not friends. She would do what she had agreed to before coming. But the sand was something she found with her own ability, so she had no obligation to share it with Rongyu. At most, if he needed glass, she would sell it to him at a low price. Before dark, the two found a place suitable for building a shelter. It was under a big tree, with complicated roots and a huge canopy, which could provide good shelter from the rain. The ground was relatively flat, and they could lie on it with a waterproof sheet. Rongyu took the initiative to suggest that he would start a fire, and asked Yun Yanyan to find some dry kindling or dry branches. It's still raining, so it's hard to find these things. Yun Yanyan looked around for a long time and found eucalyptus leaves and thatch. In the rainforest with such high humidity, many plants are not suitable for making fire. When she came back with a bunch of things, it was almost dark. Rongyu had just started the fire. Although it was not as difficult as drilling wood to make fire, it was not easy to make a fire in the rain. If it was not done well, the fire would not burn. Rongyu was stunned when he saw her bring back so much hay. Bringing Yun Yanyan along was not a burden at all, but helped a lot. He underestimated Yun Yanyan. Let me cook. Yun Yanyan volunteered. She took out the crocodile meat and the kettle from her backpack. First, boil some hot water. The temperature will drop at night. Drinking some hot water can warm the body and relieve fatigue. The crocodile meat will be grilled directly. She found a bamboo, split it into more than 10 pieces, sharpened each piece with a dagger, and then pierced the meat through. 2 pieces of meat were skewered on a bamboo stick, making a total of 15 skewers. It was just enough to use up the extra piece of crocodile meat she took. But it might not be enough for 2 people. Yun Yanyan was not polite. This is not enough. Give me another piece of crocodile meat, and I'll stew it. Rongyu took out a piece from his backpack and threw it to her. This piece should be a crocodile paw. Yun Yanyan was very satisfied. This person was quite picky. Crocodile paw, rich in animal collagen. It can enhance skin elasticity. It is suitable for stewing or steaming. It tastes very delicious. It will be more flavorful with vegetables. Do you have a container for cooking? Yun Yanyan took her kettle to boil water. Rongyu must have brought one too. Rongyu handed her his iron pot. Yun Yanyan weighed it. It was quite heavy. She poured half a bottle of mineral water into it. Cut the crocodile paw into small pieces. Put it in, and then put it on the fire to cook. You watch here. I'll go and see if there are any wild vegetables. Yun Yanyan reminded. Remember to turn it over. Don't burn it. Rongyu, now? It's dark. Yun Yanyan waved her hand. It's okay. It's nearby. She took out the tar lamp. Seeing that she was not afraid at all, Rongyu had to say, then call me if you have anything. Okay. Yun Yanyan held the tar lamp and went to find wild vegetables. Rongyu watched her leave until her figure merged into the darkness, and only the tar lamp was glowing. Rongyu opened the system interface. After leaving the ship, the light curtain will be hidden, and it will not be visible unless you actively open it. He received a lot of messages. Most of them came from the trading center. He anonymously posted some weapons in the trading center, and many people chatted with him privately, some bargaining, and some asking if he could exchange them for something else. Rongyu looked around and didn't want to reply. He only had 2 familiar partners in the game, and this island landing card was sold to him by one of them. The requirement was to collect enough materials for him to upgrade to level 4 after returning, and he must help him to upgrade to level 5. The other party also sent a message to ask him what was going on the island. Rongyu took a photo and sent it directly. Rongyu, just build a shelter and prepare to eat. He didn't tell the other party that he brought Yun Yanyan with him. What to eat? What kind of meat is that? Rongyu, crocodile meat. You are really good. You love meat so much that you kill crocodiles to eat. Rongyu thought. It wasn't him who wanted to kill it. Is it delicious? Give me some when it's done. Rongyu directly sent a piece of unroasted crocodile meat. Can't you give me some of what you roasted? You want me to make it myself. And you made so much. Rongyu, it's inconvenient. Yun Mian must know how much meat was roasted. And if he took it away, he might think he stole it. The old sow eats alone, protecting her food and her cubs. Chapter 30. Crocodile meat is more delicious than Yun Yanyan imagined. She didn't bring salt to save space, but Rongyu did. The taste of barbecue sprinkled with salt can be improved by several levels, especially the crocodile paw. After stewing with wild vegetables, The taste is very soft and glutinous. The gelatin is soft and tender, and melts in the mouth. It can restore 6 points of physical strength and 4 points of mental strength every minute, which lasts for 8 minutes. After eating, Yun Yin and Rong Yu were refreshed and felt that they could run another 5 kilometers. Just now, when Yun Yin went to pick wild vegetables, she saw many plants with various functions. She is now a walking encyclopedia of plants and animals. In the past, she could only see the introduction of common plants, but now she knows the function of each plant. Now she just hates that her backpack is too small. Otherwise Yun Yin would never miss it if she passed by. These things won't make her throw away the good things in her backpack. After eating, Yun Yin applied some mosquito-repellent ointment on her body. There are a lot of mosquitoes at night. Although she had applied it once before, Yun Yin applied some more to be on the safe side. But this ointment can only repel mosquitoes, not insects such as spiders and scorpions. She just saw a lot of spiders, and she didn't know if they would crawl on her body when she slept at night. Yun Yin was a little worried. Rong Yu has been manipulating the light curtain, and no one knows what he is doing. Players can only see their own light curtains, and cannot see other people's light curtains. But Yun Yin can see his hands dotting in the air, and there is no other possibility except manipulating the light curtain. Bored, with nothing to do in the wild, unable to sleep, Yun Yin also opened her own light curtain. Daily check-in group for getting rich. Nye Yongwang, harvest vegetables square root. Nye Yongwang, catch fish square root. Nye Yongwang, eat square root. Nye Yongwang, Mian. Why are you quiet? Haven't you gotten up yet? Luo, Mian. Remember to catch fish and harvest vegetables. Yun Yin laughed out loud. This Nye Yongwang. He really started the check-in. However, she was the one who called for this. But she didn't show up today. Yun Yin, I've been busy. Thank you. It's a pity that I can't catch fish and harvest vegetables today. She started to process orders from the trading center and sold a lot of things today. After the stove started to sell well, the sales of fish meat were very good. The fish meat sold by Yun Yin was fresh and many players would buy it back. Huh? Why did you sell so many mushrooms? Yun Yin was very surprised. Yun Yin put all the mushrooms in the trading center to make room. It was originally to make room, but she didn't expect that they were almost sold out. Her asking price was not low. 2 iron blocks for 1 mushroom. I looked at the chat channel to find out the reason. The mushroom soup is so delicious. My life has been saved. I haven't eaten a hot meal for many days. God Gu Fong is really my savior, thanks to the method he shared. Hey, I also bought the same mushrooms as Gu Fong. I'm cooking soup now. I added some conch. It's delicious. Who is this seller? There are so many mushrooms. I've never seen anyone open a box and get mushrooms. And there are so many. I saw a lot of people buying them. Could it be that some great god planted mushrooms himself? It turns out that someone is promoting the products. I saw a familiar name again. Gu Fong. After this person became popular on the forum, he gained many fans and followers. Everyone bought things from him. And he would also share his daily life on the forum every day. For example, what he ate and what he did. Everyone followed him to learn. Isn't this an internet celebrity in the real world? If he had more supplies, he would definitely make a fortune from the entire live broadcast. Nye Yongwang, Mian. I saw a lot of people buying mushrooms to make soup. And the trading center is almost sold out. Do you want to buy some too? Yun Yin, no problem. I have some. Nye Yongwang is still warm-hearted, remembering to remind her of such a good thing. Nye Yongwang, why did you show up just now? What are you busy with today? Yun Yin, something happened. How are the stoves selling? Nye Yongwang, not as good as yesterday. Since Gu Fong posted, many people who got a fire source have learned his way to make fire and started saving money to survive. Yun Yin, there's nothing we can do about it. The poor have their own way of living. Rich people are still willing to buy stoves. Nye Yongwang, that's true. I can't learn from him. It's too troublesome. Luo also sent her a few messages. Luo, there are 2 good things in the box today. Take a look and see if you want them. Seafood Illustrated Book ×1. Swimming Skill Book ×1. Yun Yin saw that it was really a good thing. Seafood Illustrated Book. The appearance of various seafood. You can recognize it at a glance. Swimming Skill Book. Do you want to become a swimming champion? Then learn it quickly. Yun Yin, give me the skill book first. And you can keep the illustrated book first. Yun Yin Yin's backpack has no place to put it now. The skill book disappears after it is used up. The illustrated book is a book. Just like the planting guide. You have to read it. Luo Luo didn't ask any more questions, and directly sent the skill book to her. Yun Mian used it immediately. Her character information now has a new swimming skill. Who is still worried about not being good at swimming? Isn't this a good swimmer? I can go fishing in the future. Yun Mian was planning to bring something back to Luo Luo. And suddenly she thought of a good idea. If the backpack is not big enough, she can leave it with Luo Luo first, and ask Luo Luo to give it to her when she needs it. This way, she won't be afraid of not being able to get things because the backpack is too full. Pick up everything, and then give it to Luo Luo. Let her keep it, and after returning, ask Luo Luo to give it to her again, and then give some to Luo Luo. Why didn't I think of it before? What a great idea. Yun Yin, Luo Luo. I'll leave some things with you. I'm on the island and my backpack is not big enough. Please keep them for me first. I'll ask you when I need them. Luo Luo, okay. Be careful. Then I'll set a special reminder so that I won't miss your messages. Players usually turn off the sound of message reminders to avoid interrupting their work. Yun Yin has always turned it off. Yun Yin, yeah. You're so nice. Yun Yin smiled and gave Luo Luo the axe, trap, machete, headlamp, and climbing manual in her backpack. Now the backpack is a little emptier, and it's much more comfortable. Yun Yin, Luo Luo. Do you have a workbench? Luo Luo, yes. I just got the blueprint yesterday. Yun Yin, that's great. You can help me make a shovel and 10 big boxes. Yun Yin was just worried about not having a shovel to dig sand. Luo Luo, okay. When do you need it? Yun Yin, tomorrow. I can't use it today. Tell me if you want anything. I'll get it back for you if I see it on the island. Luo Luo thought about it. If there are herbs for frostbite, pick some. Yun Yin, do you have frostbite? Luo Luo, yes. Yun Yin, let me see. Luo Luo sent a picture. Her fingers were red and swollen, and her skin was covered with red spots. The degree of swelling was a bit exaggerated. Yun Yin had never had frostbite, but she had seen others have it. Her college roommate often had it. Every winter, when the weather got cold, she would get frostbite on her hands and feet. Every day, she would hear her say that it was itchy and uncomfortable, and it was difficult to heal even with frostbite cream. She said that in severe cases, there would be blisters and ulcers, and it would take a long time to heal. It is not easy to get it during the coldest time. Sometimes it is easier to get it in early spring when the weather warms up. It is mainly because the environment is cold and humid, and it is not well maintained that frostbite will occur. Do you soak your hands in ice water all day long? Luo Luo, I'm prone to itching. There's nothing I can do. How many days has it been? She never told me. It must be very itchy and painful. Luo Luo, it appeared a few days ago. I didn't pay much attention to it, but now it's a bit serious. Yun Yin, okay. I'll find it for you. Yun Yin opened the trading center to see if she could buy useful herbs or ointments directly. But after searching for a long time, she found nothing. She had no choice but to go to the mall to see if there was any frostbite cream. She did find it after searching, but the price was prohibitive. A tube of frostbite cream actually cost 200 starfish coins. She didn't even have 200 in her entire fortune. Forget it. The rainforest was so big, and the last thing it lacked was plants. Who knows? Maybe we can find it. Yun Yin thought. Why not just go look around now? Anyway, she couldn't sleep, so she went to the place where she had just picked wild vegetables. She got up and picked up the tar lamp. I'll go find something. Now? Rongyu frowned. Well, I have to travel tomorrow, and I can't sleep now, so I'll go pick some herbs. Rongyu, the rainforest is very dangerous at night. Do you want to die? Yun Yin hesitated. There are many creatures in the rainforest, especially insects and snakes. Night is their peak activity period. Venomous snakes shuttle in the dark, and you can't see them clearly. If you get bitten, you're done. Rongyu's tone was serious and his face was not good. Yun Yin was silent for a moment. Okay. In fact, she was also anxious for a moment. After thinking carefully, she really shouldn't be impulsive. It was late at night, and there were poisonous snakes and spiders everywhere. The risk factor was too high. when they went to find wild vegetables before. It was just getting dark, so Rongyu let her go. But now it was late at night. What are you looking for? Look for it tomorrow. Seeing that she listened to his advice, Rongyu's tone softened a little. Yunmian, well, thank you. What are you looking for? I'll help you pay attention tomorrow. Yunmian was not proficient in pharmacology, but she was now familiar with the toxicity and pharmacology of each plant. So she casually named a lot of herbs that were effective for frostbite. Safflower, cinnamon twig, angelica, salvia militariza, saxifrage. Rongyu was silent for a moment. He didn't recognize any of them. What are you going to use them for? Yunmian, to treat frostbite. Rongyu glanced at her fingers. White, tender, clean and slender. It's not me. It's my friend. Wait until tomorrow. I'll find it. I'll ask my friend to help me make medicine. Do you have a friend who has learned the skill of making medicine? Rongyu, yes. In fact, he can also make medicine himself. In addition to forging skills, he also learned the skill of making medicine. Although they are all elementary, they are enough for now. But he is not on the ship now, so he can't use the medicine table. So he can only ask others for help. It just so happened that one of his two friends also had the skill of refining medicine. Yunmian, okay. As long as you can help me refine medicine, I can exchange things for it. Rongyu, is it a friend who is very close to you? Yes. Yunmian didn't say much, and looked at the dark jungle in a daze. Rongyu, rest early. We have to travel tomorrow. Yunmian nodded and lay down. Although the waterproof cloth had been laid, it was sleeping in the wild after all, which was not as comfortable as sleeping on a bed. Unable to sleep, she had to continue to scroll through the light screen and watch the chat channel. It was also a way to help her sleep. It just happened that she encountered a scene of eating melons. Go to the forum to eat melons. Lin Quanling, who was on the leaderboard, cheated on feelings and materials, and was exposed. Really? There is such a thing? I've already read it back. What a scumbag. Damn. This kind of pretty boy can actually make it to the list. Could it be that he cheated a lot of people? The young lady who was exposed said that she gave him all her upgrade materials. If there were more people like this, he would definitely make a fortune. The young lady who was cheated is a European emperor. I saw the list of materials posted by the young lady, and I was dumbfounded. So many things were given to the scumbag. Yunmian also went to the forum to take a look. Scumbag Lin Quanling. He cheated all my materials and now blocked me. Other sisters must not be fooled. The popularity has reached tens of thousands, and there are many people who reply to the post. Yunmian took a quick look and found that the beginning of Lin Quanling's private chat with this girl was similar to his private chat with her. Many girls below said that they had also received his private messages, and several girls said that Lin Quanling was her boyfriend. The onlookers all sighed that this Lin Quanling was really a sea king. Chapter 31, the 13th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. The post was very popular, and everyone was paying attention to it. The chat channel also had a heated discussion around this matter. Zhang Jinqing, we can all report him together and make him spit out all the things he cheated. Jean Baoquan, yes. Ladies who were cheated, you can join our gang. We will take care of you. Gu Hui, as long as our brother Zhang is here, we will definitely help you get justice. Zhang Jinqing and others took the opportunity to advertise their gang. After all, those cheated ladies are very lucky. Otherwise, they would not be selected by Lin Quanling. They were all high-quality customers that Lin Quanling found in the trading center. They also called on everyone to complain and report Lin Quanling. They kept shouting Lin Quanling's name and asked him to come out. Don't play dead. Lin Quanling, if you are a man, stand up. Don't you dare to speak? Don't you feel ashamed to cheat women of their supplies? It's really shameful. Many people watched the fun and called Lin Quanling out. However, no matter how fiercely they shouted, Lin Quanling never spoke from beginning to end. Yunmian felt that this person was not only thick-skinned, but also had a strong psychological endurance. It is estimated that at least thousands of people in the entire 3rd district sent private messages to scold him. Yunmian saw Hu Yuan and said a few words. Hu Yuan, this is a survival game. You can be deceived by such a crude means. You can only say that you are stupid. You still trust strange men in a survival game. If not you, who will be deceived? You are still thinking about falling in love in such a place. Wake up. His remarks aroused public anger, and many people said he was cold-blooded. Are you in the same group with that scumbag? Yes. Are you a team? Specializing in deceiving female players. I am a man, and I can't stand it. How can you say that? Do you have any sympathy? Hu Yuan, is sympathy useful? If you sympathize with her, then give her your supplies? Hu Yuan must be quite idle today. He argued with a group of people in the chat channel, leaving them speechless. It rained all night, and they could hear the sounds of reptiles and insects all night long. So Yun Yanyan and Rongyu didn't sleep well. They only slept for 3 hours in total, and Rongyu got up at dawn. Yun Yanyan also opened her eyes. She used the excuse of going to the toilet and quietly used the lucky dice. Today's lucky number turned out to be 1. I haven't seen 1 for a long time. It's Yun Yanyan's favorite number. 1. Good things come in pairs. No matter what you get, you can get double. Who understands the joy of double critical hits? Yun Yanyan was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. Rongyu asked her, "Why are you so happy?" "I don't know. I'm just in a very good mood today," Yun Yanyan said with a smile. "Let's go now." She wanted to find the mining area quickly and dig for a day. Rongyu saw that she suddenly became very active, and he didn't know what was wrong with her. But this was just what he wanted. Let's go! After walking up from the middle of the mountain for more than an hour, Yun Yanyan picked up herbs and wild vegetables on the road. Get soapberry times 5. Double your luck. Super double. Get soapberry times 5 by 2. Get ground vegetable times 3. Double your luck. Super double. Obtain ground vegetables times 3 by 2. Obtained wild chrysanthemum times 2. Double your luck. Super double. Obtained wild chrysanthemum times 2 by 2. Obtained salvia times 2. Obtained saxifrage times 2. So happy. Yun Yanyan wished she had 3 heads and 6 arms. Rongyu saw her happily digging wild vegetables. Although he didn't understand why she was so happy, he still helped her pick them. Here you go. Yun Yanyan, don't you want it yourself? Rongyu, I like to eat meat. Yun Yanyan understood. It's not good to dislike eating green vegetables. She said seriously, it's nutritious to have a combination of meat and vegetables. After collecting the wild vegetables Rongyu gave her, Yun Yanyan also got double the amount. She said happily, let's go. Pick this much first. She kept picking wild vegetables. Although Rongyu didn't say anything, Yun Yanyan knew that they couldn't delay too long on the road. Their goal was still to go mining. Yun Yanyan first sent a large pile of wild vegetables to Luo Luo for safekeeping, and then gave the medicinal herbs to Rongyu, asking him to find someone to help make frostbite cream. Rongyu was very efficient, and it didn't take long for him to send the frostbite cream to Yun Yanyan. With a double buff bonus, 1 bottle became 2. Yun Yanyan couldn't use it herself, so she gave it all to Luo Luo. Luo Luo didn't expect that Yun Yanyan was on the island and still cared about her. Moreover, this was a ready-made frostbite plaster, not a medicinal herb. It must be very troublesome for her to make medicine when she was not on the boat. Moved by Yun Yanyan again, Luo Luo applied frostbite cream and made up her mind to be even better to Yun Yanyan in the future. She also wanted to upgrade well and find more useful things to send to Yun Yanyan. Soon, Yun Yanyan heard the sound of water, which was different from the trickling sound of the stream, but the sound of the surging water. The two looked at each other, and Rongyu said, there should be a waterfall ahead. Yun Yanyan nodded. Let's go and have a look. Following the sound of water, they saw a spectacular waterfall. If they wanted to go down the mountain, it would be the fastest to go down from here. But the water flow of the waterfall was so fast that a detour seemed to be a better choice. Rongyu had already taken out the rope. Yun Yanyan took out the rock climbing manual. She brought this here for now. Although she was learning on the spot, she had no chance to practice. How could she practice rock climbing on the boat? Without much talk, the two of them had made the decision to go down directly from here. Yun Yanyan also brought a rope. She first found a big tree, tied a strong knot to the tree, and then tied the other end of the rope tightly around her waist. This waterfall is about 10 meters high and 5 meters wide. Yun Yanyan chose a tree on the right, and Rongyu chose a tree in the middle. The water flow in the middle is larger and more impactful, but the side walls are steeper and more slippery, and easy to be scratched. Each has its own disadvantages. Rongyu said, I'll go down first. Yun Mian, okay. Rongyu pushed down, his body hanging in the air, and slowly went down. He held the rope tightly with both hands, but under the impact of the water flow, it was difficult for him to even open his eyes. It was difficult for him to hold the rope tightly with both hands. But he had already come down. So he had to bite the bullet and stick to it. He turned his head and glanced at Yun Mian. She was very flexible. And with the help of the steep rocks, she stepped steadily on the rocks and went down slowly step by step. In comparison, Rongyu was much more embarrassed than Yun Mian. He was soaked and suffered a lot in the waterfall. If he continued like this, Yun Mian might go down before him. Rongyu closed his eyes, looked down, and without hesitation, he slid down quickly, pushing his feet against the stone wall, and finally jumped directly into the water. Yun Mian heard a splash, looked back, and Rongyu was gone. Yun Mian also slid down quickly. Fortunately, she was wearing gloves, so even at a fast speed, she didn't hurt her hands. At this time, Rongyu poked his head out of the water. The first thing he said after he popped his head out was, "There are a lot of fish and lobsters in the water. Do you want them?" Yun Mian. "Yes. How could I not want to eat them? Who doesn't want to eat lobsters? What's more, there is double luck." Yun Mian jumped into the water without thinking. She had just learned the swimming skill, and now she had the chance. So she tried it out. The pool under the waterfall was a freshwater pool with a turbulent flow. The faster the flow, the more lobsters there were. The Australian freshwater lobsters lived here. This lobster was green in color, big and plump. Yun Mian's eyes lit up when she saw it. Unfortunately, she didn't have the right tools. She had no experience in catching lobsters, and she didn't know how to catch them for a while. After all, lobsters have claws, and it would definitely hurt if they were bitten. Yun Mian thought about it, and decided to try using a net. She asked Rongyu, "Do you have a net?" Rongyu took out a net from his backpack. "Will this work?" It was a net bag, and it looked like it would work. "Give it a try." She took the net and went into the water to get close to the lobster. But as soon as the net got close, the lobster ran away, and the net was not easy to use in the water. "Can't catch it." Yun Mian tried a few more times, but still couldn't. So she had to give up and go catch fish instead. Fish are easier to catch than lobsters, but she has no shortage of fish, and she can't eat all the fish on the boat. So she is not very enthusiastic. Although the fish here are big and fat, they look delicious. Yun Mian came out of the water. "Forget it. Let's go mining quickly." Rongyu saw her discouraged look and suggested, "If you want to catch it, you can put a trap cage. I have one here. You can come and get it later." Yun Mian, "Okay. Okay. Rongyu has a lot of good stuff. Yun Mian wants it too." She thought of her double luck, so she should be able to get some. As a result, Rongyu handed her the trap cage, but it didn't show the double luck effect. "It seems that it won't double if I give it to her face to face. So I have to ask him to sell it to me for a trade." "Yun Mian, can you sell me the trap cage?" "Rongyu, here you go." "Yun Mian, did you make it yourself?" "Rongyu, yes. I made it according to the blueprint. It doesn't take much materials in total. 5 bamboos and a silk thread can make one." "Yun Mian, I'll trade you the glass." Seeing that she was determined to exchange and would not take it for free, Rongyu had no choice but to agree. Face-to-face transactions are the same as online transactions. Both are operated through the light screen. Yun Mian exchanged 2 pieces of glass for a trap cage. Anyway, she had sand, so she would not be short of glass in the future. Get trap cage times 1. Double good luck. Everything is double. Get trap cage times 1 by 2. Yun Mian happily found a good place to put the trap cage. Since Rongyu was here, she did not take out the other trap cage, and would take it out and use it after parting ways with him. After putting the trap cage away, the two continued to move forward. After crossing this mountain, this side is no longer a rainforest. The geology has become more complicated, much drier, and the mountain road is more difficult to walk. This area looks more like a Rift Valley basin. Yun Mian observed it, and was sure there must be a mine here. But where to dig it still needs to be explored. "Rongyu, let's search separately. Send a message when we find it." Yun Mian, "Okay. I'll go over there and take a look." She walked a few steps and saw a group of spiders. These spiders are not poisonous. They are about the size of a mineral water bottle cap. The spiders run very fast, and all run to one place. Yun Mian found it strange and followed them. Soon, Yun Yin found that these spiders all ran into a cave. The entrance of the cave is not small and can accommodate one person. Yun Yin took out a tar lamp and shone it inside. It was pitch black, but Yun Yin saw the luster of or inside. She sent a message to Luo asking her to send the headlamp. Luo replied quickly. Okay. After receiving the headlamp, Yun Yin immediately put on her helmet and headlamp, and then sent a message to Rongyu. I found the mine. Come quickly. They agreed to find or together, and Yun Yin didn't plan to take the mine alone. She told Rongyu how to get there, and then went into the cave herself. Rongyu should be able to find it by himself. After entering the cave, Yun Yin was startled by the spiders in the cave. There were too many of them. There were dense spiders all over the stone wall, and the spider webs were also dense. There were groups of spiders lying on the spider webs that were more than 10 meters long, which looked particularly spectacular and terrifying. Fortunately, Yun Yin was not afraid. Otherwise she would definitely not be able to stay here. But if you look at it for too long, your mental strength will decrease. If you want to get through, you probably have to get rid of these spiders first. Although this kind of spider is not poisonous, it is definitely not a good thing to be bitten by it. Yun Yin sent a message to Rongyu. Do you have a torch? There are too many spiders in this cave. I guess I have to burn them first. Rongyu, I'll be there soon. Wait for me. Just when Yun Yin was thinking about whether to retreat first, she saw a giant spider crawling out of the spider group. There was even a detailed introduction on the head of this spider. Giant spider mother. The body of this spider mother is as big as a baby's head, with legs half a meter long, 6 legs, and 2 front claws. It is black all over, but its head is red. Although Yun Yin was a little far away from it, she was still frightened. Giant spider mother, a boss-level creature on Spider Island. Aggressive and poisonous. Yun Yin took 2 steps back and exited the cave first, just bumping into Rongyu, who was about to enter the cave. Wait a minute. There's a boss inside. Rongyu's expression changed. What boss? Yun Yin, giant spider mother. No wonder it's called Spider Island, because there's a spider boss. Yun Yin couldn't help but wonder if there was also a giant poisonous mushroom boss on the previous mushroom island. Since there is a boss, then of course, killing the boss will definitely drop supplies. Yun Yin and Rongyu both thought of this problem. Let's kill together and share the supplies. Yun Yin took the initiative to say, Yes. Where's the fire? Do you have a torch? Spiders are definitely afraid of fire. Rongyu took out a torch directly from his backpack. Do you want one? Yun Yin nodded. Give me one. She didn't have to ask Luo to do it for her. Rongyu took out another torch, and he walked in front, protecting Yun Yin and entering the cave first. With the torch, the spiders in the cave seemed to become restless. Most spiders are afraid of fire, especially when they see high temperatures or burning smells. They will be afraid to hide away. As soon as the two entered, the originally calm spiders crawled everywhere. Especially the giant mother spider became more terrifying. The little spiders fled to the cave entrance or the depths of the cave. Yun Yin, shall we start now? Rongyu, well, I'll burn her with a torch first, then attack her with a spear. And you can help me finish off the enemy at any time. Okay. Yun Yin is good at finishing off the enemy. But just as Rongyu brought the torch closer, the giant spider mother sprayed out a ball of white spider silk, which extinguished the torch. Yun Yin whispered, not good. This spider can also spray silk to extinguish fire. Soon, her torch was also extinguished by the big spider. Fortunately, Yun Yin's headlamp was not affected, and the cave was still bright. Yun Yin handed the tar lamp to Rongyu. Take this. Without the fire, the other spiders were no longer afraid and gathered around again, as if they were commanded by the giant spider mother. Yun Yin suddenly remembered that when she was playing games before, others told her to never stand in front of the boss, especially in the front and far away. She quickly stood aside. Sure enough, the giant spider mother suddenly sprayed a ball of spider silk, which was towards where she and Rongyu were standing. Fortunately, Rongyu took out a shield at some point and blocked it directly. The defense shield made of iron, or has a defense plus 20. Even if the spider silk is corrosive, it did not hurt Rongyu. It's just that the durability of the shield has been reduced by a few points. Rongyu frowned and reminded Yun Yin, be careful. Don't get sprayed. Yun Yin nodded quickly, and was a little moved when she saw the shield Rongyu was holding. This man's forging skills are really good. And he has endless weapons. Rongyu held a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, aiming at the head of the giant spider mother. Yun Yanyan was not idle either, and took out a bronze sword, trying to cut off the giant spider mother's legs. It had many and long legs, which should be inconvenient for it to move. Yun Yanyan helped it cut off a few legs to make it more flexible. Unfortunately, it didn't appreciate Yun Yanyan's kindness, but angrily raised its foot to step on Yun Yanyan, and asked the little spiders to crawl towards her. Yun Yanyan took out another tar lamp and smashed it on the ground. Tar spilled on the ground, and the fire spread. All the little spiders were scared to death and dared not approach. You know they are scared, right? Yun Yanyan had more than 10 tar lamps in her backpack. She took out another one and smashed it on the giant spider mother. The fire started and burned a circle of hair on its body. But it also completely angered the giant spider mother. She spread all her 6 legs to the maximum and ran around in all kinds of ways, finally getting rid of the fire on her body. But her crazy behavior killed many of the little spiders next to her. The giant spider mother was extremely angry, and her screams were deafening, shaking the whole cave. The sound was like the friction of squeaking leather amplified 100 times, making people's scalps numb. Yun Yanyan, so angry? Rongyu, she must be very angry. Yun Yanyan, we'll kill her while she's weak. Right now. Rongyu cooperated very well, picked up the spear and threw it again. The tip of the blade pierced into the spider's belly, and a lot of disgusting things flowed out. Yun Yanyan stepped forward quickly and threw another tar lamp. The giant spider mother was scared when she saw Yun Yanyan's actions, and she actually wanted to hide. But the cave was so small, and she occupied most of the cave, so there was no way to hide. And she was hit by the tar lamp directly, and the fire started on her body again. The spider hair on her body was the best ignition material, and Yun Yanyan stabbed it with the bronze sword. It didn't take long for the giant spider mother to die. The spoils fell all over the ground, and the remaining spiders fled in a mess. Yun Yanyan squatted down to check the supplies. She killed the giant spider mother, so when the spoils were settled, she also got a double buff. And Yun Yanyan heard the prompt. This means that she can get a lot more supplies. However, it's also cheap. Rongyu, this kid got a big bargain. In addition to the supplies on the ground, the system's prompt sound rang again. Kill the giant spider mother. Get a treasure chest ×1. Congratulations to the player for being the first to kill a boss level species. And rewards are sewing machine blueprint ×1, oven blueprint ×1, and pet bag ×1. Double luck. Buff takes effect. Get treasure chest ×1. Sewing machine blueprint ×1. Oven blueprint ×1. Pet bag ×1. Only Yun Yanyan could hear the reward for the kill, and the reward was directly given to Yun Yanyan. Rongyu didn't know, but Yun Yanyan's backpack was full, and the reward couldn't be put in, and the 2 pet bags fell to the ground. Although the 2 of them killed the spider together, Yun Yanyan took advantage of the last kill, and the things were recognized by the system as hers. Rongyu probably didn't know about this, although he would definitely find out later. Yun Yanyan didn't care so much. She couldn't help but feel lucky that she gave the things to Luo Luo to make room. Otherwise, not only will the pet bag not fit, but all the rewards will fall to the ground. And then, they will have to be divided equally with Rongyu. Now it's just a pet bag that Yun Yanyan is not too sad about. Anyway, she has double the buff, and she is the one who gets the advantage. She glanced at Rongyu and said with a smile, "There are so many good things. Let's share them." Chapter 32, the 14th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. After the giant spider mother died, a lot of spider silk and spider venom exploded. Spider silk X10. The silk spit out by the giant spider mother is extremely tough and has a wide range of uses. It can be used to make armor or weapons. Spider venom X15. The venom of the giant spider mother is extremely corrosive, and 1 drop can kill a cow. It's really good stuff. The benefits of killing a boss are much greater than Yun Yanyan imagined. Yun Yanyan let Rongyu take it first and gave him the rest. She knew that Rongyu attached great importance to fairness and would not let her suffer. I'll take half of the spider silk and venom. In addition, if you are willing to give me this pet bag, I can exchange it with you for something. Yun Yanyan thought for a moment. Then I want the shield you used earlier. That's a good thing for self-defense. Rongyu nodded, okay. But I only have one. I'll make one for you when I get back. Yun Yin wanted it right away. But let it go. She also needs it. Okay. After dividing the things, Yun and Rongyu continued to walk deeper into the cave. The metal ore in the cave glowed under the light. This should be iron ore. Yun squatted down to check and pointed to the stone wall in the corner. Rongyu took out a pickaxe and smashed it twice. It is. Rongyu's expression also relaxed. The trip to Spider Island was for ore. Yun and Rongyu knew how rare iron ore was. If they found iron ore here, they would be close to level 5. At least they had to get 300 to 500 pieces each before leaving. 100 pieces were used for upgrading. And the rest, whether sold or kept, would be a huge fortune. Yun then started digging. She didn't have a pickaxe, so she could only use an axe. After trying it twice, she found that the effect was average. After hitting it twice, she could only get 1 piece of iron ore, and the durability of the axe was also consumed quickly. Rongyu hit it with a pickaxe, and it was a piece of iron ore. It must be said that Rongyu was more professional than her in some aspects. For example, he had more tools than her, and his preparations were very comprehensive. I don't know what he brought with him to Spider Island this time. Yun quickly chatted with Luo privately, asking her to help make 2 pickaxes and send them over. With the pickaxe, Yun's efficiency also caught up. She had a double buff bonus. The speed was very fast. Rongyu only dug 100 iron ores, and she dug 180. It took the two of them 3 hours to mine the cave completely. In the end, Yun got a total of 360 iron ores. The cave was dug bare, and it seemed that there was no more. The two stopped to eat and rest. During the more than 10 minutes they waited, the stone wall did not change. It seemed that new iron ores would not be refreshed in a short time. After eating, the consumed physical strength slowly recovered, and the two finally regained their energy. Let's go. It's getting late. We better reach the woods before dark. Rongyu put away his equipment. After leaving the cave, the two went their separate ways. Yun asked him, "You choose first. Which way are you going?" Rongyu took out the map. "I'll go to the east." Yun "Then I'll go to the woods in the west. And send a message at any time if you find anything." Rongyu, "Okay." Yun "Then we'll separate here. And see you at the beach at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." Rongyu nodded, "Okay. Be careful on the road." Yun "Yeah. You too." Rongyu watched Yun leave. And when she saw her figure getting farther and farther away, he turned and walked east. After Yun walked away, she looked back and Rongyu was gone. She hurriedly walked towards the stream. The stream was very long, and she didn't need to go back to the original point where she dug sand. She just needed to find the downstream of the stream. She had to hurry up, dig sand first, and then reach the woods in the west before dark. They spent a long time in the mine, mainly because they were reluctant to leave. If they only dug 100 copies, it would have been enough. But they still stopped after they dug all the mines. They were mainly worried that they would return to the woods in vain. So they might as well dig some iron ore here first, even if time is wasted and no wood for upgrading is found. As long as there is enough iron ore, as more and more players come to Spider Island, someone will always find wood to exchange. This is also a guarantee. If you don't find it, you won't lose too much. Yun found a small path and took a shortcut back to the waterfall. She thought, "Since I'm here, I'll check if there are any lobsters in the trap cage that was placed here before." Generally, lobsters are more active at night. But Yun was really lucky. When she pulled up the trap cage, she saw 2 big lobsters inside. The brown-green lobsters were big and fat, with long lobster whiskers, and looked very majestic. Obtained Australian freshwater lobsters ×2. Double good luck. Double. Get Australian freshwater lobster x2. Yun collected the trap and lobsters and gave them to Luo. Yun Luo, "Do you want to eat lobsters?" Yun was in a good mood. Luo, "Did you catch such a big lobster?" Yun "I guess so. You can eat it." Luo, "I don't know how to make it." "Forget it." Yun "Then wait for me to come back and I'll make it." Luo, "Okay. I'll raise it and wait for you to come back and eat it together." It was already 2:30 in the afternoon when we found the stream. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the water level of the stream rose by 1 meter. Yun stood on the shore, holding a shovel and feeling a little embarrassed. The water was too deep, and it was difficult to dig. But for the sake of glass, it was necessary to dig even if it was difficult. Half of her legs were soaked in water, and she held the shovel with both hands and shoveled out the sand. Box after box was full. When she had dug 10 boxes, it was already dark. 1 box of sand was 30 portions, and 10 boxes were 300 portions. Yun Yin Yin wiped the rain off her face. That's good. There is no shortage of glass and iron ore. But it was dark. She faced a choice. Either risk the dark and hurry on, or build a shelter nearby. Don't go to the woods, and leave directly tomorrow morning. Yun Yin Yin looked at her backpack. In fact, her harvest this time was already very rich. But if Rongyu finds wood, her advantage of finding sand that can make glass will be gone. If she wants to get ahead of Rongyu, she must take risks. What if there is wood needed for upgrading in both forests? Yun Yin Yin was soaked. She stood in the rain and thought for 2 minutes. Took out a piece of barbecue from her backpack. Ate it quickly, and then walked towards the woods. She had to go. Even if it was dangerous at night, she had to go to the woods. After Yun Yin Yin made the decision, her eyes became tough. She walked quickly, first walking fast, and then running. The mountain road along the way was not easy to walk, but Yun Yin Yin did not dare to stop for a moment. It was already dark, and she could barely see the road ahead with her headlamp on. There were many low shrubs and erythrina trees on the road, which often scratched and tripped her. Her clothes were also torn into several small holes, and there were small scars on the exposed skin. Yun Yin Yin didn't feel any pain, and just wanted to get there quickly. The forest at night was filled with a cool breath, and there were rustling sounds everywhere. Yun Yin Yin's facial features became particularly sharp, and her steps slowed down. She didn't dare to walk too fast, so as not to step on dangerous things. At this time, poisonous snakes and insects came out. The trees and grass were full of poisonous snakes, and the colors of these poisonous snakes blended with the surrounding environment, so it was difficult to find them without careful observation. Even though Yun Yin Yin had a fire and a lamp, it was still dangerous. After walking in the dark for 2 hours, Yun Yin Yin received a message from Rongyu. Rongyu, I'm in the woods. How about you? Yun Yin Yin frowned. I'm not there yet. Rongyu, are you still on the road? It's already dark. How is your side? Yun Yin Yin, I should be there soon. Rongyu, be careful. Do you have a torch? Yun Yin Yin, I use a tar lamp. It's safer to use a torch. Rongyu said Yun Yin Yin a torch. Yun Yin Yin, thank you. Rongyu looked cold, but he was actually a very careful and steady person, and he treated her well along the way. Yun Yin Yin, you should be careful too. Rongyu, okay. I'll go see if there's red pine or walnut. Yun Yin Yin, yes. Rongyu wanted to collect 2 kinds of wood, but Yun Yin Yin only needed walnut, which was one of her advantages. If she didn't find walnut, Rongyu had it, and Yun Yin Yin would have to trade with him. In any case, even if she couldn't find walnut, she couldn't go there in vain. She would cut whatever was in the forest. Anyway, she didn't have time to rush to Rongyu. One night passed. Rongyu was exhausted. He sat under a tree, leaned against it, ate 2 servings of grilled fish, and drank a bottle of mineral water. He watched his physical and mental strength slowly increase. And then he closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. After chopping trees all night, he was about to vomit. He felt like he was about to collapse, having chopped down half of the trees in the forest. Although the forest was full of walnuts, Rongyu was already very satisfied. If he could collect enough of one type of wood first, he would be 1 step closer to upgrading. He chopped down 8 axes out of 2,800 pieces of wood, all of which were bronze axes. The tools made by forging technology are much better than those made by ordinary workbenches. The bronze axe he made has a critical hit effect, and its efficiency is several times that of an ordinary axe. He chopped very quickly in the first half of the night, and the critical hits continued. Later on, he was numb and didn't even know that the axe was broken. He didn't even break a piece of wood after 1 axe. It took him a long time to realize that he needed to change the axe. After being in the rain all night, Rongyu felt that he might be sick. He coughed lightly and looked at the time. It was past 6 o'clock. He sent a message to Yun Yin Yin. I'm done here. I'm going to the beach. What about you? Yun Yin Yin didn't reply immediately. When he told Yun Yin Yin that he had found the walnut forest last night, she said that her side was a hodgepodge of various trees. with all kinds of trees. She also took photos for him. And there were indeed all kinds of trees. It was like a carnival collection of various trees. Red pine trees, cherry trees, walnut trees, poplar trees, banyan trees, baobab trees, bamboo, Paraschoria chinensis, rubber trees, oil palm trees. There are many types of trees. And the most common one is walnut. Rongyu felt relieved after seeing the photos. Although there are many types of wood in Yun Minyan's place, it is actually similar to his place. Walnut is the main one, but there is not as much walnut as here. In this way, Yun Minyan will find it difficult to get enough of even one of the two types of wood, let alone two types of wood. The two agreed that the wood they cut in the wood should be traded with each other first after returning. It seems that he has no need to trade with Yun Minyan. But if she needs it, he can give some of the extra wood to his friends and give her some. A few minutes later, Yun Minyan finally replied, "I'm ready to leave too." "Okay. See you at the beach." Rongyu packed his bag. He had used all the things he brought this time, and he didn't need to throw anything away. His backpack was just full. So he returned with a full load. He quickened his pace. If he could get to the beach earlier, he might be able to collect some things on the beach. There might be crabs on the beach in the morning. Yun Minyan was very busy at this time. She had stopped cutting trees a long time ago and was busy with supplies. Luo Luo told her that her backpack was also full, and she could only collect small things and put them on the boat, and could not collect large quantities of supplies, especially those that took up space, because she couldn't take out the things in her own backpack. After all, she only had 10 grids, and it would be almost full if she put some wood, nails, and basic supplies. Yun Minyan gave her a lot of things in the past 2 days, not to mention the backpack. Even her boat could hardly fit them. Yun Minyan could only think of a way on her own. She thought about it and decided to give all the food and drinks to Hu Yuan, and gave the axe and machete to Nye Yongguang. But she still couldn't put it down. She had cut down too many kinds of trees. She had cut down more than 10 kinds of trees in the entire forest. In addition to wood, there were also many fruits, all of which fell to the ground. She thought that after she finished cutting, she would pick them all up with one click. But now there was no place to put them, and she could only watch these supplies fall to the ground. When she was cutting, she only thought about trading them to Luo Luo. But she didn't expect that Luo Luo didn't have enough to put them in, and her backpack hadn't been upgraded yet. If she had said it earlier, Yun Minyan would have helped her kill a deer. But now it was too late. There was no other way. Yun Minyan could only hang half of the things in her backpack on the trading center. Then she picked up all the things on the ground and put them into her backpack. There was no time left, so she started running wildly, and finally arrived at the beach in the last 2 minutes. Rongyu was picking up conchs. He stood on the beach facing the sun, quite leisurely. On the other hand, Yun Minyan had disheveled hair, sweat and rain all over her head, and her body was dirty, as embarrassed as a tramp. Fortunately, we caught up. Rongyu looked at her with a subtle expression. "You are here. Let's go." Rongyu took the conch he had just picked up in his hand, and his backpack could not fit anymore. Yun Minyan panted, Okay, let's go." She was in a hurry to go back and take a shower. After getting on Rongyu's boat, Yun Minyan was about to turn back to the boat. But Rongyu suddenly suggested, "Do you want to stay and have a meal before leaving?" Yun Minyan, I have ready-made food and a kitchen here." Yun Minyan was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This person wanted to eat the food she made. Want to use her cooking skills for free. That's not okay. I charge for cooking. How much? Rongyu didn't mind. How about you help me make a spinner, and I'll make you a delicious meal. Rongyu? Yun Minyan looked at him in surprise. Don't you know? It's the kind Spider-Man uses. Rongyu, I know. How do you think I can do it? Yun Minyan, I just got some spider silk, so I thought of this. Yun Minyan, then make a catapult harpoon? Rongyu frowned. Yun Minyan explained, it's the kind of harpoon that uses the elastic force of the rubber band to launch. With this, she can go to the sea to catch fish. Rongyu, I've never done it. Yun Minyan, forget it. You can make a peeler. I just need a potato peeler. You can always make this. Rongyu, you can try. Yun Minyan, okay. What do you want to eat? Rongyu looked at his backpack. I just picked up a few spider snails and 1,000-hand snails to make seafood sashimi. Yun Minyan, You are quite good at eating. I have cuttlefish on my boat. Small cuttlefish are also delicious as sashimi. Yun said as she walked to the cupboard. Do you have a kitchen knife? Rongyu, in the drawer. The cupboard has several drawers. And the top one is for knives. Yun opened it, and her eyes lit up. Wow! There are 4 kitchen knives. Chinese slicing knife. Bone cutting knife. Sentoka knife, and a smaller fruit knife. Each knife has words engraved on it, with its function written on it. Cut meat. Cut fruit. Cut vegetables. Cut fish. Yun clicked his tongue twice. Can this also be called a poor student with too many stationery? He is not very good at cooking. But he has a lot of knives. Yun glanced at him. Then opened another drawer, which turned out to be full of various seasonings. Chili powder. Cumin. Soy sauce. Sugar. Salt. Vinegar. Yun, where did you get so many seasonings? Rongyu, I bought them at the mall. He is really willing to spend money. She only bought sugar and soy sauce. But this guy bought so many. He is really a foodie. Chapter 33. After eating and drinking on Rongyu's ship, Yun immediately returned to her Shangyun. After not coming back for 2 days, she was quite happy to see the familiar ship. After all, this was her territory. The ship was still the same as when she left, except that the vegetables planted had long been ripe, and the green vegetables had turned green and were not so fresh. Yun was not in a hurry to harvest the vegetables. She rolled the lucky dice first and then harvested them. What if the number 1 came again? Double buff. Although she also knew that the possibility was very small. The lucky dice stopped in the air. 5. An ordinary day. Nothing good or bad. Well, I knew it wasn't that good. But she had a lot of things to do today. If she really got double the work, she would be very busy. After 2 days of hard work, it's time to take a break. Yun harvested the vegetables and planted another batch of seeds. Then she started to sort out her supplies. She took out all the things in small quantities from her backpack and put them aside. The number of materials in the backpack was considerable. Red pine wood times 2362. Walnut wood times 1623. Poplar wood times 222. Cherry wood times 141. Locust wood times 88. Paraschoria times 59. Bamboo times 99. Sand times 324. Iron ore times 360. Iron block times 283. Plastic times 56. Upgrading the ship requires 2,000 red pine wood, 2,000 walnut wood, 500 iron blocks, 100 plastics, 100 glass, and 100 iron ore. There is not much glass, but now she can synthesize it with sand. The only missing pieces are iron blocks, walnut wood, and plastic. It was agreed before that as long as Rongyu found enough wood, he could exchange it with her. Yun was not polite and asked Rongyu directly in private chat how to exchange his walnut wood. Rongyu, I can only take out 300 to exchange with you. Yun, how many did you cut? Rongyu did not hide. 2,700. More than 2,000. Yun was a little surprised. Even if she had a double buff, it would be difficult to cut more than 2,000 wood in one night. Rongyu must have used some special method. Yun, give me 400. 300 is too little. You still have so much. 400 is just enough. Rongyu, I want to keep some for my friend. 200 for each of us. Yun, you agreed to exchange with me first. Rongyu, so I'll give you 300. The amount given to Yun is a lot. More than what he gave to his friend. Yun directly made a condition. 200 red pine wood plus 40 glass. In exchange for your 400 walnut wood. Rongyu was a little surprised. Looking at the situation of Yun's forest last night, there were few red pine woods. Most of them were walnut woods. And there were some other trees. She could only get 200 red pine woods at most. But she was willing to use so much red pine wood to exchange walnut wood with him. Is it to collect enough walnuts first and talk about red pine later? Don't you want red pine? Yun said directly, don't worry about this. I just want to ask you if you want to exchange. Although he was skeptical, Rongyu still agreed. Yun also knew that he would definitely exchange. Only Yun could give such conditions. In the entire 3rd district, she might be the one with the most supplies. Yesterday, with the double buff, she chopped wildly in the woods, sweeping all kinds of wood. After upgrading the boat, She will use other high-end wood to make a whole set of furniture and decorate it well. Soon, Yun Yanyan got 400 walnuts. She chatted with Hu Yuan privately again, asking him if he had any extra iron blocks to exchange. Hu Yuan always has a lot of basic materials, so it's right to ask him to exchange for iron blocks. Hu Yuan, how much do you want? Yun Yanyan, 200. 200 is enough. She can use nails to synthesize iron blocks for the remaining ones. Hu Yuan looked at his backpack. He had to keep 500 iron blocks for upgrading. These cannot be touched. The rest can be given to Yun Yanyan. I can give you 180 here. You can go to the trading center to exchange for the rest. Yun Yanyan, okay. What do you want? Give me whatever you want. Just give me whatever you have. Hu Yuan treated Yun Yanyan as his own. Anyway, exchanging these 180 iron blocks would not affect him. Yun Yanyan could give him anything. Moreover, he believed that Yun Yanyan had a lot of good things and would not give him garbage. Sure enough, Yun Yanyan took out 100 red pine wood from her backpack and traded it to him after hearing what he said. Hu Yuan was the first person she met in the game, so Yun Yanyan was also good to him. The two had been working together for so long, and it was always very pleasant. He should like these 100 red pine woods. Hu Yuan was more than happy. His eyes were shining. Red pine wood. Yun Yanyan really wouldn't treat him badly. He made a profit by exchanging red pine wood for iron blocks. Now no one in the entire 3rd district has seen red pine wood. And Yun Yanyan took 100 at a time. And she was able to take out these 100, which must be enough for her to upgrade. She asked me to exchange iron blocks. It seems that she is about to upgrade to level 5. Hu Yuan knew that he had a great friend, and his mood was quite complicated. He was happy for Yun Yanyan, but at the same time he felt that he was far behind. To catch up with Yun Yanyan, he had to work harder. Yun Yanyan's image became even taller in his heart. He thought about it and sent Yun Yanyan 200 iron blocks. Since Yun Yanyan was so generous, he shouldn't be too stingy. Anyway, iron blocks can be collected quickly, and he is still far from upgrading. Yun Yanyan walked to the workbench without stopping and put sand on it to prepare for synthesizing glass. But the workbench prompted that materials were missing. Sand, rich in silica. It is the most suitable raw material for making glass. The material introduction only said that sand is the raw material for making glass. But I didn't expect it to be just one of the raw materials. Yun Yanyan thought about it. She had good grades in high school physics. She vaguely remembered that silica, limestone and soda ash were needed to make glass. But what materials can be used to make limestone and soda ash? According to the principle of the workbench, it should not be necessary to purify. As long as materials rich in these materials are put on it, they can be synthesized. Only the intermediate workbench has the function of synthesis. The primary workbench can only make simple tools. But Yun Yanyan has not used the synthesis function yet, and usually uses drawings to make it. Limestone sounds simple. Maybe it can be made with stones. But how to get soda ash? If you learn math, physics and chemistry well, you won't be afraid to travel around the world. Yun Yanyan had to ask in the chat channel. Yun Yanyan, does anyone know how to get soda ash? The chat channel was all discussing the landing card at this time, because 3 days have passed since the system issued a notification that a landing card will be sent every day. But no one has come forward to say that they have obtained the landing card. No one said it doesn't mean that they didn't. They must have landed on the island quietly. The message said by Yun Yanyan should not be a big deal, and no one would care. But she is too famous in District 3. Yun Yanyan's name occupies the top 2 of the 2 rankings. And she is also the first in the contribution list. Players are full of curiosity about her, and want to know what she did to be rated as the first in contribution. Some people guessed that she was the one who put a lot of wood on the trading center. After all, the anonymous players' exchange conditions showed that the player was a woman. But if that was all, she shouldn't be ranked first in contribution, because Gu Fang's contribution must be greater than this. After seeing Yun Yanyan's name, everyone was excited. Yun Yanyan hadn't appeared in the chat channel since the settlement. Fuck. The boss showed up. It's Yun Yanyan. Soda ash? What do you want soda ash for? What Yun Yanyan wants must be good stuff. There are generally 3 ways to get soda ash: natural alkali method, sulfuric acid method, and ammonia alkali method. The simplest and easiest to operate is the ammonia alkali method. Both table salt and sea salt can make soda ash. The only difference is that the purity of soda ash made from sea salt is low. and the purity of table salt is higher. Seeing the answer she wanted, Yun Yanyan was overjoyed. She noticed the name of the player. Li Chenxiang. He looked familiar. So professional. Educated people are different. I don't understand what they say. Isn't this Li Chenxiang also a player on the leaderboard? A big guy is a big guy. By the way, Yun Yanyan, what do you do with soda ash? Yes. Yes. I'm curious. Yun Yanyan did not answer the questions of these curious players, but chatted with Li Chenxiang privately. Yun Yanyan, thank you. Li Chenxiang replied, it's okay. Are you asking this because you want to make glass? Yun Yanyan was not surprised. This person should know that soda ash is one of the raw materials for making glass. And one of the materials for upgrading is glass. So it is not difficult for him to guess. Yes. Yes. Li Chenxiang, no wonder. Making glass mainly requires silica, soda and limestone. If you want to make it, you must collect these three materials. Stones, salt or sea salt are not difficult to obtain. The main one is silica, which needs sand to extract. Yun Yanyan, I will find a way. This person really knows a lot. But Yun Yanyan has already got the answer she wanted. So there is no need to waste time chatting with him. Sea salt needs to be distilled from seawater. She just happened to have a bag of salt here. So she would try it with a little salt first. She put the stone, salt and sand on the workbench and clicked to synthesize. After the white light, she got glass. Success. Next, if she wants to mass produce, she needs more salt. It's very simple. Yun Yanyan directly used a bucket to draw a bucket of water from the sea, then boiled it on the water, filtered it after boiling it dry, and then fried it in a frying pan to dry it. Soon she got a pot of salt. A pot of salt can make a lot of glass. A morning passed. Yun Yanyan made 50 pieces of glass. The speed is a bit slow. But there is no way. There are two main processes for making glass. And it takes a lot of time to make salt. Yun Yanyan had a simple lunch and continued to work. She couldn't stop. She had to race against time. It was an advantage to upgrade earlier. If she stops to rest, someone will reach level 5 before her. And there will be no reward. Yun Yanyan bought plastic at the trading center while cooking salt. Plastic is not that scarce. Not as rare as iron or in glass. And many people who have not reached level 4 don't know what plastic can be used for. So they hang it in the trading center to exchange for supplies. So you can occasionally find a bargain at the trading center. But now more and more people are reaching level 4. And as long as plastic appears in the trading center, it will be taken away. Yun Yanyan searched for a long time before buying a few plastic buckets. Plastic products can be decomposed into plastic. If you can't buy plastic, buy a plastic bucket. And a bucket can be divided into 3 parts of plastic. Yun Yanyan bought 3 plastic buckets and 2 plastics. In total, she now has 67 plastics. Only 30 more short. Yun Yanyan simply placed an order in the trading center, exchanging iron ore for plastics. In this way, those level 4 players should be willing to trade. After all, iron ore is more precious than plastics in the market. For other players, it is a good deal to exchange 1 piece of iron ore for 2 plastics. In order to speed up the process, she also put an advertisement in the chat channel. Her name has appeared, and the attention is full. In a few minutes, all 20 iron ores were snapped up. At this time, the sea salt was also cooked. Yun Yanyan quickly filtered it, and was too lazy to fry it dry. Anyway, it was sea salt on the workbench. The main use was the ingredients. Not to eat the sea salt. I didn't expect it to work. 1 hour later, Yun Yanyan clicked on the information of Shangyun. Name, Shangyun. Level, 4th level wooden ship, upgradable. Rating, 46 points. Expansion conditions, 2000 red pine, 2000 walnut, 500 iron, 100 glass, 100 iron ore, 100 plastic. She clicked to upgrade. This upgrade took too long. She could sense that her Shangyun would undergo a huge change this time. Just kidding. This upgrade requires too many materials. And the previous materials are just a drop in the bucket compared to this time. With so many things piled up, Shangyun might be several times larger than before. Yun Yanyan held her breath, waiting for the Shangyun to upgrade. Time passed bit by bit. And this upgrade took longer than every other time. It had been half an hour, and the whole ship was shrouded in white light. Yun Yanyan could not see anything clearly, and could only sit on the deck to fish for treasure chests. Although her luck was average today. She opened the treasure chest directly after fishing it up. She had tried it a few days ago. And although it would be better when she was lucky, it was already a bronze or silver treasure chest when it was caught. And the things inside would not be very good no matter how lucky she was. Only when she was very lucky could she catch a high-level treasure chest. And the things opened were good things. Get a silver treasure chest. Obtained 2 lemon saplings, 1 green tea, a stack of A4 paper. Obtained bronze treasure chest. Obtained 1 broom, 1 trash can. Obtained bronze treasure chest. Obtained 2 trash bags, 2 rags. Although there are few things. All the things I got today are daily necessities and practical things. Putting the things away. Yun Mian thought that she had killed a giant spider mother and got 2 treasure chests that she hadn't opened yet. There must be good things in them. But she was unlucky today. It's okay to open these bronze and silver treasure chests today. But the good things you get from killing the boss can't be messed with. Yun Mian was a little annoyed. Maybe she should have opened them yesterday. The double buff gave her 2 treasure chests. And she didn't know if she would get double the treasure chests after opening them. She thought the system wouldn't give her such a good deal. She couldn't open it when she was with Rongyu. So she threw it in her backpack. Later, she hurried to work and thought her backpack was too full. In short, she thought too much. She might as well leave it there. However, this depressed mood didn't last long. Because the ship was finally upgraded. Yun Mian stared at the huge ship in front of her. The Shangyun she was on had turned into a big ship. It was 30 meters long and 10 meters wide. It had 3 decks, a bottom cabin, and an outdoor observation deck outside the 2nd and 3rd floors. The 1st floor is empty, and can be used as a greenhouse or a shed for growing vegetables. The 2nd floor is her super large flat room. The 3rd floor has some entertainment facilities, an outdoor swimming pool, and a garden restaurant. There is a fully automatic driving cabin on the 1st floor, and you can clearly see anything within 300 meters ahead through the telescope. The bottom cabin is empty. It is very dark inside, and there is no sunlight. Yun Mian plans to use it as a storage room. Yun Mian accidentally owns a 200 square meter large flat luxury sea view room, and she explained that it was so cool. The entire 2nd floor is her residence, and she has also thoughtfully made partitions, divided into 5 rooms and 3 halls, 2 toilets, divided into showers and washrooms, and the bedroom and living room are connected to a large balcony. Standing on the balcony, you can see the endless ocean. If you don't draw the curtains, you can be illuminated by the first ray of sunlight while lying on the bed. Is this still survival? It's simply a vacation on the sea. Yun Mian walked around every room and measured the length and width. She wanted to draw a floor plan and start decorating and furnishing to improve her ship's score. The next settlement will definitely exceed Rongyu. Congratulations to the player who was the first to reach level 5. Rewards: Advanced Workbench Blueprint ×1. Leather Sofa Blueprint ×1. Range Hood Blueprint ×1. European Style Bed Blueprint ×1. European Style Bedside Table Blueprint ×1. Floor to Ceiling Bookcase Blueprint ×1. Bases ×5. Bathtub ×1. Great! With these rewards, the comfort of her house will be greatly improved, and the score will also rise. She will be busy in the next few days. She just took out the Advanced Workbench Blueprint when she received a message from the group. Ye Yongwang, Mian. Harvest the vegetables and fish. Yun Mian, okay. I'm coming. Seeing Yun Mian replied. Luo immediately sent her a private message. You're back? Yun Mian, yeah. Luo, then I'll send you the things you left with me. Luo's place was already full. A level 4 ship should be spacious for 1 person. But now she was struggling. Okay. Yun Mian now had plenty of space. Just send it over. Chapter 34. Luo looked at her backpack. Okay. I'll send them in batches so that your backpack won't be full. Yun Mian had forgotten how many things she had given Luo. Anyway, she sent him whatever she found. And there were also things she brought that she didn't need. Hearing Luo say this, she thought about it. It seemed a bit too much. Received, trap cage ×2. Australian freshwater lobster ×4. Bracken ×18. Sewing machine blueprint ×2. Oven blueprint ×2. Honey locust ×10. Ground vegetable ×9. Wild chrysanthemum ×23. Salvia ×8. Saxifrage ×10. Crocodile skin ×2. Crocodile meat ×7. Spider silk times 10. Spider venom times 8. Seafood illustration times 1. Rock climbing manual times 1. Trekking pole times 1. Thermos times 1. Rafflesia times 4. Teak times 10. Hemlock times 4. Baobab times 5. Vanilla times 6. Lemongrass times 4. Pepper times 6. Oil palm fruit times 8. Coconut treasure times 8. Yun Yan's backpack really couldn't hold all the items. After receiving them, they all fell to the ground. Having too many supplies is also a kind of trouble. Most of them are plants that Yun Yan collected in the rainforest. She picked them all when she saw useful things. Otherwise it would be a waste of double buff. She only got a little of many good things. One because she was in a hurry, and the other because she didn't know where they could be used. After collecting the things, Yun Yan planned to make several important drawings first, such as advanced workbench drawings and sewing machine drawings. At night, the chat channel was unusually lively. Someone is auctioning the Spider Island map. Go and see it. What? The map of Spider Island? This is a good thing. Is Yun Yan selling the map? Why is she selling it? Such a good thing. She is willing to sell it. And she sells it very cheaply. Not cheap. The blueprint is also a good thing. After Rongyu finished his work, he prepared to eat something and checked the chat channel. As a result, he just saw this. Rongyu clicked on the trading center. Soon he found the Spider Island map that Yun Yan was selling. Because it is a special item, you can only see a brief introduction. No picture. Spider Island map. The introduction is added by the player himself. Spider Island map. Fair to all. Good quality and low price. Limited to 10 copies per day. Requires furniture blueprints or weapon blueprints to trade. Rongyu looked unhappy. Yun Mian had used the Spider Island map to get a chance to go to the island with him. But she sold it cheaply when she came back. Although the map was out of date and not as valuable as before. But was it really okay for her to sell it cheaply? Of course. Rongyu also had a map here. And he could sell it. But he always felt weird and uncomfortable. He had one more comment on Yun Mian, swindler. But no matter how Rongyu felt, Yun Mian was in a good mood. The Spider Island map was not worried about sales. Hundreds of people had privately chatted with her about wanting to buy it. Yun Mian selected 10 maps she wanted from the 100 people. And then said to the rest, 10 copies have been sold out today. Come back tomorrow. Then she temporarily removed the map from the shelves. And also noted that she would continue to use it tomorrow. To prevent piracy. It was not really piracy. But she was afraid that people who bought it from her would sell it again. She specifically marked that hers was the original authentic product produced by the system. And other people's might be photocopies or modified versions. And the authenticity was not guaranteed. She hoped that everyone would open their eyes and buy it. In this way, most players would choose to buy from her. After all, Yun Yan's sale was not expensive. And most people did not have the island landing card and were not in a hurry, but just wanted to buy it first as a backup. If you buy it from someone else, who knows if it has been modified? A celebrity like Yun Yan, who is willing to sell it, will definitely not cheat people. It may seem that Yun Yan doesn't make much money if she limits the number of copies to 10 per day, but this is actually Yun Yan's trick. Only by limiting the number of copies to 10, rather than selling them randomly, can she get a good price. And people will exchange good maps with her. And the people who bought the map at the beginning will think that they also exchanged good maps for them. So they will not trade with others casually. If Yun Yan sells hundreds or even more copies a day, the map will become waste paper tomorrow. Because everyone will pass it around. And she will sell it all in one day. Like now, she can sell it for at least a week. After a week, the system will send out 10,000 landing cards. And then everyone will be eager to buy the map. Yun Yan can sell anonymously at a low price for 2 days. And make another quick buck with others. In short, the bonus of this Spider Island map was arranged clearly by her. On the first day, she got leather tatami drawing times 1. Lifting office desk drawing times 1. Multifunction dining cabinet drawing times 1. Wash basin drawing times 1. Storage card drawing times 1. U-shaped display hanger drawing times 1. Spear gun drawing times 1. Bronze harpoon drawing times 1. Wool carpet drawing times 1. Floor mirror drawing times 1. Yun Yan was running up and down the boat at this time. The workbench was placed on the first deck by her. When she finished something, she had to choose a place to put it. so she had to go to the corresponding area to put it. She also learned from Rongyu, and made a huge rain shield, and placed it on the workbench. In this way, the workbench area will not get wet. And she also made a few hooks on the shield to hang lights. The advanced workbench is much more advanced than the intermediate one. It has 3 screens, each with its own function. One screen is used to select materials. One screen is used to make design sketches. And the third screen will show the simulated renderings. The final product will be almost the same as the renderings. In this way, even if there are drawings, the raw materials can be changed. There is no need to follow the drawings. The advanced workbench will combine the materials and drawings to intelligently show the renderings. For example, leather tatami drawing. The materials required are cowhide times 10, walnut times 10, sponge times 7, iron block times 2. But if the cowhide is replaced with cotton cloth, you can also make a tatami. But it is a cotton tatami, not a leather tatami. If Yun does not have cowhide, she can choose to make a cotton one. If she wants to change to cowhide in the future, she only needs to disassemble the tatami and make it again. However, this will lose some materials. If it is urgent, you can choose to change it to ordinary materials. If it is not urgent, you can wait until you have advanced materials. Now that the space on the ship is large, Yun's advanced workbench has made 5 huge storage racks, all of which are placed in the bottom cabin storage room. The 5 storage racks are divided into 5 categories: food, seeds, tools, daily necessities, and materials are all placed according to the categories, which makes it very convenient to find things when the time comes. The area of the bottom cabin is large enough. In addition to the storage racks, many boxes can be placed. Some things need to be dust-proof and moisture-proof, so they are stored in wooden boxes. After receiving Rongyu's message, Yun thought he was coming to ask for punishment. In the end, he only gave her the shield and scraper that Yun wanted. He didn't mention Yun selling the Spider Island map. Although he didn't say it, Yun knew that he must have known it. But the map was hers, and it was her freedom to sell it if she wanted to. Even if she had traded with him before, she could sell it again. Rongyu had no right to blame her. Rongyu didn't mention it because he knew this. Yun simply took the initiative to say it. I put the Spider Island map up for sale. You can sell it if you want. He is also a celebrity in District 3. He can definitely sell it if he wants. Yun is not afraid of someone stealing his business anyway. But Rongyu didn't plan to do that. There were not enough supplies. And in order to speed up the upgrade, he wanted to collect the landing card or teleportation card and go to Spider Island again. But it was very troublesome to do it in practice. Yun happened to know him, and they were both powerful players on the leaderboard, with similar strengths. So it was more reassuring to work together. But if Rongyu wanted to find a stranger to cooperate with, he didn't know the other party's strength. It would definitely not be so smooth. If he could find the landing card and the teleportation card, Rongyu wanted to ask Yun if she was willing to cooperate again. If she was willing, he would ask her to help find the landing card and the teleportation card. With their financial resources, there might be players willing to trade. But he was only halfway through. Yun refused. I don't plan to go to the island in the near future. I plan to take a break. You can find someone else. Yun refused directly and decisively. Rongyu didn't expect Yun to refuse without thinking. Didn't she need the supplies on the island? Thinking of Yun willingness to exchange red pine wood for walnut wood, and Yun behavior of asking about soda ash in the chat channel, Rongyu thought of a possibility. Yun may have gathered all the materials for level 5. Even if she didn't need to go to the island to upgrade. If this is true, then it is very likely that the materials needed for level 6 are not available on Spider Island. The facts are indeed similar to Rongyu's speculation. There are many reasons why Yun doesn't want to go to the island. She has a lot of things to do recently. After reaching level 5, she is already far ahead of other players. It's not that she doesn't want to upgrade again, but after she saw the conditions for level 6, she knew that she had to slow down and wait. Name, Shan Yun. Level 5 wooden ship, upgradable. Score, 60 points. Expansion conditions, ice marrow times 100, flint times 100, iron fur times 1000, iron ore times 1000. Ship score, 150 points or more. Although the items required are not more than before. The difficulty of upgrading has actually increased a lot. Although she has never seen ice marrow in flint, Yun Yanyan knows at a glance that these are materials that cannot be obtained in the rainy season. And she doesn't know what season the product is. At least it will appear in the next season. So there is no point in rushing now. Even if you can go to Spider Island to dig iron ore, there is no need to rush. And it is not easy to get the island landing card now. Rongyu wants to cooperate with her. And he must want her to help get the island landing card. Yun Yanyan is too lazy to spend this effort. There will be a lot of island landing cards in a few days. And it won't be too late to go then. She can use this time to improve the ship's score, make more furniture, and she can also collect materials on the ship. Yun Yanyan's intuition told her that the rainy season might be the best season to survive. The seasons after might be even harder. Since it is the end of the world, there might be worse seasons. The plots of various disaster movies appeared in Yun Yanyan's mind. Blizzards, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, sandstorms, acid rain, maybe there are zombies, or dinosaurs or something. It's scary to think about it. Although it rains every day and the weather is cold, you can survive as long as you have daily warm clothes and rainproof items. In addition, the frequent appearance of marine life in the rainy season also means that there are abundant marine supplies. So players will not be left without food. When the rainy season ends and the next season comes, the challenges faced by players will be more severe. When the official server starts, there may be competitions between regions. Yun Yanyan wants to practice swordsmanship and archery in the remaining half-month. At least learn more life-saving methods. And her greenhouse also needs time to build. In short, Yun Yanyan is very busy. Rongyu wanted to test Yun Yanyan, but Yun Yanyan changed the subject. Do you still want the blueprint of the craftsman's hammer? She sent a screenshot of the details to Rongyu. The hammer designed by the master craftsman can increase the strength value by 5 points when used, and increase the proficiency of the training skill by 5 points after making it, and the attack plus 20. This thing is really good. Just seeing that it can increase the strength by 5 points is enough to make people excited. However, it is not difficult for Yun Yanyan to use it to fully exert the effect of this thing. She has no forging skills. If she is given the task to do it, it will waste the effect. It is better to sell it to someone who needs it more. But Yun Yanyan will not do a loss-making business. Such a good thing must be sold at a good price. Rongyu is a rich man. Rongyu, you name a price. Yun Yanyan said with a smile. Did you get a bottle of gold nutrient solution last time? Yun Yanyan has long been eyeing this. How about exchanging it for a bottle of gold nutrient solution and 50 starfish coins? One bottle of gold nutrient solution is not enough. 50 starfish coins are needed. Rongyu's expression is not good. He only has 50 starfish coins left. Yun Yanyan really calculated it just right. It's not Yun Yanyan's fault, because she saw the things on his boat. Those seasonings and knives were all bought in the mall. Yun Yanyan can estimate how many starfish coins he used by calculating the price. Too expensive. Yun Yanyan, the craftsman's hammer is most suitable for a forging god like you. If you don't want to give it to others, it will be a waste of natural resources. Rongyu frowned. He didn't say no. He said it was too expensive. How about this? 1 bottle of gold nutrient solution. 20 starfish coins. And you help me make this spear gun. That's alright. Yun Yanyan sent the spear gun blueprint to Rongyu. Spear gun, an amazing underwater fishing weapon with extremely strong lethality. Anyone who uses it will know it. Required materials: iron block times 2. Plastic times 1. Teak times 2. I will provide the materials myself. You just make it. Yun Yanyan thought that Rongyu had forging skills. And this kind of weapon would definitely be better if he was given the ability to make it. And it might even have special effects. Just like her cooking skills. Rongyu was so angry that he almost laughed. Yun Yanyan really knew how to exploit him. And she calculated that he wanted the blueprint of the craftsman's hammer. He was too lazy to argue with her. Thinking of Yun Yanyan's appearance, he couldn't help but sigh. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Such a pretty and delicate girl turned out to be very courageous and more skilled than anyone else. Okay. Send it to me, and I'll make it for you now. Yun Yanyan, okay. She immediately sent the materials and drawings to Rongyu, not afraid that he would run away. Don't worry. Don't worry. If you're tired, you can give it to me tomorrow. It was already late. And Yun Yanyan also planned to go to bed early. Rongyu, yeah. Although he said so, He still turned on the light, and went to make a spear gun for Yun Yin Yin immediately. Chapter 35 The 15th day of the Gregorian calendar at sea. It was a new day, and it was still rainy. Having long been accustomed to the rain, Yun Yin Yin admired the rain through the glass door after getting up. The gray ocean also has a unique beauty. Even if there are thunder and lightning and the sea is rough, there is nothing to be afraid of. After all, it is like this every day. She slept very well last night. The new room has good sound insulation. Even if the rain outside is so loud, she can't hear it in the room. The only drawback is that there are no curtains in the bedroom. Yun Yin Yin plans to make one today. She will draw a picture and design a curtain that can match the furniture in the room. Before going to bed last night, she thought about what to eat for breakfast today. She was too busy yesterday and didn't get to eat lobster. So she kept thinking about it before going to bed. The first thing she did when she woke up was to roll the dice. And the second thing was to deal with the lobster. She wanted to make a bowl of shrimp and crab porridge, and then make a cold dish with fern. Seeing that the lucky number was 3, Yun Yin Yin was in a good mood. 3, all the best. This means that she can open the treasure chest today. She can't wait to know what good things are in the treasure chest of the giant spider mother. In order to satisfy her curiosity, she had to put the lobster cooking aside. Yun Yin Yin took the treasure chest out of her backpack. The two treasure chests were placed side by side. Open the one on the left first. Before opening it, Yun Yin Yin made a wish in her heart for what she wanted. Open the treasure chest of the giant spider mother. I wish you all the best. And you can have whatever you want. Obtain Spider Silk Launcher Blueprint ×1. Poison Needle Hidden Weapon ×5. Spider Silk Sock ×1. Wow! It really is what you want. Knowing that she wants the Spider Silk Launcher, I really opened it for her. But she had never thought of things like Poison Needle Hidden Weapons and Spider Silk Socks. But what are Spider Silk Socks? Do they have a defensive function? Yun Yin Yin opened it and saw that it was black silk. This Spider Silk Socks, a symbol of sexiness. A must-have for beautiful women, highlighting the lines of the legs and stimulating unlimited imagination. Yun Yin Yin, outrageous. Put it away. I won't use it. She continued to open the second treasure chest. Yun Yin Yin silently made a wish, hoping that it would be all practical things, and no spider silk socks. Open the treasure chest of the giant spider mother. I wish you all the best, and everything you want will come true. Get Spider Wine ×2. Spider Brooding Bag ×1. Detoxification Pills ×2. This treasure chest is indeed practical. But this brooding bag looks a bit scary. Yun Yin Yin picked it up to check. Spider Brooding Bag, if you poke it, many small spiders will crawl out. I'm kidding you. This is a private storage bag. After recognizing the owner, no one else can open the brooding bag except the owner. Sure. I wonder how many things can be put in it. She can hide very important treasures in it, so that even if it is lost, she will not be afraid of others taking it. Yun Yin Yin also looked at the details of the other things. Spider Silk Launcher Blueprint. It launches sticky and tough spider silk. Spider silk can be used for binding, fishing, and other uses. You can slowly explore. Required materials: spider silk ×5. Iron ore ×1. Cherry wood ×1. Poison needle hidden weapon. The needle is coated with spider venom. The poisoned person will fall to the ground and be paralyzed for 10 minutes. He must take detoxification pills to detoxify. Spider soaked in wine. It has the effect of removing rheumatism, reducing swelling and relieving pain. It can treat rheumatism, muscle and bone contracture, sprains and other symptoms. Detoxification pills, deworming and detoxifying. After taking it, you will be immune to all kinds of insects. The effect lasts for 1 day and can detoxify spider venom. At this time, Rongyu sent a message. Rongyu, the spear gun is ready. Yun Yin Yin quickly initiated a transaction. She sent the blueprint of the craftsman's hammer, and Rongyu sent the gold nutrient solution, spear gun, and 20 starfish coins. Yun Yin Yin happily accepted it. She said thank you, and then went to make breakfast. She washed the rice and soaked it in water, then cleaned the lobster and orchid crab. She didn't have cooking wine, so she had to exchange a bottle in the mall. She just got 20 starfish coins from Rongyu, and she didn't feel bad about using them. Since she had bought cooking wine, she might as well prepare other seasonings. Rongyu had it, so she couldn't be without it either. She would use Rongyu's starfish coins anyway. She bought cooking wine, chili sauce, white pepper, and chicken essence, and just used up 20 starfish coins. Chop the shrimps and crabs into small pieces. Marinate them with cooking wine and white pepper for a few minutes. And then cook the rice into porridge for about half an hour. And then put the shrimps and crabs into the porridge and continue to cook. After the shrimps and crabs change color, season them. Add salt and chicken essence. And they are almost ready to be served. The fragrant shrimp and crab porridge exudes a fresh flavor. Then mix the processed bracken with chili sauce. And a bowl of appetizer is ready. She made the dining table and chairs yesterday. So today she can sit down and enjoy the food properly. The delicate and smooth porridge wrapped the shrimp and crab. The lobster had a very chewy texture with a slight sweetness. And the crab meat was soft and smooth, with every wisp of freshness. The fern was refreshing and crispy, wrapped in chili sauce. And it was a perfect match with the shrimp and crab porridge. One was light and the other was heavy, which could highlight the taste of the two foods. With the seasoning, the food was taken to a higher level. Yun Yin Yin sent a bowl to Luo Luo, and she had a lot left. She ate 2 large bowls, and her stomach was bloated. She was so satisfied. After eating, she felt full of strength and her 5 senses became sharper. She picked up a bowl of shrimp and crab porridge to check the properties. Shrimp and crab porridge, high quality food. Excellent taste. Full of freshness. After eating, it can temporarily increase 5 points of strength, lasting half an hour, and increase 10 points of physical strength per minute, lasting 5 minutes. It can actually increase strength. No wonder she felt as if she had endless energy in her body. It is probably because the ingredients used in this shrimp and crab porridge are rare, not easy to make, and very time-consuming. In addition, some seasonings are used, and the taste and nutrition are not comparable to ordinary food. For example, this Australian freshwater lobster is not something that can be obtained casually. Next time she will try with other ingredients to see if there will be such a special effect. After eating such a good thing, she has to do more to avoid wasting it. Yun Yin Yin immediately took action, practiced 2 sets of footwork, and did basic training for an hour. She was not tired at all, so she practiced archery. After a morning, she was still full of energy. Yun Yin Yin started fishing for treasure chests in the afternoon. There are too many supplies recently, so she is not so active in fishing for treasure chests. But she still has to fish. Today's luck is good, and I will definitely get the good things I want. The first cast. Yun Yin Yin caught a golden treasure chest. Get a golden treasure chest. May your wishes come true, and everything will go well. Today's good luck is super good. Get mustard ×1, sushi vinegar ×1, frozen grapes ×1, bayberry wine ×1, fruit salad ×1. It was full of food and seasoning. Just after she opened the box, she heard the sound of woo woo woo. There were 2 dolphins calling on the water, one of which was the little dolphin that Yun Yin Yin knew. The other one was a little bigger than the little dolphin, and its fins were longer. Yun Yin Yin, little dolphin. You're here. Is this your friend? Woo 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 woo. I don't know if it is, but it looks very happy. It must have known that there was something delicious, so it brought its friends along. Yun Yin Yin still had some strawberries, so she took out a few and threw them to them. The 2 dolphins were very happy to eat, and they wanted more. Spinning around in the water. After eating my sister's fruit, you must find something good for her. Hearing Yun Yin Yin's words, the little dolphin and the other dolphin whined a few times. And then the dolphin jumped up and threw something to Yun Yin Yin. Yun Yin Yin reached out to take it, and a blue bead appeared in her palm. There was water flowing in the bead, shining brightly, and it was obviously a good thing. See language bead. Wearing it can understand the language of intelligent marine creatures. Yun Yin Yin exclaimed, I want to eat that red fruit too. I want to eat it too. Give it to me. She has other delicious things. We can ask her for other food. Really? What else? Let me see. I really understand. Awesome. The 2 dolphins only want to eat. But that's fine. She has plenty to eat. This sea language pearl is a good thing. She wants something else. For example, diving equipment, or treasures from the seabed that allow her to breathe in the water. Yun Yin Yin took out more fruit. I'll share with you, and bring more friends to see me next time. The 2 dolphins whimpered together, but Yun Yin Yin understood. Wow. Great. Great. Yun Yin Yin, I need to bring a little cutie like it, and I need to give it to my sister as a gift to get something delicious. She shared the peaches with the 2 dolphins and cut 2 slices of watermelon for them. Eat watermelon without spitting out the skin. And bite it with a squeaking sound. Yun Yin wanted to laugh when she saw it. Okay. I'll eat it next time. This is all I have today. Yun Yin wanted to go into the water to have a look. With the sea language pearl, she could communicate with other highly intelligent marine creatures when she saw them. Although she could swim, she might not be able to dive to the bottom of the sea. After all, the water pressure in the sea would make her uncomfortable. But she could give it a try. Now there are 2 little guys to lead the way with her. How about I go to play in the water with you? Are you willing to take me to play? Sure. Of course. The water is fun. Yun Yin changed into light clothes, warmed up, and jumped into the sea. Chapter 36. Yun Yin was a little nervous when she went into the water for the first time. But she relaxed when she saw the wonderful world in the sea. 2 little dolphins were beside her, leading her to dive together and swim deeper. There were schools of fish under the water, and colorful little fish circled around her. Yun Yin reached out to touch them, but they quickly swam away. These little fish seemed to be very curious about this strange creature. But Yun Yin could not hear them talking. Maybe it was because these little fish were not smart enough. She saw eels hidden in the coral reefs on the seabed. So she wanted to take out the spear gun to try out the effect of the spear gun. But before she dived to the bottom of the water, she felt a little pain in her ears. It was her first time to go into the sea, and she was not used to the depth. In addition, she was holding her breath for too long, and she could not hold on any longer. After firing a shot in vain, she had to swim up and surface. The 2 dolphins thought something was wrong with her and hurried to catch up. Yun Yin floated on the water, panting, and said, "I need to breathe and can't stay in the water all the time." The little dolphin knew what was going on. She is a human. Humans don't have gills and can't breathe in the water. This is what my mother told me. Yun Yin, you are so smart. I need to practice more to stay in the water longer. With repeated training, her ability to hold her breath should be even better. However, forget it today. She felt so cold after staying in the water for a while. The temperature is still too low, and it is not easy to swim if she wears too many clothes. She will go into the water when she has professional diving equipment. Yun Yin climbed onto the boat and invited the 2 dolphins to come and play with her next time. The dolphins still wanted to eat, and Yun Yin said that she would bring other friends to feed them next time. And they swam away reluctantly. Yun Yin changed her wet clothes and put on new bear pajamas. It is still comfortable to wear this on your own boat. At this time, Luo reminded her in the group that it was time to harvest the vegetables. Yun Yin had moved all the soil to a cabin yesterday, which is now used to grow vegetables. Yun Yin divided it into several areas. 1 for growing herbs, 1 for growing root vegetables, 1 for growing leafy vegetables, and 1 for growing fruits. The little dolphins like to eat fruits. Yun Yin didn't have much fruit left, so she just had some strawberries. She scraped the seeds off the strawberries, removed the pulp, washed them, and then dried them. She found a piece of gauze and wrapped the strawberry seeds. The planting guide said that in order to increase the germination rate of strawberries, germination must be accelerated. So before sowing, Yun Yin held the strawberry seeds in gauze, soaked them with water, and placed them in a low-temperature place for a few days. In this way, the seeds' dormancy can be broken. Wait until the seeds turn white before planting them, and the germination rate will be higher. Yun Yin scraped a few strawberries to get a bag of seeds. I don't know how many strawberries these seeds can grow. Yun Yin wants to go to the trading center to exchange some other fruit seeds to plant together. There were very few fruit seeds in the trading center. She searched for a long time before she found a pineapple seed, and it was sold at a very high price, requiring 5 glasses to exchange for 1 seed. Yun Yin looked at the time it was put on the shelf. It had been a week, and it had not been sold yet. She chatted with the seller directly. Would you like to exchange it for 3 glasses? It had not been sold for so long, so she cut it with a knife. Soon, the other party replied. The minimum is 4. The other party also knew that fruit seeds were rare, so he was very confident. Although Yun Yin still felt that it was a bit expensive, she had sufficient glass inventory, so she readily agreed. After getting the pineapple seeds, Yun Yin found an empty space to plant them. The growth cycle of pineapples is particularly long. Normally it takes 18 to 24 months. And even in a game it takes 1 or 2 months. But Yun Yin Yin thought of the deliciousness of sweet and sour pork with pineapple and grilled pineapple, and felt that it was worth waiting so long. On the rare land, the peach tree seedlings are already half a meter tall, and they will bloom soon. By then, the peaches will be harvested and fresh peaches will be available for eating. She can dry the peach flesh and make it into preserved fruits, and also peach wine. As for the buds from the mysterious seeds, they have finally grown up. It looks like a kind of rice, but it doesn't look like ordinary rice. Yun Yin Yin just got a bottle of golden nutrient solution. Should I feed it? The effect of the golden nutrient solution must be much stronger than that of the ordinary nutrient solution. Yun Yin Yin also wanted to see what it would look like. So she gritted her teeth and took it out and poured half of it into it. The golden liquid flowed into the black soil and was quickly absorbed. The plant grew wildly and quickly, turning into a giant rice plant as tall as Yun Yin Yin. Yun Yin Yin hesitated for a moment and poured the remaining half bottle of nutrient solution into it. Now the plant has grown a lot taller, and plump rice ears have grown out. The rice grains turned golden yellow and were completely mature. Yun Yin Yin exclaimed. The densely packed rice looked like it weighed several kilograms. Yun Yin Yin was finally able to see the properties of this plant. Super golden rice. Super high-yield golden rice. With high yield, high quality, strong adaptability, and other advantages. The yield can be increased by about 100% to 500%. Each harvest is a super harvest. Please take good care of it, and don't let it die. Yun Yin Yin looked at the rice in front of her in surprise. This is great. There will be no worries about not having rice to eat in the future. Although there is only one. Yun Yin Yin harvested it with one click, and got 2 kilograms of rice. Yun Yin Yin was very happy. If she could harvest rice stably, she could eat white rice often. After the harvest, the rice became the same as before, and there was nothing special about it. Click on the details, and it will be prompted that you can harvest again in 10 days. You must pay attention and don't let it die. No need to remind. Such a good thing. Yun Yin Yin will of course take good care of it. Yun Yin Yin walked out of the cabin happily. She still had a lot of things to do. She had to pull up the fishing net, and there were still treasure chests that she hadn't caught. The fishing net had a good harvest today, with more than a dozen small cuttlefish, 2 large tunas, a mackerel, 2 red sea knifefish, 2 yellowfin pomfret, and a large yellow croaker. The number was not large, but they were all relatively large. Yun Yin Yin planned to use the cuttlefish and tuna for sashimi in the evening, with a little soy sauce and wasabi, and the taste must be very fresh. Just thinking about it made her drool a little. The taste of wasabi plus the freshness of fish made her a sashimi lover. Ecstatic. It's just that it's a bit troublesome to handle the fish. You have to kill it, clean the internal organs, and slice it. I haven't eaten sashimi for a long time. I feel like eating it, and I just happened to get wasabi, so it's troublesome. Yun Yin Yin washed the cuttlefish, removed the bones, and cut it into slices. Then she started to handle the tuna. It's not difficult to handle tuna, but it's very laborious, much more complicated than handling cuttlefish. This tuna weighs 30 or 40 kilograms, and my hands are sore just picking it up. In order to handle this fish, Yun Yin Yin first made a few knives on the workbench. A huge machete was made of iron ore. This machete is extremely sharp and looks a bit scary. Yun Yin Yin first cut off the fish's tail with one knife, and then cut off the blood vessels behind the pectoral fin and the head artery. She also prepared a pin and inserted it straight into the fish brain, so that the fish would be really dead. The pin inserted in the fish eye looked a bit scary. Yun Yin Yin had only handled small fish and shrimps before, and she had never seen this kind of seafood, let alone handling it. She had never seen it when it was just fished out. Fortunately, she had a seafood illustration book, which not only introduced the appearance and characteristics of various fish, but also detailed how to handle various marine fish to make them more delicious. As a cooking expert, Yun Yin Yin certainly had to learn. Finally, she removed the fish's internal organs and gills, changed to a narrower curved knife, and cut off the fish head at an angle. This fish head is very good for stewing soup. There is only a little fish meat that can be used for sashimi, but other parts cannot be wasted. Yun Yin Yin plans to cut it first and put it aside, and stew it later. After stewing, put it in the backpack and drink it when you wake up tomorrow morning. The pink fish meat of tuna is crystal clear and delicious at first glance. Tuna has a multi-layered taste and is recognized as the king of sashimi. But Yun Yin Yin caught this big-eye tuna, and the meat quality is not excellent. It is still difficult to catch bluefin tuna, so it is good to have this. Yun Yin Mian sliced the large piece of fish meat into about 5 millimeters of fillets, and neatly arranged them in a row. With the soy sauce and mustard, Yun Yin Mian couldn't wait to eat 2 pieces. The sashimi meat was soft and very tender. The salty and fresh taste of soy sauce and the spicy taste of mustard blended together, completely wrapping the fish meat. As soon as it entered the mouth, the fresh taste burst out. Without saying anything, she stuffed 3 more slices into her mouth, eating 3 slices at a time, and the satisfaction was superimposed. The cuttlefish sashimi was also good. Each piece was crystal clear, crispy and sweet in the mouth. But Yun Yin Yin preferred tuna sashimi. Good things should of course be shared with friends. There was still a lot of tuna meat left. Yun Yin Yin cut 2 more plates. First sent 1 plate to Luo Luo, and gave half a plate to Nye Yongguang and Hu Yuan. She thought about it, and sent half a plate to Rongyu. She left half a piece of fish for herself. Here you go. She had gotten a lot of good things from Rongyu recently, so it was okay to share some food with him. After Rongyu received the sashimi she sent, he replied to her, "What do you want in exchange?" Rongyu was cooking, and was very surprised to receive the fish from Yun Mian Mian. After thinking about it, was there anything else that Yun Mian Mian wanted? The starfish coins and gold nutrient solution were taken away. Could it be that they wanted rare land? Yun Mian Mian, no money. Free. Rongyu? Really? Yun Mian Mian? Rongyu, you're not that generous. Yun Mian Mian, okay. Okay. I'll be honest. I want to exchange your entire property for it. She wanted to play a joke on Rongyu, and she really gave him the food for free. Rongyu said, all the property is not okay, but I can give you one of the small things. Of course Yun Mian Mian had to pick something that was delivered to her door. Then show me what small things there are. Rongyu sent her a few introductions to the items. Cat and fish sculptures, magnetic bracelets, cat ear headdresses, rackets, strange ant eggs. Yun Mian Mian was stunned. What are these? I don't know. I found them when I opened the box. It looks useless. She studied it carefully. If she had to choose, she would take the strangest one. Strange ant eggs. This is it. Yun Mian Mian chose one based on her intuition. Rongyu was a little surprised. Is Yun Mian Mian still a girl? She actually chose ant eggs. This kind of thing is obviously not something girls would like. It's not as good as the cat ear headdress. Chapter 37 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 18. Rongyu thought. He originally wanted to throw this thing away, but it was only a little bit big, and it didn't take up space. So he left it there. When Yun Mian Mian got the ant eggs, she didn't know what to do with them. After studying them, it seemed nothing special, except that the ant eggs were a little big and white. It would be better to leave them there for now. If ants come out, it doesn't seem to be a bad thing. After all, these are ants, not termites, and they are not pests. They can also spread pollen. She put the ant eggs in the vegetable field on the first floor of the cabin. Maybe one day it will come out by itself. A few days later, a guide post about Spider Island appeared on the forum. The poster was Gu Fong. He had already landed on Spider Island and returned from the island. The first sentence of the post confirmed that the map sold by Yun Mian Mian was real and matched the terrain of the island, so that everyone should have a copy before landing on the island. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone scrambled for Yun Mian Mian's map again. However, recently someone in the trading center has been selling pirated copies. But those people do not admit that it is pirated. After all, the things are the same. Just a map. And it is not Yun Mian Mian's original work. But Yun Mian Mian's selling price is not expensive. And the price has been reduced in the past 2 days, because she has collected enough furniture drawings. And now she wants household items, which is limited to 20 copies a day. Many people lined up to exchange with her. Gu Fong is a great player in the game with countless fans. With just one word, he can make thousands of people do what he says. He said that Yun Mian Mian's map is real and asked everyone to buy it. Everyone only went to Yun Mian Mian to buy it. The post detailed the terrain and environment on Spider Island, as well as the supplies and the places Gu Fong had visited. Pictures and videos were posted separately, so that everyone could directly see the situation on Spider Island. In just 2 days, he explored half of the island. He is still asking for an island landing card, saying that he wants to go again, explore the other side, and then post a guide. Then everyone can go to the island to search for supplies according to his guide. This post went viral less than an hour after it was posted. Someone was actually willing to give Gu Fong an island landing card. As long as Gu Fong gave him all the supplies he brought back the second time. Zhang Jinqing shouted in the chat channel, "Gu Fong, I can give you an island landing card. Did you see it? If you see it, reply." He left a message in the post and sent a private message to Gu Fong. But Gu Fong did not reply. Nie Yongguang was the first to mock Zhang Jinqing. "You are really calculating. You want to exchange an island landing card for all the supplies that others got. Zhang Jinqing, it's none of your business. We just take what we need. He needs an island landing card. And I need supplies. Nie Yongguang, is Gu Fong there? Don't trade with him. Why are you going to work for him again? Wang Jinbao, why are you meddling in something that has nothing to do with you? You are meddling in other people's business. Nie Yongguang, I just see injustice, and I can't stand you bullying honest people. Ge Hui, who bullied others. Gu Fong hasn't said anything yet. Is it your turn to fart? People stood up one after another. All the supplies are too much. Half of them are enough. Yes. After all, it's hard for them to go there. If you give you all the supplies, you won't work for nothing, and you will have to take risks. But Gu Fong wants to go again to let everyone explore the other half of the island. Not for supplies. Right? If it's not for supplies, there's no need to work for others. Is a landing card really worth all the supplies on the island? Maybe Gu Fong won't get anything on the island? Maybe Zhang Jinqing lost an island landing card for nothing. What are you doing? That's Gu Fong. He must have gained a lot on the island. The chat channel was too noisy. And the person involved finally came out. Gu Fong, I'm Gu Fong. Everyone stop arguing about me. I need an island landing card. But it shouldn't be possible to trade all the materials I got. At present, 2 people have privately chatted with me and are willing to provide island landing cards. One of them is willing to provide it for free. But I'm still hesitating. As soon as this was said, Zhang Jinqing and others disappeared. Nie Yongguang, ha ha ha. It's so funny. Others don't want your island landing card at all. Someone gives it to you for free. Aren't you embarrassed? Zhang Jinqing and his brothers were silent. Everyone was impressed. God, Gu Fong is extraordinary. Someone is willing to give away cards for free. Now a landing card can be exchanged for at least 50 iron ores. 1,000 woods. Giving it away for free is too generous. Who says it's not? But Gu Fong will definitely not take it for free. He will definitely give a lot of benefits when the time comes. Yes. If you ask me, Zhang Jinqing is short-sighted. He came up and said he would give it to him. When Gu Fong comes back, he will definitely give him a lot of supplies and a good reputation. Yes. If I go there by myself, I may not get anything. I read Gu Fong's strategy post. Spider Island is full of mangroves and it is flooded. There are dangers everywhere in the rainforest. You may not be able to come back if you go there. Gu Fong found that suddenly 2 more people sent him private messages. One of them was Zhang Jinqing. Zhang Jinqing said he would give him a card for free, but wanted him to take him with him. Gu Fong felt strange. Could he still take him with him? How? But Gu Fong did not reply to Zhang Jinqing. He would also watch the chat channel on weekdays, and often saw Zhang Jinqing speaking in the chat. And he was not a good person. Even if he could take him with him, he didn't want to take him with him, so as not to cause trouble for himself. Another person who sent him a private message said that he could give him a card to support his island exploration, and only asked him to help find iron ore on the island. Gu Fong replied, I didn't find iron ore the last time I went to the island. Gu Fong knew where the iron ore was. It was marked on the map. He went to look for it last time, but only found a cave full of spiders. There was a terrifying giant spider mother inside. So he left. Although he guessed that there would be iron ore in that cave, he still didn't take the risk. Don't you need iron ore to upgrade? If you find it, give me 100, and the rest is yours. Gu Fong, what if you don't find it? If you don't find it, exchange it with other materials. It's best if you find it. Didn't you find red pine and walnut wood on Spider Island last time? Give me a total of 1,000 wood. Compared to giving himself a free landing card, Gu Fong prefers this kind of easy request, which is not high. 100 iron ores, or 1,000 wood. There was another person who wanted to give him the island landing card. He wanted half of the supplies that Gu Fong got last time. Not the supplies for the next time he went to the island. but the supplies he had already obtained. Although he would definitely get more supplies next time he went to the island than last time. It would be more reassuring to get them earlier. Moreover, Gu Feng might encounter danger when he went to the island again. He was able to escape danger last time. But it might not be the case the next time. So it was safer to get the one from last time. Gu Feng was not very willing. This kind of person was unwilling to take risks. Moreover, was a landing card really worth so much? How much could he get back if he went by himself? He was inclined to choose the player who sent him a private message just now among the 3 people. His request is equivalent to what Gu Feng can collect in 1 day on the island. If he is lucky, he can collect more supplies in 1 day. It was his first time to land on Spider Island last time, so he has no experience. The second time should be better. However, it must be said that Spider Island is indeed not suitable for players with few supplies or survival novices. It is too dangerous. In order to get supplies, you must pass through a large area of mangroves, which will take half a day. It is impossible to return to the ship to spend the night. You can only spend the night on the island. Spending the night in the rainforest is too dangerous. This is why these people are unwilling to go to the island themselves after reading Gu Feng's strategy post, and want to give the landing card to Gu Feng. Yun Yanyan read Gu Feng's post, and most of what he said was correct. But he only explored half of it, and he didn't finish exploring the spider cave, so he didn't find the iron ore. Yun Yanyan guessed that he didn't want to take the risk of fighting the giant spider mother alone. At that time, Yun Yanyan was able to kill the giant spider mother without any danger because of his cooperation with Rongyu. Moreover, Yun Yanyan and Rongyu had many props. Looking at Gu Feng's previous posts, you can see that he is a typical non-African player. Everything is made by hand, and there are no good props. After reading the post, Yun Yanyan also got some useful information from it. There is actually another area behind the waterfall. Through the waterfall, there is a hidden cave with many exotic flowers and plants. Gu Feng posted a photo. He didn't have the skill to collect, so he didn't know what these flowers and plants were for. He only collected 2 Ganoderma lucidum. But Yun Yanyan knew that they were all good things. This treasure place. Why didn't she find it at that time? She was busy looking for lobsters in the water. At this time, she suddenly received a message from Ye Yongwang. Yanyan. Yanyan. Ha ha ha. Yun Yanyan, what's wrong? Did you catch the landing card? Ye Yongwang? You? How did you know? Yun Yanyan guessed. Who made you so excited? Ye Yongwang, ha ha ha. It's all luck. Just now a treasure chest came up. I opened it casually, and there was an island landing card inside. And it was a wooden treasure chest. It's outrageous. I was thinking, this broken wooden box. Yun Yanyan, great. Ye Yongwang, ha ha ha. Did you get the island landing card? Yun Yanyan, no. But I've already landed on the island and upgraded. Ye Yongwang, you're so lucky. It must be soon. Yun Yanyan, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry. I'm busy. Ye Yongwang, that's right. The stove business is still very good recently. Have you made the stove today? It hasn't been given to me yet. If Ye Yongwang hadn't mentioned it, Yun Yanyan would have almost forgotten that she still had to make a stove. Recently, Zhang Jincheng and his team have also started selling stoves. But the stoves he makes are not as good as Yun Yanyan's. Since upgrading to a high-level workbench, the ordinary items made by Yun Yanyan are very exquisite. A simple stove has also been upgraded. Not only does it have a handle, but it also has a base, which makes it easier to lift and does not burn the boat's planks. Although the price is higher than Zhang Jincheng's, it is reasonable and worth it. If conditions permit, everyone is still willing to buy Yun Yanyan's stove. The stove business has always been done under the name of Ye Yongwang. As a result, the conflict between Zhang Jincheng and Ye Yongwang has become deeper and deeper. But Ye Yongwang doesn't mind. In his words, he and Zhang Jincheng are like fire and water. He has to go against Zhang Jincheng, and he is happy to see people like him get humiliated. So Zhang Jincheng advertised the stove he made in the chat channel, when he sold it at a low price. Ye Yongwang also went to advertise. There was no need to engage in price wars. He just needed to put a large 3D picture of the stove made by Yun Yanyan and show all the details. It is definitely not comparable to the stove made by Zhang Jincheng. With the comparison, even if the players are tempted by the low price, they will choose better quality. Not because they can't afford it. Therefore, every time Zhang Jincheng advertises, he actually attracts business for Nie Yongwang. After a few times, he was so angry that he vomited blood. And he was not seen selling things in the chat channel. This time, Zhang Jinqing was criticized by Nie Yongwang again because of the landing card. And Gu Feng didn't reply to him, which made him furious. Zhang Jinqing sent a message in his gang group. Zhang Jinqing, make sure to find out for me who made the stove that Nie Yongwang sold. It must not be him. He said it was his friend before. Gu Hui, we have sent someone anonymously pretending to be a buyer to test him. But he won't say anything. Wang Jinbao, yes. Boss, how about we buy a stove and say it has defects? Expose it on the forum. And force him to tell the maker of the stove? Zhang Jinqing was even more angry when he saw his subordinates were so stupid. You are stupid. The stove was flawless when you bought it. But it has defects later. Who would care about you? The system has written an introduction when it was produced. Wang Jinbao, it seems so. Chapter 38 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 19. Zhang Jinqing suddenly remembered, by the way, the man who made oil paper umbrellas for us before. Does anyone remember his name? Gu Hui, it's been a long time. I don't remember it. Zhang Jinqing, waste. You don't even remember it. Wang Jinbao, boss. I remember. His name is Chu Zijia. Zhang Jinqing, yes. It's him. When he came to us with oil paper umbrellas to cooperate, Nie Yongwang seemed to have just started selling oil paper umbrellas. And he said that he didn't buy the oil paper umbrellas from Nie Yongwang. Gu Hui, the oil paper umbrellas and the stove may be made by the same person. If we find that person, we will know who made the stove. Zhang Jinqing, why don't you find her quickly? Yun Minmian was not surprised to receive the message from Zhang Jinqing, because Zhang Jinqing had always sent her private messages, saying that he wanted to get to know her and create brilliance together. But Yun Minmian thought he was talking nonsense and ignored him. Later, she ignored the message he sent and didn't click it. Today, she clicked on the message from Zhang Jinqing mainly because of his clickbait title. Zhang Jinqing's message was, I know about your dealings with Nie Yongwang. Yun Minmian was very curious about what she and Nie Yongwang were doing, but she didn't know it herself. When she clicked on it, there was only this sentence. No further information. What is this guy doing? How did he know that he and Nie Yongwang knew each other? Usually, Yun Minmian and Nie Yongwang did not appear in the chat channel together. Yun Minmian thought about it and remembered the player who had bought an oil paper umbrella from her. But she was anonymous at the time, so she thought Zhang Jinqing found out through other things. Yun Minmian did not reply. She knew that if she was not anxious, there would always be someone more anxious than her. Zhang Jinqing wanted to whet her appetite. And he did. But she would not take the bait. I am curious. But I just ignore you. Yun Minmian turned off the light curtain and continued to do her own thing. She just picked some cabbage and planned to have fish hot pot tonight. Yun Minmian prepared some side dishes. Chinese cabbage, potato slices, and some handmade shrimp and cuttlefish paste. The fish head and bones of the Red Sea bream are used as the base for the soup. The fish meat is cut into slices. The soup base is stewed for an hour to make it taste good. The soup is boiled into a milky white color. And then the chili sauce and seasonings are added to make it taste good. When the pot boils, Yun Minmian can start to cook the vegetables. The hot aroma lingers in front of Yun Minmian. It is raining and cold at night, which is the best time to eat hot pot. When she sat down and started to enjoy the food, she opened the light curtain to see if there was anything interesting to eat with the meal. Zhang Jinqing sent several more messages. Don't think I don't know that you are the maker of oil paper umbrellas and stoves. What's the matter with being anonymous? I found it anyway. What benefit did Nie Yongwang give you? I can give you more if you cooperate with me. Do you think it's okay if you don't reply to the message? Yun Minmian couldn't help laughing. Why did this person think that Nie Yongwang gave her benefits? So she cooperated with Nie Yongwang. Why couldn't Nie Yongwang work for her? Yun Minmian didn't bother to pay attention to him, and thought he was going to say something. But it turned out to be just this. However, Yun Minmian still took a screenshot of the message sent by Zhang Jinqing and posted it in the group of rich and powerful people for Hu Yuan and Nie Yongwang to see. Hu Yuan, this guy is stupid. Nie Yongwang, what's going on? How did he know? Yun Minmian, I don't know. But it's not important. I'm afraid he'll make up rumors. So I'm telling you so you can be prepared. Hu Yuan, he's probably trying to win you over. If he fails, he might resort to dirty tricks. Nie Yongwang, Don't be afraid. We haven't done anything shameful. Yun Yin Yin, I'm not afraid. A tall tree attracts the wind. I'm just afraid someone will be interested in it. Hu Yuan, Yin Yin is on the leaderboard. She's already attracted a lot of attention for selling Spider Island maps recently. If she's known to be the maker of oil paper umbrellas and stoves, it'll really be too eye-catching. Nye Yongwang, you can't do anything to her. Players can't meet each other. Just block her. Yun Yin Yin, players can meet each other. But they need props. And we don't know how the rules of the game will change in the future. So we can't take it lightly. Let's do this. Since Zhang Jincheng knows about it, it will be known to everyone sooner or later. Why don't we? Yun Yin Yin thought of a way, and discussed it with Hu Yuan and Ye Yongwang, and planned to implement it tomorrow. Zhang Jincheng didn't get a response from Yun Yin Yin, and was also planning how to ruin Yun Yin Yin and Ye Yongwang's business. This time, they learned to be smart, and didn't fight directly in the chat channel to avoid alerting the enemy. He has already thought about how to build his own sea mall after Ye Yongwang and Yun Yin Yin's business collapsed. Now Yun Yin Yin and Ye Yongwang are making money on their own. The biggest obstacle. Zhang Jincheng found a player in the gang who was good at writing, and could write articles. This player was a reporter before entering the game. He specialized in writing gossip news, and was very good at using words to set the tone. In the real world, he often wrote black material to discredit some celebrities. The reporter wrote a criticism article according to Zhang Jincheng's request. It revealed how Yun Yin Yin colluded with Nye Yongwang, sold oil paper umbrellas and stoves at high prices, earned players high-level materials, and then climbed up the double list of the rankings. She obviously had a workbench a long time ago, but she had been hiding behind the scenes. She was not short of various resources, but she had been selling goods at high prices, just to exchange the good things of other high-level players, and make herself the first in the 3 districts. Moreover, they maliciously affected the market, making it impossible for other players to do business. Later, they used their level advantage and fame to monopolize the business of the Spider Island map. In short, they criticized everything, exaggerated it, and made up stories. The article was written with righteousness and passion, and described Yun Yin Yin as a cancer in the 3rd district. Nye Yongwang is a mob. Call on the majority of players not to buy things from these 2 people. Even if they are anonymous, you should keep your eyes open and choose real sellers to trade, in order to prevent people from finding out who wrote this post. Zhang Jincheng did not advertise himself in the post. His purpose was to destroy Yun Yin Yin and Ye Yongwang. He was very satisfied with the article written by the reporter. He read it twice and praised it. He thought that Yun Yin Yin and Ye Yongwang had finally fallen into his hands. He didn't know how much he had suffered from them before. This time, he must pay it back. He was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't pay attention to his private messages. So he didn't see the messages sent to him by the gang members. Because now, the most important thing for him is to post first. After Zhang Jincheng posted, he looked back and realized that it was bad. 10 minutes before he posted, a post had already appeared on the forum. The poster was Yun Yin Yin. Sincerely invite all players with workbenches to cooperate to create a new system mall for the benefit of players. The content of the post was very simple. It said that Yun Yin Yin was going to open a store on the trading platform, specializing in selling food and daily necessities. Players with workbenches could cooperate. For specific matters of cooperation, they could contact Nye Yongwang. She simply and directly admitted that she and Nye Yongwang were partners. Yun Yin Yin would provide blueprints to players with workbenches. The profits of the products would be shared equally, but the quality of the products must be up to standard. Yun Yin Yin would also help the cooperating players collect the necessary materials. In this way, players with workbenches in the 3 districts could produce daily necessities to sell, and ordinary players could also exchange daily necessities for lower materials. As soon as the post was published, it attracted the attention of many players. This is undoubtedly a great thing for District 3. Although Yun Yin Yin will also earn more. These players with workbenches are working for her. But who wouldn't want to get blueprints and have someone help collect materials and make money easily? Wasn't it because of this good thing that Hu Yuan and Nye Yongwang were attracted to cooperate with Yun Yin Yin? As veteran partners, Hu Yuan and Nye Yongwang are now shareholders. This idea was proposed by Yun Yin Yin, and she can do it herself. But she can't handle it alone. So she needs the help of Hu Yuan and Nye Yongwang. The situation is completely different from what Zhang Jincheng thought. Yun Yin Yin posted first and took the lead. Now no matter how Zhang Jinqing wants to slander her, it's useless. Moreover, Yun Yanyan can make a lot of money, not only from materials, but also from reputation. Under Zhang Jinqing's post, everyone was scolding the poster for being crazy. Even if he wanted to spread rumors, he should at least look at the situation. Yun Yanyan just made a selfless contribution, wanting to make public various basic drawings and workbench upgrade experience, and contribute to the 3rd district together with Nie Yongguang. You come to spread rumors about others. Yun Yanyan also publicly admitted in the post that she had put wood on the shelves before and helped a large number of players upgrade. She also posted a screenshot of her record of trading wood. Zhang Jinqing originally thought that Yun Yanyan would be scolded. In the end, he was the one being scolded. He quickly asked someone to delete the post. However, many players complained to the system, saying that they wanted to find out who the rumormonger was. Even if this is a game, people cannot maliciously spread rumors. The omnipotent system will definitely be able to find out who the anonymous player is. Zhang Jinqing panicked. He asked others to write the content of the post, but he was the one who posted it. This time, he moved a rock and shot himself in the foot. Yun Yanyan asked everyone who was interested in cooperation to chat with Nie Yongguang privately. So Nie Yongguang was very busy and kept chatting with players. He didn't even have time to drink water. Hu Yuan also had a lot of things to do. After Nie Yongguang finished chatting, the players who were sure they could cooperate had to go to Hu Yuan. Only by signing a contract with the system at Hu Yuan's place can a cooperative relationship be established. Yun Yanyan has a lot of low-level drawings, which she got from selling things these days. There are a lot of drawings, many of which she has no use for, such as chair drawings, dining table drawings, teapot drawings, sneakers drawings. She got these things by opening boxes. She has better things to make. After all, there are too many good things that can be made by advanced workbenches. There is no need to waste time making these small things. It's better to let others do it. After it's done, she can exchange for supplies and get a share of the supplies. It's a very profitable thing. Before, she just had this idea and didn't put it on the agenda. It just so happened that Zhang Jinqing came to shout. She discussed and implemented these matters with Nie Yongguang and Hu Yuan in advance. Of course they were willing to do so. Yun Yanyan would give them dividends, and they could also make a lot of money. This is also good for District 3. And they can also occupy a name on the contribution ranking list after the settlement. No wonder Yun Yanyan is the first in the contribution value ranking list. She has done so much for District 3. I declare that my idol has changed from Gu Fong to Yun Yanyan. Yanyan, I love you. I am willing to be your lackey. Kick Nie Yongguang. And let me work for you like a cow and a horse. I also want to cooperate with Yun Yanyan. But I don't have a workbench. Which big guy is willing to exchange workbench drawings with me? Don't even think about it. Workbench blueprints are now sold at sky-high prices. Anyone with a workbench can start a business and make a fortune. Who doesn't want a workbench? I have a sewing machine. Can I? I can make clothes. Nie Yongguang suddenly popped up and replied, we can cooperate with anyone who has a sewing machine or a medicine table, or anyone who has learned and practiced skills. Then another group of people popped up. Nie Yongguang, just chat with me privately to discuss cooperation. 2 days passed. Yun Yanyan's trading center has put more than 20 kinds of goods on the shelves. In addition to evergreen classics such as oil paper umbrellas and stoves, several new categories have been added. Cheap sundries, essential items, daily clothing, medicines, and quality goods. The dazzling items are not expensive and can be bought. Everyone is ecstatic. We are proud to have a big guy like Yun Yanyan in District 3. With Yun Yanyan, there is hope that District 3 will become the largest district in the game. Maybe in the next settlement, District 3 will be the one with the highest survival rate. I bought a tar lamp. This thing is great. I can work at night. It's great. With a fishing net, I can catch fish. I will be a die-hard fan of Yun Yanyan in the future. It seems that Yun Yanyan will definitely be the first in the contribution value ranking list in the next settlement. There is no way. Gu Fong can't do better than Yun Yanyan. Gu Fong just returned to his ship from Spider Island. He opened the chat channel and happened to see everyone cheering for Yun Yanyan. He just didn't check the chat channel for 2 days. What happened? Chapter 39 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 20. Gu Fong had just returned from Spider Island, and he was seriously injured. He found the mine, but he was alone, and he failed to kill the giant spider mother. but just beat it away. Fortunately, he also found the iron ore inside. But because he was too seriously injured, and worried that the giant spider mother would come back, he didn't dare to dig in it for too long, and finally took more than 100 iron ores and left quickly. Back on the boat, Gu Fong had lost a lot of blood. His face was pale, and he urgently needed hemostatic drugs and gauze. He asked a circle of people he knew, and they all said they didn't have any. He had to ask for medicine in the chat channel, but he was told by other players that he could go to Yun Minyan's trading center to have a look. There are medicines in Yun Minyan's store. Go and see if there are any in stock. Medicines are sold at a high price, so they should not be sold out yet. You don't know yet. Yun Minyan's trading center has a lot of things now. You can find her if you need anything. Although Gu Fong didn't understand what happened, he hurried to the trading center to search for Yun Minyan. When he saw that Yun Minyan's trading center had so many good things, he was overjoyed. Many of them were what he needed. As a non-chief, his luck was not ordinary bad. Not only were there few supplies, but they were all useless, which made him very good at hands-on work. Except for the medicine sold at a higher price. Other things in Yun Mian are not too expensive. Gu Fong looked at his backpack. After returning from Spider Island, he collected a lot of supplies and could buy as much as he wanted. Stove, fishing net, sail, tar lamp, seawater filter, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, all needed. All bought. How come Yun Mian has so many things to sell, and the inventory is still sufficient? Gu Fong was a little impressed. Yun Mian happened to be free and was fishing for treasure chests while processing his own orders. She saw that Gu Fong bought a lot of things from her. She thought of Gu Fong's words a few days ago that he would go to the island again, and knew that he should be back. I don't know what he will bring back this time. He will probably write a guidepost again. Yun Minyan really wants to read it. Maybe he found some good places that she didn't find last time. Gu Fong, hello. Do you have any other medicine here? Yun Minyan replied immediately after receiving Gu Fong's message. What medicine do you want? Yun Minyan received a book on alchemy skills yesterday and has already made an alchemy table. Some of the medicines sold in the store are made by her, and some are made by Rong Yu's friend and sold here. Rong Yu's friend, who can make medicine, has also signed a cooperation agreement with Yun Minyan. Yun Minyan provides some herbs and helps sell them. His medicine is sold here, and Yun Minyan takes half of the commission. Medicinal herbs are rare, and you need to understand pharmacology and learn the skills of refining medicine. So there are very few medicines on the market. Previously, it was because Rong Yu's friend just didn't have medicinal herbs, and Yun Minyan didn't have the skills of refining medicine. So she cooperated with that person. But now she has learned the skills of refining medicine. If the demand is not large in the future, she can make medicine by herself, and there is no need to ask others to buy medicine. Gu Fong, hemostatic medicine, bandages and antidote. Yun Minyan, did you get bitten by something? Gu Fong, the spider silk pierced my flesh, and my arm is a little blue. I suspect it's poisoning. Yun Minyan thought of the supplies dropped by the giant spider mother. There is no doubt that she is poisoned. Yun Minyan has detoxification pills, but she is not going to exchange them. She only has 2 detoxification pills in total. This thing is for life. If she gives it to others, what if she doesn't have enough in the future? Yun Minyan, I have gauze to replace bandages. Gu Fong, okay. Yun Minyan, 10 iron ores for a bandage. Gu Fong, so expensive? Yun Minyan, it's not expensive. Look at the trading center. No one has gauze. Only cotton cloth. How about this? I will give you another saxifrage, which can stop bleeding, reduce swelling and detoxify. Gu Fong, but Yun Minyan, you can crush the saxifrage and apply it to the affected area. It is very useful. Yun Minyan was not talking nonsense. The saxifrage can not only cure frostbite, but also has a good therapeutic effect on bleeding caused by external injuries. However, other herbs are needed to make hemostatic medicine. Otherwise Yun Minyan would have used it directly to make hemostatic medicine. Gu Fong just thought that 10 iron ores were expensive, and he was excited when he heard that there were herbs that could stop bleeding and detoxify. Okay, I'll trade with you. Yun Minyan, did you get any good stuff when you came back from Spider Island? If so, I can give you an extra saxifrage. Gu Fong looked at his backpack and found that there were quite a few good things. In addition to some upgraded supplies and materials, he also killed a lizard 2 poisonous snakes, and brought back some cocoa fruit. Many parts of venomous snakes have medicinal value. Snake slough, snake gallbladder, and snake dried can treat many diseases. Snake meat is also delicious to eat, or used to soak in wine. Lizards can also be eaten. They have high nutritional value. I heard that they also have medicinal value. But Gu Feng has never learned about them, and is not sure what specific diseases they can cure. The fruit of the cocoa tree can be used to make chocolate and cocoa powder. So he told Yun Yin what he got. Yun Yin thought it was good. How about this? I don't want the iron ore. 1 venomous snake in exchange for gauze and saxifrage. How about it? Gu Feng, 1 is too many. I only have 2. At most I can give you half a snake. Yun Yin was attracted by poisonous snakes. Snake dried, snake skin, snake meat, snake oil, and snake viscera can all be used. Just 1. And I'll give you some vegetables. Vegetables? Gu Feng's expression was stiff. Why did he bring up vegetables? But he wanted them. It had been a long time since he had tasted vegetables. He ate fish meat often. But he had forgotten what tender and refreshing vegetables tasted like. Okay. Yun Yin couldn't finish the vegetables she had grown. And she couldn't afford to sell them. Since Gu Feng taught everyone how to catch fish. Many players have been able to get food from the sea. Food is not so scarce. Although vegetables are rare. They can't be sold at a high price. They are not as easy to sell as fruits. Yun Yin would only put a little on the shelves every day to prevent the extra vegetables from going bad. She knew from Gu Feng's posts that his food at sea was not very good. He ate some tasteless meat every day. So he must want to eat vegetables and fruits. So she took some vegetables to tempt him. It really worked. After the transaction, Yun Yin received a big snake. Looking at the snake that had just died in front of her, Yun Yin thought, I picked up a treasure. Snake wine can strengthen the body. She can drink a little every day. Maybe her strength value can be improved. And now it is the rainy season. Snake wine can remove dampness and dispel cold. Drinking a little can remove moisture. It is always good for the body. After getting the snake meat, Yun Yin was thinking about the problem of making wine. Snake wine needs to be made with strong alcohol. But the main ingredients for making wine are glutinous rice and wine yeast. Glutinous rice is easy to make. But I have never seen wine yeast before. And it is more difficult to make it by yourself. The ingredients are secondary. And the main thing is to control the temperature to achieve the fermentation effect. Yun Yin couldn't make it for a while. But snake meat doesn't wait. And it will go bad if it is left for a long time. She had to find a way to make wine quickly. Otherwise, she had to find someone to replace it. But who has wine now? Rice wine or soju will do. Unfortunately, her luck today is ordinary. It is thank you for your patronage. If it is all the best, then she can still hope to get wine yeast or wine in the treasure chest. Yun Yin had no choice but to ask in the chat channel. Yun Yin, who has strong liquor? Rice wine or shochu will do. Or koji will do. Yun Yin, what do you want to exchange the liquor for? Do you want to drink it? I didn't expect the master to be a drunkard. Can I have beer? I just got bayberry wine here. Do you want it? Yun Yin, only strong liquor. She waited for a while, but didn't see any useful information, and was a little disappointed. At this time, Hu Yuan sent her a private message. Yin, do you want liquor? I took a bottle of mutai last time when we distributed supplies. Do you want it? Mutai? What's the alcohol content? Yun didn't remember. When she distributed supplies last time, she only chose what she wanted. After so long, she had forgotten what the other things were. Hu Yuan, Feigen Mutai. 53%. Yun sure. Sure. Give it to me. Hu Yuan, but there's only one bottle. 500 milliliters. Although it's not much. It's good to have it. Yun, give it to me first. I'll trade with you for whatever you want. Hu Yuan, here you go. I can't use it anyway. Okay. Yun took out a portion of vegetable porridge she had just made yesterday from her backpack and gave it to Hu Yuan. This is for your breakfast. It tastes pretty good. Although it's called vegetable porridge. It actually contains mussels and fish. It tastes very good and is rich in nutrition. Since Hu Yuan ate the sashimi Yun gave him last time, he found that the food Yun made was very delicious. This time he was very happy to receive food again. Okay. I'll save it for tomorrow morning. Coincidentally, just after chatting with Hu Yuan, Rongyu sent her another private message. I have a bottle of wine here. Yun, give it to me? Rongyu, exchange. Yun, what do you want? Delicious? Rongyu, well, sashimi. Yun, okay. What seafood do you want to eat? You tell me. Rongyu, tuna. Okay. Wait. Yun happily ran to prepare the tuna. You just want to eat fish. I'll make it for you. After the sashimi was ready, Yun got a bottle of Luzhou-flavored Dukong aged wine from Rongyu. Immediately afterwards, she received private messages from 2 more people. Lin Quanling, I have 2 bottles of wine here. Do you want them? When you sure, miss. I have a bottle of strong wine. Called Nulinchan Erguo. I can give it to you. Yun was a little surprised. Isn't Lin Quanling the scumbag who lied to others? As for the name Lin Yushir, Yun seemed to have some impression of it. In theory, this scumbag should know that the anonymous female player he sent a private message to was her. Since a girl exposed him on the forum last time, he disappeared for a long time. But he didn't expect to show up again. Yun replied one by one. How to exchange? Lin Quanling, 2 kilograms of 50 proof rice wine for 50 iron ores. Yun, why don't you go and grab it? When you sure, it's for you. You and Nye Yongguang are friends. And so are I. Yun, no. No. Even if Nye Yongguang comes, I can't take it for free. Yun is not stupid. Taking advantage is one thing. But there is no free lunch in the world. She doesn't want to owe others a favor. What's more, he is Nye Yongguang's friend, not her friend. Yun, you can exchange anything you want. When you sure, then exchange it with fruit. Yun went to the first floor cabin to take a look. The fruits she planted were not harvested. There was still half a watermelon left in her backpack. She decided to exchange it for wine. She will have to collect more fruits in the future. When the little dolphin brings friends over, they will definitely need to eat. Half a watermelon was exchanged for a bottle of wine. The ratio of fresh snake to wine is 1 to 5. But this snake weighs more than 7 kilograms. So at least 30 kilograms of wine is needed. This is still far from enough. Yun sighed and opened the maul helplessly. There really is wine. A bottle of 500 milliliters Mount I is 100 star coins. A bottle of 500 milliliters Nulinchan is 5 star coins. A barrel of 5L barreled liquor is 20 star coins. Yun exchanged. Barreled liquor is the most affordable. 3 barrels should be enough. The snake still has internal organs to remove. It should be less heavy after removing the internal organs. 60 star coins. Yun's flesh ached. But there was no other way. If she didn't exchange it, she couldn't make snake wine, and would have to eat the snake meat. If it really could strengthen her physique, then these 60 star coins would not be wasted. As for the wine given by Hu Yuan and Rongyu, she kept them all, especially the Mount I wine, which was so expensive that it would be a pity to use it to make wine. The wine given by Wen Yushir was also worth 5 star coins, which was equivalent to exchanging half a watermelon for 5 star coins. Not bad, and quite cost-effective. As for Lin Quanling, Yun didn't want to pay any attention to him. 50 iron ores. A lion's mouth opened wide. And she couldn't open such a big mouth. Yun first removed the snake's internal organs, and then cleaned the snake meat with water. She roughly weighed it, and found that the snake meat was 6 pounds. Just right. Yun made 2 large glass jars. Otherwise they would not be enough. Soak the snake in the wine for a few months. And wait for the wine to turn yellow, and you can drink it. Yun used the raw soaking method, which requires at least 2 months of soaking. And the more toxic the snake, the longer the soaking time, the better. Otherwise the toxins are not fully decomposed, and it is not good for the body after taking it. This time may be like planting vegetables, which will be accelerated in the game. Yun only needs to observe the color changes of the snake wine. When it is ready to drink, the properties of the snake wine will also change. Just like harvesting vegetables. Yun stored the snake wine in the bottom cabin to avoid light and high temperature. After doing all this, it was almost dark. Today's luck was average. So Yun didn't rush to open the treasure chests she caught, and save them up to open. 2 bronze treasure chests. 1 silver treasure chest. An ordinary day. Just thank you for your patronage. Obtain seasoning bottle ×2. Tissue box ×1. Hairband ×1. Obtain twist ×1. Scallion oil noodles ×2. Hot dry noodles ×1. Obtain cone ×1. Plastic hangers ×5. Silk threads times 2. The daily necessities special is here. Yun Yin Yin put the things she didn't have in the storage room, and put the things she didn't need in the trading center. Today happened to be the 10th day mentioned by the system before. From today until the end of the rainy season, the system will send 10,000 island landing cards. Although Yun Yin Yin did not get the island landing card, but there are already hundreds of people in the chat channel saying that they have got the island landing card. It is estimated that the number of people landing on Spider Island will definitely reach a peak in the next few days. In order to upgrade, most players want to go to the island to find supplies. But there are also a few who are afraid of death. After reading Gu Feng's strategy, they think that the risk of going to the island is too high. Anyway, the system did not require an upgrade this time, so they can wait until the next resource island is opened. And the risk factor may not be so high. But Yun Yin Yin guessed that it will only get harder and harder in the future. And the rainy season may be the most comfortable season. So she plans to go to Spider Island again in the last few days. But the prerequisite is that she can get the island landing card. Luo Luo, Mian Mian. I just fished up an island landing card. Yun Mian Mian, when do you plan to go to the island? Luo Luo, I'm leaving early tomorrow morning. Yun Mian Mian, okay. I'll draw a map for you later. Luo Luo, Spider Island map. Didn't you give it to me? Yun Mian Mian, I'll mark some things for you. That map is too simple. Luo Luo, okay. Yun Mian Mian copied another map and wrote down the distribution of major resources in detail on it, and circled out several small paths and dangerous places. She circled the spider cave and wrote iron ore, drew a 5-pointed star, highlighted the key points, and wrote down how to deal with the giant spider mother. With this map, Luo Luo should be able to go to the island more efficiently and safely. After getting the map, Luo Luo said to Yun Yin Yin, "What supplies do you need? I'll go to the island to find them for you." Yun Yin Yin thought for a while. "You can help me dig some herbs and sand. I suggest you go to cut trees on the first day, go to mine on the second day, and go to another forest when you have time on the way back." Last time, Yun Yin Yin and Rongyu went to find mines first, which took a lot of time, and not everyone can deal with the giant spider mother. For example, Gu Feng went twice, but failed to kill the giant spider mother the second time. Yun Yin Yin and Rongyu are two partners, and Rongyu has many weapons, and she is also lucky. If Luo Luo went to the mine directly first, he would not be able to kill the giant spider mother and get injured, and he might not be able to collect other supplies. If she went to Spider Island again, Yun Yin Yin would not go to the spider cave alone if she was not very lucky. But if she went with Luo Luo, she could give it a try. But where can she find another teleportation card? This thing can only be encountered by chance. I haven't seen anyone else mention it yet. Forget it. Luo Luo should go first. And the sooner he can collect enough supplies, the sooner he can upgrade. After a few days, Yun Yin Yin still did not get the island landing card. She was wondering if the system would not issue the card again because she had been there before. But Yun Yin Yin didn't want to ask others to collect cards. The conditions for collecting cards now are the same as those for Gu Feng's original collection of cards. Half of the supplies obtained on the island must be given. Yun Yin Yin is not willing to let others take such a big advantage, unless it is someone with a good relationship. If Luo Luo didn't want to go, she would go. But Luo Luo didn't have this idea. She was independent and strong-willed. She didn't want to trouble Yun Yin Yin, so of course she had to go in person. As for Hu Yuan and Ye Yangguang, they also wanted to go to the island to have a look. After all, who doesn't want to go to the land after staying on the sea for so long? Even if they know there are dangers. They are all powerful players. So Yun Yin Yin never found an opportunity. It would be nice to get a teleportation card, so I can get a ride. Yun Yin Yin thought so. She had sent a message in the chat channel asking for a teleportation card, but no one contacted her. The rainy season was almost over. Yun Yin Yin made up her mind. Money makes the world go round. If she gave more benefits, someone would be willing. Yun Yin Yin, I want a landing card or a teleportation card in exchange for 1,000 wood, 200 nails, 10 glass, to help level 3 players upgrade to level 4, compared with half of the supplies on Spider Island. This benefit is much cheaper. But ordinary players don't think so. They went to the island just to upgrade, and it was still unknown whether they could get these supplies. Yun Yin Yin was willing to provide them directly, which was a good deal. Many level 3 players who just got the landing card, took the initiative to send private messages to Yun Yin Yin. At this time, Zhang Jincheng jumped out and said, "Don't trade with her. The value of the supplies she got from the landing card is at least 10 times that of these things. It will be a big loss if you trade. We all asked for half of the supplies on the island in exchange. Why did she only give us this little thing?" Yun Yin Yin frowned. Zhang Jincheng is a troublemaker. Yun Yin Yin, it doesn't matter. The trade is free and no one forces you. If you don't want to trade with me, you can go by yourself. However, Spider Island is full of dangers. If you want to get supplies, you have to go through the mangroves. If you think you can't go through the mangroves, you can find me. Zhang Jincheng, don't believe her. If you want to exchange supplies, join my gang. It will definitely not be a problem to upgrade to level 4. Chapter 40 Countdown to the Rainy Season. Day 23. There are tens of thousands of people in the 3 districts. Some believe Zhang Jincheng's lies, and some are willing to trade with Yun Yin Yin. Although the current market price of the landing card is half of the supplies obtained on the island. There are so many landing cards now, and there are few capable bosses. It is not every day that you can directly exchange so many supplies with a landing card and directly upgrade to level 4. Moreover, the number of places is limited. Maybe Yun Yin Yin will only exchange 1. And there will be no such store after this village. Therefore, Yun Yin Yin quickly selected a player from dozens of players who wanted to trade and traded. After getting the landing card, Yun Yin Yin traded the promised materials to the other party, and then went to prepare the things to bring to the island the next day. Luo Luo had just returned from the island, bringing back many herbs and a snake. Yun Yin Yin planned to dry the snake into snake jerky, and then collect 3 kinds of venomous snakes to make 3 snake wine. That would be more effective. Luo Luo added some more marks on the map drawn by Yun Yin Yin. She found several places with a lot of herbs, so she circled them on the map for Yun Yin Yin. As long as she followed the map, she could find them. "Did you get the landing card?" Nie Yanwang sent a message. Yun Yin Yin, "Yeah. Nie Yanwang, I'm going to leave tomorrow. What about you? Do you want to come with me?" Yun Yin Yin, "We're going to different places. I'm mainly going to collect supplies on the beach and in the woods on both sides. You should go to the mining area. Right? Nie Yanwang, yes. Aren't you going to the mining area?" Yun Yin Yin, "No. I've been there." Nie Yanwang, "Ah? You've been to Spider Island?" Yun Yin Yin, "Yes." Nie Yanwang, "Great. Then you're still going. Wait. When did you go? It wasn't the 2 days before when you suddenly disappeared and didn't even make a stove." Yun Yin Yin, "Yes." Nie Yanwang was surprised. "That's too early. You went to Spider Island the next day when it opened." Yun Yin Yin, "You can ask Hu Yuan to go with you." Nie Yanwang, "He said he's not ready yet and will go in 2 days. I want to go earlier." Yun Yin Yin, "You can go together. You can go to the woods with me to chop trees on the first day, and then you can go on your own on the second day." Nie Yanwang, "That's fine. I heard that many players are teaming up to go to the island and posting on the forum to ask for companions." Yun Yin Yin, "Then why don't you post to ask for a companion?" Nie Yanwang smiled and said, "If you don't come with me, I will post." In fact, Nie Yanwang wanted to go with Wing Yusher more, but she didn't want to. But it wasn't that she didn't want to. She said that she had already made an appointment with a girl, and it would be bad to let her down. Nie Yanwang had no choice but to ask Yun Yin Yin. "Okay. Let's set off at 7:30 tomorrow. See you on the island." Nie Yanwang, "Okay. What do you want to bring?" "I'll just bring the same thing as you." Yun Yin Yin, "You should prepare it yourself. What I bring may not be suitable for you. I mainly go to the island to find herbs and food." Yun Yin Yin's skills are different from Nie Yanwang's, and her purpose of going to the island is also different from his. What she brought is indeed not useful for Nie Yanwang. Of course, it is not convenient for her to show him. For example, pet bags, spider silk launchers, poison needles, hidden weapons. These things, Yun Yin Yin still wants to keep them to herself. The next day was rainy again. Yun Yin Yin was relieved to see that her lucky number was 6, lucky star shining brightly. A good luck is half the battle. At 7:30, she used the landing card to land on the island on time. Nie Yanwang was on time and appeared on the beach of Spider Island almost at the same time as Yun Yin Yin. Like them, there were many people who landed on the island at 7:30. Before coming, Nie Yanwang had discussed with Yun Yin Yin that the two wore the same yellow hat to identify each other. The yellow hat was given to Nye Yongwon by Yun Nyenyen. And she had too. The two had never met before. And Nye Yongwon was quite excited. Yun Nyenyen wore a mask. And when Nye Yongwon saw the hat on her head, he ran over to say hello. The same hat is a must. Yun Nyenyen pulled down the mask and revealed her face. Hello. Nye Yongwon. After seeing Yun Nyenyen, Nye Yongwon opened his mouth and couldn't speak. Nyenyen? Are you really Nyenyen? Yun Nyenyen looked at him stupidly and said with a smile, Yes. It's me. Nye Yongwon is a sunny boy in his 20s. With big eyes and a little baby fat on his face. He looks fair and cute. He is very tall. A head taller than Yun Nyenyen. About 1.85 meters. I didn't expect you to look like this. Nye Yongwon always thought that Yun Nyenyen looked like a girl who looked very smart and powerful. But she looked gentle and beautiful. There were a few people nearby looking at Yun Nyenyen and Nye Yongwon. Yun Nyenyen put on her mask again. Let's go! Nye Yongwon, okay. Which way? Yun Nyenyen didn't need to look at the map. She pointed to the left. I want to go to the left first. Nye Yongwon, then let's go. The forest on the left was the one Yun Nyenyen had been to before, with rich tree species. Last time, Yun Nyenyen chopped all night and got all kinds of wood. But she made a lot of furniture these days, and used up most of it. She wanted to chop some more, and replenish the red pine and walnut. Although it rained today, the rain was not heavy, and the mangroves were not completely submerged. Although the road was difficult to walk, there was no need to take a boat. Yun Nyenyen and Nye Yongwon walked on the water to bypass the outer edge of the rainforest. After 2 hours of walking, they arrived in the woods. Nye Yongwon was exhausted, which showed that he rarely did physical work. His physical strength and strength were probably not as good as Yun Nyenyen. Nye Yongwon, Nyenyen. How come you don't look tired at all after walking for so long? Yun Nyenyen took out an axe from her backpack. It's okay. If you are tired, take a rest. Nye Yongwon, I will be fine after a while. Yun Nyenyen pointed to 2 trees in the woods. This is still a red pine tree. And this is a walnut tree. If you want to collect upgrade materials, just focus on these 2 trees. Before she came, she specifically asked Rongyu to make 2 bronze axes for her. And for this, she made 2 portions of braised eel for Rongyu. She had guessed before that the axe made by Rongyu would be more effective. Otherwise, how could he have chopped more than 2,000 pieces of wood alone at night? After trying it today, it turned out that the axe he made could produce critical hits. Obtain red pine wood times 2. Obtain red pine wood times 2. Obtain red pine wood times 2. 3 consecutive critical hits. Is the forging skill so powerful? This axe is amazing. Yun Nyenyen was a little envious. In the future, when she finds weapon blueprints, she will ask Rongyu to help her make them. At most, she can make more delicious food for him. Seeing the critical hits, Yun Nyenyen became more and more excited, and even chopped with both hands, holding the axe with both hands, aiming at 2 trees and chopping. Nye Yongwon was stunned, because Yun Nyenyen was very fast. Her posture was handsome, and she could attack with both hands. A slightly thin tree was cut into 2 pieces with 1 axe. A thicker tree only needed 2 axes. Unlike Nye Yongwon, who took a long time to cut down a tree with an iron axe. Nye Yongwon, Nyenyen, you are too fast. You are born with supernatural power. Yun Nyenyen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her strength value was considered low. But in Nye Yongwon's eyes, it was called supernatural power. What is your strength value? Nye Yongwon, 40. How about it? How about you? Yun Nyenyen's initial strength value was 45. And now it has reached 56. I didn't expect Nye Yongwon to have such a low strength value. A little higher than yours. Nye Yongwon said embarrassedly, my luck is high. And the others are average. Yun Nyenyen, how much is your luck? Nye Yongwon, 80. How about that? It's very high. Right? I haven't seen anyone with a higher luck than me on the forum. Yun Nyenyen, it's really quite high. Nye Yongwon, what about yours? Yun Nyenyen, it's also a little higher than yours. Nye Yongwon. The corners of his mouth were still raised just now. But now he can't smile. No way. It turns out that your luck is so good. Nyenyen. Yun Nyenyen smiled without saying anything. Hurry up and chop trees. After chopping for a while, we can rest and have lunch. She was still thinking about going hunting in the afternoon. After these days of training, She wanted to try out her archery skills. She brought a bow and arrow this time. Maybe she could shoot a few birds or rabbits. Nie Yongwang was lucky. Although he chopped slowly. He chopped 400 pieces of wood in 2 hours. But he was already exhausted and shouted for a rest. Yun Minyan, then you rest here for a while. I'll go over there to take a look. She just noticed that there were birds flying by and wanted to shoot a few down. Nie Yongwang sat down against the tree. You go. I'll drink some water and rest for a while. Yun Minyan took out a bow and arrow from her backpack, put the quiver on her back, and hung the bow diagonally on her body. She looked really good in her heroic appearance. Nie Yongwang stared at her blankly, forgetting to blink when the raindrops fell into his eyes. Until Yun Minyan walked away. Nie Yongwang sent a message to Hu Yuan in admiration. Hu Yuan. It's a pity that you didn't come with me. I saw Minyan. Hu Yuan. So what? Nie Yongwang. Minyan is super beautiful. The most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Hu Yuan. Oh. Nie Yongwang. Aren't you curious at all? If you are curious, why don't you take a picture and show it to me? That won't work. I can't take pictures without Minyan's consent. Nie Yongwang didn't want to show it to Hu Yuan. He didn't come to blame anyone. Hu Yuan, I should be able to come tomorrow. Maybe I can see her. Nie Yongwang, it's hard to say. We'll move to another place tomorrow. Hu Yuan is still collecting supplies. He wants to upgrade his backpack before going to the island. He has received 8 second-level deerskins. And he only needs 2 more to upgrade. There are too few slots in his backpack. So he can't bring much stuff to the island. To be honest, he also wants to see Yun Minyan. But what if he sees her now? He is not like Nie Yongwang, who has simple ideas and pure thoughts, and just wants to be happy. Hu Yuan, we'll talk about it later. Just as Nie Yongwang was about to return to Hu Yuan, he received a message from Yun Minyan. Nie Yongwang, come here quickly. I killed a wild boar. Nie Yongwang, where is it? I'll help you. Yun Minyan, no need. I've already dealt with it. Just come over here. Nie Yongwang, oh my god. Wild boar. Where is it? Nie Yongwang ran towards the coordinates Yun Minyan sent him. It was a coincidence. Yun Minyan originally wanted to shoot a few birds or squirrels, but she saw a lot of animal footprints on the ground nearby. So she took out the trap to make a trap. As soon as she put the trap down, she saw a wild boar. Yun Minyan quickly took out the wild vegetables and berries she had just picked up on the road from her backpack and put them next to the trap. Then hid aside. Unexpectedly, the wild boar came over after smelling the smell. But the wild boar was very smart, and actually picked up the wild vegetables and berries and ate them aside before leaving. How could Yun Minyan let it go? She drew her bow and shot an arrow in one go, hitting the wild boars, but the wild boar was about to escape. And Yun Minyan shot another arrow. This arrow missed. And Yun Minyan got anxious and took out the spider silk launcher and shot it from a distance. Surprisingly, she was lucky enough to entangle the wild boar's tail. The spider silk was tough, and the wild boar couldn't struggle to get rid of it for a while. Yun Minyan stepped forward and stabbed the wild boar's belly straight. The wild boar screamed loudly, and it was heartbreaking. But Nie Yongwang didn't hear it. So she had to send a message to Nie Yongwang to ask him to come over. The reason why she asked Nie Yongwang to come over was actually because the wild boar screamed too loudly. And Yun Minyan was worried that other people on the island would hear it. Nie Yongwang said that many people went to the island in groups. If there were more people, they would want to rob Yun Minyan, a girl, and Yun Minyan would be afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them alone. If Nie Yongwang was here, it would be of some use. Her worries were indeed correct. Nie Yongwang hadn't arrived yet. Another team of 3 came running over after hearing the noise. Damn. It's actually a wild boar. Wild boar? What a good thing. I haven't eaten pork for a long time. Such a big pig must have a lot of meat. So cool. I can eat wild boar meat at noon today. Yun Minyan listened to their conversation. It seemed that she didn't take her seriously at all, and only wanted to eat wild boar meat. She said coldly, I killed the wild boar. It has nothing to do with you. You killed it? What a joke. How could you kill a wild boar? Little girl, you can't finish such a big wild boar by yourself. Yun Minyan was speechless. Her bronze sword was still stuck in the wild boar's belly, and she didn't believe that she killed it. Yun Minyan, is there anyone else here besides me? If I didn't kill it, could it be you? Seeing her tough attitude, the 3 looked at each other and whispered a few words. Yun Yin knew that they would not leave easily. The wild boar is mine. And my teammates will be here soon. Yun Yin had a gloomy face. She was wearing a mask. And the three people couldn't see her face. They only knew that she looked very thin and her voice was gentle. Not like a powerful person. Yun Yin was ready for the battle. Fortunately, just when she was about to take action, Ye Yongguang arrived. Yin, I'm here, Ye Yongguang shouted. And then saw three strangers. With a puzzled look on his face. Who are you? Yun Yin, they want to get a piece of the pie and steal my wild boar. Ye Yongguang, ah? What the hell? There are such shameless people in the world? And three of them? Hearing Ye Yongguang's words, the three people's faces turned ugly. Who said you killed the wild boar? Do you have any evidence? Yes. We saw this wild boar first and followed it all the way. This boar was injured by us a long time ago. You want to take advantage of it? Yes. We followed the wild boar, and we were the first to find the wild boar. This wild boar must be divided into half for us. Half is not enough. There are 3 of us and 2 of them. We want 3/5.